This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Being Hunted. I chose to jump into the sea. Wow. 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 The sound of waves crashing on the beach kept reaching my ears. And the cold spring breeze brought a chill to my body. Roy woke up from his sleep and found that something kept licking his face. When he opened his eyes, he saw a small deer head appearing in his sight. This was obviously an underage fawn. After meeting Roy's eyes, the fawn was startled and ran away from Roy in a panic. Why am I here? Roy sat up, glanced at the fawn running to his parents, and then looked around with a puzzled expression. The place where Roy was at this time was a grassland surrounded by olive trees, and many small animals could be seen looking for food. Looking further afield, I could see hills of about 100 meters to the south, east, and north. To the west is the sea that can't be seen with the naked eye. Roy tried hard to recall, but still couldn't figure out why he appeared in this very strange place. Unable to figure out the current situation, Roy stood up and prepared to find someone nearby for help. When Roy walked out of a grove of more than a dozen olive trees, he happened to see a group of people walking from the north. This is a group of very retro-looking people. They wore clothes made of linen, which looked like they had wrapped a whole piece of cloth around their bodies and then fixed it with ropes at the waist and shoulders. Even they wore hand-woven straw sandals. This group of people not only wore retro ancient-style robes, but also carried bows and arrows on their backs and javelins made of sharpened wood. Seeing this group of people armed with weapons, Roy instinctively had a premonition of danger. But thinking that these people might be hunting animals that could be seen everywhere with bows, arrows and javelins, Roy lowered his guard, waved his hand and shouted at the group of people. Hello. I am a foreigner who needs help. I hope you. Whoosh. Before Roy finished speaking, someone in the group bent a bow and shot an arrow at Roy. Although there was a distance of dozens of meters, the arrow accurately hit Roy's right leg. Like being bitten by a vicious goose. Intense pain came from Roy's right leg. Roy lowered his head and saw that the arrow that hit his right leg had fallen to the ground. It was an arrow whittled from wood. And because the arrowhead was also made of wood, it failed to pierce Roy's jeans. If it were an iron arrow, it might be able to pierce jeans. Roy's eyes widened and he looked at the person approaching him in confusion. I just want to ask them for help. Why are they attacking me with weapons? Don't these locals welcome outsiders? At this time, the group of locals was less than 20 meters away from Roy. And Roy could clearly see the hostile expressions on their faces. Driven by the premonition of danger in his heart, Roy suddenly turned around and ran away. Seeing Roy running away, the group of locals said while chasing Roy, catch this savage in pants and don't let him escape. Watch your surroundings and don't fall into an ambush by the barbarians. Killing this barbarian will reward you with 10 kilograms of grain. Barbarian. Am I a savage? Hearing the voice coming from behind, Roy couldn't help but curse. They wanted to kill the foreigners as soon as they met. It was obvious that these locals were more like savages. Barbarian in pants. Am I a savage because I wear pants? Whoosh. 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 The sound of arrows piercing the air was heard from behind. Perhaps it was because the arrows used by the locals were all made of wood. So these arrows that could not fly far did not catch up with Roy, who was running desperately. When Roy ran out of breath and exhausted, the group of locals still pursued him relentlessly. And Roy was a little desperate to find that although the locals did not run fast, they were better at long-lasting long-distance running than Roy. In other words, if there are no accidents, Roy will eventually be caught by them. Where is my phone? I have to get help. As Roy ran, he searched for his cell phone. I searched all my pockets, but couldn't find my cell phone. Just when Roy's body was about to reach its limit, Roy suddenly stopped running. Because Roy had already run to the edge of a cliff, with the endless sea in front of him. Roy, who was afraid of heights, glanced at the seawater below the cliff with lingering fear, and then turned to look at the locals who had caught up with him. This group of locals all had proud smiles on their faces because they chased Roy to the edge of the cliff. Their leader is a middle-aged man in his 30s. The leader said while leading his companions to approach Roy. Foreigner, don't act suspiciously like attacking us. As long as you obediently become our prisoner and reveal your plot, I will mercifully give you a chance to live. Suspicious action against you. Roy couldn't help but mocked as he thought about how he had just waved low to these locals, only to be attacked by them with wooden arrows. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. But you want me to be a prisoner. Although I can't swim, I would rather jump into the sea and drown than become your prisoner and leave my life and death to you people. After saying that, Roy turned around and jumped off the cliff without hesitation. The group of locals ran to the edge of the cliff, just in time to see Roy's body falling into the sea and causing a wave. It's such a pity that I couldn't kill this savage with my own hands. Hearing the regretful words of his companions, the local leader frowned and said, maybe we made a mistake. This barbarian is a lone man, not a spy to spy on our Athenian tribe. Although this barbarian is wearing trousers, he is not a blonde Dorian. Maybe he comes from other places. Of foreigners. After hearing the leader's judgment, someone couldn't help but say, if he was an ordinary foreigner, shouldn't we have attacked him just now? The leader shook his head and said, for the safety of our Athenian tribe, we can kill 1,000 foreigners by mistake. But we cannot let go of an enemy who threatens us. After speaking, the leader turned around and led his companions away from the cliff. In the sea water below the cliff, Roy's body continued to sink in the sea water. The harder Roy struggled to save himself, the deeper Roy's body sank. At the last moment of his life, Roy opened his eyes to observe everything around him and saw that the scene on the seabed was extremely beautiful. Just when Roy was about to lose consciousness due to lack of oxygen, a huge sea snake with beautiful blue phoenix armor appeared in Roy's sight and swam toward Roy at extremely fast speeds. Are you here to eat me? Looking at the huge sea snake, which may be over 100 meters long, Roy had a smile on his face. Being able to see such a magical and beautiful creature before death makes it worthwhile even if it becomes its food. The next moment, Roy's vision went dark and he lost consciousness. Chapter 2 The Goddess of Wisdom asked me to be a priest. Whether he drowns in the sea, is eaten by the giant sea snake that looks like a fantasy creature, Roy's final outcome will be death. Because he knew this, Roy never thought that he would be able to open his eyes and wake up. Cough 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 cough. Roy opened his eyes and coughed up the salty seawater while looking around, trying to see who had saved him. Then Roy saw his body lying on the beach by the sea. Not far from his body, there was a girl in a blue dress, with her back to him and facing the sea, sitting on the boundary between the beach and the sea. The seawater rushing up the beach occasionally submerged her body below the waist. Miraculously, her beautiful dress with no visible fabric showed no sign of being soaked by the seawater. This is a girl who makes people's hearts flutter just by looking at her back. She has a graceful figure and slender waist. The gold belt tied around her waist shows her nobility. Her beautiful blue hair hanging down from her waist is constantly fluttering in the sea breeze. You awake? As if aware of Roy's gaze, the girl asked in a beautiful voice and turned to look at Roy. The moment their eyes collided, Roy's eyes widened in shock. Because the girl not only has a flawless and delicate face as expected, but also has a pair of blue eyes that shine with divine light. Seeing these blue eyes, Roy knew that they were not human eyes. Was it because she was so beautiful that I made up the illusion that her eyes were glowing? Roy got up from the beach in a panic and said thanks to the girl who saved him. Thank you for saving me. I am a foreigner in need of help. Can you tell me where I can get it dash? Before he finished speaking, Roy's eyes widened again. Because at this time Roy finally discovered that the blue-eyed girl in front of him not only had an incredible beauty, but she was also very huge. If the blue-eyed girl stood up, she must be a giant about 10 meters tall. You are not human. Seeing Roy's reaction and hearing Roy's words, the blue-eyed girl said with a teasing smile, although I am not a human being, I am the savior who saved you. Human being. I am the daughter of Pontos the sea. Metis, wisdom from the sea. The sea goddess in charge of wisdom. You are very lucky, are saved by me and chosen by me. Am I chosen by you? Roy couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Are you serious about claiming to be a goddess? Our world is a godless world, no. The appearance of a huge fantasy creature like you in front of me has broken the common sense that this is a godless world. Could it be that I have now arrived in another world? A world. That's why the locals I just met were wearing ancient clothes and attacking me with wooden weapons. Realizing that he might come to another world, Roy's mind fell into chaos. Crash! Metis threw a ball of seawater at Roy. After the cold seawater soaked his head, Roy forced himself to calm down and looked at Metis nervously. Ms. Goddess, since you said you saved me, you should have no ill intentions towards me. Can you tell me where this place is and how should I survive here? This is near the territory of the Athenian tribe. If you don't know how to survive, The task I give you can just point you to the future. Metis said with a beautiful smile. Human. I saved you. So your life is now mine. You must do something for me to repay my life-saving grace. Do you think I am right? After Roy nodded, Metis continued. The Athenian tribe living in this area is the strongest tribe on the Attica Peninsula. I hope that you will negotiate with the Athenian tribe as my priest, so that the Athenian tribe can regard me as its patron saint and help me ascend the throne of the patron saint. As long as you can complete this task, you can survive as my priest in the future and get my protection and help. Athenian tribes. Hearing the word Athens, Roy couldn't help but think of the famous city of Athens. Thinking that he was not a sociable person, Roy couldn't help but said to Metis, Goddess, can I refuse your request? No. You must complete this mission. Metis said coldly with an unhappy expression. Human. I saved your life. If you refuse my mission, then I will take your life back. It seems that the purpose of saving me is to use me. The heart of the goddess Metis is not as beautiful as her beauty. Roy looked at Metis' delicate and beautiful face with some disappointment and said, When I jumped into the sea just now, I was ready to die. Since you saved my life, I should repay your kindness. I will negotiate with the Athenian tribe and let the Athenian tribe regard you as its patron saint. Very good. Metis showed a satisfied smile and extended her right index finger towards Roy. As Metis' fingers touched Roy's forehead, a stream of divine power poured into Roy's body, making Roy feel like he was instantly reborn. A stream of information also poured out of Roy's mind. Roy. Age, 20 years old. Blessed by gods, blessing of Metis, wisdom improvement. Strength level, hero, 100 enemies. Seeing this information, Roy couldn't help but laugh. I am now a hero who can fight 1 against 100. Is this the increase in strength that the goddess's power brings to me? 1 against 100. After hearing Roy's words, Metis looked down at Roy with emotionless eyes and said, Now you can't even fight 1 against 1. Let alone 1 against 100. Although I have given you divine protection and given you the potential to become a hero who can defeat 1 against 100. Potential is only potential after all. Whether you can transform your potential into real strength depends on yourself. Metis' words were like a bucket of cold water poured on his forehead. Roy said a little guilty. Goddess? Since I don't have the strength of a hero now, how can I prove to the people of the Athenian tribe that I am favored by a god? You are my priest, and I will lend you part of my power, so that your eyes can release divine power to salt the creatures in your sight. Metis pointed at a flying seabird in the distance and said, You can try it now. Stare at it intently, and then shout, Saltify. Roy nodded, then stared at the seabird and shouted in a low voice, Saline. The next moment, part of Roy's body's divine power was released from his eyes. This divine power turned into blue divine light and enveloped the seabird. And the seabird immediately turned into a salt statue. Immediately afterwards, the salt statue of the seabird fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. A miracle. What a miracle. Seeing this scene, Roy said happily, With this magical ability, I can convince the Athenian tribe. Chapter 3 Pandion. Leader of the Athenian tribe. The power I lend you has limits. Just when Roy was about to leave, Metis suddenly said, The divine power I bestow upon you can only allow you to use the power of salting to salt a person's body. If the other person has the same divine power as you can use your divine power to offset the divine power of salting. Seeing Roy's panic expression, Metis continued, Human. If you value your life, then act carefully and never fail. After saying that, Metis's body began to rise backwards. She didn't look like she was standing up, but more like she was being held up by something. When Metis's body rose to about 10 meters, he turned and entered the sea. Only then did Roy see that Metis's blue dress did not have human legs, but a snake body with blue phoenix armor. Snake. Watching Metis' body slowly sinking into the sea, Roy finally understood that Metis's body was the giant sea snake he had seen before. The snake goddess whose body is a snake is the goddess Metis. Although as a man, he was attracted by Metis' incredible beauty, Roy now completely abandoned his inappropriate thoughts and regained his composure. Leaving the beach and coming to a 20-meter-high hill, Roy looked around and saw many human houses on a huge hill in the distance. Roy immediately confirmed that that was where the Athenian tribe lived. When Roy walked down the hill and was about to walk towards the hill where the Athenian tribe lived, the group of locals that Roy had met before appeared in front of Roy again. This group is like a pack of lions patrolling their territory. When Roy first met them, they were patrolling the territory from north to south. This time Roy met them, and they were patrolling the territory from south to north. Seeing Roy, who was supposed to be drowned in the sea, the group of locals, led by their leader, immediately rushed towards Roy. Lowy knew that to shock these people, he had to perform a miracle and convince them that he represented a god. So Roy's eyes were fixed on the leader and the other two people rushing at the front. And he shouted the word saltization. The divine power in Roy's body immediately bloomed from his eyes, turning into a blue divine light that enveloped the three people including the leader. The divine power that can salt one person's body was spread to three people. All three people's legs were salted in an instant, forcing them to stop running. Leader. Younger brother. Brother. The legs of the three people, including the leader, were turned into salt. And the others immediately gathered around them and looked at their bodies worriedly. Seeing that the remaining people did not rush to attack him regardless, Roy breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked towards them and said, "Don't worry. I will immediately take back the power of salting their bodies and return them to normal." After hearing Roy's words, several people immediately rushed over to surround Roy and threaten him. "Hurry up and let our leader's legs return to normal. Otherwise we will definitely kill you." Although they said threatening words, this group of people did not behave rudely to Roy. They were obviously afraid of Roy's salting ability, and were afraid that Roy would also salt their bodies. Although the leader's body was turned into salt, he did not glare at Roy, but calmly ordered to his companions, "Don't be rude to a god's favorite. I will deal with him personally." Roy walked up to the leader, looked at him sincerely and said, "Chief, I am a priest who serves the great goddess of wisdom. I have the power lent to me by the gods. I could have used the power of the goddess to turn you into a salt statue, but I did not do so. Now you are willing to believe that I am right to you. There is no hostility. Are you willing to believe that I am not your enemy?" The leader nodded and said, "If you identify yourself from the beginning, our Athenian tribe will never be rude to a priest of a god, but will treat you as the most noble guest. Now I believe that you are not our enemy. Please help me." Body returns to normal. After hearing the leader's words, Roy whispered. Salinization lifted. The legs of the leader and the other two men immediately returned to normal, because Roy spread the power of salting one person to three people. In fact, even if Roy didn't help them remove the salt, their legs would recover the next day. Seeing that the leader's legs returned to normal, his companions immediately aimed a dozen wooden spears at Roy's body. "Put down the weapon." The leader immediately said coldly. "Didn't you hear what I just said? This god priest is not our enemy, but a distinguished guest that we should entertain." After the companions obeyed the order and put down their weapons, the leader said to Roy, "Dear priest, I am Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe. Please forgive the rudeness of my companions. Now I formally invite you and hope that you can come to our Athenian tribe." Pandion. Roy whispered softly when he heard the leader's name. "I think I've heard of this name. It seems to be the name of a great Athenian king." After coming back to his senses, Roy said to Pandion, "Chief Pandion, I am Lowy, a priest who serves Metis, the goddess of wisdom. I am very happy to be a guest of the Athenian tribe." After saying that, Roy extended his right hand to Pandion. Pandion was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding what Roy meant by extending his right hand to him. But he was also a smart man and guessed that this might be an act of goodwill. So he also extended his right hand to Roy. Seeing Pandion extending his right hand but not shaking hands with him, Roy could only take the initiative to hold Pandion's right hand. After the two shook hands tightly, Pandion and others surrounded Roy and walked towards the Athenian tribe together. Along the way, Pandion and his companions looked at Roy's clothes and shoes from top to bottom with curious eyes. "Priest Roy, I'm really sorry. My companions and I should not have regarded you as a barbaric Dorian. Although you wear pants like a Dorian, the clothes and shoes you are wearing are not Dorian at all. Humans can make it. And you are different from the blonde Dorians. Your black hair and black eyes are more like us and the people of Asia Minor." Feeling Pandion's sincere apology, Roy asked curiously, "You attacked me in the first place because you thought I was a Dorian in trousers?" Pandion nodded and said, "You are a foreigner, so you don't know how barbaric the Dorians are. Their ancestors were nomads who migrated from the Far East hundreds of years ago, after they settled in the Thessaly region in our north. The Dorians. It has not changed the living habits of the nomads. Although the mountains in the north of Thebes block their large-scale southward movement, they will still disperse southward and plunder food and women on our land. These Dorians who ride horses and wear trousers. They are more cruel and hateful robbers than the thieves on the sea. If we catch the thieves on the sea, we can give him a chance to live. If we catch the Dorian, we must kill him. Chapter 4 Athenian Tribes on the Acropolis. When Roy followed Pandion and others to the hill where the Athenian tribe lived, they saw that the hill, which was about 150 meters above sea level, had only one passage on the west side, and the other sides were inaccessible. Then he saw that the top of the hill was relatively flat, with an area of about 30,000 square meters. Roy finally confirmed his guess. The hill where the Athenian tribe lived was the location of the Acropolis that Roy knew. Have I come to ancient Athens in another world? Walking on the mountain road leading to the Acropolis of Athens, Roy quickly looked at the surrounding situation and saw a small tribe with a population of about 1,000 people on the south and north sides of the Acropolis. The houses of these two small tribes are made of wood, mud, and weeds, and can barely protect them from wind and rain. Because there is no winter in Athens, Athenians living in such simple houses do not have to worry about being frozen to death by the severe cold in winter. Pandion observed Roy's reaction and took the initiative to introduce him to Roy. Priest Roy, there are 3,000 people in our Athenian tribe, and they all live on this Acropolis hill. The two small tribes under the Acropolis hill are vassals of our Athenian tribe. Counting these two vassal tribes, our Athenian tribe has approximately population 5,000. Population of 5,000. In Roy's view, this population is really not that large. But Pandion and his companions looked proud, as if the Athenian tribe, with a population of 5,000, was the most populous tribe in the area. Am I coming to the Stone Age? So the weapons used by these Athenians are all made of wood. If this was the Stone Age, a tribe with a population of 5,000 would be really large. Roy, Pandion and others climbed up the Acropolis hill from the West Mountain Road and saw that 3,000 people lived in a space of 30,000 square meters, making the Acropolis dirty and messy. And the air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Good smell. Looking at the chaotic houses in front of him and the chaotic pedestrians on the street, Roy covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves and said, Chief Pandion, 3,000 people live in such a small space. It's a shame that you can endure such a dirty and smelly environment. Hearing Roy criticize their home, Pandion's companions immediately glared at Roy. Pandion explained with a wry smile. Priest Loe, we, the Athenian tribe, all live on the Acropolis hill because the Acropolis hill is a fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Only by living here can we ensure safety. For the safety of everyone, we will continue to endure this kind of situation. Environment. But I always wanted to make a change. Roy nodded and said, I can understand your choice. But in my opinion, as long as a 3 to 5 meter high cement wall fortress can be built under the Acropolis mountain, there is no need for everyone to live crowded in the Acropolis mountain. The Acropolis mountain can be transformed into a real military fortress. As the leader, Pandion is also well informed. He has heard of wooden walls and stone walls. But this is the first time he has heard of cement walls. Wouldn't a city wall built of mud collapse when flooded? The houses on the Acropolis hill are also built with wood, soil, and weeds. Some houses are simply triangular wooden sheds. Roy followed Pandion and others through the dirty streets towards Pandion's house on the easternmost side of the Acropolis hill. He saw that few adult residents of the Athenian tribe were over 40 years old, and there were more than 3 children in each family. In this Athenian tribe that is suspected to be in the Stone Age, making humans is probably the only entertainment in the evening. So more than half of the population in the tribe are children. When Roy and others walked to the middle of the Acropolis mountain, Roy's eyes saw a woman in her 30s fanning an unconscious child with a piece of cloth in a wooden shed. The unconscious child was about 10 years old. His cheeks were unnaturally red, and he was obviously in a fever state. Seeing this scene, Roy immediately rushed into the wooden shed and shouted dissatisfied at the child's mother. Do you want to kill your child? Now your child has a fever. The correct way to cool him down is not to let him blow cold air, but to make his body sweat. After Roy's words, the woman looked at Roy, a foreigner, with vigilant eyes, but did not listen to Roy's words. Just then, the feverish child made a weak sound of pain. Seeing that the child's mother still did not take the correct action, Roy immediately snatched the cloth from the woman's hand and wrapped the child's body with the cloth. After wrapping the child's body, Roy saw a small strip of cloth next to the woman. Roy took the small strip of cloth and wrapped it around the child's forehead. At this time, Pandion had arrived behind Roy. Seeing the feverish child being wrapped up by Roy so that only his little face was exposed, Pandion asked curiously, "Can you really save this child by doing this? Many children in our Athenian tribe died of fever. After getting fever, usually only the strong children can survive. Fever, a mere fever, can be considered a disease, and it has claimed the lives of many children," Roy said while tying the strip of cloth wrapped around the child's forehead. "As long as the child's constitution is normal, my method will definitely cool down his body's fever. Mother, don't let your child see the wind from now on. When he is so hot that he sweats, his body will recover. In the child's you need to keep him drinking hot water to rehydrate him until his body returns to normal." After listening to Roy's instructions, the child's mother looked at Pandion with questioning eyes. Pandion nodded and said, "Just do what Priest Roy says." After hearing Pandion's words, the child's mother immediately brought more cloth to cover the feverish child, and ordered the older son to boil water for his younger brother. After Roy and Pandion returned to the street, Pandion asked excitedly, "Priest Roy, do you know the magical medical skills of curing diseases and saving lives?" "Of course I don't know medical skills." Roy shook his head and said, "I just got sick more times and have experience in dealing with colds and fevers." As soon as Roy finished speaking, Pandion stopped and pointed to a group of stone houses in front of him. "Priest Roy, we have arrived at my house." Roy looked at the row of stone houses in front of him with a shocked expression on his face. The Athenian tribe is suspected to be in the Stone Age. Building a stone house on the Acropolis is by no means a simple matter, and requires a lot of manpower and material resources. The row of simple stone houses in front of me is probably equivalent to the luxurious villas in another world. Just as Roy was looking at Pandion's stone house, a beautiful woman in her early 30s walked out of the stone house with a boy and two beautiful girls to greet Pandion. The owner. "Honey, welcome home." The beautiful woman, who looks like Pandion's wife, is wearing white cotton clothes different from linen clothes and a necklace made of pearls. She looks beautiful and noble. After greeting her husband Pandion, Pandion's wife looked at Roy and said, "Is this foreigner our guest? Because we don't know that a guest will come. It seems that we would be a little rude when entertaining guests." Chapter 5. I come from the Far East. Although she is over 30 years old, Pandion's wife still maintains her beauty and looks like a young woman in her 20s. Roy smiled and nodded to Pandion's wife, then looked at the three children of the Pandion couple. Their son was a handsome boy about 18 years old, wearing simple linen clothes like his father Pandion. At this time, he was also looking at Roy, a foreigner, with curious eyes. Their eldest daughter is a beautiful girl about 16 years old. Like her mother, she wears a white cotton dress and a purple shawl on her shoulders. Their youngest daughter, about 15 years old, was wearing the same clothes as her sister, with a red shawl draped over her shoulders. The two beautiful girls not only inherited their mother's beauty, but they were also better than the blue. Standing together, they looked like two beautiful elves. As Roy looked at the two girls, his younger sister whispered to his older sister, "Sister, should we cover our faces in front of strangers?" After saying that, he pulled up the shawl on his shoulders to cover his shy little face. The elder sister patted her younger sister's little hand and said, "The strangers have seen our faces, and now it is too late to hide them." The two girls didn't seem to want their faces to be seen by the strange man. Roy lowered his head proactively and admired the beautiful ankles of the two girls without shoes under their long skirts. At this time, Roy noticed that the floor of Pandion's stone house was not only made of polished stone slabs, but also the courtyard was paved with polished stone slabs. So none of Pandion's family members wore shoes. "Dear wife," Pandion, standing next to Roy, gave instructions to his beautiful wife. "The soldiers who are patrolling with me today must be given more food as a reward. Priest Luo is my most distinguished guest. Let the servants slaughter a cow and take out my treasured wine. I will entertain Luo with the highest etiquette. Ye priest." After ordering his wife, Pandion walked to a stone bench and sat down. Two young and beautiful maids immediately knelt beside Pandion and helped him take off his straw sandals. Pandion walked barefoot to his family and said with a smile when he saw Roy still standing there, "Priest Roy, take off your shoes and enter the room quickly." "Oh, Roy followed Pandion's example and walked to the stone bench and sat down. Just when Roy was about to take off his shoes, the two maids from before knelt beside Roy again and were about to help Roy take off his shoes. Roy hurriedly pushed their hands away and said, "Don't be like this. I don't need your service." The two maids failed to complete the task of taking off the guests' shoes. With uneasy expressions on their faces and still kneeling beside Roy. It wasn't until Roy took off his sneakers that the two maids stood up and left holding Roy's shoes. Although Roy took off his shoes, he still had socks on his feet. When Roy walked to Pandion, Pandion's wife couldn't help but ask, "Dear Priest Roy, what are you wearing on your feet? It looks like a kind of clothing made of cotton." "Madam, you have such good taste. I am indeed wearing cotton socks." Roy pulled up his pants and introduced. Socks are a kind of clothing worn on the feet to protect the feet from insects or small animals. The length of the socks can cover the ankles or the knees. Young and beautiful girls wear socks that cover the knee. Stockings will make them look more beautiful and attractive. After speaking, Roy looked at Pandion's two daughters. If these two lovely and beautiful girls like elves are seduced by their own words, the way they look in stockings is worth looking forward to. Seeing Roy staring at his daughters, Pandion's wife said with an unhappy expression, "Can't an old woman like me wear the stockings you mentioned?" Roy said hurriedly, "Of course a beautiful woman like Madam can also wear stockings. And she will be very charming. Which can increase the relationship between Madam and Chief Pandion as a couple." After Pandion's wife showed a satisfied smile, Pandion immediately pulled Roy into the stone house. In the spacious hall of the stone house, there are several stone tables for eating. Pandion brought Roy to sit down at the stone table in the middle. After Pandion's son and two daughters followed him and sat down next to him, Pandion said to Roy, "Priest Lowy, let me introduce you now. This is my eldest son Erechtheus. And these are my two daughters Procne and Philomela." Roy looked at the three siblings and said, "Prince Erechtheus, Princess Procne, Princess Philomela. I am Roy, the priest who serves Metis, the goddess of wisdom. I am glad to meet you." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Roy call herself a princess, Philomela couldn't help but smile. "You think my sister and I are princesses? And you think your brother is a prince?" Roy said with a smile. The Athenian tribe, with a population of 5,000, is equivalent in size to a small or medium-sized city-state. As the noble son and daughter of leader Pandion, your status is indeed equivalent to that of a prince and princess. What an eloquent foreigner. Erechtheus commented expressionlessly. At this moment, a group of maids brought clay pots containing wine and bread and placed them on the stone table in front of Roy. The drinking utensil is also a pottery cup with a large mouth. After the maids filled the clay cups with wine, Pandion picked up a glass of wine and said, "Priest Roy, it will take some time for my servants to prepare the barbecue and oatmeal. Let's drink wine and eat bread first. As a guest, I fully comply with the host's arrangements." After saying that, Roy held up the earthenware cup and drank the wine. Although Roy wasn't very hungry yet, his throat was indeed thirsty. After drinking glasses of wine and Roy appeared drunk, Pandion suddenly asked, "Priest Roy, can you tell us where you are from and what is the purpose of coming to our Athenian tribe?" "East, I am from the east." Roy pointed to the east and said, "I come from the far east." "Far, far east." It is the Phoenician region ruled by the Phoenicians. And the east farther than the Mesopotamia ruled by the Babylonians. The purpose of my coming to the Athenian tribe is to convince you to honor the goddess of wisdom and make Metis, the great goddess of wisdom, the patron saint of the Athenian tribe, could the east, which is further away than the Phoenician region and Mesopotamia, be the legendary Indian region. Even if Pandion was the leader of the Athenian tribe, he would not have imagined that the east that Roy mentioned was even further away than the legendary Indian region. After hearing Lowy's words about asking the Athenian tribe to worship the goddess of wisdom, Erechtheus asked Pandion, "Father, do we want to accept the gods brought by strangers?" Pandion said with a faint smile, "Letting a real god become the patron saint of the Athenian tribe may allow our Athenian tribe to develop better." Chapter 6. The future of Athens lies in the sea. Roy's drinking capacity is really bad. Even wine with low alcohol content can make Roy drunk. After answering Pandion's question, Roy stopped drinking and ate dry bread to sober himself up. Just after Roy finished eating 2 pieces of bread, Pandion's wife walked in with a group of maids. Each maid held a portion of chopped and boneless roast meat in a pottery pot. After the beautiful lady sat down next to her husband Pandion, The maids placed the roast meat in front of Loie and Pandion's family. Roy picked up a piece of barbecue and took a bite. He found that the barbecue was rubbed with sea salt and olive oil. And the meat was of good quality. It was indeed a rare and delicious barbecue. Pandion leaned into his wife's ear and whispered, "Dear, the purpose of Priest Roy coming to our Athenian tribe is to make our Athenian tribe respect the goddess of wisdom. What do you think?" Pandion's wife frowned and said, "Do you want to accept a new god? Our Athenian tribe now respects the rain goddess. Let the rain goddess bless our territory with good weather and harvest more olives, grapes, barley, wheat, vegetables and other food during the harvest season. If the rain goddess were a real deity, or if Metis, the goddess of wisdom, did not exist, I would continue to worship the rain goddess," Pandion said with a solemn expression. "But Priest Roy has proven to us that the goddess of wisdom he serves is the real god. Today he used the goddess's power to salt my body. He serves a god who is real and can lend him divine power." Pandion's wife said to Roy with a solemn face, "Priest Roy, I heard that the purpose of your coming to the Athenian tribe is to let us enshrine the god you serve as the patron saint. In fact, our Athenian tribe now respects the goddess of rain. And I am the priest who serves the goddess of rain. Madam is also a priest." Roy looked at his wife with a surprised expression. Then said with a confident smile, "I can't feel any divine power from my wife. It seems that the rain goddess my wife serves is not a real god. Or this rain goddess has no intention of protecting the Athenian tribe. The wisdom goddess I serve is a real god. Chief Pandion has experienced it personally. I used the power of the goddess Metis to perform the miracle of salting. The Athenian tribe regards Metis, the goddess of wisdom, as its patron saint and can develop better. Because the future of the Athenian tribe lies in the sea. In order to persuade the Athenian tribe to honor Metis, the goddess of wisdom, and to complete the task assigned to him by the goddess, Roy directly used the grease on his fingers to draw on the top of the stone table, and drew a map of the Attica Peninsula where the Athenian tribe was located. Chief Pandion. "Madam, look. This is the Attica Peninsula where the Athenian tribe is located. And the Acropolis is here. To the north of the Attica Peninsula is the Thebes region of the Thebans. And to the west is Corinth of the Corinthians. Isthmus. Because the Thebans and Corinthians have a larger population than the Athenians, it is difficult for us to develop on land and compete with the Thebans and Corinthians for territory. If the Athenian tribes want to develop and grow, they must communicate with other people through the sea. Local trade. Through trade to obtain advanced weapons and more food. With advanced weapons, we can arm Athenian soldiers. With more food, the Athenian tribe can have a larger population and develop into the Attica Peninsula, even the most powerful city-state in the entire region." Pandion and his wife looked at the map Roy drew on the stone table with strange expressions on their faces. Just when Roy suspected that there was something wrong with the map he drew, Pandion finally said, "Priest Roy, we Athenians have lived on the Attica Peninsula for generations, and don't even know what the map of the Attica Peninsula looks like. You are a foreigner from the Far East. Why do you know the Attica Peninsula so well?" "Well, it is indeed very suspicious that a stranger knows their homeland better than the natives." Roy was only panicked for a moment. Then explained with a smile. "I can draw the map of the Attica Peninsula because Metis, the great goddess of wisdom, gave me the wisdom to understand it all." Chief Pandion. "Do you agree with me that the future of the Athenian tribe lies in the sea?" Pandion remained silent and did not answer Roy's question. Seeing his father's reaction, Erechtheus sneered. "Foreigners, going deep into the sea is a very dangerous thing. We may get lost at sea and never return home. We are even more likely to encounter sea monsters that are bigger than the boat. The most important thing is that there is no need for us to go deep into the sea. The sea, those Phoenicians and other maritime peoples who were good at sea navigation, would come to our territory with bronze utensils and food, and exchange with us olive oil, wine, cattle, sheep or slaves. A sea monster bigger than a ship. Could it be a whale?" Roy came back to his senses and said to Erechtheus, "Prince Erechtheus, of course I know that the Athenians do nothing. And there will be sea merchants with all kinds of goods to trade with you. But do you think that these sea merchants are all good people without selfish motives? The merchants, the essence is to purchase goods from one place at a low price and then sell them to another place at a high price, so that the merchant can earn a huge price difference. For example, when we trade with merchants at sea, perhaps a can of wine can only be exchanged for 1 pound of bronze. But we cross the sea ourselves and sell the wine to places rich in copper mines. Maybe a jar of wine can be exchanged for 5 or even 10 pounds of bronze. After hearing what Roy said, Pandion finally couldn't help but say, "Priest Roy. In fact, I also realize that when we make deals with those maritime merchants, they completely regard us as objects of plundering wealth. Since you can come here from the Far East, then you can allow us Athenians to develop maritime trade. As long as the Athenian tribe worships Metis, the goddess of wisdom, as its patron saint, the Athenian tribe can develop maritime trade," Roy said with a confident smile. The great Metis was not only the goddess of wisdom, but also the daughter of Pontos the sea, the goddess of the sea who could protect the ships of the Athenians in safe navigation on the sea. Pandion and his wife looked at each other, and seeing that his wife had no objection, Pandion turned to Roy and said, "Priest Roy, I am willing to enshrine the goddess Metis as the patron saint of our Athenian tribe. And I will also let my wife serve as the priest of the goddess Metis." "Good." Roy was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized a problem. Do the Athenian tribes need 2 priests of Metis, the goddess of wisdom? If the Athenian tribe only needed 1 priest, Pandion's wife would become redundant when she became a priest. Will Metis take back the divine power given to him? How should I survive in this world after losing Metis's divine power and becoming an ordinary person? Do we have to humbly plead with Pandion to let him agree to live in the Athenian tribe as an ordinary tribesman? Chapter 7 cannot give up the identity of a priest. Pandion. Erechtheus. This is the name of the legendary king of Athens. Roy now understands that not only has he gone from a godless world to a world where gods actually exist, but he has also traveled 3,600 years ago. In this era, although military powers using iron weapons had emerged in the central part of the Asia Minor Peninsula, the birthplaces of ancient civilizations such as the Mesopotamia and Egypt were still in the Bronze Civilization. And the Greek region was still stuck in the tribal civilization using stone tools. In this era, when the average lifespan of human beings is only 30 years old, even those in the ruling class may lose everything due to war and become captives or slaves at the mercy of others. As ordinary people of the ruled class, they do not have enough food and clothing, and may die at any time due to war or oppression by the ruling class. Now Roy's biggest reliance in this world is the priesthood and divine power given to him by the goddess Metis. If he loses his identity as a priest of the gods and the divine power granted by the goddess Metis, Roy can't imagine how he can survive as an ordinary person. Although in this day and age, life looks very good for the Pandion family. They don't need to do it themselves. There are young and beautiful maids serving them food and drinks, even taking off their shoes. The maids will do it for them. But the Pandion family are not ordinary people. They are the largest rulers of the Athenian tribe. Before arriving at Pandion's stone house, Roy had seen with his own eyes that ordinary tribesmen lived a dirty and messy life. Their food was burnt black bread, and there was no meat in sight. I must never lose my identity as a priest and my divine power. After making a decision in his heart, Roy looked at Pandion firmly and said, "Chief Pandion, after the goddess Metis becomes the patron saint of the Athenian tribe, I will serve as a priest serving the goddess Metis in the Athenian tribe. So your wife cannot become a priest of the goddess Metis. Are you going to be the priest of our Athenian tribe?" Pandion said with a frown. "Priest Roy. In the area where we live, priests who serve the gods have a sacred status. For example, in the Thebes area, the priestess who serves the earth goddess can command all the tribes that respect the earth goddess. Although I have been to the eastern Mediterranean. But I heard that the rulers of Phoenicia and Egypt also served as kings as priests, claiming that they ruled the people on behalf of the gods. It is precisely because the identity of priests is so important. In a tribe, the person who serves as the priest, even if it is not the leader himself, will be the leader's family. You want to be the priest of our Athenian tribe, which is breaking the default rule." Of course Roy knew what a special position the god priests held in this era. Even in the godless world where Roy originally lived, the pharaohs of the Egyptian Empire and the kings of the Hittite Empire, the rulers of these powerful empires, had to claim that they were the sons of gods and the highest priests of the protector gods, asserting their own rule. Legitimacy comes from the gods. Now that Roy has come to a world where gods really exist, the authority held by the priests of gods is even more unimaginable. "Chief Pandion, I know you are worried that my becoming a priest of the Athenian tribe will threaten your rule. But I can assure you that after I become a priest of the Athenian tribe, you will still be the leader of the Athenian tribe. I will not compete with you for the identity and power of the leader. Hearing Roy's words, Pandion smiled and said nothing. As the ruler of the Athenian tribe, he was certainly not naive enough to believe Loi's promise. Pandion's wife spoke for her husband. Priest Loi, if you insist on serving as the priest of our Athenian tribe, we can give up the idea of the goddess Metis you serve as the patron saint of the Athenian tribe. Roy's heart immediately skipped a beat. If he fails to complete the mission of the goddess Metis and help her become the patron saint of the Athenian tribe, the punishment from the goddess will definitely lead to his death. But after giving up his identity as a priest and losing his divine power, he could only struggle to survive in this cruel era. Roy, who has never really experienced hardship, has no confidence to survive in this era. Since there is no room for retreat, he can only move forward. Seeing that Pandion was still hesitating, Roy gritted his teeth and said, Chief Pandion, the Mycenaeans with bronze weapons have now invaded the Peloponnese Peninsula. I don't know if the Mycenaeans have conquered the Corinth area, but I know that after the Mycenaeans became neighbors of the Athenians, even if the Athenians do not want a war, the Mycenaeans will launch a war to conquer the Athenians. If the Athenians do not have the strength to fight against the Mycenaeans at that time, all Athenians will become slaves of the Mycenaeans. And the leader beautiful wives and daughters would also become trophies and playthings for the Mycenaeans. You wanna die? Erechtheus angrily slapped the stone table with his right hand, then stood up and pointed at Roy and said, Stranger, I want to duel with you. Our Athenian tribe has an acropolis that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. How dare you say that we will lose to the Mycenaeans? And that my mother and sister will I can't forgive you. Provocative and disrespectful. Duel. Looking at Erechtheus's body like a young lion, Roy pretended to be calm and said, Prince Erechtheus, I cannot duel with you. Because I have the power granted by the goddess Metis. It is unfair for us to duel. Erechtheus, sit down. After Pandion ordered his son to sit down, he looked at Roy expressionlessly and said, Priest Roy, should the Athenian tribe enshrine the goddess Metis as its patron saint and make you a priest of the Athenian tribe? I have to consider this matter carefully. You can rest in the guest room tonight. After saying that, Pandion ordered the two maids to take Roy to the guest room. Whether to accept the goddess Metis as the patron saint and accept himself as the priest of the Athenian tribe, the decision of all this ultimately lies in Pandion's hands. Roy didn't say anything more. Got up and followed the two maids to the guest room. It was already evening. Roy entered the dimly lit guest room and saw that there was only a stone bed in this stone room. The stone bed was covered with a layer of weeds, and the weeds were covered with a wool blanket. After Roy walked to the stone bed and sat down, the two maids also sat on the left and right sides of Roy, putting their little hands on Roy's shoulders. What are you doing? Roy hurriedly pushed away the two maids. The two maids fell limply on the bed and explained with aggrieved expressions. We are going to serve the distinguished guests for the night. This is a rule set by the master. Are our guests dissatisfied with us? This evil slave age. Unexpectedly, Chief Pandion was so generous and hospitable that he would let his maid serve the distinguished guest at night. Looking at the two young and beautiful maids, Roy sighed and said, I am a priest who serves the goddess of virginity, so I cannot act wildly. After hearing Roy's reasons, the two maids obediently left the guest room and ran to report the situation to their master. Chapter 8 The Pandions choose to give in. After nightfall, looking down at the ground from a high altitude, you can see that the earth has plunged into darkness, with only a few places shining with the light of bonfires. Pandion's stone hall. The industrious maids added firewood to the copper stove and let the light of the fire illuminate the hall. Pandion and his wife sat together to discuss matters, while their son Erechtheus and their two daughters Procne and Philomela could only sit and listen. My dear, even if that stranger, Priest Loi, serves a real god, we do not need to give in to him and let him threaten our authority to rule the Athenian tribes. As a couple who had lived together for more than 10 years, Pandion's wife had already seen that her husband wanted to worship Metis as the patron saint, and even considered accepting Loi as a priest of the Athenian tribe. After hearing his wife's words, Pandion said with a complicated smile, My dear wife, now our Athenian tribe is the strongest tribe on the Attica Peninsula. You and your children must feel that we can be content with the status quo because other tribes cannot pose a threat to us. But you only consider the situation in front of you, without considering the future situation. The Mycenaeans who migrated from Crete used the bronze weapons they brought to expand in the Peloponnese Peninsula and have now conquered the Argos region. Next they may conquer the Corinth area. Or they may invade the Attica Peninsula directly from the Isthmus of Corinth, and become the enemy of our Athenian tribe. To be honest, even if we have an easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack Acropolis, I have not defeated the Mycenaeans. Confidence. At the end of the sentence, Pandion showed a fearful expression on his face. Pandion's wife frowned and said, "Do you want to accept new gods in order to deal with the threat from the Mycenaeans?" Pandion nodded and said, "And Priest Roy is just a lonely stranger. I don't think he can really pose a threat to our ruling authority. If he really has inappropriate thoughts, we can also kill him, and let you, or it is our children, who become the new priests." Pandion's wife nodded and said, "Then we will make concessions first. Let the goddess Metis become the patron saint of the Athenian tribe. And let the priest Roy become the priest of the Athenian tribe. If the priest Roy wants to compete for the power of the leader, we will kill him. At that time the goddess Metis is already the patron saint of the Athenian tribe. I believe she will not abandon us for a dead priest." As soon as Pandion's wife finished speaking, the two maids crawled into the hall on their knees. Seeing the two maids, Pandion's wife said with an unhappy expression, "Aren't you supposed to be serving distinguished guests now? Is Priest Roy dissatisfied with you and wants to switch to other maids?" The two maids hurriedly shook their heads and said, "The distinguished guest is not dissatisfied with us. The distinguished guest said that he is a priest serving the goddess of virginity, so he cannot behave wildly." After learning the reason why the two maids failed to complete the task, Pandion couldn't help laughing. He's such an interesting young man. Of course Pandion could see that was Roy's excuse for refusing the service of the two maids. In this era, when energetic young people face young and beautiful women, few would make the same choice as Roy. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of splitting wood reached his ears, and Roy suddenly opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep, sitting up and seeing himself lying on a stone bed, with two woolen blankets made of sheepskin under him, and a layer of weeds under the woolen blanket. Roy said suddenly, "I almost forgot that I have arrived in Athens 3,600 years ago. And there are still gods in this world." When he went to bed last night, not only did Roy not take off his clothes, he also didn't even take off the socks on his feet, because he was in a strange environment. At this time, Roy got up and walked to the door of the guest room, and saw a group of young male servants chopping wood and lighting a fire in Pandion's courtyard. Young and beautiful maids were also busy making barbecue, bread, oatmeal and other foods. After scanning the courtyard, Roy walked up to a young maid and asked, "Hello. I want to wash my face and brush my teeth. Where can I get water? What tools do you use to brush my teeth?" The maid who was spoken to by Roy looked at Roy as if she were seeing a monster, then lowered her head and saluted Roy, and then left in front of Roy as if running away. Roy scratched his head inexplicably and didn't know where he said the wrong thing. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a burst of cute laughter came. Roy turned around and saw the two noble daughters of the leader of Pandion, Procne and Philomela, who were as lovely and beautiful as elves, watching him whispering and laughing. Roy took a deep breath, walked up to Procne and Philomela and said, "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, good morning to both of you. Now I want to wash my face and brush my teeth. You Athenians should also have the habit of cleaning your face and teeth." Procne and Philomela looked at each other. Philomela bumped Procne with her shoulder, and Procne, as her sister, shyly said to Roy, "Priest Roy, there is no well in our Acropolis, so the servants wash their faces with water. The male servants can only share a basin of water, and the maids share a basin of water. The servants can only use branches, salt or sand to clean their teeth." After listening to Procne's words, Roy noticed that there were two basins of dirty water in the corner of the courtyard. Thinking that the water was used by a dozen male servants or a dozen maids, Roy shook his head and would rather not wash his face than wash his face with such dirty water. At this time, four maids came to Procne and Philomela. The first maid held a basin of clean water. The second maid held two clean cotton cloths, and the third maid held a pottery. The jar contained something that looked like bone powder, and the fourth maid held a bronze jar filled with water. Procne and Philomela washed their faces with water one after another, then used bone powder on cotton cloth to clean their teeth, and finally rinsed their mouths with water from a bronze jar. After this whole sequence was over, Procne ordered the four maids, "Throw away our used stuff." The four maids were about to leave when Roy said hurriedly, "Wait a minute. I haven't washed my face and brushed my teeth yet." After saying that, Roy went directly over and used Procne and Philomela's face wash first. Then used Procne's cotton cloth with bone powder to clean his teeth. And finally rinsed his mouth with water from a bronze jar. After the whole process was over, Roy said with a grimace, "You really use bone meal to clean your teeth. You can just wash your face with water. But you can't do it without toothpaste. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. To thank you for helping me wash up, I will invent toothpaste and give it to you." After speaking, Roy saw Procne and Philomela looking at him with wide eyes, as if he had done something very rude to them. But these are all unwanted things that they have to throw away after using them. Chapter 9 With my temple and altar. Roy certainly knew that in human history, the older the era, the more conservative the relationship between men and women. At this time, Roy finally realized that using something that Procne and Philomela had used was a rude and offensive act. If Roy was an ordinary person and did something to offend the leader's noble daughter, Procne could have ordered his servants to beat Roy to death. Thinking of such serious consequences, Roy couldn't help but blame himself. Although this is my second day in this world, I should abandon the concepts of the modern world early. Procne looked at Roy with a complicated expression, then suddenly lowered his head and said, "Don't tell this." After saying that, he took his sister Philomela back to the stone house. Looking at the backs of Procne and Philomela, Roy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a pair of innocent and kind sisters. If they pursue my offensive behavior, it will definitely be a big trouble for me. In order to avoid embarrassment, Roy did not return to the stone house, but observed Pandion's male and female servants in the courtyard. These male and female servants do not appear to be slaves. Although they serve the Pandion family, it is more like serving the Pandion family as a job. After preparing a rich and delicious breakfast for the Pandion family, these male and female servants began to prepare a light breakfast for themselves. When the Pandion family began to enjoy breakfast, a young and beautiful maid found Roy and took Roy to the stone house hall. After sitting down at the dining table, Roy couldn't help but glance at Procne, who also looked at Roy. After their eyes collided, Procne immediately turned his head shyly. After finishing the breakfast carefully prepared by the maids, Roy finally asked Pandion, "Chief Pandion, do you decide to enshrine the goddess Metis as the patron saint of the Athenian tribe and make me the priest of the Athenian tribe?" Pandion drank a bowl of oatmeal, then looked at Roy and said, "Priest Roy, after discussing with my wife, I decided to agree to you becoming the priest of our Athenian tribe. To the east of the Acropolis, there is a temple and altar dedicated to the goddess of rain. From now on, this temple and altar will belong to Metis goddess." Temple. Thinking of having his own house on the Acropolis, and not having to stay in Pandion's house as a guest, Roy immediately looked forward to the temple. Seeing Roy's reaction, Pandion stood up and said, "I will take you to the temple and altar now." Roy stood up immediately and said, "Good." Philomela said excitedly, as she watched Roy and Pandion leave. "Mother, can we go to the temple with father?" "Cannot." Pandion's wife said with a straight face. "Unmarried girls should not run around casually. You should practice weaving with Procne at home and develop a pair of skillful hands that can make clothes for your husband and son. Only in this way can you marry a good husband." Philomela said with an unhappy face. "Weaving. Weaving, I was not born to weave. After I go out, I will completely cover my face with a veil. So my mother can't let me go out." Pandion's wife ignored her youngest daughter's coquettishness, and looked at her eldest daughter Procne and asked, "Procne, are you worried about something?" Procne was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "What can my daughter be worried about? You have reached the age of marriage now. Haven't you considered your husband? For the benefit of the Athenian tribe, we should marry you to the leader, or the son of a leader of a large tribe. But mother values your happiness more. So I want to marry you to a young noble from the Athenian tribe. Are there any young nobles or sons of nobles from our Athenian tribe that you like?" Procne shook her head again and said, "Mother, I don't want to get married yet. Could it be that mother is tired of me and wants to send me away on purpose?" As the leader of the Athenian tribe, Pandion would be accompanied by a dozen young warriors even if he was just traveling around the Acropolis. Roy and Pandion walked together, not only enjoying the sense of security brought by Pandion's soldiers, but also seeing the awe of the Athenians towards Pandion. Wherever Pandion, the leader, went, everyone would get out of the way in advance to avoid hindering Pandion. When Roy, Pandion and others arrived at the temple that originally belonged to the rain goddess, They saw that it was a building composed of a stone house and 3 wooden houses. Outside the temple was a square where hundreds of people could stand. There was a stone altar in the center of the square. On the Acropolis, which extends from west to east, Pandion's stone house is located northeast of the Acropolis. And this temple is located southeast of the Acropolis. The 2 buildings are about 50 meters apart. Priest Roy. This is the temple of the rain goddess. Because we don't have the craftsmen and tools to carve the statues, there is no statue of the rain goddess in this temple. When we offer sacrifices to the rain goddess, we always point directly to the sky on the altar. Sacrifice. Now I give this temple and altar to you and the goddess Metis. We cannot resolve the matter of the statue for the time being, but we can prepare a rich sacrificial ceremony for the goddess Metis. Chief Pandion. Sacrifice to the gods is just a ritual, because the gods do not need to enjoy human food. So the goddess Metis will not ask for rich sacrifices from us. The benevolent goddess Metis will not ask for it either. The Athenians will now build a statue in her honor. Pandion nodded with satisfaction and said, "Then when will we prepare the ceremony to welcome the goddess Metis into the Athenian tribe?" "Of course. The sooner the better. And there is no need for a grand ceremony. The key to letting the goddess Metis take over the Athenian tribe is for the leader Pandion to honor the goddess Metis on behalf of the Athenian tribe as the leader, so that the goddess Metis can become the leader of the Athenian tribe, the owner of this territory." As soon as Roy finished speaking, he saw a group of Athenians coming over. This group of people gathered around a 10-year-old boy who fell into a coma with fever yesterday. The boy's 2 hands were holding his mother and eldest brother. The family of 3 came to Roy and Pandion. The boy's mother kneeled in front of Roy with her 2 children and said, "Thank you for saving my child. Now his fever has recovered. Without you, I might have lost my youngest child by now." The hundreds of Athenians who were watching Roy whispering, obviously amazed that Roy saved the boy who was suffering from fever. Seeing that the boy who had been unconscious yesterday was now able to walk healthily, Pandion couldn't help but say, "Priest Roy, it seems that you used your wisdom to save a child's life." Then Pandion shouted to the Athenians who were watching, "Dear Athenians, let me introduce to you that this foreigner, who can cure fever, is a priest of Loi who serves Metis, the goddess of wisdom. Because the priest of Loi possesses the magical wisdom given by the goddess, it proves that Metis, the goddess of wisdom, of greatness. So I decided to enshrine Metis, the goddess of wisdom, as the patron saint of our Athenian tribe, and let the priest Loi become the priest of our Athenian tribe." Chapter 10 Humans Cannot See Gods. Pandion formally introduced Loi to the Athenian tribe, and Loi followed. "Dear Athenians, I am a priest who serves Metis, the great goddess of wisdom. The great goddess Metis is the daughter of Pontos, the sea, and the goddess of the sea who can protect us Athenians from sailing safely on the sea. Metis as the goddess of wisdom. The wisdom she bestows on me can help Athenians live a better life than they do now." After hearing Roy's words, the surrounding Athenians did not react much. After all, for these Athenians, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, was a strange god and had no authority that convinced them at all. Seeing that the 10-year-old child, his mother and elder brother were still kneeling in front of him, Roy came over to help the family of 3 and said, "Madam, you and your children don't need to thank me, because my wisdom comes from the goddess Metis. So what you should really thank is the goddess Metis." Then, Roy turned to Pandion and said, "Chief Pandion, since my method of treating fever has been proven effective, I hope you can promote this method among the Athenian tribe and let all Athenians know that this is a gift from the goddess Metis." Pandion nodded and said, "I will arrange manpower to promote it, so that all the 5,000 Athenians in the Acropolis and the vassal tribes will know the method of treating fever. And I will also make them all grateful for the gift of the goddess Metis. Although in modern society, fever is just a minor illness, and it can be cured by the body even without taking medicine. But in the era 3,600 years ago, fever was one of the common diseases that could kill adults and children. Roy's contribution to the cure of fever was enough to make all Athenians grateful to the goddess Metis. After persuading the child's mother to leave with her 2 children, Roy suggested to Pandion, "Chief Pandion, I want to make the goddess Metis the patron saint of the Athens tribe as soon as possible. Why don't we go to the seaside to greet the goddess Metis now?" "No problem." Although Pandion has not yet come into contact with the goddess Metis in person, he does not dare to let a god wait too long out of respect for Metis. So Roy and Pandion left the Acropolis with a group of soldiers and walked towards the nearest coast to the west. After Roy and others arrived at the nearest coast, Roy walked into the sea alone, looked at the sea in front of him, and called Metis's name. Great goddess Metis, please respond to your priests coming to us. Crash! As soon as Roy finished speaking, Metis appeared on the sea in a figure about 10 meters tall, swimming with his snake body, and slowly came to Roy. Arriving in front of Roy, Metis looked at Pandion with his beautiful blue eyes, and then asked Roy, Human, did you successfully convince the leaders of the Athenian tribe to accept me? Yes. Chief Pandion has decided to honor the goddess Metis and make you the master of the Athenian tribe and this territory. Then let him kneel before me and swear his surrender. After hearing Metis' order, Roy turned to Pandion and said, Chief Pandion, kneel down to the goddess Metis quickly and swear that the Athenian tribe surrenders to the goddess Metis. Pandion looked around with a blank look on his face and said, Priest Roy, where is the goddess Metis? Well, after hearing Pandion's words, Roy realized that neither Pandion nor his soldiers could see Metis. At this time, Roy was the only one here who could see Metis's divine form. Before I became the priest of Metis, I could see the form of the goddess. Why did Pandion and others? Looking at the reactions of Pandion and others, Roy suddenly understood that it was not an accident that Metis made him her priest. Perhaps it was because he could see her form that she saved herself and made herself her priest. After coming back to his senses, Roy pointed at Metis and said, Chief Pandion, the goddess Metis is in this direction. Please kneel down to the goddess Metis and swear loyalty to the goddess on behalf of the Athenian tribe. Although Pandion couldn't see Metis' form, he seemed to be able to feel Metis's power. Pandion took a deep breath, then knelt down to where Metis was and said, The great goddess Metis, I am Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe. Now I ask the great goddess to become the patron saint of the Athenian tribe. From now on, the territory of the Athenian tribe will be the goddess's territory. I and my descendants will respect the goddess Metis. Anyone who challenges the authority of the goddess is equivalent to challenging my family. After Pandion's oath was completed, Metis's face immediately showed a bright and sweet smile. Then, under Roy's surprised gaze, Metis left the sea and moved towards the beach. Just when Metis' body was about to touch the beach, her snake body instantly transformed into a pair of beautiful long legs, with delicate and lovely ankles wearing beautiful silver strappy sandals. After stepping on the beach with his feet, Metis couldn't restrain his joy and said, I finally took this step and left the sea and came to the land. Then, Metis leaned over and stretched out her right index finger, pressing her finger between Pandion's eyebrows. Roy immediately felt that the blessing given by Metis to the goddess Pandion poured a divine power into Pandion. After receiving Metis's blessing and divine power, Pandion finally saw Metis standing in front of him and said with tears of surprise, The goddess really a goddess. The Athenian tribe finally has a real god as its patron saint. Seeing Pandion's happy and excited reaction, Metis said with a satisfied smile, Pandion, I have been observing you for a long time. You are a very good leader. As long as your family defends my authority, not only you, but your children and your descendants will receive my blessing. Watching the interaction between Metis and Pandion, Roy suddenly understood that even if he did not appear, Pandion would definitely meet Metis and make Metis the patron saint of the Athenian tribe. Instead, his appearance took away Pandion's opportunity to become a priest of Metis. Roy, who felt ignored by Metis, couldn't help but say, Great goddess Metis, now please come with us to the Acropolis of Athens and enter the Metis temple we dedicated to you. Because the Athenian tribe does not have the craftsmen and tools to carve the gods, your Metis temple is temporarily there is no idol. It doesn't matter. Metis, who was in a good mood, said with a smile, The temple and the statue are only symbolic. The most important thing is that the leader of the Athenian tribe regards me as the patron saint. Now I will go to the Acropolis with you, and I will solve the problem of the statue. After saying that, Metis walked towards the Acropolis. Roy and Pandion immediately trotted to catch up with Metis, who was striding forward. Looking up at Metis's back, Pandion said to Roy with a complicated expression, Priest Roy, I didn't really believe in the existence of the goddess Metis until I saw her with my own eyes. You are a priest who serves the great goddess, and I will give you your due status in the Athenian tribe. Chapter 11 I want to be a great inventor. No need for Roy and Pandion to lead the way. The goddess Metis walked towards the Acropolis of Athens, as if the wise goddess of wisdom already knew everything about the Athenian tribe. Loe and Pandion trotted behind the goddess Metis. When Metis came to the west aisle of the Acropolis, her body suddenly bloomed with a dazzling blue light. Then everyone, who was attracted by the azure divine light, saw the goddess form of Metis with their naked eyes. Goddess. It's a real god. A true god comes to the Athenian tribe. The Athenians who saw the goddess's form screamed in surprise, attracting more people's attention to Metis. News of the goddess's arrival at the Acropolis soon reached Pandion's home. As the former priestess of the Athenian tribe, Pandion's wife hurriedly took her two daughters Procne and Philomela outside and went to the temple not far away to prepare for the reception of the goddess. Loe and Pandion followed Metis to the temple of the Acropolis and saw hundreds of people gathered around the altar outside the temple. Pandion's wife, Procne and Philomela, knelt in front of the altar, pious to welcome the goddess Metis. Metis was obviously very satisfied with the way the leader's wife greeted her. The goddess walked to the altar with a faint smile, turned around and looked at the hundreds of Athenians around the altar and said, "O Athenians, I am the daughter of Pontos the sea Metis, the goddess of wisdom from the sea. Now I will become the patron saint of you Athenians, leading you to a better life and protecting you from any enemy harm." After Metis' announcement, Pandion walked towards the altar, then stopped beside his wife and two daughters, turned to look at the Athenians who were watching and said, "My compatriots, as a leader, I have enshrined the great goddess Metis as the patron saint of our Athenian tribe. From now on, all Athenians must respect the goddess Metis. Challenging the authority of the goddess Metis is challenge me, and I will punish anyone who blasphemes the goddess." Although Metis was a true deity, she had just arrived in the Athenian tribe and could not have had the authority to awe the Athenians. Therefore, Pandion wants to defend Metis with the authority of the leader and turn the authority of the leader into the authority of the goddess. Looking at Pandion defending Metis, Roy felt as if his role was being taken away. So Roy walked up to Pandion, turned around and said to the watching Athenians, "Dear Athenians, I am Loe, a priest who serves the goddess Metis. From now on, the goddess Metis will serve as the patron saint of the Athenian tribe, and I will be the priest of the Athenian tribe. But as a priest, I will not affect the ruling authority of the leader of Pandion, because Chief Pandion's family will be the next generation of priests." After the Pandion couple looked at Roy with surprised eyes, Roy continued, "Procne and Philomela, the daughters of Chief Pandion, will become apprentice priestesses and serve the great goddess Metis with me." Pandion immediately frowned when he heard Roy's decision. Although Loe's decision to make Pandion's daughter a novice priestess and the next generation of priests seemed beneficial to Pandion's ability to consolidate the authority of the leader, Pandion was still dissatisfied with Loe's unauthorized decision. Moreover, the person Roy made his decision without permission was Pandion's daughter. Today Loe dares to make decisions for Pandion's daughters Procne and Philomela. Will Loe dare to make decisions for Pandion's heir Erechtheus tomorrow? If even Pandion's successor Erechtheus is controlled by Loe, is the real leader of the Athenian tribe the Pandion family or Loe, a foreigner? With hundreds of Athenians watching, Pandion naturally could not overturn Roy's decision and objected to his two daughters Procne and Philomela becoming trainee priestesses serving the goddess Metis. He could only stare with dissatisfaction. He glanced at Roy, in order to show that he was harmless and would never threaten Pandion's ruling authority. Roy deliberately made Pandion's daughters Procne and Philomela become trainee priestesses and priests of the next generation. Roy's good intentions were met with Pandion's dissatisfaction. After looking at Pandion with confusion, Roy said to the onlookers, "Dear Athenians, the great goddess Metis is both the goddess of wisdom and the goddess of the sea. Under the protection of the goddess Metis, we can not only go to the high seas to catch more fish, but also go to Crete or further afield, places for trade. As the priest of the goddess Metis, I will personally participate in fishing in the open sea, and will also personally lead the fleet to Crete or further places for trade." The Athenians of this era had not yet mastered the technology of long-sea navigation. So for the Athenians, participating in long-sea navigation was a dangerous matter that could lead to death. After hearing Roy's words, many Athenians were in awe of Roy, the priest, and Pandion also put away his dissatisfied eyes. "O Athenians," Metis declared at this time, "I promise you in the name of the goddess that under my protection, the Athenians will be as good at sailing as the Phoenicians." After saying that, Metis' body glowed with an even more dazzling light. After the dazzling divine light disappeared, Metis' body turned into a statue of about 10 meters and stayed in place. Seeing the statue of Metis standing in front of the altar, Roy thought that the goddess Metis had really turned into a statue. At this moment, a familiar wave of divine power came from above. Roy raised his head and saw the goddess Metis flying hundreds of meters in the sky. At this time, not only others, but even Pandion, who was endowed with divine power by the goddess Metis, seemed unable to see Metis' figure or hear Metis' voice. Sensing Roy's gaze, Metis lowered his head and looked at Roy. And then the goddess flew west back to the sea. After Metis left, Roy said to Pandion, "Chief Pandion, now the goddess has left the statue and left. In the future, Athenians who want to pray to the goddess or ask for her help can come to the temple of Metis and pray to the statue of the goddess." Pandion nodded and said, "Priest Loe, from now on, Procne and Philomela will serve the goddess as trainee priestesses. I hope you can take good care of my daughter. I will arrange for 6 young male servants and 6 young maids to become servants of the temple of Metis. Take care of your lives." Pandion actually gave him 12 servants directly. Feeling that Pandion valued him, Roy couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Chief Pandion, I actually have a lot of things I want to invent. In order to facilitate our lives, I want to invent toothpaste and papermaking, as well as a toothbrush that matches the toothpaste, and a brush and ink for writing. For lighting at night, I want to invent toothpaste and papermaking. Also to invent candles. And also to invent compasses and compasses for long voyages." Before Roy could finish saying everything he wanted to invent, Pandion interrupted Roy. "Priest Roy, I have given you 12 servants. You can tell your servants whatever you want." Chapter 12 Procne and Philomela. Roy's idea of inventing obviously did not attract Pandion's attention. After hearing Pandion's perfunctory words, Roy could only explain, "Chief Pandion, I need a lot of supplies to conduct experiments before I can create my invention. So I hope you can give me permission to use various supplies from the Athenian tribe." Hearing Roy's request, Pandion frowned and said, "The authority to call supplies in the Athenian tribe can only be in the hands of the leader and the leader's wife. Priest Roy, I can give the authority to call supplies to my daughter Procne, but I cannot give the authority directly to you. The authority to call supplies is undoubtedly one of the important authorities of the Athenian tribe." Now Roy has no intention of competing with Pandion for the dominance of the Athenian tribe. After hearing Pandion's decision, Roy said in agreement, "Chief Pandion, the important authority to call supplies should not be given to a person like me who has just joined the Athenian tribe. Then you will give the authority to call supplies to Princess Procne. And then I will apply to Princess Procne if I need to use them." Supplies. After Loe and Pandion came to an agreement, Pandion took his wife and left the temple of Metis. Procne and Philomela, as trainee priestesses serving the goddess, entered the stone room of the temple of Metis with Loe. The only stone room in the temple of Metis not only has a hall-like space, but also a stone bed and a stone table. Philomela pulled Procne to the stone bed and sat down. Then blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked Roy, "Priest Roy, as trainee priestesses, how should we serve the goddess Metis?" Roy was also a priest for the first time, and did not understand the work of a priest at all. Hearing Philomela's question, Roy leaned against the wall and said, "Princess Philomela, the goddess Metis does not care about singing the praises of the goddess, or the rituals of sacrificing to the goddess. The goddess Metis cares about how to develop and grow the Athenian tribe. So your job as trainee priestesses is assist me and complete the tasks I give you. In other words, completing the tasks given to us by Priest Roy is our job as trainee priestesses." Procne blushed shyly and said hesitantly, "Will you use your priestly authority to make our sisters do something we shouldn't do?" "Well, what's going on in your little head? Girls in this era are too precocious." Philomela was obviously much simpler than her sister Procne. She looked at Roy confused, obviously not understanding what Procne meant. Perhaps in other places, novice priestesses who devoted their bodies and minds to their gods were actually dedicating their bodies and minds to the service of the male priests who presided over the temple. But Roy didn't let his authority as a priest get to his head. If Roy did something he shouldn't do to Procne and Philomela, Roy had no doubt that Pandion and Erechtheus would kill him. So don't say that Roy doesn't have an idea. Even if Roy does have an idea, Roy will not risk his life to attack Procne and Philomela. "Princess Procne, although I am also a man, I only treat you and Princess Philomela as sisters. And I already have a girl I like." While speaking, the incredibly beautiful face and figure of the goddess Metis appeared in Roy's mind. Although Procne and Philomela are a pair of lovely and beautiful sisters like elves. Compared with the goddess, their beauty and figure are really inferior. As a priest serving the goddess Metis, I sincerely dedicate my body and mind to the goddess. As soon as Roy finished speaking, there was a knock on the wooden door of the stone house. Roy immediately looked at the wooden door and said, "Come in." As the wooden door of the stone house opened, 6 young male servants and 6 young and beautiful maids walked in. Roy recognized at a glance that these 6 male servants and 6 maids were all servants of Pandion's family. "You actually gave me 6 beautiful maids. Is this because Chief Pandion doesn't want me to attack his daughters? He wants me to target these 6 beautiful maids." Seeing his 12 servants arriving, Procne immediately gave them orders. "You are here just in time. Clean up this stone house quickly. And then put hay and wool blankets on the stone bed, so that Priest Roy can have a good sleep tonight. The wooden house next to the stone house is the room where you sleep collectively. After tidying up the stone house, go and tidy up your wooden house." Seeing Procne ordering the servants like a mistress, Roy couldn't help but smile and praise. "Princess Procne, it seems that you are a good wife who can run the house. Any man who marries you in the future will be a blessing given to him by the gods. But I think the most important thing now is not to clean up the room, but to invent candles and toothpaste. I hope you can use it and take these servants to find materials such as animal fat and cotton thread for making candles, and materials such as salt and willow branches for making toothpaste. If there is still time left after finding these materials I mentioned, then get some bark, burlap, old fishing nets and other materials needed for paper making." Hearing Roy's words, Procne couldn't help but froze. After all, as the noble daughter of the leader Pandion, no third man could order her except her father Pandion and her brother Erechtheus. Normally, only the man who will become her husband in the future will be the third man who can order her. Procne quickly adjusted her mentality, lowered her head and said to Roy, "I will take the servants to find these materials immediately." After saying that, Procne stood up and walked towards the door. "Sister, I'll go too." Philomela stood up and caught up with her sister and said, "Usually we are kept at home by our mother to weave, but now we can have some fun." Procne used the shawl as a veil to cover her face, then picked up Philomela's shawl and covered her face as she spoke. "Even if mother is not here, I will not let you mess around. If you want to follow me out, you must cover your face with a veil and don't talk to the men outside." Thinking that after Procne and Philomela left with the servants, he would be the only one left in the temple, Roy walked to the 2 sisters and said, "I'll go with you too. As a priest of the Athenian tribe, I want to know more about the tribe. This is not good." Procne lowered her head and spoke softly. "You are not a relative of ours. If someone misunderstands our relationship and thinks you are my husband." Of course Roy knew that going out with Procne and Philomela might damage their sister's reputation. But in order to visit the Athenian tribe with the leader's noble daughter and understand the material situation of the Athenian tribe, Roy could only pretend not to hear Procne's words. After all, Roy's identity is the priest of the goddess Metis. Seeing that Roy didn't give up, Procne could only sigh helplessly and led everyone to find the various supplies Roy needed. Chapter 13 Ruling authority must not be offended. Ordinary people in the Athenian tribe, regardless of gender or size, could only wear coarse linen robes, straw sandals woven from grass, and hemp ropes as belts. Procne and Philomela are the noble daughters of the leader Pandion and the princesses of the Athenian tribe. They wear white dresses made of cloud-like white cotton, and their cute ankles wear strappy sandals made of animal skins and linen, wearing a beautiful belt made of dyed cotton around her waist. And behind them, there were 6 male servants and 6 maids. Roy, Procne and Philomela were walking on the streets of the Acropolis. Even if they used veils to hide their beautiful faces, ordinary Athenians could still see their noble status from their clothes. When they got close, they took the initiative to move aside and make way for them. Walking with Procne and Philomela, feeling the awed gazes of ordinary people from the Athenian tribe, Roy couldn't help but complain in his heart about this ancient era of backward civilization. After all, Roy received modern education in his original world and had a deep-rooted concept of equality in his mind. After walking through the dirty streets, Roy and others came to a stone house that looked like a warehouse. This warehouse was obviously a very important place for the Athenian tribe, and it was guarded by 50 soldiers armed with spears. Loie noticed that most of the soldiers in the warehouse were using wooden spears whittled from wood, but there were also 10 soldiers who were using spears with bronze blades. After Roy and others approached the warehouse, the soldiers guarding the warehouse immediately guarded the warehouse door and warned Roy and others. Stop. No one can approach the warehouse without the leader's order. It's me. Prockney took off her veil, walked up to the group of soldiers and said, I am Prockney, the chief's daughter. Now I want to get some supplies from the warehouse. Many of the 50 soldiers guarding the warehouse had met Pandion's family. Recognizing Prockney as the noble daughter of the leader Pandion, the soldiers immediately put away their weapons and opened the warehouse door for Prockney. The man who looked like a soldier captain said cautiously, Princess Prockney, you can take the supplies from the warehouse, but I will report this to the leader. Prockney said with a smile, Don't worry. My father has given me permission to take supplies. And we won't take too much. After saying that, Prockney took Roy, Philomela and 12 servants into the warehouse. Roy entered the warehouse and saw that the most supplies in the warehouse were grains packed in sacks, which looked like mountains of food. In addition to food, the most abundant thing is wood. Prockney led everyone in the warehouse to look for various materials for making candles, toothpaste and paper. Roy asked curiously, These things in the warehouse are all public property of the Athenian tribe, right? Philomela answered immediately, These are my family's property. Well, hearing this answer, Roy couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even if you include servants, there are only 100 people in your family. How can you create such a huge wealth? Obviously, as the leader of the Athenian tribe, Pandion owns the farmland or the mountain pastures where cattle and sheep are grazed in the Athenian tribe's territory. Therefore, whether the people of the Athenian tribe are farmers or herd cattle and sheep, they must dedicate part of their property to the Athenian tribe. Pandion. It's like paying taxes to the Lord. Only by using his power to rule and exploit ordinary people could Pandion amass such a huge wealth. If Roy was the exploited person, Roy would definitely plan to overthrow this exploitative rule. But Roy's current identity is the priest of the tribe. Although Roy does not have the right to rule, he enjoys exploitation with the ruler. So Roy's current idea is to help Pandion better maintain his rule so that he can better enjoy the beautiful life brought by his priesthood. After walking back and forth in the warehouse several times, Prockney quickly found all the materials Roy needed. Finally, Prockney led everyone to the place where the bronzes were placed and said, Priest Roy, to make the pulp you mentioned, you need a big pot. But we only have a bronze tripod here for cooking. We brought 2 bronze tripods back. One for boiling the pulp and one for cooking. Let's cook. For the Athenian tribes in the Stone Age, bronzeware was a very valuable property. And the value of the bronze tripod was even more inestimable. Even hundreds of years later, when the Greek region entered the Bronze Age, a bronze tripod could be exchanged for 12 cows. Now the value of 2 bronze tripods is definitely more than 50 cattle. Seeing the pained expression on Prockney's little face, Roy said with confidence, Princess Prockney, when my invention is completed, any one of these 3 inventions can make up for the loss of your family's property. Prockney showed a faint smile, obviously not believing Roy's lies. After Roy and others left the warehouse, they immediately returned to the temple. While passing through a dirty street, several children suddenly ran into the street playfully. One of the girls threw herself into Prockney's arms and instinctively hugged Prockney with both hands. By the time the girl fell to the ground, Prockney's white cotton clothes had been stained by the girl's little hands. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes on the street gathered. Prockney frowned. Although the veil covered her small face, it could be seen that her face was very ugly. The little girl sitting on the ground could also feel the heaviness of the atmosphere. She was so scared that she couldn't move, and tears kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, a woman in her 20s ran over, hugged the little girl and knelt in front of Prockney, begging, The child is ignorant. Please forgive her crime. Prockney was just bumped into by a child and her clothes were soiled. Seeing that Prockney couldn't bear to punish them, Roy persuaded them. Princess Prockney, she is just an ignorant child. Please forgive her this time. No. Prockney said through gritted teeth. I am the chief's daughter, and the authority of the chief's family cannot be challenged. If family members who offend the chief cannot be punished, who will be in awe of the chief's authority in the future? Then, as if Prockney had made up his mind, he took a wooden stick from a maid behind him and said to the little girl's mother, Since your child made a mistake, you will accept the punishment on your child's behalf. After saying that, Prockney swung the stick and hit the little girl's mother on the shoulder. Prockney said immediately after punishing the little girl's mother. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and left. Roy followed Prockney, but heard the onlookers praising Prockney's kindness. Apparently in their understanding, family members who offend the leader should be punished. Even the mother of the little girl, who was punished by Prockney, thanked Prockney for letting her accept the punishment on her child's behalf. At this moment, Roy suddenly thought that he had offended Prockney. But Prockney deliberately concealed it for him. When Prockney punished the little girl's mother just now, she was probably forced to do so in front of everyone watching, in order to maintain the ruling authority of the leader's family. If there hadn't been so many people watching, Prockney would have concealed the incident, just as she concealed Loe's offense against her. Chapter 14. My invention shocked the princess. After Roy and others returned to the temple, Roy began to direct 6 male servants to burn firewood in the square around the altar and use a bronze tripod to boil materials for making paper. The process of ancient papermaking can be roughly summarized into 4 steps. The first step is to separate the raw materials, which is to use soaking or cooking to degum the raw materials in alkali solution and disperse them into fibers. The second step is beating, which is to cut the fibers by cutting and pounding, and bring the fibers into pulp. The third step of paper making is to infiltrate the pulp into slurry, and then use a paper scoop to scoop out the pulp, so that the pulp is interwoven into thin sheets of wet paper on the paper scoop. The fourth step is to dry or air dry the wet paper and peel it off to become paper. The papermaking process obviously cannot be completed in one day. So Roy's focus is to direct the 6 maids to make toothpaste and candles. It is said that in primitive times, people began to apply animal fat or beeswax on bark or wood chips to make torches. The grease and bark stored in the warehouses of the Athenian tribe were the materials used to make torches. Roy directed 2 maids to roll cotton thread into candle wicks, and made 10 candles before sunset. The other 4 maids also made toothpaste in pottery bowls. The sun sets. Roy couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he looked at his masterpiece under the setting sun. Originally, Roy only knew some principles and could not directly invent these things. But the blessing wisdom improvement given to Roy by the goddess Metis seems to have really improved Roy's wisdom, allowing Roy to master the specific details of inventing these things without any teacher. Priest Roy. Just when Roy was excited with 2 candles, Prockney brought Philomela to Roy and said, "Now that night has fallen, it's time for my sister and I to go home. After we go back, we will ask the servants to bring you some food and water. You have to leave now." Although Roy had never thought of leaving Prockney and Philomela to spend the night with him, Roy still hoped that they could stay for a while. After all, in this era, there is no entertainment at night. Roy also hopes to have someone to chat with him to relieve his boredom and pass the time at night. Although he was a little reluctant to give up, Roy still picked up 4 candles and put them in Prockney's hands. "You can take these candles back and use them to light up your room at night. I will show you how to use the candles." After speaking, Roy picked up a candle and lit it on the firewood under the bronze tripod. After the light of the candle illuminated the surrounding space, everyone's eyes widened in shock as they looked at the candle flame shaking in the breeze. "This candle, it's amazing," Philomela said with wide eyes. "Priest Roy, you are worthy of being a priest of the goddess of wisdom." Originally, in this era, lighting at night could only continue to burn wood. Now a small candle with slow-burning fat can provide light. Roy said to Prockney with a confident smile, "Princess Prockney, take the candles back and demonstrate them to Chief Pandion. I believe that after Chief Pandion sees the value of candles, he will fully support me in making large quantities of candles." Prockney nodded and said with surprise in his eyes, "Priest Roy, since the candle you invented can really illuminate, is the toothpaste you invented really better than tooth powder?" Roy handed 2 bowls of toothpaste to Prockney and said, "Whether the toothpaste I invented is good or not, you will know if you use it tomorrow. If you think it is good, we will collect horsetail hair to make a toothbrush tomorrow. Horsetail hair is a good thing. It can not only be used to make toothbrushes, but also wait for my paper once you make it. You can also use horsetail hair to make a writing brush." Writing. Priest Loe. Can you write the hieroglyphics used by people in the Near East? Looking at Prockney's eyes full of curiosity, Roy shook his head and said, "I can't write hieroglyphics. What I can write is Chinese characters. That is a more advanced writing than hieroglyphs. If you want to learn, I can teach you how to write." Prockney hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "I want to learn to write Chinese characters from you." Philomela teased Prockney at this time. "Sister, Mother always teaches us that if we can learn to weave and cook, we can become a good wife. We are the chief's daughters. Even if we get married in the future, we will have servants to serve us. We don't need to cook or weave with our own hands. Anyway, we will have a lot of time. And I want to learn more knowledge. After responding to her sister, Propni said to Roy, Priest Roy, my sister and I will be here early tomorrow morning. Then we'll see you tomorrow. Roy said goodbye to Propni and Philomela with a smile. And then watched the two people leave. After Propni and Philomela disappeared from sight, Roy looked at the 6 male servants and 6 maids around him and said, Princess Propni will have people bring food and water soon. After you fill your stomach, go to the wooden house to rest. There are 2 candles here. Take them back for lighting. Passing 2 candles to a male servant and a maid, Roy ordered the male servants. For everyone's safety at night, the 6 of you will be divided into 2 groups. 3 of you will stay vigil at midnight. And the remaining 3 will stay vigil at midnight. If you do not strictly implement my orders, I will make you receive the punishment you deserve. After speaking, Roy returned to the stone house with the lit candle and 2 spare candles. Putting the burning candle on the stone table, Roy lay on the stone bed, thinking about his future life. Although I am alone, my invention can improve the strength of the Athenian tribe. When I have the authority that a priest should have in the Athenian tribe, my life will definitely get better and better. Roy certainly did not think that now that he had the authority that a priest should have, he would pose a threat to Pandion's ruling authority. After all, in this era, only the chief, king, or their family members could serve as priests, because the authority of the priests would threaten the ruling power of the chief, king. Not long after, there was a knock on the wooden door of the stone house. Then, a maid said outside the door, Master, Princess Propni has sent food and water. Bring in the food and water. As a maid opened the door, the remaining 5 maids walked in. 1 carrying bread, 1 carrying oatmeal, 1 holding a pitcher, 1 carrying barbecue, and 1 carrying fruit. Roy walked to the stone table and sat down. When he saw 6 maids wanting to serve him and enjoy the food, Roy immediately waved his hand to stop them. You can just put the food down. I have my own hands and feet and I don't need you to take care of me. Now you are all hungry too. Sit down and eat with me. Hearing Roy's words, the 6 maids said with panic expressions, Master, we are maids and cannot enjoy food with the master. Now that Chief Pandion has given you to me, do you sincerely serve me as your master? Then can I order you as your master? Master can order us to do anything. Even if it is service at night. We cannot refuse. Then I order you to eat with me now. Roy said in a tone that could not be refused. With you guys watching, I won't have the appetite to eat at all. Chapter 15 The Pandion Couple's Thoughts. Acropolis. The stone hall of Chief Pandion. 2 maids knelt beside the bronze tripod, adding fuel to the fire under the bronze tripod. This fire not only illuminated the hall with firelight, but also gradually heated the cold water in the bronze tripod. The Pandion family sat around a stone table, and Philomela told her parents and eldest brother about today's strange experience. Pandion's wife and eldest son Erechtheus listened with smiles, obviously taking Philomela's words as an interesting story. Philomela added after finishing speaking, Father, Mother, I know you won't believe it. Now let my sister light a candle for you to prove that the inventions of Priest Roy are true. After speaking, Philomela looked at Propni and winked at her sister. Propni looked at her sister with a doting smile, then walked to the bronze tripod with a candle, and lit the candle with the fire under the bronze tripod. When Propni returned to the stone table with the candle and looked at the light of the candle, Pandion's wife and Erechtheus immediately opened their eyes with disbelief on their faces. Although they had already learned about the existence of candles from Philomela, only when they saw it with their own eyes did they truly believe that candles could be used for lighting. This is the candle invented by Priest Lowy, Pandion said, looking at the candle carefully. Incredible. His wisdom is so incredible. Not only can he cure diseases and save people, he can also invent new things. As the leader of the Athenian tribe, Pandion has far more vision than ordinary people. At this time, he had already thought that trading candles as a commodity could obtain a lot of wealth for the Athenian tribe. Father, Priest Roy invented not only candles, but also toothpaste and unfinished paper. In order to use toothpaste and paper, Priest Roy also invented toothbrushes and brushes. These two things require the use of horsetail hair. Father doesn't mind us. Pluck your horse's hair. In this era, horses are not something that ordinary people can tame. Among the Athenian tribe, only the leader Pandion kept 4 horses and occasionally rode on horseback to patrol the territory. Hearing Procne's words, Pandion said with a smile, "As long as Priest Roy's invention is valuable, you can kill all my horses. Since my father agrees with these inventions, do you agree with us continuing to use supplies?" Pandion nodded and said, "I have no reason to object. After all, turning these things into commodities can be exchanged for more bronze and grain." Pandion's wife said with a worried expression, "Dear, after these miraculous inventions are spread among the Athenian tribes, the authority of the Loii priests will become greater and greater. This is not a good thing for us. I think we should take precautions and kill the threat in advance." Hearing her mother's words, Procne showed a nervous expression, but did not dare to say anything against it, because she can also understand that her mother wants to protect the interests of the entire family. Of course Pandion also understands that because of Roy's identity, the more things Roy invents, the greater the threat to the leader's family. "Don't worry. I will take care of myself," Pandion promised his wife. "Although I want to use him to strengthen the Athenian tribe, I will not let him become a threat to us. As long as he has inappropriate ideas, I will deal with him immediately." Philomela couldn't help but mutter, "In addition to my father being the big leader, doesn't the Athenian tribe also have 2 smaller leaders? Could it be that the threat of Priest Roy is greater than the smaller leaders?" Pandion's wife put her hand on Philomela's little head and said while using her head to kill, "Silly boy. We can allow the 2 little leaders to exist because they have no ambitions, let alone the ability to threaten us. Priest Roy's ability is obviously a threat to us. If he has undue ambitions, his threat it will be bigger than the little leader." Philomela seemed to understand, and threw herself into her mother's arms coquettishly and said, "Priest Roy is the most interesting person I have ever met. He has a lot of knowledge that even my father does not have. It would be a pity if he died." The next day, the cockcrow from nowhere woke Roy up from his sleep. Perhaps because he has not yet adapted to this world, Roy's sleep has always been very light, and he will wake up immediately if there is any disturbance. Roy put on his clothes and shoes and walked out of the stone house, and saw 6 male servants and 6 maids coming out of the wooden houses on the left and right sides of the stone house. Seeing that Roy, the master, had gotten up, the 6 maids hurriedly gathered around Roy and knelt down and said, "Master, we woke up too late and failed to serve the master. Please punish us." Roy rolled his eyes and said, "I am an unmarried man and I don't need you to help me get up. You are slaves and you don't deserve to see my naked body." After using the perfect reason to prohibit the maids from serving him when he got up, Roy continued, "Bring the water, toothpaste and cotton cloth. I want to wash my face and brush my teeth." After the maids started busy, Roy ordered the 6 male servants, "The toothpaste I made yesterday. There is also a bowl for you. After you wash up, continue to light a fire under the bronze tripod to boil the paper pulp, and strive to make the finished paper today." The 6 male servants also got busy after hearing Roy's order. Not long after, Procne and Philomela came to the temple with a group of male and female servants, bringing breakfast and water to Roy and others. In the stone house of the temple, Roy enjoyed breakfast in the company of Procne and Philomela. Seeing Roy devouring the food, Procne said with a smile, "Priest Roy, after seeing the candle you invented, my father has agreed for you to use more supplies. Chief Pandion is indeed the legendary king of Athens. It seems that he can understand my invention, which will greatly help improve the strength of the Athenian tribe." Pandion would support Roy's invention, which was completely within Roy's expectation. After finishing his breakfast like a storm, Roy stood up immediately and said, "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, today we will pluck the horse's tail hair and make toothbrushes and brushes. Then we will make ink and find magnets to make a floating compass. With the compass, I will by drawing a navigational chart of the eastern Mediterranean from memory. The Athenian tribes could conduct high-sea trade. Compass. Nautical chart. Another thing Procne and Philomela couldn't understand. Although they didn't understand, they still thought Roy was very powerful. After all, what Roy wanted to invent was a new thing that they had never even heard of. Seeing Roy's confident look, Procne felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart, which made her cheeks feel hot. Realizing that she had inappropriate feelings for Roy, Procne hurriedly regained her composure, looked down at the ground and said, "Priest Roy. Let's go to the warehouse now. Father has affirmed the value of candles. I think we should use more grease and make more candles for Father. As long as you can get Father's recognition and appreciation, I will be happy for you." Said it would be of great benefit. Although she was inexplicably frightened by Roy, Procne still did not tell her parents that they regarded Roy as a potential threat. Chapter 16. How did the loyal servant come to be? Roy, Procne and Philomela took 6 maids to the warehouse of the Acropolis. After finding the materials and magnets for making ink, they also searched for some animal fat and cotton thread used to make candles. After leaving the warehouse, Procne and Philomela took Roy to the stable. The terrain of Greece is mainly mountainous, with some small plains scattered throughout. Because of Greece's special mountainous environment, the nomadic Dorians in the northern Thessaly region could only stop at the Great Plains of Thessaly and were unable to cross the mountainous areas and continue their migration southward. Even the nomads on horseback cannot gallop in the mountainous environment of Greece, which shows that Greece does not need cavalry at all. Raising horses in this era could neither train cavalry for war nor use horses in backward agriculture. Raising horses is definitely something where the investment is not proportional to the return. Therefore, the only people who can raise horses are the big or small leaders of the tribe. Roy followed Procne and Philomela to the stables, and saw that although there were only 4 horses in the stables, there were 6 horse breeders taking care of the horses. This shows how much Pandion values these 4 horses. The fact that Pandion placed so much emphasis on raising horses proves that he was indeed a visionary leader. Although usually, the investment in raising horses is not directly proportional to the income. But when the Athenian tribe went to war, riding a horse to quickly convey news or detect the enemy's situation would be of great help to the Athenian tribe to win the war. So the investment in raising horses was worthwhile. When the 6 horse breeders saw Roy and others, they immediately stopped Roy and others from approaching the stables. Procne took off her veil to identify herself, and then spoke to the horse breeder. "I have received permission from my father. Now I order you to help me pull some horsetail hair from the horse's tail." After the horse breeders looked at each other, someone couldn't help but say, "Princess Procne, the temperament of horses is different from that of cattle and sheep. If you pluck the hair directly from the horse's tail, the horse will kick the person with its hoof, which may seriously injure the person or even kill him." Procne had only seen Pandion galloping on horseback, but had never seen the horse look angry. After hearing the horse breeder say that horse hoofs can kick someone to death, Procne said to Roy with a troubled expression, "Priest Roy, we can't let these horse breeders get hurt for the sake of horsetail hair." Roy immediately smiled and said, "Princess Procne, we don't want the whole horsetail hair. Let these horse breeders use sharp knives to cut off half a foot of horsetail hair, which is enough for us to make toothbrushes and brushes. It is very dangerous to pluck the hair directly from the horse's tail. But cutting off part of the horse's tail hair has almost no danger to the horse owner." Procne ordered the horse breeder. "You heard what Priest Roy said. Hurry up and cut us some horsetail hair." The 6 horse breeders immediately entered the stables and were busy, and soon cut off 4 horsetail hairs and presented them to Procne. On the way back to Metis Temple, Roy looked at the 6 maids behind him and asked Procne curiously, "Princess Procne, I have always wanted to ask a question. Are the male and female servants in your family slaves obtained by your Athenian tribe from defeating other tribes? How can we let our enemies become our servants?" Procne looked at Roy with wide eyes and said, "Priest Roy, those who were defeated and taken captive by our Athenian tribe must be full of resentment towards us. If we keep these enemies around to serve us, they may one day be murdered by them. So when we capture prisoners, they are usually sell them to the Phoenicians, and let the Phoenicians sell them as slaves elsewhere. Then your Athenian tribe doesn't have slaves from other tribes." "Yes. We usually only sell the captured men to the Phoenicians. And the captured women and little girls will be kept for transformation. Because women are different from men. Once they are pregnant with children, they will accept their fate. Accept your fate. Many of the maids in our house are little girls captured from other tribes. Then how did you get the manservant in your house? This issue is somewhat complex." Procne said with a frown. "We are ordinary couples in the Athenian tribe. Even if they have more than 8 children, it is normal. But being able to give birth to so many children does not mean that they can feed so many children. Some couples will give birth to their children in order to prevent their children from starving to death. Give them to big chiefs, small chiefs or other wealthy people for adoption. The male servants in our family are basically adopted children. Because these male servants have been taught to appreciate their master's nurturing grace since they were young. These male servants are very loyal. When they grow up, some of them will stay in our family to serve us. And some of them will become my father's personal soldiers, and swear to the death to protect my father's safety in the war. No wonder your manservant is so loyal. He was raised from childhood. Back at Meta's temple, Roy asked a maid to grind the lodestone into a compass. Another maid to make ink. Another maid to make toothbrushes and brushes from horsetail hair. And the remaining 3 maids to make candles. Roy personally participated in the pulping and pulping of papermaking. And finally produced the first batch of experimental paper in the afternoon. Evening. After the first batch of experimental paper had dried, Roy excitedly took the paper, brush and ink and said to Prockney and Philomela, "Don't go back yet. I'll light candles in the stone house and write for you to read." Hearing Roy's words, Prockney looked hesitant, but finally nodded. Night falls. Inside the temple stone house, there are 2 candles on the stone table for lighting. Roy laid a piece of paper on the top of the stone table, dipped his brush in ink, and wrote the word Loey 1 stroke at a time on the paper. Then raised the paper and said, "Princess Prockney. Princess Philomela. Look. This is my name." Prockney and Philomela observed the words on the paper in amazement under the candlelight. And Philomela couldn't help but say, "This is the Chinese character you are talking about. Then how should I write my sisters and my names?" "I will write your names now." Roy picked up the brush and wrote the words Prockney 1 stroke at a time on the second piece of paper. Then he picked up the paper and said to Prockney, "Princess Prockney. This is your name." Prockney looked at the name on the paper and couldn't help breathing heavier. Philomela said dissatisfiedly with her little face raised, "Priest Roy. Why did you only write my sister's name and not mine?" Well, seeing that Philomela felt unfair because of his preference for others, Roy immediately said with a smile, "It's my fault. I'll write your name now." After speaking, Roy used a brush to write the words Philomela on the 3rd piece of paper, and then gave the paper to Philomela. Philomela snatched the paper with her name on it and said with a proud smile on her face, "That's pretty much it. What my sister has, I should also have. Although she looks very cute and beautiful, she's a big lowly after all." Roy looked at Prockney and said, "Princess Prockney. Do you want to try writing your own name?" Chapter 17 The value of paper is to make it into armor. Learn to write your own name. This is indeed very attractive to Prockney. Prockney only hesitated for a moment, then walked to the stone table and picked up the brush from the pottery bowl containing ink. After imitating Roy and dipping his brush in ink, Prockney began to carefully copy his name on the paper. But this was her first time writing, so it didn't feel like she was writing, more like drawing her name. Seeing Prockney's wrong way of writing, Roy couldn't help walking behind Prockney, holding Prockney's little hand with his right hand, and then taught her how to write correctly. Princess Prockney. Chinese characters are written 1 stroke at a time. You should draw 1 stroke like this first, and then write the next stroke like this. Prockney was like a well-behaved and obedient student, letting Roy hold her little hand. After finally writing Prockney's name, Roy suddenly realized that the 2 bodies were close to each other, and he could clearly smell Prockney's fragrance. Prockney's body froze instantly, and her cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. Just when Prockney was about to push Roy away gently with his arm, the wooden door of the stone house was suddenly opened by someone outside. Roy turned his head and saw Pandion's figure appearing at the door, and took 2 hurried steps back. Because Roy distanced himself from Prockney in time, Pandion did not see Roy and Prockney standing together. "Why haven't you gone home yet?" Pandion said to Prockney and Philomela as he walked into the stone house. "It's already night. Do you still want to stay here for the night?" Even the playful Philomela was so frightened that she walked up to Pandion and bowed her head to admit her mistake. Prockney walked to Pandion with her head lowered and said, "Father, it's all because I want to learn to write my own name that I'm wasting time here." "Father, don't blame Philomela. It's all my fault." Pandion lowered his head and glanced at the paper, ink, and brush on the stone table, as well as the Chinese characters written on the paper. "Is this paper and Chinese characters invented by Priest Roy? I know you like new things, but you can't damage your reputation for this kind of thing. You and Philomela must protect your reputation before you can marry someone in the future." Chief of the tribe and respected by her husband. After hearing Pandion's words, Roy frowned and said, "Chief Pandion, Do you think that if you marry your daughter to the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state, and let her become the leader's wife or queen, your daughter will definitely be happy? I think you want your daughter to be happy. To be truly happy, they must not only marry capable husbands, but their husbands must also be people they truly love and who truly love them. Are you educating me? Pandion glared at Roy with dissatisfaction and said, I am their father. Will my decision harm them? Feeling Pandion's lion-like anger, Roy hesitated and said, Chief Pandion, I don't doubt your love for your daughter. I just think you used the wrong method and should consider your daughter's thoughts and feelings more. Prockney turned to look at Roy, who was arguing with his father. And there was another inexplicable throbbing in his heart. She hoped that her father would consider her thoughts and feelings. This was something she had always wanted to say, but had no courage to say it. As the great leader of the Athenian tribe, Pandion, even his successor Erechtheus did not dare to speak to him like this. Looking at Roy, who was neither humble nor arrogant, Pandion put away his anger and said, Prockney, Philomela, you go back first. I have important things to talk to Priest Roy alone. Father. Prockney glanced at Roy with a worried look, and then walked out holding hands with Philomela. After Roy and Pandion were the only ones left in the stone room, Pandion walked around the stone table, then looked at the things on the stone table and said, Priest Roy, these things you invented. Candles are of some value, but the paper used to write on is just a waste of wood. Chief Pandion, you underestimate the role of paper. Paper can not only be used for writing, but also for recording data. As long as you use paper to record the property details of the Athenian tribe, you can improve the management of the Athenian tribe and better plan Athens, the future of the tribe. And paper can be used as toilet paper. What a useless thing. Say it's useless, but it's useful. Say it's useful, but it's not very useful. Hearing Pandion's evaluation of paper, Roy sighed and decided to show the true value of paper. Chief Pandion, if paper could be made into armor, would you still think paper is useless? You said this tissue paper can be made into armor. Seeing Pandion's suspicious expression, Roy took out a piece of paper armor and threw it on the ground. Then pulled out the bronze sword from Pandion's waist and stabbed the paper armor on the ground. Poof! The blade of the bronze sword penetrated the paper armor. When Roy used the bronze sword to pick up the paper armor on the ground, and saw that the sharp blade failed to pierce the paper armor, Pandion widened his eyes in shock and said, This is paper armor? Thin sheets of paper are stacked up to make armor. It can actually block the edge of bronze weapons. In this era, even in the civilized and advanced Near East, it was impossible for all soldiers to use bronze weapons. In the Greek areas with backward civilization, only wooden weapons or stone weapons can be used in wars between tribes. Only the leaders and their personal guards can use bronze weapons. If all the soldiers of the Athenian tribe could fight wearing paper armor, they would surely win easily. Pandion took off the paper armor from the bronze sword and said, feeling the weight of the paper armor, It's too light. This paper armor not only has the same defensive power as bronze armor, but it's also light enough that it won't affect the soldiers fighting. Roy said with a proud smile. It is because of these advantages of paper armor that I specially made paper armor, so that I can save my life on the battlefield. Pandion took a deep breath and said, Priest Roy, now that I know the true value of paper, I will fully support you in making paper. I will give you more paper-making craftsmen and more paper-making materials, in order to prevent the paper-making technology from being leaked. We paper-making craftsmen must be strictly managed. Not only paper-making craftsmen, but other craftsmen must also be strictly managed. In the future, these craftsmen will never leave the Acropolis. Only when these craftsmen die can their families leave with their bodies. You want to manage the craftsmen and make them lose their freedom for the rest of their lives. Seeing Roy frowning, Pandion said with a faint smile, For the sake of the strength of the Athenian tribe, it is nothing to ask these craftsmen to make a small sacrifice. And we can compensate them so that these craftsmen and their families will not have to worry about food and drink for a lifetime. Chapter 18 received the mission of distant sea trade. Lowy certainly knew the importance of technological monopoly. As long as the Athenian tribe maintains its technological leadership, it can carry out dimensionality reduction attacks on other forces economically and militarily. Although the personal freedom of the craftsman was restricted, which made Roy sympathize, Roy still nodded and said, In order to better manage the craftsmen, I think we can set aside an industrial park in the Acropolis. Build various workshops in the industrial park, and let the craftsmen live in the industrial park. Industrial Park. Pandion seemed to understand. And said to Roy with a solemn expression. Priest Roy. There is no extra land in the Acropolis of Athens to build the industrial park you mentioned. If you want to build an industrial park, please discuss with me about building the city of Athens. City of Athens. Roy's eyes lit up and he said. Chief Pandion. Do you want to build the Athenian tribe into the city-state of Athens? Pandion nodded and said. The current Athenian tribe has a population of 5,000. And is no longer suitable for tribal management. The 3,000 population of the Acropolis is even more crowded on every piece of land on the Acropolis. In order to transfer most of the residents of the Acropolis I plan to build a city wall at the foot of the Acropolis mountain and use the city wall to protect the residents at the foot of the Acropolis mountain. The residents of tribal civilizations often migrated their territories because they did not have tall and solid walls to protect their safety. And they did not have advanced agricultural technology to obtain food stably. The Athenian tribe was able to form a large tribe of 5,000 people entirely because of the Acropolis hill, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the population that the Acropolis hill can accommodate is limited. If the Athenian tribe wants to develop and grow, they must abandon the Acropolis hill, a natural fortress that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and build tall and strong walls to protect their residents. Chief Pandion. I can invent something called cement to build the city wall of Athens. We can use cement to build a city wall of more than 5 meters. And the hardness of the cement wall is comparable to stone. It is definitely a fortress that is difficult for the enemy to conquer. Cement. Seeing Roy's excited expression, Pandion said with some suspicion. Will a city wall made of water and mud really be as hard as stone? If someone else told me this, I would definitely regard him as a madman. But I am willing to believe Priest Roy. Then I will find materials to make cement tomorrow. Pandion shook his head and said. Priest Roy. Before building the walls of Athens, I want to start a war and annex the Eleusis tribe. The Eleusis tribe has a population of more than 3,000 and is one of the 4 large tribes on the Attica Peninsula. 1. It is also the largest tribe closest to the Athenian tribe. Annexing the Eleusinian tribe will not only eliminate the biggest threat to the Athenian tribe, but also increase a large number of young and strong people to build the walls of Athens for us. Chief Pandion. Your real purpose of coming to me today is to discuss this war with me. Roy said with confusion. Although I am a priest of the Athenian tribe, I do not have any real power in the Athenian tribe. You should not need to discuss such an important matter as a war with me. Before launching war against the Eleusinian tribe, I hope you can lead a fleet to Crete to purchase a shipment of grain. This is the real purpose of my coming to you. Food. In this era of barter, food is undoubtedly the most precious wealth. Because humans can avoid eating gold and silver, but they cannot avoid eating food. After the Athenian tribe annexed the Eleusinian tribe, the population suddenly increased by more than 3,000. And new food was definitely needed to feed the newly added people. Seeing Roy hesitate, Pandion continued. Priest Roy. I know that sailing on the high seas is a very dangerous thing. But you are the priest of the goddess Metis. Only if you personally lead the fleet can the fleet return to Athens safely. In this era, it was easy to get lost at sea because there were no compasses and nautical charts. This is the first danger of sea voyages. The second danger of long sea voyages is encountering pirates at sea. The third danger of long sea voyages is that when you reach a strange land, the locals there are likely to attack strangers. In ancient Greek legends, after heroes led their companions to a strange land, they would often attack the locals like bandits. This is because the Greeks encountered too many attacks by locals during their voyages on the high seas. Developed the habit of striking first. Although Roy knew the dangers of sailing on the high seas, he also knew that he could not refuse Pandion's request. Chief Pandion. I am willing to lead the fleet to Crete for food trade. But before departure, in order to prove that I have the skills of long sea navigation, I plan to conduct a long sea fishing first. Can? Pandion nodded and said. If you have any requests, just ask and I will definitely satisfy you. Tomorrow I will make a floating compass and draw a navigational chart of the Eastern Mediterranean. I want to go fishing in the open sea the day after tomorrow. I hope you can give me 10 boats and fishermen. And tell all the Athenian tribesmen about it. People. After I succeed in fishing in the distant sea, I can recruit some capable young sailors from the Athenian tribe to join my distant sea trading fleet. Compass. Nautical chart. Pandion seemed to understand. Seeing the confident expression on Roy's face, Pandion reached out and patted Roy on the shoulder. Priest Roy. If the Athenian tribe wants to develop and grow, the most important thing is to obtain food through long sea trade. As long as you can lead the fleet to successfully conduct long sea trade, I will let you have the power and status of a small leader. Is this the coexistence of danger and opportunity? Engage in dangerous distant sea trade. If you fail, you will die. If you succeed, you can become a small leader. Chief Pandion. I will do my best to complete the mission. After Pandion left with satisfaction, Roy came to sit down at the stone table, looked at the paper and brush on the stone table, and recalled the map of the Mediterranean in his mind. Originally, Roy only had some vague memories of the map of the Mediterranean. But the wisdom improvement granted by the goddess Metis made Roy's vague memories very clear. Roy picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and quickly drew a map of the Mediterranean on the paper. Then, Roy discovered that his drawing skills were very poor, and the map of the Mediterranean Sea he drew could not be used as a navigation chart at all. In the future, the Athenian tribe cannot let me lead the team every time they conduct long sea trade. In order for the Athenians to conduct long sea voyages on their own, I must draw a navigation chart that not only myself, but also the Athenians can understand. After speaking, Roy burned the discarded drawing paper with a candle to prevent his masterpiece from being seen, and then painted again on another piece of paper. It wasn't until all the pieces of lab paper were used up that Roy blew out the candles and crawled onto the stone bed to sleep in exhaustion. This night, Roy had a dream. Even in his dream, Roy was drawing navigation charts on pieces of paper. When he finally drew a perfect navigation chart, Roy opened his eyes and woke up. I found myself having a dream. Chapter 19 with the navigation chart and compass. After a night of drying, the second batch of wet paper that was harvested last evening has been dried and can be used. After Roy finished washing under the service of the maids, he returned to the stone house with the second batch of papers and continued to draw navigation charts on the stone table. Procne and Philomela entered the stone house carrying roasted meat, bread and wheat porridge, and saw Roy concentrating on painting. Completely unaware of their arrival, the two came to Roy and observed them for a while before Roy noticed them and stopped painting in embarrassment. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. Thank you for bringing me food. Procne and Philomela put the food on the stone table. And then Procne curiously looked at the navigation chart drawn by Roy and asked, Priest Roy, is this a map you drew on the paper? This triangular area looks like our Attica Peninsula. Yeah. What I drew was the map. Roy said a little embarrassed. What I want to draw is a nautical chart of the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, my drawing skills are too bad. Only the Greek region is very good at drawing this picture. Then, Roy took out another piece of drawing paper and said, on this map, only Egypt is well drawn. And on the other map, only the Asia Minor Peninsula is well drawn. In short, in these pictures I drew, only a certain area can be drawn well. And the whole picture cannot be regarded as a navigation at all. Picture use. After observing the navigation chart drawn by Roy for a while, Procne smiled. Priest Roy, can you let me try to draw this picture? Princess Procne, can you draw? Procne shook her head and said, although I haven't learned it, I want to give it a try. Then let's try it. But I can only let you practice with a piece of paper. After saying that, Roy handed the brush to Procne, then picked up the food and wolfed it down. Procne drew carefully on the paper with a brush. Her expression was extremely serious, which made Roy feel that even if he suddenly hugged her waist, she would not be shaken in any way. After Roy finished eating the barbecue and bread, and drank the wheat porridge, Procne finished the painting. Looking at the map of the Mediterranean drawn by Procne, Roy's eyes widened in surprise and he said in disbelief, Princess Procne, have you really never learned to draw? I wasted dozens of pieces of paper without drawing a map. And you actually finished it in one go. Seeing Roy's reaction, Procne blushed shyly and said, this is really my first time painting. In order to draw this map well, I carefully observed several pictures you drew. After saying that, Procne returned the brush to Roy. Roy immediately put the brush in Procne's hand and said, I'll give you the pen. But it's up to you to draw. Now I understand that no matter how hard a person without talent works, he can't compare to someone with talent. Priest Roy, although I can draw pictures, I don't understand the knowledge you know. I also think you are a very powerful person. Hearing Procne's praise, Roy said with a smile, Princess Procne, You are so irresistible that I can't help but envy the lucky man who will become your husband in the future. Philomela said, dissatisfied at this time. I can also draw the pictures that my sister draws. Let me perform it for you. After saying that, he snatched the brush from Prochni's hand and started drawing on the paper. But she looked impetuous. Even if she really had the same talent as Prochni, she would not be able to draw a picture well in the first time. Really? When Philomela finished painting, although the picture she drew was better than Roy's picture, it was completely incomparable with the picture drawn by Prochni. After taking a look at the picture she drew and the picture drawn by Prochni, Philomela threw the brush on the drawing paper angrily and said, "It's really not fun. There's no point in drawing pictures." Fun? Philomela, a 15-year-old girl, didn't understand the value of navigation charts at all. A good nautical chart can help people sailing on long seas return safely. A bad nautical chart may kill a sailor on a long sea voyage. Nautical charts are important maps related to life. So Roy drew them over and over again, trying to draw an accurate nautical chart. Roy picked up the brush and handed it to Prochni and said sincerely, "Princess Prochni, navigation charts are really important. I would like to ask you to draw 9 more pictures for me." Prochni hesitated for a moment, then took the brush. "If these navigation charts are related to the development of the Athenian tribe, as the leader's daughter, it is my unshakable responsibility to draw these charts." Roy breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Philomela, who had a bulging face, "Princess Philomela, if you think drawing pictures is boring, then I will take you to play with a compass. Has the compass you mentioned been built?" Roy took Philomela outside the stone house and found the maid in charge of grinding the magnet. Seeing that the maid had ground the magnet into an embroidery needle, Roy said immediately, "That's it. Now you can sharpen the second magnet." Taking the magnet needle from the maid's hand, Roy tied the magnet needle with a thin piece of cotton thread, and then levitated the magnet needle. Under Philomela's surprised gaze, the suspended magnet needle swayed automatically, and finally one end of the magnet needle pointed south. "It looks like this is the needle." Roy dyed the needle of the magnet needle red with the dye he had prepared, then handed the magnet needle to Philomela and said, "Princess Philomela, you can try this floating compass. No matter which direction you stand, its red needle will point to the south. So its name is the floating compass. No matter which way I stand, this red needle points south." Philomela obviously didn't believe Roy's words and started experimenting with the suspended compass. It turns out that what Roy said was true. No matter which direction Philomela stood, the red needle of the floating compass pointed south. Philomela played with the floating compass for a while, then lost interest in the floating compass and said coquettishly to Roy, "This compass is not fun. Priest Roy, please teach me to write. I want to learn to write my name like my sister." Looking at Philomela's cute and beautiful little face, of course Roy couldn't refuse her coquettishness. "Then let's go back to the stone house." Roy got a second brush from the maid who made brushes and toothbrushes, and then took Philomela back to the stone house. The 3 of them were separated by a stone table. Prochni was carefully drawing a navigation chart. Roy held Philomela's little hand in his right hand and taught her to write the 4 words Philomela, 1 stroke at a time. When Prochni finished drawing the 9 pictures, she saw Roy and Philomela standing together, with Philomela leaning on Loie's arms. Prochni said with an unhappy expression, "Priest Roy, Philomela is still a child and is not sensible. You should understand that you two are not brother and sister. So you should keep a certain distance." Sorry." Roy backed away from Philomela with a guilty conscience. Philomela said dissatisfied, "Sister, Priest Roy hugged you yesterday, and you didn't say anything." Prochni's cheeks immediately turned red, and she stared at Philomela in shame and said, "Are you really not afraid that your sister will be angry?" Chapter 20 Conducting Long Sea Navigation Experiments. It's afternoon. Roy looked at the navigation chart and floating compass placed on the stone table and finally couldn't help but say, "Princess Prochni, Princess Philomela. In fact, Chief Pandion assigned me a task, asking me to lead the fleet to Crete for food trade. The navigation chart and floating compass were prepared for this long sea voyage. Tomorrow I will first lead a fleet of fishing boats for deep-sea fishing to verify the effectiveness of the navigation chart and floating compass." Hearing Roy's words, Prochni and Philomela widened their eyes at the same time, because they also knew how dangerous it was to sail on the high seas. Prochni said with a worried expression, "Priest Roy, even the Phoenicians with rich sailing experience sometimes get lost in the sea. Are you confident that with the help of the goddess Metis, you can successfully complete the long sea voyage? Roy shook his head and said, everything depends on luck. If I'm lucky, I can successfully complete the long sea voyage. If I'm not lucky, I will die on this long sea voyage. Then you should seize the time to pamper the maids around you and let them conceive your children to continue your bloodline. Roy knew that ancient warriors would think of ways to leave behind their own descendants before going off to war. After hearing Procne's suggestion, Roy looked at Procne's belly. If Roy leaves his child in the belly of a maid, he may inherit his mother's identity and become a slave as soon as he is born. If you leave your child in the belly of the leader's noble daughter, your child will be the leader's grandson when he is born, and may even become the king of Athens. Because Perseus, king of Mycenae, inherited the throne of his grandfather as his grandson. Unfortunately, Roy knew very well that Procne only had a good impression of him and did not fall in love with him. Even if Roy shamelessly requested, Procne would not agree to have an illegitimate child with him. Yes, that's right. If Roy and Procne had not held a formal wedding, their children would have become illegitimate. Of course, this illegitimate child system only applies to the noble ruling class. If they are ordinary civilians, their children will be regarded as real children regardless of whether there is a formal wedding. The illegitimate child system of the ruling class is mainly to exclude the inheritance rights of illegitimate children. Ordinary civilians have no property for illegitimate children and legitimate children to fight over. So there is no need to separate illegitimate children from legitimate children. Noticing Roy's gaze, Procne looked at Roy suspiciously. Roy immediately turned his head in embarrassment to avoid Procne seeing his evil thoughts. Philomela then leaned into Procne's ear and whispered, "Sister, it's inconvenient for Priest Roy to pamper the maid around him with us in the way. Shouldn't we leave early?" Procne nodded in agreement, and then said to Roy, "Priest Roy, it seems we have to go back early today." Roy picked up a stack of blank paper, handed it to Procne along with ink and a brush and said, "Princess Procne, after you go back, you can use these papers to practice writing." Procne hesitated for a moment, then finally took the paper handed over by Roy, covered her blushing face with the paper and said, "Priest Roy, after you go to sea, I will pray for you in front of the statue of the goddess Metis, asking the goddess to let you come back safely." After Procne and Philomela left, Roy came to the square outside the stone house and made paper with 6 male servants. However, Roy's purpose at this time was not to create paper, but to produce large quantities of paper armor in preparation for the upcoming long sea voyage. In Roy's view, the biggest danger when going to Crete for long sea trade is encountering pirates. So in order to return safely, Roy wants all his sailors to wear paper armor and rely on their equipment advantages to defeat the pirates. The next day, Roy and 6 male servants were busy making paper early in the morning. After the sun fully rose in the east, Pandion came to the temple square with 20 personal guards and 30 footmen. "Priest Roy, I'll bring 30 male servants and let them participate in making paper together." Seeing that Roy's 6 male servants, as craftsmen, were already able to skillfully complete the work of making paper, Pandion said with a smile, "Let these 6 craftsmen direct the 30 male servants I brought to make paper, and you can follow me to prepare for the sea." After Pandion finished speaking, the personal guards around him divided out 10 people to surround Roy. These bodyguards looked like they were protecting Roy. But if Loie refuses to carry out Pandion's orders, "Chief Pandion, I'll get the navigation chart and floating compass and set off. You wait for me here." After Pandion nodded in agreement, Roy hurried back to the stone house. After a while, Roy and Pandion, surrounded by 20 personal guards, left the Acropolis and headed west to the port of Piraeus. The port of Piraeus is 4 kilometers away from the Acropolis. Although it is not the closest port to the Acropolis, it is the safest port on the Acropolis, because there is a peninsula facing the sea to protect the harbor of Piraeus port. Ships berthed here can be well protected. Roy once asked Pandion to publicize his far-sea fishing, and Pandion apparently kept his promise. When Roy and others arrived at the port of Aeis, they saw hundreds of men gathered here. Roy and Pandion came to an artificially built pier. Pandion pointed to the 10 fishing boats near the pier and said, "Priest Roy, this is the fishing fleet I have prepared for you. If the goddess Metis protects you, and your high-sea navigation skills are really useful, you can lead them to complete high-sea fishing. If you fail, maybe you will die at sea. Maybe you will be captured by pirates as slaves. And I will temporarily give up the idea of long sea trade. Roy said with a confident smile. Chief Pandion. I will definitely return safely with the fishing fleet. After speaking, Roy boarded a fishing boat and ordered the fishermen on board to set sail. Although the fishermen felt that life and death were unpredictable when sailing on the high seas, they did not dare to disobey Pandion's order. After hearing Roy's order to set sail, the fishermen all set sail with ashen faces, looking at the fishing fleet going away. Erechtheus asked Pandion doubtfully. Father, why did you let those fishermen follow Roy to death? Hearing his son's question, Pandion couldn't help laughing. Erectus, do you think the lives of the fishermen are more important? Or the olive oil we use for trade? I want to give Roy the olive oil that can be exchanged for several thousand kilograms of grain. In order to reduce the cost of this long sea trade, it is worth the risk to let Roy take the fishermen to verify his high sea navigation skills. Moreover, these fishermen have rich sailing experience. Even if Roy's high sea navigation skills are fake, there is a high possibility that these fishermen can rely on return safely with their experience. Chapter 21 Riding a killer whale to perform miracles. In an era without nautical charts and compasses, sailing on the high seas was a very dangerous thing. Because even if you don't encounter man-made disasters like pirates, you may get lost on the sea and never find your way back. In this era, the Phoenicians in the Near East were able to explore the ocean 4,000 years ago because there were many islands in the eastern Mediterranean, especially the Aegean Sea. These islands could not only serve as navigation coordinates, but also provide harbor berthing shelter. The Phoenicians have been exploring the oceans for hundreds of years. After gaining rich experience in navigation, they have developed into the main force of maritime merchants. Of course, the Phoenicians were also the main force of sea robbers. In other words, in this era, sea merchants were sea robbers. When the Phoenicians arrived at a place by ship, their status as merchants or pirates was entirely determined by the strength of the local people. If the locals had enough strength, the Phoenicians would trade with them and buy local goods at low prices for economic exploitation. If the locals did not have the strength to protect themselves, the Phoenicians would attack the locals and do business without capital. Compared with the Phoenicians, the Athenians now had no experience in sailing on the high seas. Even if you see the islands in the Aegean Sea, you cannot regard these islands as navigation coordinates. After Roy led the fishing fleet away from the land, he has been using nautical charts and floating compasses to confirm the direction. The sea breeze from the north pushes the fishing fleet to speed up. The fishermen have no hope for the future of sailing in the open sea, but they are still actively casting their nets to catch fish. Because after the fleet lost its way at sea, the fish they harvested were food that could ensure their survival. When wandering to a strange place, you can also offer fish to the locals and let them show you the way back to the Attica Peninsula. Master Priest. A voice of suppressed excitement sounded beside him. Roy turned his head and saw a boy under 20 years old standing next to him. Seeing that the boy's face seemed to have been seen somewhere before, Roy said hesitantly, "Are you the eldest brother of the sick boy?" The young man smiled and nodded. "My brother had a fever, and it was the priest who saved him." Seeing that the boy obviously had a strong liking for him, Roy said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be one of the fishermen who went out to sea with me. What's your name?" "I don't have my own name. My father's name is Poros, so everyone calls me Little Poros. Maybe in the future when my father dies, Poros will become my name, and Little Poros will become the name of my brother." After introducing his name, the boy pointed at another fishing boat and said, "Master Priest, my father is on that fishing boat. My father is the most experienced fisherman. Even if we reach the distant sea where we can't see the islands, my father can take everyone back. Little Poros, I think my advanced science and technology and the protection of the goddess Metis are more worthy of trust than your father's experience as a fisherman," Roy said, showing the nautical chart and floating compass in his hand to the boy. Putting the safety of long sea voyages on experience is a risky bet on luck. With nautical charts and a floating compass, I will definitely be able to complete this long sea voyage. Then, Roy changed the subject and said, "Little Poros. Now your name is Little Poros. Then your brother's name should be Little Poros. How about I give you a name, and you give up the name Little Poros to your brother?" In this era without surnames, in addition to the difficulty of naming, people in the same family use the same name to facilitate the confirmation of family relationships. For example, with the names of Polos and Polos Jr., even strangers can tell that they must be father and son or brothers. Of course, This method of using names to confirm family relationships only applies to the same tribe. If two people from different tribes in different areas have the same name, they really just have the same name by accident and have no relationship with each other. The priest is a great man who serves the gods. Do you really want to give me a name? Looking at the expectant look in the boy's eyes, Roy said with a smile, if you are willing to accept my name, then you can be called Aries from now on. This is the name of the constellation Aries in the night sky. Using this name, you may be protected by the Aries star god. Aries sounds like a great name. After Aries happily accepted his name, he said doubtfully, Master Priest, what kind of god are you talking about? People in your era don't worship the star god. Roy asked back, then said with a smile, Aries, maybe you can start working hard from now on to make yourself a great hero. Or even deified into a heroic god. And let your name be Aries just like Perseus, the heroic god who was deified into Perseus. Same. 10 fishing boats sailed all the way south, soon leaving the waters of Athens and entering the Mertun Sea in the eastern part of the Peloponnese Peninsula. Drifting on the sea with no islands or land in sight. The captain of the fishing boat on the same boat as Roy couldn't help but say, Master Priest, we have now entered the open sea area. If we do not return immediately, we will not only be unable to return to the Athenian tribe before nightfall, but we will also not be able to find a port to anchor. Roy looked at the surrounding sea and then at the sun in the sky. The time now is noon. And we really should find a way to return. Next, you can watch my performance. I will take you back to Piraeus port before sunset. This experiment of long sea navigation will be considered a success. If I take you, being lost at sea means my chart and floating compass are useless. Then, Roy ordered the 10 fishing boats to turn around and return. Roy himself used the navigation chart and floating compass to confirm the return route. Under Roy's command, the fishermen on the fishing boat rowed with all their strength. Although there was some deviation in the direction, Roy directed the fishermen to return to the waters of Athens. When the fishermen saw the southernmost land of the Attica Peninsula, some fishermen even cried with joy. Perhaps the loud shouts of the fishermen attracted the whales, and several giant beasts swam under the fishing boats. Seeing these behemoths, the fishermen immediately stood up in panic and stopped rowing. The kraken, there's a huge kraken. These kraken are bigger than our ships. The kraken is coming out of the water. All the fishermen were frightened after a black and white killer whale jumped out of the sea to show off its strength. Roy could only shout, don't worry, everyone. As a priest who serves the gods, I am with you. These whales will not attack us. It's a pity that Roy's words were not heard by the fishermen at all. In order to solve the current situation where the fishermen are scared, Roy can only hand over the navigation chart and floating compass to Aries, and then jump into the sea. The extremely intelligent killer whales saw Roy's body sinking in the sea, obviously unable to swim. A killer whale immediately swam over and lifted Roy to the surface of the sea. So under the shocked gazes of the fishermen who witnessed the miracle, Roy rowed a killer whale out of the sea. Chapter 22 The man who surrendered to the sea monster killer whale. When the sun began to set in the distant horizon, there were still many people gathering in Piraeus port. Most of these people are family members, relatives or friends of fishermen who go out to sea. And there are also some people who simply want to watch the fun. Pandion had been standing at the dock waiting, wanting to see if Roy could lead the fishing fleet back. If Roy can lead the fishing fleet to the high seas and return successfully, it will prove that Roy really has the skills to sail the high seas, or can get help from the goddess Metis. Pandion can safely hand over important goods worth thousands of kilograms of grain to Roy, and let Roy lead a trading fleet to Crete to buy grain. If Roy fails to lead the fishing fleet back home smoothly, even if Roy and the fishing fleet return to Athens tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, it will prove that Roy's long sea navigation skills are not worthy of trust. Behind Pandion stood his son Erechtheus, and his daughters Procne and Philomela, whose faces were hidden by veils. Looking at the sea in the south, Philomela said anxiously, Sister, night is coming, and Priest Roy hasn't led the fleet back yet. Will they have lost their way in the sea? It seems that the navigation chart and compass he invented are of no use at all. Procne frowned and said nothing, but she began to doubt Roy in her heart. Just as the setting sun began to turn red, a fleet of ships finally appeared on the southern sea. That's a fishing fleet. Our fleet is really back. Could it be that they didn't go to the far sea area and just walked around the offshore area? As the fishing fleet gets closer to the port of Piraeus, the buzz gets louder. when the people in Piraeus port could see the fleet clearly with their naked eyes. Roy's figure also came into their eyes. The strange thing is that Roy did not stand on the boat, but sat on the sea and moved forward. When people were surprised that Roy was sitting in the water, a black and white killer whale suddenly jumped out of the water. Only then did people see that Roy was not riding on the sea water, but on a killer whale moving forward quickly. The Kraken, what a big Kraken! People screamed when they saw a killer whale that was bigger than a fishing boat. The priest is sitting on the sea monster. Did he surrender the sea monster? He is indeed a priest who serves the gods. He must have received help from the goddess Metis to subdue the huge sea monster. Even Pandion's eyes widened and he felt strongly shaken in his heart. Because the scene of Roy riding the killer whale, Siren, was completely beyond their understanding. People of this era lacked understanding of killer whales and regarded killer whales as man-eating sea monsters. They didn't know that killer whales are very friendly to humans. Anyone who takes the initiative to approach a killer whale can enjoy the same treatment as Roy. Procne and Philomeela's beautiful eyes were filled with brilliance. It was obvious that these two sisters were also shocked by the scene of Roy riding a killer whale. Roy rode a killer whale and rushed towards the port of Piraeus. Before he entered the harbor, Roy already knew that he had become the focus of hundreds of people. Riding a killer whale to perform the miracle of subduing the sea monster was also a helpless move for Roy. Because when the fishing fleet encountered killer whales, Roy had to surrender the killer whale's Kraken in order for the fishermen to immediately let go of their fear of killer whales. When the killer whale was about to carry Roy to the dock, Roy took the initiative to pat the killer whale's body and said, "Brother killer whale, thank you for sending me here. If you go further, you will be stranded. Then I can return to the shore by myself." The killer whale seemed to understand Roy's words and immediately stopped moving forward. In fact, the depth of the water in this sea area is 3 meters. For Roy, who cannot swim, this is a sea area that is enough to drown Roy. Fortunately, the waves kept rushing towards the beach. After Roy got off the back of the killer whale, his body was pushed close to the beach by the waves. Roy, whose clothes were soaked all over, walked to the beach dragging himself with the sea water, and immediately showed a bright smile and said to Pandion who greeted him, "Chief Pandion, I took the fleet around in the open sea, and then took them back successfully." Pandion nodded and said with a smile on his face, "Priest Roy, your clothes are all wet now. Go back and change your clothes quickly. If you get sick, it will definitely delay our trip to Crete for food trade." Then, Pandion turned around and ordered 10 personal guards to escort Roy back to the Acropolis. Roy also knew that in the spring cold season, he would easily get sick wearing clothes that were wet by the sea water. So Roy obeyed Pandion's orders. Procne and Philomeela came to Roy and said, "Priest Roy, let's go back with you. Now that night is falling. If we go back late, Mother will definitely be worried about us." After Roy and others disappeared, Pandion immediately said to Erechtheus, "Erechtheus, you take the personal guards to interrogate all the fishermen. I want to know whether they really followed Roy to the open sea, or whether they went around the offshore sea. In order to prevent these fishermen from colluding with Roy if you commit fraud, you must seriously interrogate every fisherman." Erechtheus also knew the importance of this matter and nodded. "Father, don't worry. I will make all the fishermen tell the truth. I also want to know whether Roy really has the skills to sail on the high seas. Or is he lying to us?" Acropolis. Roy, who returned to Metis Temple, did not know that the fishermen who went to sea with him were now being severely interrogated. Entering the stone room of the temple, Roy was about to take off his wet clothes when he suddenly realized that he had no replacement clothes or shoes at all. Just when Roy was hesitating whether to ask his male servants for replacement clothes and shoes, there was a sudden knock on the door of the stone house. "Come in." As soon as Roy finished speaking, Procne and Philomeela opened the door and walked in. Roy said in surprise when he saw Procne holding a set of cotton robes and Philomeela holding strappy sandals made of animal skin and linen. "Princess Procne, Princess Philomeela, are these the clothes and shoes you prepared for me?" Philomeela said as she handed the strappy sandals to Roy. "These are clothes and shoes made by my sister. Originally they could only be given to our father, eldest brother or my sister's future husband. Now my sister has given you the clothes and shoes she made by herself. You must be grateful." Philomeela. Procne glared at Procne in shame, and then explained to Roy. "Priest Roy, you have given me many gifts. Please consider these as my return gifts." Although he knew that Procne should only give clothes made by himself to his father, Brothers or future husband. Roy still accepted her clothes and shoes and teased Philomela. Princess Philomela. Don't you have any clothes or shoes for me? I haven't made clothes or shoes yet. Philomela said with a dissatisfied face. Do you want me to make your first clothes and shoes? That is a treatment that only my future husband can enjoy besides my family. Chapter 23 Recruiting Your Own Manpower. Roy dared to accept the clothes and shoes made by Prockney because Prockney used the excuse of exchanging gifts. Without a valid reason, Roy would not dare to accept the clothes and shoes made by Philomela. After all, once this matter is exposed, Roy believed that between marrying Philomela to him or killing him, Pandion would definitely choose to kill him. Princess Philomela. I don't dare accept your clothes and shoes without a legitimate reason. After responding to Philomela, Roy continued. I have to change clothes next. Do you want to stay and help me? Even Philomela, who was as small as a little pepper, couldn't help but blush and said. We don't want to see your body. Prockney said with a smile. It's already night now. It's time for both of us to go back. After Prockney left with Philomela, Roy immediately took off his soaked clothes and shoes and put on the cotton clothes and strappy sandals made by Prockney. After walking out of the stone house in loose clothes and standing outside to feel the coolness brought by the night wind, Roy couldn't help but say, the clothes and shoes that followed me into this world will one day be completely broken. And then I will have to wear the clothes and shoes of this world forever. Maybe one day, I will abandon my past thinking and change my mind from the spirit fully integrate into this world. Pandion's stone house. Inside the hall, Erechtheus placed the navigational chart and the floating compass on the stone table, and then said to Pandion and Pandion's wife, Father, Mother, I have interrogated all the fishermen and confirmed that Roy really took them to the open sea. Roy was able to take them back successfully because he used these two things called navigation charts and compasses to confirm the route and direction. Erechtheus then picked up the levitating compass and demonstrated the effect of the levitating compass always pointing south. It's incredible. Looking at the swinging suspended compass, Pandion's wife marveled. Everything invented by Priest Roy is of great use. If other people become priests of the goddess Metis, can they have the same wisdom as Priest Roy and invent these incredible things? They must have never imagined that even Metis himself could not invent these things, let alone other people becoming priests of the goddess Metis. Pandion said with a faint smile. Since Roy does have the skills to sail across the ocean, I can safely leave the matter of ocean trade to him. Only if he can successfully conduct ocean trade will we be able to continuously obtain food with olive oil in the future. The land of the Attica Peninsula is barren. Although the food produced is not enough to feed the corresponding population, it is rich in oil-extracting crops such as olives. For a long time, the Athenians used olive oil to exchange food with the Phoenicians who came by ship. Just then, Prockney and Philomela entered the hall arm in arm. Father, Mother, we are back. After the two sisters bowed their heads and saluted their parents, Prockney took the initiative to speak to the Pandion couple. Father, Mother, Priest Roy has given me many things recently. Today I saw that Priest Roy needed to replace his clothes and shoes. So I gave him a set of clothes and shoes. Hearing Prockney's words, Pandion couldn't help but frown. Although Prockney had legitimate reasons, Pandion still felt that Prockney's actions were inappropriate. After all, Prockney is the noble daughter of the leader, and will marry the leader of a large tribe, or the king of a country in the future. So her reputation should not be damaged in any way. After their son Erechtheus, daughters Prockney and Philomela returned to their respective rooms. Pandion's wife said with a worried expression, Dear, Prockney and Philomela were raised in the boudoir by us and had almost no contact with men outside the family. Now they have frequent contact with the priests of Roy. And the priests of Roy also have amazing wisdom and inventions. Come up with incredible new things. And wonder if our daughter will. You do not need to worry. Pandion said confidently. Prockney is a mature and sensible child. She knows that she cannot be with Roy. Even if she develops a crush on Roy, she will restrain her feelings. Philomela is still a playful child. You are worried about her. It's even more redundant. The next day, after Roy woke up, he washed up under the service of 6 maids. As a result, before Roy had finished washing, he saw Pandion walking over with a group of personal guards. Roy hurriedly finished rinsing his mouth, then came to Pandion and said, Chief Pandion, is there something important that requires you to come to me early in the morning? Pandion said nothing, looking at Roy's clothes and shoes with a gloomy expression. Because Pandion recognized at a glance that these were clothes and shoes made by Procne himself. Although Procne took the initiative to confess this to him yesterday, she did not tell him that she was giving Roy the clothes and shoes she made by herself. Realizing that Pandion was staring at his clothes and shoes, Roy felt guilty for a moment. After a while, Pandion said, breaking the silence, "Priest Lowy, I came to you to discuss long sea trade with you. Now that you have successfully conducted an experiment on long sea sailing, I want you to lead a trade fleet to Crete as soon as possible to buy food. I will give you 10 cargo ships. Let you go to Crete with 100 jars of olive oil, and exchange all these 100 jars of olive oil for food. In order to guard against pirates, I will arrange for you 50 personal guards. Soldiers keep the fleet safe. I'm afraid these personal guards are not only used to guard against pirates, but also used to monitor me." After Roy complained in his mind, he continued, "Chief Pandion, your guards may be elite warriors, but they may not be excellent sailors. So we still need 50 sailors. Each of the 10 cargo ships is assigned 5 sailors and 5 guards. This shall you arrange the 50 sailors? Or shall I recruit them myself? Do you want to recruit sailors yourself?" Roy nodded without hesitation and said, "If Chief Pandion has no objection, I would like to recruit 50 sailors myself." Pandion looked at Roy with a meaningful look for a moment, and then said with a smile, "Priest Roy, I said that I will let you have the status and power of a small leader. You can recruit sailors according to your own ideas. I will give you 3 days. If you can't recruit 50 sailors after 3 days, you can go to Crete with the sailors I have arranged for you." "Good." After Pandion left with his bodyguard, Procne and Philomela brought the food with a group of male and female servants. Roy returned to the stone house accompanied by Procne and Philomela, eating food and thinking about recruiting sailors. Now Roy has discovered a problem. Although he has the status of a priest in the Athenian tribe, and there are many male and female servants around him, but Lo didn't really have the manpower of his own. Although the male and female servants around Roy obeyed Roy's orders, they were still loyal to the Pandion family. Chapter 24. Only food can win people's hearts. The male and female servants around Roy were raised by the Pandion family. Even if Roy gave them some favors, the small favors would not be able to outweigh the kindness the Pandion family gave them in raising them. Therefore, Roy has always regarded the male and female servants around him as people lent to him by the Pandion family, and has never regarded them as his servants. Roy wanted to have men who were truly loyal to him, and recruiting sailors from the Athenian tribe was undoubtedly an opportunity. "Priest Roy, what are you thinking about?" Philomela suddenly stretched out her little hand, waved it in front of Roy's eyes and said, "Didn't you hear my sister and I talking to you?" Roy came back to his senses and explained to Procne and Philomela. "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, in order to go to Crete for trade, I plan to recruit some honest and reliable sailors from the Athenian tribe. I was thinking about this just now. If you need a sailor, why don't you just ask father to arrange it for you?" After Philomela asked curiously, Procne immediately said, "Philomela, Priest Roy must have his own intentions. Don't ask too many questions about things you shouldn't ask." Roy glanced at the considerate Procne, and then said with a smile, "This is not a secret that cannot be told. I feel like I am alone in the Athens tribe. So I want to take advantage of the opportunity of recruiting sailors to find a group of people willing to be loyal to me." "Sounds like fun. Can we see how you recruit sailors?" After Philomela asked excitedly, Roy just hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "If you don't feel bored, you can come with me to recruit sailors." After Roy left the stone house with Procne and Philomela, the three of them were walking through the square outside the temple towards the residential area when an Athenian boy suddenly ran up to Roy. "Master Priest Ares," Roy said with a smile as he looked at the boy named Ares, the son of the fisherman Burrows. "Why did you come to see me?" Ares lowered his head in shame and said, "Master Priest, the navigational charts and compass you asked me to keep were all taken away by Prince Erechtheus. I have betrayed the trust of Master Priest and I am willing to accept any punishment from you." After saying that, Ares knelt down on one knee in front of Roy. Roy immediately helped Ares up and said, "In my heart, your value is higher than navigation charts and compasses. Prince Erechtheus is not an outsider, so I will not punish you for this matter. If you really want to make up for your mistakes, let me recruit some young people of similar age to you. I plan to recruit some honest and brave young people to become sailors and go to Crete with me for long sea trade. If this thing makes you feel embarrassed, just pretend that I didn't say it. Master Priest. You are a priest serving a great god. Ares said hurriedly. Serving you means serving a great god. Just wait here and I will soon recruit enough sailors for you. After saying that, Ares hurried towards the residential area. Looking at Ares retreating back, Procne said curiously. Priest Roy. This young man seems to admire you and respect you very much. Probably because I successfully took him on a long sea voyage. And allowed him to see me subdue a killer whale siren. And I gave him a name. He really respected me very much. Roy. Procne. And Philomela stood in the square outside the temple and waited for half an hour. Just when Philomela lost patience, Ares finally came to the square outside the temple with hundreds of teenagers. Because Roy didn't give any specific requirements. The older ones brought by Ares were over 20 years old, while the younger ones were only about 13 years old. Ares brought hundreds of teenagers to Roy and the three of them. Roy frowned and said, Ares, it was my fault that I didn't tell you the specific requirements just now. Now you tell these teenagers that I don't need anyone under the age of 16. So let everyone under the age of 16 leave. Ares immediately shouted loudly, telling the boys under the age of 16 to go home. As the young people under the age of 16 left, the team of hundreds of young people was reduced to only 49 people, including Ares. Exactly 50 people. Seeing that these teenagers were not only wearing shabby clothes, but also looked sallow and thin, it was obvious that their families were very poor. Roy nodded with satisfaction. The poorer the families of these teenagers, the more Roy can win people's hearts with small favors. After asking Ares to stand with these teenagers, Roy said loudly, Dear Athenians, let me introduce to you. I am Loe, a priest who serves the goddess Metis. Just like Ares said to you, I want to recruit a group of honest and reliable sailors to go to Crete with me. Carry out distant sea trade. I know that the king is not short of hungry soldiers. So I will give you rich rewards. When we return to Athens, I will give each of you 100 caddies of grain as reward. In this era, 100 pounds of grain was enough to feed an adult man for 3 months. So 100 kilograms of grain is definitely a generous reward. When all the teenagers were excited about the generous reward of 100 kilograms of grain, a boy about 20 years old suddenly said, Master Priest, sailing on the high seas is very dangerous. If we unfortunately encounter a storm or pirates at sea, will we all die in vain? Hearing these words, the teenagers were all shaken. If we don't come back alive, our death will be in vain. At this time another boy said, If the priest can give us 50 kilograms of grain before departure, we can go to sea with the priest without any worries. Even if we cannot come back alive, then our death will not be in vain. Other teenagers echoed, Ask Roy to send them 50 kilograms of grain in advance. To be honest, these teenagers are not asking too much. The problem is that Roy is so poor now that he can't come up with 2,500 kilograms of grain to distribute to them. Roy's plan was to ask Pandion for 5,000 kilograms of grain after successful long sea trade and give it to these young men as a reward. If Roy asks Pandion for food now, Pandion may not satisfy Roy's request. Just when Roy was hesitating whether to use cement manufacturing technology to exchange food with Pandion, Procne suddenly said, Your request has been accepted by Priest Roy. Tomorrow you will all come here to receive 50 kilograms of grain. But after you receive the grain, you must follow Priest Roy loyally. If you dare to betray, even if you never come back, your parents my brothers and sisters will also be severely punished on your behalf. Procne. Roy hurriedly looked at Procne and whispered, You know I didn't dash. Procne whispered, Priest Roy, I am here to provide you with these 2,500 kilograms of grain. It is completely worth it to be able to exchange this grain for them to follow you loyally and go to sea with you without any worries. Philomela also smiled proudly. Priest Roy, as daughters, we also have inheritance rights. So our father also gave us some property. If you don't want to owe your sister a favor, I can also lend you food. Chapter 25 What's wrong with men eating soft food? In the ancient Eastern world, women had no inheritance rights. Take the emperor as an example. If the emperor dies without a son, even if the emperor's distant relative and nephew inherit the throne, it is impossible for the emperor's daughter and son-in-law to inherit the throne. But in the Western world, women not only have the right to inherit property, but also have the right to inherit status. In other words, As long as the person who becomes the husband of Procne and Philomela in the future is stronger than Erechtheus, he can defeat Erechtheus after Pandion's death and forcibly inherit the Athens left by Pandion, the seat of a tribal leader or king of Athens. Because Procne and Philomela were only the second and third heirs, they could not become the real heirs as long as Erechtheus was alive. So Pandion gave them a lot of property as their future dowry. With these generous dowries, even if they marry far away in the future, they will still be respected by their husbands and in-laws. Have I eaten Procne's soft rice? Seeing Procne and Philomela hiding their faces with veils, Roy didn't know whether he should be happy or not. Thinking that he and Procne were not lovers, Roy immediately frowned and said, "Princess Procne, just think that I borrowed a batch of grain from you. When I come back from Crete, I will return this batch of grain to you." Procne also knew that he would not be able to hide the fact that he lent food to Roy from his father Pandion. If he gave the food directly to Roy, he would definitely arouse his father's suspicion and dissatisfaction. Seeing that Roy only cared about Procne, Philomela showed a sly smile and said bewitchingly, "Priest Roy, let me lend you something too." Roy looked at Philomela with a smile and said, "Princess Philomela, I really can't think of anything I need to borrow from you. Don't you need weapons to arm your sailors?" Philomela said confidently, "When you go to Crete to trade, there is a high chance that you will encounter pirates. At that time, all of you will have to take up arms and fight the pirates to the death." "You have a point." Roy nodded in agreement and said, "Then what weapons are you going to lend me? Is it 50 bronze spears?" "How is that possible? Philomela said, rolling her eyes. "Our Athenian tribe doesn't have many bronze weapons. Even my father's personal guards can't make everyone have bronze weapons. I can only lend you 50 sharpened wooden spears." Wooden spear. Although it was not a bronze weapon, which made Roy feel a little disappointed. Roy still nodded and said, "Wooden spears are better than no weapons. Princess Philomela, thank you for lending me 50 wooden spears. I will definitely return them to you as soon as possible after returning from Crete." "Who asked you to pay it back?" "I'm not a stingy person. I gave 50 wooden spears directly to you. Then I will give you other gifts as compensation." After remembering the preparation of gifts, Roy turned to the teenagers and said, "From today on, you are sailors hired by me. Today I will lead you to train cooperative tactics, so that you can learn to distinguish between front, rear, left, right, east, west, north and south. If any of you feel that it is too hard and tiring, you don't have to come to me tomorrow. Here, as long as you come to me tomorrow to receive food and weapons, you will have no retreat. I am the priest of the goddess Metis. If you dare to betray me, you are betraying the goddess Metis, the great sinner who betrays the goddess and his family. They will all receive the most severe punishment from the gods." After threatening in the name of the gods, Roy waved his hand to the teenagers. "Now I direct you to turn left and right. And you look at my hands, now turn left together. Turn right." Roy kept waving his hands, directing the teenagers to turn left and right. After these teenagers could distinguish left and right, Roy led the teenagers to practice running in the square outside the temple. "Now everyone is running with me. And everyone is singing while running. The sun rises in the east. My right hand is facing east. My left hand is facing west. The north is in front of me. And the south is behind me." The teenagers following Roy shouted in unison. "The sun rises in the east. My right hand faces east. My left hand faces west. North is in front of me. And south is behind me." Looking at this scene, Philomela couldn't help but laugh. "Sister, this is so interesting. Neither our fishermen nor the Phoenicians would train sailors like this. Is Priest Roy really training sailors?" Procne said with lowered eyes. "It really looks less like training sailors and more like training soldiers." It was noon in a blink of an eye. The teenagers who had been trained by Roy all morning were all tired and sat down on the ground to rest. Even Roy himself was sweating from exhaustion. Just when Roy turned to look around, looking for Procne and Philomela. Procne and Philomela led a group of male and female servants to bring lunch to Roy and the teenagers. Water. While the hungry and thirsty teenagers were devouring the black bread distributed to them, Roy had already returned to the stone house with Procne and Philomela, eating barbecue and white bread, and drinking refined wheat porridge. After eating and drinking, Roy lay on the stone bed and sighed. "My body is so weak. I'm almost like those malnourished guys. It seems that I will have to train my body and practice martial arts in the future, to become a warrior, who can fight 1 against 10, or even 1 against 100. Procne and Philomela sat next to Roy. Philomela smiled and said after hearing Roy's words, "You now have the status of a priest. If you can become a hero who can fight 1 against 100, then you are qualified to propose to us." Philomela. Procne glared at her sister dissatisfied and said, "Have you started thinking about getting married now?" "I'm just telling the truth," Philomela said innocently. "We are the daughters of the leader. The man who can become our husband, even if he is not the leader of a large tribe, should have a noble status and be a hero who can fight against 100. Looking at the innocent-looking Philomela, Procne turned her head helplessly, and her eyes happened to collide with Roy's video. Roy stood up in a hurry and said, "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, just stay in the house. I'll go outside to see if those teenagers have eaten enough. And I can exchange feelings with them by the way." After saying that, Roy left the stone house as if running away. After Procne and Philomela were the only ones left in the stone house. Philomela climbed onto Procne and whispered, "Sister, tell me honestly, have you ever wanted to marry Priest Roy?" Procne shook his head without hesitation and said, "It's impossible for me and Priest Roy. He is not the son-in-law in my father's mind." Philomela. As daughters, our marriage is completely decided by our father. Even if our father dies, our marriage will still be decided by our father. Brother Erechtheus decided. I know that Priest Lowy will not be my future husband, so I will not have undue feelings for him. Chapter 26. Everyone is having a hard time. When Roy came to the square outside the temple, he saw the resting teenagers sitting together in groups. Each of them stared at the busy young maids with lewd eyes, almost drooling. Master Priest. When Roy came over, these teenagers were ready to get up. Roy immediately waved his hand and said, "You guys sit still and don't move. I'm not here to urge you to train. It's noon now and everyone should rest until at least 2 in the afternoon. I'm just here to chat with you." In the center of the square outside the temple stands the statue of the goddess Metis, as well as an altar dedicated to the goddess Metis. While speaking, Roy sat down on a stone outside the altar, and then said to the teenagers, "I see that you all look sallow and thin. Your families must be very poor." Perhaps because of Roy's approachable attitude, a boy of about 18 years old said carelessly, "If our family's life was good, why would we risk our lives to participate in high-sea trade? Among us, the best in the family is Ares. His father's name is Burrows Harvest, and every time he goes to sea to catch all the fish can be returned with a full load. In addition, several children in their family have died, and they only need to feed Ares and his younger brother. Ares will not have much problem marrying a wife in the future. There are 10 children in our family. When there is a food shortage, people may starve to death. For a family like ours that cannot even support itself, more than half of our brothers are destined to be unable to marry." After someone took the lead, other teenagers also complained about how poor their families were. Roy patiently listened to the complaints of these teenagers, then looked at them with a serious expression and said, "Everyone is willing to risk their lives to follow me out to sea. I know how poor your life is. You are all adults over the age of 16. And you have reached the age where you should marry a wife and have children. But now you can't even support yourself. Live? Even if you go out to sea with me and get 100 kilograms of food, it can only ensure that you have enough to eat this year. After we come back from Crete, if you think I am a person worthy of trust, you can consider becoming my follower and dedicate your loyalty and life to me. I cannot guarantee that you will be rich and wealthy, but I can guarantee that you will marry a wife and have children. I will also guarantee that you will have enough food and clothing, and that your family will no longer have to live for food and clothing. Worry." As soon as Roy finished speaking, Ares stood up and said, "I believe in the priest. I am now willing to become a follower of the priest and dedicate my loyalty and life to the priest." Roy looked at Ares helplessly, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Now Lowy had neither any real power nor any property in the Athenian tribe. Even if someone is willing to become a follower of Roy can't buy people's hearts with food. Looking into Ares' eager eyes, Roy forced a smile and said, "Ares, I just said that you can't consider becoming my followers until we come back from Crete. Now I haven't shown the ability worthy of your trust. Even if someone wants to be my followers now, I will also refuse to accept you." After Ari sat down with a disappointed look on his face, Roy continued. While I have time now, let me tell you what we should do when we encounter pirates at sea. I believe that many of you have never even killed animals, let alone killing people. But when you encounter pirates, be sure to use the weapons in your hands to attack the pirates' fatal parts such as their heads, necks, and abdomens. Because pirates usually kill people, the result of our mercy on the pirates is that the pirates kill us brutally, or capture us, and take us turned into slaves and sold far away from home. Seeing all the teenagers nodding seriously, Roy stood up and said, Now everyone get a wooden stick. And we will use the wooden stick to practice fighting in the afternoon. Tomorrow I will give you wooden spears and let you practice with them. After Pandion arranged for 36 male servants to make paper. The square outside the temple not only had 10 bronze tripods for boiling paper pulp, but also a mountain of firewood. After hearing Roy's order, the teenagers all walked to the firewood mountain and each picked a stick. Ping 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 ping. Pong pong pong. After 50 young men started fighting training with wooden sticks. Procne and Philomela, who heard the sound, came out wearing veils. Philomela looked at the scene in front of her and said, Priest Roy is indeed training soldiers. If Roy wanted to train these teenagers to become sailors, Roy should now teach these teenagers how to perform their respective duties on the ship instead of training these teenagers to work together. Procne looked at the scene in front of her with complicated eyes and said, Philomela, we told father in the evening that Priest Roy is training these teenagers in combat in order to fight the pirates. Philomela didn't think much and nodded directly to agree to her sister's request. The thoughtful Procne knew that if his father Pandion saw this scene directly, he would definitely doubt Roy's intentions in training soldiers. Let his father have a preconceived idea, and his father will think that Roy trained these soldiers to deal with pirates. It was evening, and Procne and Philomela brought dinner. This time, Roy did not hide in the stone house to enjoy delicious food. Instead, he ate unpalatable black bread with the teenagers. Although the food provided by Roy was not delicious, these teenagers all ate very happily because they also wanted to eat black bread when they returned home. The most important thing is that the black bread at home cannot be eaten open. But the black bread here in Roy can be eaten as much as you like. After the teenagers finished their meal, they all expressed that they would definitely come again tomorrow. Roy smiled and said goodbye to these teenagers one by one, agreeing to see them again tomorrow. After all the teenagers left and night had enveloped the earth, Roy returned to the stone house and enjoyed the food brought by Procne and Philomela. Pandion's house. Stone house hall. Procne and Philomela sat with Pandion, Pandion's wife, and Erechtheus, and told their families the events of the day. After Procne told how Roy trained the boys to fight like soldiers in order to deal with the pirates, Philomela said it like a show-off. Father, mother, big brother, guess what my sister and I saw today? Priest Roy was sitting with those common people, eating black bread with relish. Ever since I tasted black bread, I have seen this kind of inferiority. Human food is disgusting. But Priest Loey can actually eat it. Philomela, seeing that her sister actually took Roy's matter as a joke. Procne glared at Philomela dissatisfied. Pandion said with a solemn expression, I've also eaten black bread. In order to win people's hearts, you should sit with the common people and eat the same food. It's a pity that your brother Erechtheus can't endure hardship. He should really learn from Roy and integrate into the common people. Hearing Pandion's words, Erechtheus frowned and instantly lost his appetite for food. Said Pandion's wife immediately, Dear, we have ruled the Athenian tribe for 20 years and have already established solid authority. Erechtheus does not need to blend in with the common people at all. Zeuxippe. Pandion called his wife's name and said with a serious face, If you pamper your children like this, they will definitely suffer a big loss in the future. Chapter 27. What is a man's dream? The sound of roosters crowing from nowhere woke Roy up from his sleep. Roy opened his eyes and sat up, looking at the 2 sets of clothes on the bedside and the 2 pairs of shoes on the floor. Hesitating. Roy's own long-sleeved top, jeans and sneakers were originally completely soaked by the sea water. So for the past 2 days Roy wore a cotton robe and strappy sandals made by Procne. But now, Roy's clothes and shoes were dry. Should I continue to wear my own clothes? Or should I continue to wear clothes made by Procne's own hands? Thinking of Procne's delicate and beautiful face and gentle and sweet smile, Roy's hands finally picked up the cotton robe made by Procne. Roy walked out of the stone house wearing a cotton robe and strappy sandals. and saw 36 male servants already busy working on papermaking. 6 maids are also using ingredients to prepare breakfast for everyone. Roy walked to the place where the paper pulp was dried and saw that the finished paper was enough to make 50 paper armors. So he came to the 6 maids and ordered, "Starting today, you don't need to do any other work. Use linen and paper to sew 50 paper armors for me." After hearing Roy's order, the 6 maids looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Seeing the reactions of the 6 maids, Roy immediately realized that the Athenians of this era did not know how to use tools like needles. So they either used string to fasten the garment around the shoulders, or they used fastening tools like bronze pins. "It seems that before I let you sew paper nails, I need to make wooden needles or bamboo needles out of wood or bamboo." As soon as Roy finished speaking, a maid bravely asked, "Master, are the needles you are talking about used by the barbaric Dorians to sew trousers?" When Chief Pandion was trading with the Dorians, he seemed to have obtained some bone needles from the Dorians. Bone needle. Because Roy's requirements for paper armor are not high, bone needles can also meet Roy's requirements. Since the Athenian tribe has bone needles, I will get them for you later. After saying that, Roy walked towards the altar in the center of the temple square and sat on the stones outside the altar waiting for the arrival of Procne and Philomela. Without the company of these 2 chief ladies, Roy would not dare to go to Pandion's warehouse to get something. After all, everything in the warehouse is Pandion's personal property. Even if Roy just takes away a needle and a thread, it may trigger Pandion's reverse scale. Roy did not wait long. Procne and Philomela soon came to the temple square with 30 male servants. Seeing these 30 male servants, 5 of whom were holding 50 wooden spears, and the other 25 carrying 2,500 kilograms of grain, Roy immediately stood up and walked to Procne and Philomela and said, "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, thank you for lending me the food and wooden spears. I will always remember this kindness. Don't worry about this little thing." Procne picked up the flower basket containing breakfast and smiled. "Priest Roy, we also brought you breakfast. Then I'll have breakfast first. After I finish my breakfast, I want to go to the warehouse with you and find some bone needles from the warehouse." After saying that, Roy took Procne and Philomela back to the stone house. After Roy started to wolf down his breakfast, Philomela couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "What are the bone spicules you are talking about?" Procne said on behalf of Roy, "Philomela, bone needles seem to be tools used by the Dorians. They used bone needles and cotton thread to sew cotton into trousers." Seeing that Procne did not understand the true function of a sewing needle, Roy swallowed a piece of roast meat and said, "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, the sewing needle can not only sew trousers, but also sew coats and sew socks for your feet." While speaking, Roy reached out and pointed to Procne's shoulder. "A noble lady like you can use bronze pins to fasten the front and back pieces of cloth to the shoulders. But ordinary women can only wrap ropes around their bodies to fix their clothes. Not only does it look unsightly, but the ropes can also hurt the body. Use a sewing needle to sew the 2 pieces of cloth on the shoulder together, eliminating the need to tie rope around the body. Best of all, the sewing needle can create a man's dream." "A man's dream?" Procne and Philomela looked at each other. And then Philomela asked directly, "Priest Roy, what is a man's dream you are talking about?" "These are the stockings you pretty girls wear." Roy walked to the head of the stone bed, showed his 2 black cotton socks to Procne and Philomela, and said with a gentleman's smile on his face, "Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, these are men's socks that I wear myself. Don't you think it's anything special? But if the socks grow to above the knees and are worn on your feet, your beautiful little feet is our men's dream." Well, seeing Roy in his gentlemanly state, Philomela was like a surprised little white rabbit, pretending to be scared and complaining, "Priest Roy, you look exactly like those wretched men now." Procne stared at the socks in Roy's hand seriously and said, "Priest Roy, you want to see us wearing knee socks? But apart from our families, only our future husbands can see our bodies. In this era, men's robes, like short skirts, only covered just above the knees. Women's robes are all floor-length skirts, which do not expose their legs even in the hot summer." After hearing Procne's words, Roy's smile froze on his face and he said with a disappointed expression, "Do I have to be your husband to see you wearing knee-high socks? Can't you secretly show them to me?" Hearing Roy's words, even Procne couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now Roy already knew that only by becoming their husband could he see them wearing knee-high socks. But Roy's idea was not to try to become their husbands, but to trick them into secretly wearing them for him to see. Priest Roy. Your thoughts are so irresponsible. Do you just want to enjoy your husband's power, but don't want to fulfill your husband's responsibilities? Philomela said embellished. Sister. You are so gentle. I think he is just a scumbag. After being scolded by the two sisters, Roy finally realized that Prockney and Philomela were not girls in modern society. I'm so sorry. Princess Prockney. Princess Philomela. I made excessive demands on you. I hope you can forgive me. After Roy apologized sincerely, Prockney looked at Philomela and said, Philomela. After all, Priest Lowy is a foreigner from the Far East. Maybe their customs there are different from ours. Let's forgive him once. Sister. You are just too gentle and soft-hearted. Philomela complained. No wonder my father always said that you will definitely suffer in the future. Philomela. Didn't father tell you? Prockney pretended to be angry and puffed out her cheeks. You are as innocent as a child. And you are the one who will really suffer. Chapter 28. You two are the most beautiful. The characters of Prockney and Philomela are that one is gentle and kind, and the other is innocent and simple. In fact, Roy wanted to tell them that both of them would suffer. But in the end, Roy chose to remain silent. After all, if they become smarter, Roy may no longer be able to eat their soft rice. Although Roy disdains eating soft rice, he has to admit that Prockney and Philomela's soft rice is really delicious. After finishing breakfast in a hurry, Roy immediately said to Prockney and Philomela, Princess Prockney. Princess Philomela. Let's go to the warehouse to get the bone needle. As a thank you, I will make 2 lanterns for you later. Lantern. It was something that Prockney and Philomela had never heard of. The two sisters looked at each other and could see curiosity and desire in each other's eyes. Prockney and Philomela took Roy to the warehouse. And after searching for half an hour, they found the bone needles among a pile of dust-covered debris. Seeing that there were only a dozen bone needles wrapped in the animal skin, Prockney grabbed all the bone needles and said, Priest Roy. Let's use all the bone needles. I believe with your wisdom. Even if these bone needles are worn out, you can make better sewing needles. Princess Prockney. If you believe in me so blindly, is it because you have already begun to worship me in your heart? Roy smiled confidently. But you are right. When I come back from Crete, I will arrange for people to make bamboo needles that are better than bone needles. Philomela teased Roy. Priest Roy. Do you want to invent bamboo needles just to see girls wearing knee-high socks? Although my sister and I cannot meet your request, you can order the maids who serve you, or other people with similar status. You lowly girl. Roy immediately shook his head and said, You two are the most beautiful girls of the Athenian tribe. I just want to see you two wearing knee-high socks. We are the most beautiful of the Athenian tribe. Hearing Roy's praise, Prockney and Philomela couldn't help but smile sweetly. When Roy, Prockney, and Philomela returned to the temple, they saw that 50 young people, including Ares, had arrived at the temple square and were excitedly observing the food and wood prepared for them. Spear. Roy immediately walked up to the teenagers, and after scanning all of their faces, Roy said with a smile, I'm so happy to see all of you here. From now on, you are my true companions and comrades in arms. Roy. Now each of you can take 50 kilograms of grain and a wooden spear. Wait until you bring the grain, send them back to their respective homes, and we will start today's training. After Roy finished speaking, the teenagers immediately cheered happily. Long live the priest. Long live Master Roy. I will follow Priest Roy forever. Listening to the cheers of the teenagers, Roy said with a smile, Hurry up and take the food distributed to you home. And let your parents believe that I am not a liar who deceived their son. Only when you have the understanding and support of your parents can I take you to sea with confidence. The teenagers immediately took action and returned home, each carrying 50 kilograms of grain. After the teenagers left, Roy returned to Prockney and Philomela and said, Princess Prockney. Princess Philomela. Now I will use cardboard, wooden sticks, tissue paper and rope to make a lantern for you. After saying that, Roy started to take action. Under the curious gazes of Prockney and Philomela, Roy quickly made a lantern, putting a candle into the lantern and lighting it. Roy lifted the lantern with a wooden stick and said, Princess Prockney. Princess Philomela. This is a lantern. Because there are tissue paper on all sides to block the wind. Everyone can travel at night with a lantern. After introducing the use of the lantern, Roy handed the lantern to Prockney. Philomela immediately said dissatisfied. Priest Roy, you have already made a lantern for your sister. Now it's time to make a second lantern for me. Philomela, if you want, I can give you this lantern. Prockney handed the lantern to Philomela, who immediately shook her head and said, Sister, the lantern you gave me is different from the lantern that Priest Roy gave me. No, the same. They are both lanterns. But what are the differences? Prockney did not expect that the lantern she gave Philomela was a gift from her sister. Roy gives Philomela a lantern. A gift from a man. Although Roy also felt that Philomela was a bit petite and willful, he still complied with Philomela's request and made a second lantern for her with ease. When Roy handed the lantern to Philomela, Philomela played with the lantern for a while, then put the lantern on the ground and said, It's so boring. I've only played for a while and it's no longer exciting. At this time, the teenagers, including Ares, had returned to the temple square carrying wooden spears. Roy came to the teenagers and said, I have only one request for you today. And that is to practice stabbing with a wooden spear. Because the blade of a wooden spear is difficult to penetrate the human body, you must use all your strength when stabbing. And stab hard in front of you. Enemy. 50 teenagers started practicing according to Roy's request. And Roy came to the 6 maids and taught them how to use bone needles to sew paper armor. My request to you is very simple. The paper armor you sew should not only protect the body above the knees like a robe, but also have 2 extra paper armor sleeves to protect the arms. After hearing Roy's request for the paper armor, Prockney said to Roy, Priest Roy, I also want to make a set of paper armor for my father. Can I sew the paper armor together with these maids? Princess Prockney, you are the noble daughter of Chief Pandion. You do not need my permission to do anything you want to do. After responding to Prockney, Roy held up a wooden stick about the same length as a wooden spear and said, I have to practice fighting next. So I won't be able to accompany you sisters. After saying that, Roy walked up to the teenagers who were practicing stabbing and practiced with them. Seeing Roy practicing stabbing with the boys, Philomela smiled at Prockney and said, Sister, if my father sees this, he will definitely say that Brother Rectheus should learn from Priest Lowy. Prockney said while sewing paper armor with a bone needle. Brother Rectheus's companions are all sons of the little leader's family. Even if his father asks, Brother Rectheus can't really treat common people as companions. Prockney and Philomela did not know that their brother Rectheus was observing the temple square not far away. Seeing Roy practicing his stabbing skills with the boys, Erechtheus said with a joking smile, My father actually thinks that I should learn from this kind of person. He doesn't even know that soldiers should go to the battlefield with shields. If he is allowed to lead these people into the war, his soldiers will definitely be annihilated. Unbeknownst to Erechtheus, Roy was preparing to arm the boys with paper armor so that they could fight with weapons using both hands. Chapter 29 Captain Pallas the Spear Wielder. In a blink of an eye, the time has arrived on the 3rd day. Roy was cooperating with each other while training the boys to fight in the temple square. Pandion suddenly came to the temple square with dozens of bodyguards. Roy walked up to Pandion and saw Pandion's eyes observing the 50 teenagers in training. Roy took the initiative to speak. Chief Pandion, what do you think of the training of my companions? Although as warriors, they are not as good as my personal guards. But on the battlefield, their role should be stronger than those ordinary people recruited temporarily. After giving his evaluation, Pandion looked at Roy and said, Priest Roy, I have prepared 10 cargo ships. You can take the fleet to Crete tomorrow. Then, Pandion looked at a tall guard soldier beside him. This is my guard Captain Pallas. He will lead 50 guardsmen to set out with you to ensure your safety on this long sea voyage. The name Pallas means spear-wielding one. In this era, Pallas was a common name among warriors. Hearing the name of the personal guard Captain Pallas, Roy frowned and looked at him and said, I think I've heard of this name Pallas. Hearing Roy's murmur, Pandion said with a smile, Even among our Athenian tribe, there are several Pallas with the same name. There are many warriors with the name Pallas. It is not surprising that you have heard of the name Pallas. No. Roy shook his head and said, I always felt that Pallas was the name of a very great goddess. After Pallas became the name of a great goddess, humans rarely used the name Pallas anymore. After speaking, Roy turned his head unconsciously and looked at the statue of Metis in the center of the temple square. Pandion followed Roy's gaze and glanced at the statue of Metis. Then said to Roy. Priest Roy. Next. I am going to arrange other things. I will leave it to you. The guard Captain Pallas and his 50 guard soldiers. You can order them like me. If they do not obey order. And you can punish them as you please. Guard Captain Pallas immediately said to Roy. Master Priest. According to the leader's order. Even if you order us to die. We will carry out your order. Captain Pallas. If I really give you ridiculous orders to die. You should refuse to carry out my orders. After responding to Pallas. Roy looked at Pandion and said. Chief Pandion. I am ready to go to Crete. I will set off early tomorrow morning. Because this journey will take at least 7 days to go back and forth. So I hope you can prepare our food and water for 7 days. No problem. Pandion nodded and said. Your trade is of great significance. As long as you succeed. Our Athenian tribe can continuously arrange cargo ships to go to Crete to buy food. After Pandion left with a dozen personal guards. Roy immediately said to Pallas. Captain Pallas. In the next period of time. We will be fighting side by side. In order to let everyone get familiar with each other. You and your soldiers will stay here and accept my training with these teenagers. Like a robot executing orders. Pallas directly led the 50 personal guards to the opposite side of the 50 teenagers and began training. Different from the 50 young men holding wooden spears in both hands and stabbing them. The guards all held wooden spears in their right hands and held up a wooden shield in their left hand. After starting training. The guardsmen wielded wooden spears with their right hands and raised wooden shields with their left hands to resist the enemy's attacks. Roy couldn't help but smile as he looked at the 50 teenagers and guards who were trained in 2 different ways. I really want to see whether the soldiers I trained are stronger on the battlefield. Or whether these shield soldiers are stronger on the battlefield. It's evening. Procne and Philomela brought dinner to everyone. Originally, Roy wanted to eat black bread with everyone and cultivate a feeling of sharing joys and sorrows. But a maid came over and told Roy that Procne and Philomela were waiting for Roy in the stone house. Although it is very important to develop a relationship with your companions through thick and thin. Procne and Philomela are obviously even more important. Roy walked into the stone room lit with candles and saw Procne and Philomela standing together happily. Procne was holding a set of paper armor in both hands. And Philomela was holding a piece of armor in her right hand. Spear with bronze blade. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. What are you? Before Roy could finish speaking. Procne blushed and handed the paper armor in his hand to Roy. Priest Roy. This is the paper armor I gave you. I hope it can protect you and return safely. Philomela also handed over the bronze war spear and said. Sister made paper armor for you with her own hands. This is the weapon I gave you. You must come back alive. Roy stretched out his hands and took the paper armor and bronze spear from Procne and Philomela. Smiling with emotion in his heart. Even if it's for you too. I will definitely come back alive. After saying that. There was an eerie silence in the stone house. After all. There is an emotional red line between Roy and them that cannot be crossed. If this red line is crossed. The cheap father-in-law and cheap uncle will definitely find a way to kill Roy. Therefore. Roy must restrain his emotions before he has the strength to protect himself. Procne said. Breaking the silence. Priest Roy. In order not to worry my mother. Philomela and I should go back. Even if we mess up this distant sea trade. You must come back alive. After saying that. Procne took Philomela's hand and left. After Roy was the only one left in the stone house. Looking at the paper armor and bronze spear in his hand. Roy said with a solemn expression. It seems that I will continue to rack my brains to ensure that I can come back alive. The next morning. When the sky was dark. 50 teenagers and 50 personal guards came to the temple square to assemble. Roy walked out of the stone house. And the guard Captain Pallas came to Roy and said. Master Priest. The leader is already waiting for us at the port. Please take us out now. Roy nodded and said. Captain Pallas. Before we set off. I have to arrange for Ares and the others to bring the lanterns and candles I prepared in advance. After saying that. Roy walked up to the 50 teenagers and ordered several teenagers. Including Ares. To bring the 10 lanterns and 150 candles he had prepared. Ares came to Roy with a lantern and couldn't help but whisper. Master Priest. There is a candle lit in this lantern. Isn't it too wasteful to light the candle during the day? This candle is our fire. Roy said with a serious expression. Ares. You must hold this lantern firmly and never let the candle inside go out. After saying that, Roy and Pallas took 50 teenagers and 50 personal guards to the port of Piraeus. After Roy and others left, Procne and Philomela came to the temple square to watch Roy disappear. It wasn't until the figures of Roy and others disappeared from sight that Procne turned around and prayed to the statue of Metis. The great goddess Metis. If you really love Priest Roy, you must help him survive. Chapter 30. I have the skills to sail at night. Port of Piraeus. Roy and guard Captain Pallas came here with 50 teenagers and 50 guard soldiers, and saw 10 cargo ships about 10 meters in length parked at the artificial dock of the port. Pandion and Erechtheus were guarding the dock with a group of personal guards, waiting for the arrival of Roy and others. Roy brought his companions to the dock. Pandion took the initiative to come to Roy, pointed to the cabin of a cargo ship and said, "Priest Roy, the olive oil used in exchange for grain has been placed in the cabin for you. In the past, the Phoenicians brought grain to trade with us. 100 jars of olive oil could only be exchanged for 2,000 kilograms of grain. Now I give you prepared 100 jars of olive oil, and I hope you can exchange them for at least 3,000 kilograms of grain in Crete." Chief Pandion, there are only 100 jars of olive oil in the cabin. In addition to 100 jars of olive oil, food and water are also prepared for you in the cabin. Even the 50 sets of paper armor worn by your sailors have been placed in the cabin. After listening to Pandion's words, Roy said with a smile, "Now that Chief Pandion is fully prepared, we can set off now." After speaking, Roy took the lead and boarded the first cargo ship. Seeing Roy boarding the ship, 50 teenagers also boarded the cargo ship. Guards Captain Pallas exchanged glances with Pandion, and then boarded the cargo ship with 50 guardsmen. According to Roy's pre-arrangement, each cargo ship now has 5 teenagers and 5 personal guards. Seeing that everyone had boarded the ship, Roy stood on the bow and shouted loudly, "Comrades, now you all obey my orders. Let's all set sail together. Set sail. Hoo-la-la. Hoo-la-la." After the sails were raised, which was blown by the wind, except for Roy and the guard Captain Pallas, the 10 people on each ship sat next to the oars and rowed the oars to let the cargo ship sail out at the fastest speed. Port of Piraeus. Pandion watched the fleet go away, with both hope and worry in his eyes. After all, this was the first time the Athenians had engaged in long-sea trade. If it failed, the Athenians would have to endure the Phoenicians' low-priced grain exchange for olive oil. Great goddess Metis. We Athenians did not choose the goddess of the earth or the goddess of the sky, but made the goddess of the sea the patron saint of Athens. Just because we want to get the future of Athens from the sea. If you don't want to be betrayed by the Athenians, please make sure our distant sea trade succeeds. Driven by the sea wind and ocean currents, Roy's fleet sailed as fast as an arrow, and soon left the waters of Athens and sailed into the vast sea where land could not be seen with the naked eye. Roy stood on the bow and shouted to the sailors on the 10 cargo ships in a shouting voice, "Dear companions, I know that you are all worried, but the priests of the goddess Metis are with you. As long as the goddess Metis does not abandon me, the goddess will definitely protect me. And by the way, protect all of you." Ares, who was on the same cargo ship as Roy, said with a smile while paddling, "The goddess Metis bestowed upon Priest Loe the wisdom of the gods and allowed Priest Loe to invent those incredible things. This shows how much the goddess Metis loves Priest Loe. The great goddess Metis will definitely protect Priest Loe. And then those of us who are lucky will also be protected by the goddess Metis because of the Priest Loe." After Ares finished speaking, everyone showed a relaxed smile. In fact, even Roy himself didn't know whether the goddess Metis would protect Roy. But in order to reassure everyone, Roy must force himself to believe that the goddess Metis will protect himself and everyone else. If Roy doesn't believe his lies, how can he deceive others? The young sailors seemed to have endless power. By the time the sunset fell, 10 cargo ships had sailed more than 200 miles on the sea. Guard Captain Pallas asked the cargo ship he was riding to approach Roy's ship, and then said to Roy, "Master Priest, night is coming. Should we find an island to anchor for the night?" In this era, night sailing was more dangerous than day sailing, because there is no sun to confirm the direction. It is easier to get lost at sea when sailing at night. In addition to losing their way, ships sailing at night are also more likely to hit rocks. Roy looked up at the stars in the sky, and then said to the guard Captain Pallas, "Captain Pallas, we have to continue sailing at night. But sailing at night is very dangerous. It is because it is very dangerous to sail at night. So we have to sail at night. Roy explained patiently. Because it is very dangerous to sail at night. We continue sailing at night without worrying about being attacked by pirates. And if we look for an island to anchor, we have no idea whether the residents of the island will accept us or attack us. If we have conflicts with the residents on the island and cause casualties, then the gains outweigh the losses. But I know what you are worried about. I have a way to sail at night without losing my way. Now I am going to send a lantern to each of your ships. You can use the lanterns to confirm each other's position. You must stay close to my flagship. Faced with Roy's tough attitude, Guard Captain Pallas could only choose to accept Roy's order. After all, what Roy said makes sense. If you find an island to anchor for the night, you are likely to be attacked by the islanders. After nightfall, 10 cargo ships lit lanterns and sailed slowly on the sea. Roy held the navigation chart and floating compass and said to the Aries beside him, Aries, including me, it is impossible for everyone to stay awake all night. Now I will teach you how to use nautical charts, compasses and constellations in the night sky to confirm the direction of navigation at night. After you learn it, you and I will be responsible for piloting. And you will be responsible for piloting in the second half of the night. The others should also be divided into 2 groups. One group will sleep in the first half of the night, and the other group will sleep in the second half of the night. Aries nodded, then listened carefully to Roy's explanation. Time flashed to the next morning. Roy's fleet sailed smoothly through the night without encountering any danger. This deepened everyone's trust in Roy and made them no longer afraid of sailing at night. It's evening in a blink of an eye. Guard Captain Pallas came to the ship where Roy was, lowered his head and said to Roy, Master Priest, I hope you can teach me the techniques of night navigation. Is this an order from Chief Pandion to you? Guard Captain Pallas shook his head and said, The leader doesn't know that you have the technology of night navigation. But the leader told me that if the long-sea trade is successful this time, the leader will let me lead the fleet to carry out long-sea trade in the future. So I must learn the technology of night navigation. Lowy did not intend to become a captain specializing in high-sea trade. So Guards Captain Pallas wanted to learn to sail at night. And Roy certainly had no reason to refuse. Captain Pallas, it is not difficult to sail at night. Now I will teach you how to recognize the constellations at night. Chapter 31 Europa. The Goddess of Knossos. After 3 days and 3 nights of sailing, Roy's fleet finally entered the Cretan Sea north of Crete on the morning of the 4th day. Fortunately, during these 3 days and nights, Roy's fleet encountered neither natural disasters, such as storms, nor man-made disasters, such as pirates. When the land of Crete entered Roy's sight, a fleet of 12 warships also sailed towards Roy's fleet from the direction of Crete. Did we meet pirates? Seeing the fleet approaching in the distance, Roy's companions all stood up nervously, wanting to prepare in advance to fight the pirates. Although Roy felt that there could be no pirate activities near Crete, out of caution, Roy still shouted orders to his companions. Everyone is ready to fight. If the opponent is really a pirate, we must fight to the death with him. Upon hearing Roy's order, all the sailors from the 10 cargo ships entered the cabin and took out wooden spears. And 50 teenagers even wore paper armor on their bodies. Master Priest. The heavily armed Aries came to Roy with the paper armor and bronze war spear made by Procne and said, I brought your paper armor and war spear. Thanks. After thanking Aries, Roy put on the paper armor and then looked at the approaching fleet with a bronze war spear in his hand. A fleet of 12 warships came near Roy's fleet. Roy saw that these warships could accommodate 30 sailors, which meant that this fleet had at least 300 sailors. Lowy's fleet consisted of only 102 men. Moreover, not only was there a huge numerical gap between the 2 sides, but the opponent's warship was so huge that it could even knock over all of Roy's fleet. Under the nervous gazes of Roy and others, the flagship of the warship fleet sailed next to Roy's flagship. And then a young man wearing a white cotton robe, a red cloak on his back, and a gold belt around his waist stood. Roy said from the bow deck of the warship, looking down at Roy's cargo ship, Are you merchants coming to Knossos City to trade? Don't be nervous. We are the naval fleet of Knossos City. Not pirates attacking you. After hearing the young man's words, Roy put down his bronze war spear and said, Noble Knossos. If I am right, you must be a prince of noble birth and favored by the goddess Knossos. We are indeed merchants who come to trade with goods. And the Sea of Crete with the powerful Knossos navy guarding us. From now on we no longer have to worry about being attacked by pirates. Hearing Roy's words, the young man couldn't help but laugh. Where do you come from as a foreigner? You are so eloquent. But you guessed it right. I am indeed the son of Minos. My name is Deucalion. And I am the next generation of Minos from the city of Knossos. Minos, this is not a name that belongs to any one person. Just like Pythia is the name shared by successive priestesses of the Temple of Delphi. Minos was also the name shared by all the kings of Knossos. Minos probably means a minotaur, or a person wearing bull horns. The minotaur with horns on his head is a common image of all the kings of Knossos. So Minos became the name or title of all kings. Deucalion. After learning the name of Prince Deucalion of Knossos, Roy felt a sense of déjà vu once again. The name seems to be that of a Cretan king. After coming back to his senses, Roy forced a smile and said to Deucalion, Great Prince Deucalion. Although we outsiders are lucky enough to come to the Sea of Crete, we don't know the specific location of the city of Knossos. I hope you can help us and tell us about Knossos. The specific location of Seaching. You don't even know the location of the city of Knossos. Deucalion said with his eyes widened in surprise. It seems that this is your first time to trade in the city of Knossos. No wonder you will be wary of the Knossos navy as pirates. I can tell you the specific location of the city of Knossos. But I will not provide it to you. Other help. After speaking, Deucalion pointed out the specific location of the city of Knossos to Roy. After Deucalion left with the Knossos navy, Roy immediately ordered the sailors to return to their respective positions. Dear companions, we only brought food for 7 days. If you don't want to go hungry, we will exchange all the olive oil for food in the city of Knossos today, and then return to Athens with the food. Crete is located at the junction of Europa, Asia and Africa. The special geographical location not only allowed Crete to become a transportation hub for maritime trade on the continent of Europe, Asia, and Africa, but also allowed Crete to absorb advanced civilizations from the Near East and Egypt, entering the Bronze Age and forming the Cretan civilization. Although Crete has the worship of various gods brought by immigrants from the Near East and Egypt, the most powerful god in Crete is still worshipped by Knossos, the most powerful city-state in Crete, the great goddess who protects the gods. The goddess Knossos is the original goddess of nature. She later absorbed the attributes of many goddesses in the Near East and Egypt, giving the goddess Knossos a very complex godhead. The current goddess Knossos is not only the goddess of nature in charge of mountain and forest plants, but also the goddess of harvest in charge of animal husbandry and agriculture, and also the goddess of nurturing who protects children. In the eyes of the Knossos people, cattle, especially white cattle, are sacred animals that can be close to the goddess Knossos. Therefore, when offering sacrifices to the goddess, the priest of the goddess would wear horns and approach the statue of the goddess in the form of a minotaur. Because the goddess Knossos has the ancient authority to protect the people of Knossos for thousands of years, the priests, the spokespersons of the goddess Knossos, also have great authority. Priests of the goddess ruled the city of Knossos as kings from its founding. Or perhaps, the king who ruled the city of Knossos had always been the priest of the goddess himself to prevent the priest's authority from being held by others. When the port of Knossos city appeared in front of his sight, Roy suddenly thought of it. The name of the patron goddess of Knossos may be Europa. Or Europa. One of the names belonging to the patron goddess of Knossos. In ancient legends, King Minos who ruled Crete was the son of Europa. It is hinting at the relationship between Minos and Europa. Minos, the king of the city of Knossos, became the favorite of the goddess Europa as a priest, that is, the son of God. In this era, rulers who served gods as priests usually deified themselves and gained the status of sons of gods. For example, in Egypt, the pharaohs would add the name of the patron saint to their own names to show their identity as the son of God. In the Mesopotamia, Phoenicia, and the Asia Minor Peninsula, rulers would also deify themselves into the sons of gods, or even directly deify themselves into new gods. Chapter 32 1/20 of Business Tax. The city of Knossos is located in the east-central part of Crete. It is the most powerful, rich and popular city-state in Crete, and it has accumulated a lot of wealth by becoming a trade hub in the eastern Mediterranean. King Minos of Knossos also knew that the foundation for the city of Knossos to remain strong was trade. So he established a navy to protect the safety of the sea lanes around Crete, and established fair trade in the city of Knossos. System. Attracting more merchants to the city of Knossos for trade. When Roy's fleet entered the trading port of the city of Knossos, They saw hundreds of ships, large and small, coming in and out of the port, which looked like a scene of prosperous trade. On the artificial docks of the trading port, not only were thousands of sailors busy loading and unloading goods, but there were also heavily armed Knossos soldiers patrolling back and forth. After Roy's fleet came to anchor at an artificial dock, a group of Knossos soldiers immediately came over and shouted, "Who is the master of your fleet?" Roy jumped from the flagship to the dock and faced the Knossos soldiers. "I am the master of the fleet." The man, who looked like a soldier captain, took out a bronze sign and said to Roy, "Every new ship entering the port must pay a tax to King Knossos. We will board the ship to inspect your goods, and take away 1/20th of the goods, or items of equal value, as the commercial tax you pay. If you are willing to pay the tax, please accept this sign as proof of your tax payment. If you are not willing to pay the tax, then please return the same way and leave our port." At this time, the guard Captain Pallas also jumped onto the dock. Hearing that the Knossos people said that they would collect 1/20th of the goods as commercial tax, the guard Captain Pallas couldn't help but said, "What do you mean by paying taxes? You just took away 1/20th of our goods with just one sentence. Is this robbery?" The Knossos soldier captain immediately mocked. "Where are you natives from? You don't even know the commercial taxes. Our city of Knossos provides you with a safe trading environment. It is natural for you to pay taxes to the king of Knossos. If you don't want to pay taxes, we will not force you to pay taxes. We will just drive you away." Captain Pallas, "Don't speak for now." Glaring at the guard Captain Pallas with a dissatisfied look, Roy turned to the Knossos soldier captain and said, "We agree to pay the tax, and you can now board the ship to inspect our goods. The goods we brought for trade are 100 cans of olive oil, which are all placed in the hold of the ship." Unexpectedly, Roy was so cooperative. The captain of the Knossos soldiers glanced at Roy in surprise, and then waved the soldiers behind him to board the ship to inspect the goods. 10 Knossos soldiers boarded 10 cargo ships respectively. After inspecting the cabins, they returned to the soldier captain to report the results. After confirming that Roy's cargo was 100 jars of olive oil, the Knossos soldier captain said to Roy, "Now we are going to take away your 5 cans of olive oil. If you agree, you will take the tax tag." Roy directly took the bronze tax tag and said with a smile on his face, "Please take 5 jars of olive oil with you." Roy explained to the captain of the guard, Pallas, after the captain of the Knossos soldiers and his men left with 5 jars of olive oil. "Captain Pallas, although you may think it is unreasonable, it is right for us to pay taxes to the people of Knossos. In the future, we Athenians will develop the port of Piraeus into a trading port, and we will also pay taxes to people entering Piraeus. Commercial tax is levied on cargo ships in the port of Phus." Guard Captain Pallas lowered his head and said, "I was too impulsive just now, because this is the first time I heard that trade requires taxes. In the past, the Phoenicians did not pay taxes to us Athenians when they traded with us." Roy rolled his eyes and complained in his mind. In the past, the Athenians did not have the ability to trade across the sea. So it was the Athenians who asked the Phoenicians to trade. Not only could the Athenians not collect commercial taxes from the Phoenicians, they also had to endure economic exploitation by the Phoenicians at unfair prices. Ares came to Roy at this time and asked curiously, "Master Priest, how are we going to find the grain merchant next?" Roy turned his head and glanced at the city behind the port, and then said to the guard Captain Pallas, "Captain Pallas, now I plan to take Ares into the city of Knossos to find merchants who can trade food. You have to manage our ships and sailors to ensure that no unexpected situations occur." Guard Captain Pallas nodded and said, "Master Priest, I guarantee with my life that accidents will never happen." As soon as Roy and Ares walked out of the port that was full of the smell of sailors' sweat, a Knossos man wearing linen clothes and straw sandals came to Roy and said with a warm smile, "Dear foreigners, do you need a guide? If you hire me to guide you, you can save time and directly find merchants who can trade with you." Roy stopped and looked at the other person with suspicion. "Can you show us the way? I am Charon from Knossos, one of the famous guides in the port. Whether you want to trade grain or bronze, I can directly take you to the big merchants who sell grain and bronze. And the reward I ask for it's not much. You just need to give me 100 caddies of grain." After listening to the words of the guide Charon, Ares couldn't help but say, "I see that the city of Knossos is not that big. It only takes an hour at most for you to lead the way for us. But the reward you asked for is 100 caddies of grain. Do you know that we risked everything for 100 caddies of grain?" Risking one's life. Before Ares could finish speaking, Roy raised his hand to interrupt him and said to the guide. Charon. Charon. The guide. We came to the city of Knossos to buy food. So we can't give you 100 caddies of food as your reward. Then what are your goods? You can give me goods worth 100 caddies of grain. The goods we brought were 100 cans of olive oil. And 1 can was 10 pounds of olive oil. Olive oil. Charon. The guide thought for a moment and said. Then give me 2 cans of olive oil as payment for hiring me. 2 cans of olive oil. Could it be that in the city of Knossos, 20 pounds of olive oil were exchanged for 100 pounds of grain? Roy recorded this important information in his mind. And then said to the guide Charon. Okay. I agree to hire you with 2 jars of olive oil. As long as you lead us to the grain merchant. I will give you 2 jars of olive oil as agreed. Upon hearing Roy's promise, Charon, the guide, immediately pointed to a gorgeous stone house not far from the port. Dear stranger, Lord Etio, who lives in that house, is one of the big grain merchants in Knossos. I will take you to see Lord Etio now. Well, looking at the gorgeous stone house only a few hundred meters away from him, Roy couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. It seemed that Kalen, the guide, had earned 100 kilograms of grain from himself in less than 5 minutes. But for Roy, knowing that 20 pounds of olive oil can be exchanged for 100 pounds of grain is not a disadvantage. Chapter 33 10 pounds of olives and 50 pounds of grain. Etio, a large grain merchant in the city of Knossos, was obviously a royal or nobleman with great wealth. His stone house was huge and luxurious, with walls made of smooth rocks, and 2 3-meter-high stone pillars at the door supporting the eaves. Moreover, this stone house has 2 floors, which looks like a villa. In addition to the main stone house, there are many wooden houses that serve as warehouses. Charon, the guide, took Roy and Ares to Etio's stone house. After introducing Roy's identity to the 4 soldiers guarding the door, a soldier immediately entered the stone house to report the situation. After a while, the soldier from before came out and said, Lord Etio has agreed to receive the strangers. After hearing the soldier's words, Charon, the guide, looked at Roy and said, Lord Etio has agreed to see you. Now you can go in. Foreigners, I must remind you that even if the deal with Lord Etio does not succeed, you should not behave rudely. Roy nodded to Charon, the guide, and then walked into the stone house with Ares. Inside Etio's stone house, there is a fully armed soldier every 5 meters. Roy and Ares walked through the corridor and entered the hall behind the corridor. They saw a middle-aged man wearing colorful robes and gold and silver jewelry sitting on a stone seat. Seeing Roy and Ares walking into the hall, Etio locked eyes directly with Roy and said, Stranger, what goods have you brought? If your goods do not interest me, then there is no need for us to continue talking. Dear Lord Etio, my goods are 100 jars of olive oil. But I handed over 5 jars of olive oil as trade tax, and gave 2 jars of olive oil as payment for the guide Charon. Now I only have 9 jars left. 13 jars of olive oil. Olive oil, Etio said with a serious expression. Since your goods are olive oil, I can trade with you, according to the price of 10 pounds of olive oil in exchange for 40 pounds of grain. Your olive oil can be exchanged for 3,720 pounds of grain from me. 10 pounds of olive oil can only be exchanged for 40 pounds of grain. After hearing the deal proposed by Etio, Roy immediately frowned and said, Lord Etio, as far as I know, in the city of Knossos, 10 pounds of olive oil can be exchanged for 50 pounds of grain. My fleet took huge risks to transport grain to the port of Knossos. What's wrong with me raising the price of grain? The city of Knossos has a strong naval protection channel. What risks do you take in transporting food from Egypt to the city of Knossos? After 3 days and 3 nights of sailing, we transported olive oil from our distant hometown to Knossos. Soth City is the one who truly risks his life. Hearing Roy's words, Etio asked curiously, Stranger, where is your hometown? We are Athenians from the Attica Peninsula. I heard some Phoenicians say that the Athenian tribe is the most powerful tribe in the Attica Peninsula. But it is also a group of indigenous people with backward civilization. I didn't expect that you, the backward indigenous people, can actually conduct long-sea trade. You said that's right. You did take a big risk by bringing the olive oil here. I agree to trade with you at the price of 10 pounds of olive oil for 50 pounds of grain. Now you can bring the olive oil and get it from me. 4,650 kilograms of grain were moved from the warehouse. After reaching a deal with Etio for 10 pounds of olive oil in exchange for 50 pounds of grain. Roy said with a joyful smile. Lord Etio, you are really a good businessman of fair trade. We Athenians want to have long-term cooperation with you. In the future, we will transport more olive oil to the city of Knossos. I hope you can use the same price to trade with us. You have more olive oil dash. Etio was surprised at first. Then said with a faint smile. It seems that I have underestimated your olive oil production. I can purchase any olive oil your Athenian tribe has. Then let's sign a trade contract. Roy took out the paper, pen and ink he carried with him, and was about to start writing when he suddenly realized that Etio could not understand Chinese characters. And he could not understand the hieroglyphics used by the Knossos people. Since both parties cannot understand each other's words, there is no need to sign a trade contract. Roy was about to put away his pen and paper when Etio suddenly shouted. Wait! Then under Roy's surprised gaze, Etio stood up and walked to Roy, looking at the paper, pen and ink curiously and asked. What is this? Seeing that Etio was very interested in paper, pen and ink, Roy hesitated, put the paper, pen and ink on the ground, then dipped the brush in the ink, and said while drawing and writing on the paper. Lord Etio, this is paper, a brush, and ink. With these three things, you can use a brush to write and draw on paper. I heard that Knossos people wrote many hieroglyphics on clay tablets. But clay tablets are difficult to make and difficult to preserve. Writing hieroglyphics on paper can be preserved for a long time. And the paper will not be damaged easily. Looking at the pictures Roy wrote on the paper, Etio said with wide eyes and surprise. I can see that the brush is made of horsetail hair and the ink is a kind of dyed water. But how is the paper made? Foreigner, can you sell me the brush, ink and all the paper? I am willing to pay a high price to get these things. If Lord Etio is willing to spend 500. Roy was about to use paper, pen and ink to exchange 500 kilograms of grain with Etio when his eyes were suddenly attracted by the two bronze belts hanging on the wall. These are two belts carved with animal leather as the backing. One belt is engraved with two snakes devouring each other's tails. The other belt is engraved with two cows colliding together. The center point of the collision of the two cows' horns is belt buckle for this belt. Etio followed Roy's gaze to the two bronze belts and said with a playful smile on his face. Stranger, if you want to please your wife at home, I have a better gift here. Although the bronze is also golden, it is not real gold after all. I have a real gold belt to sell to you. The price of the gold belt is 1,000 catties of grain. 1,000 kilograms of grain in exchange for a gold belt. I'm afraid that in this so-called golden belt, only the belt buckle is made of gold. Although Roy wanted the belt very much, Roy's personal wealth was simply not enough to buy it. So Roy hesitated for a moment and said to Etio. Lord Etio, if you really want my paper, pen and ink, trade these two bronze belts with me. Good. After Etio readily agreed, Roy immediately walked to the wall, stretched out his hands and took off the two bronze belts. After Roy took Ares out of Etio's stone house, Ares asked cautiously. Master Priest, you bought these two bronze belts. Do you want to use them yourself? Or do you want to give them to Princess Procne and Princess Philomela? Roy was not surprised that Ares could see his own thoughts. After all, among normal people, only the blind would not be able to see that Roy's relationship with Procne and Philomela has gone beyond the relationship between ordinary men and women. Ares, you idiot. Would I be so extravagant as to buy myself a belt with 500 kilograms worth of grain? Chapter 34 encountered pirates and refused to surrender. Seeing Roy and Ares coming out of Etio's stone house, Charon, the guide, immediately stepped forward and smiled. Dear foreigners, your deal with Lord Etio must have been successful. Roy said with a faint smile. After all, our product is olive oil. In this day and age, olive oil is called liquid gold. The main reason why olive oil can become liquid gold is that it is rare and valuable. Olives, a plant with special environmental requirements, are currently only widely grown along the eastern Mediterranean coast. The only areas that can produce high-quality olive oil are the Attica Peninsula and the Peloponnese Peninsula. After hearing Roy's words, the guide Charon rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Since your deal with Lord Etio is successful, then pay me as agreed. Can After Roy agreed to the request of the guide Charon, he took Ares and the guide Charon back to the artificial dock of the port. After Charon, the guide left holding 2 cans of olive oil. Guards Captain Pallas looked at his back and said, "Master Priest. He just spent a little time leading the way, and then took away 2 jars of olive oil from us. Didn't we suffer too much?" Captain Pallas: "Thanks to Kalen. I know that in the city of Knossos, 10 pounds of olive oil can be exchanged for 50 pounds of grain. Relying on this important information, we did not suffer a loss when trading with Etio. So hiring Charon is worth it." After explaining the matter to guard Captain Pallas, Roy continued, "Now I am going to take half the manpower to move our olive oil to the warehouse in Etio and carry our grain back. Next, you have to continue to guard the ship." After speaking, Roy directed 50 teenagers, including Ares, to move the olive oil out of the cabin. After a while, Roy took 50 teenagers with him to move the olive oil to the warehouse in Etio. Etio seemed to suddenly take this trade seriously and personally waited for Roy in the warehouse. Seeing Roy arriving, Etio ordered the valet to open the warehouse, then walked up to Roy and said, "Stranger, I forgot to say something important to you. You know my name, but I don't know your name or your identity. I am Roy, the priest of the Athenian tribe." After Roy explained his identity, Etio nodded and said, "As I expected. You are the priest of the god who leads the tribe. With your status, you can meet the great King Minos, and I can introduce him to you." Etio apparently mistakenly believed that Loe was the leader of the Athenian tribes in his capacity as a priest. After listening to Etio's words, Roy shook his head without hesitation. After all, King Minos was the ruler of the city of Knossos with a population of tens of thousands. Compared with the city of Knossos, the Athenian tribe was only a small tribe with a population of several thousand. Even if Roy presented himself as the leader of the Athenian tribe, he would inevitably be required to submit to King Minos and become a vassal of King Minos. "Lord Etio, you misunderstood. Although I am a priest of the Athenian tribe, I am not the leader of the Athenian tribe. So I am not qualified to meet King Minos now. You are not the leader of the Athenian tribe. Then you are the son of the leader of the Athenian tribe. I'm not the leader's son either. Is the leader of the Athenian tribe crazy and letting an outsider become the priest of the tribe?" Etio said with surprise. "In our Knossos, King Minos is a male priest who serves the goddess, and the queen is a female priest who serves the goddess. Apart from King Minos and the queen, only princes and princesses can become priests. This is a world where gods really exist, and it is in an era where kingship is divinely authorized and divine power is greater than royal power. It is indeed incomprehensible for the ruler of a tribe or city-state to allow an outsider to become a priest of a god and hold divine power." Looking at Etio's reaction, Roy said with a smile, "Lord Etio, you should just state your purpose directly. As long as your request is reasonable enough, I will try my best to meet your request." Etio hesitated and said, "Priest Roy, after all, the amount of paper you sold me is limited. I hope you can sell me the method of making paper. As long as you teach me how to make paper, I can give you 2 gold belts and 2 gold necklaces. Take it back to please your wife at home." Hearing Etio's request, Roy shook his head without hesitation. "Lord Etio, the papermaking workshop of our Athenian tribe belongs to the leader Pandion. So I cannot tell you the papermaking technology." Roy's words were deliberately misleading Etio, making him think that it was Pandion who mastered the art of papermaking. Etio said with a disappointed expression, "Then when you go back, discuss it with the leader for me. I am willing to buy papermaking technology at a high price." As a businessman, Etio has obviously seen the business opportunities in paper. A new product. As long as he masters the technology of papermaking, he can make huge wealth by selling paper. I will definitely discuss this with the leader. After agreeing to Etio's request, Roy took 50 teenagers and carried 4,650 kilograms of grain back to the port. After loading the grain into the hold of the cargo ship, Roy immediately ordered everyone to set sail. As soon as the 10 cargo ships sailed out of the port of Knossos, the sailors rowed the oars with all their strength, eager to go home. Unfortunately, because each cargo ship carried more than 400 kilograms of grain, the speed of the cargo ship could never be increased to the limit. Roy did not notice that after the fleet left the port of Knossos, a fast ship without cargo also left the port and sailed to the same sea area as Roy's fleet. The next day arrived in a blink of an eye. As soon as Roy's fleet sailed from the Sea of Crete into the Mattoon Sea, a fleet of 10 small boats appeared in the sea ahead and sailed directly towards Roy's fleet. Pirate. Standing on the flagship deck, Roy saw that the small boats were neither fishing boats nor cargo ships, and immediately judged that they were pirates who wanted to attack him. After a brief moment of panic, Roy immediately shouted to everyone, "Pirates are rushing towards us. Everyone is ready to fight." After hearing Roy's words, everyone put down their oars and ran into the cabin. After a while, the guard Captain Pallas and his 50 guards came out, all holding wooden spears and wooden shields. 50 young men were wearing paper armor and standing on the deck with wooden spears in their hands, waiting. Seeing that everyone was ready to fight, Roy returned to the cabin, put on the paper armor Procne made for himself, and walked out with the bronze spear given to him by Philomela. 10 small boats of the pirates soon arrived at the location of Roy's fleet. They saw that the sailors on the cargo ship were ready, and the tall pirate leader, with a fierce face, raised a double-sided battle axe and shouted, "Don't resist foolishly. As long as you surrender, we can only take away half of your goods. There are only 100 pirates on 10 pirate ships. Obviously these pirates also know that it is not easy to defeat sailors with the same number. So the pirate leader wants to win without a fight." Roy looked at the pirate leader expressionlessly and said, "If you want to steal our food, you must first turn us into corpses." Chapter 35, Victory in the First Battle and Defeating the Pirates. There were 102 men on Roy's side, and 100 men on the pirates' side. On the surface, it seems that the number of both sides is about the same, which is why the pirate leader wants to win without a fight. But more than half of the sailors on Roy's side were teenagers under the age of 20. With immature faces, it was obvious that they had not experienced fighting on the battlefield, let alone killed anyone. The sailors on the pirate side are not only men over 20 years old, but also have experienced fighting. The most important thing is that the weapons used by the sailors on Roy's side are wooden spears, while the weapons used by 30 sailors on the pirate side are bronze war spears. Hearing Roy's refusal to surrender, the pirate leader showed a ferocious smile and shouted, "You have made the stupidest choice. Next, the most unfortunate of you will be buried in the sea, and the rest will become slaves and be sold to the Phoenicians in exchange for food." After saying this, the pirate leader ordered the pirate sailors to row the ship to Roy's cargo ship. Looking at the approaching pirate ship, Roy tensed up his whole body and shouted while holding the bronze war spear in both hands, "Comrades, don't panic. These pirates are also made of flesh and blood. We will not lose to them. If you don't want to be killed by pirates or turned into slaves by pirates, then do your best to kill these pirates." Finally, 10 pirate ships collided with Roy's 10 cargo ships. Roy's sailors and the pirate sailors immediately started fighting fiercely. The pirate sailors held up wooden shields in their left hands and waved war spears in their right hands to attack. 50 soldiers of guard Captain Pallas used the same tactics to fight the pirate sailors back and forth. Roy's 50 young men completely abandoned their defense and attacked with all their strength, wielding wooden spears with both hands. The pirates' wooden spears or bronze war spears pierced the paper armor on the young men, because they used one hand to exert force. Not only could they not break through the defense of the paper armor and injure the young men's bodies, they could not even push the young men's bodies down. The teenagers wielded wooden spears with both hands and stabbed the pirates' bodies with fast and fierce attacks. The pirates were immediately injured and screamed in pain. Some pirates were even pushed down and fell directly from the pirate ship into the water. The battle between the two sides was one-sided from the beginning. It was not the confident pirates who had the upper hand, but the sailors on Roy's side. The pirate leader asked in shock when he saw the one-sided fighting situation, "What are you wearing? It can withstand the attacks of wooden spears and bronze spear blades. Is that a kind of armor?" Roy said with a contemptuous sneer, "If you run away now, a few fewer people will die." Roy's words seemed to anger the pirate leader, who waved his battle axe and said, "I won't lose to a bunch of brats like you." After saying that, the pirate leader swung his battle axe and struck Roy. Roy retreated to avoid the attack, then wielded the bronze war spear with both hands to stab the pirate leader. Bang! The pirate leader raised his wooden shield with his left hand to block Roy's attack, and then swung his battle axe to counterattack. As soon as the battle between the two began, Roy confirmed that the pirate leader not only possessed powerful fighting skills, but his strength was far superior to that of ordinary people. No wonder he could become the leader of hundreds of pirates. If Roy had a head-on battle with the pirate leader, Roy would definitely lose in the end. But Roy wanted to use them salting power to kill the pirate leader. And it took some time to activate the power. During the process of activating the power, Roy will be defenseless. I am afraid that the pirate leader's battle axe will chop off Roy's head before saltization is activated. Just when Roy was in a bitter fight, the guard Captain Palace rushed over and attacked the pirate leader with a wooden spear. There was a muffled bang. The pirate leader used a wooden shield to block the attack of guard Captain Palace. Feeling that guard Captain Palace was far more powerful than ordinary people, he immediately targeted guard Captain Palace, as if he wanted to kill him first. Drop the guard Captain Palace. After Roy retreated to a safe distance, he happened to see the pirate leader swinging his axe at the guard Captain Palace. Palace, the captain of the personal guard, raised his wooden shield to resist. But his wooden shield was split in half by a battle axe. After dodging the battle axe attack in panic, the guard Captain Palace shouted to Roy, "Master Priest. Although this guy is not a hero level 100 enemies, his strength is far better than a captain level 10 enemies. Please join forces with me to deal with him. Captain Palace. Hold him for a while longer." After responding to the guard Captain Palace, Roy activated his divine power to activate saltization, looked at the pirate leader and murmured in a low voice, "Great Goddess Metis, please allow me to use your powerful divine power against saltization." As the saltification activated, azure divine light bloomed from Roy's eyes, covering the pirate leader's body. The pirate leader, who was fighting with the guard Captain Palace, immediately noticed that his body was rapidly turning into salt. He turned to look at Roy in shock and said, "You are actually a priest of a god with divine power." Before he finished speaking, the pirate leader's body turned into a salt statue from top to bottom. After successfully salting the pirate leader, Roy breathed a sigh of relief, and then swung his bronze spear to stab the salt statue of the pirate leader. There was a loud bang. Roy's bronze war spear hit the pirate leader's salt statue, and the pirate leader's salt statue immediately shattered into a pile of salt blocks. Roy's sailors suppressed the pirates in the battle. The pirates were able to fight tenaciously only because the pirate leader gave them the confidence to win. Now that the pirate leader was killed by Roy, the pirates immediately gave up the fight and rowed their oars frantically to keep their pirate ships away from Roy's cargo ship. Roy said in surprise when he saw that there were only more than 70 people alive on the escaped pirate ship. "In the battle just now, we killed more than 20 pirates." Then Roy turned and looked at his sailors. Roy's 50 teenagers wore paper armor to protect their bodies, so none of them were injured in the battle just now. On the contrary, among the 50 personal guards, more than a dozen were injured and bleeding. Among those who were not injured and bleeding, some showed very painful expressions, as if they had suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, Loe's sailors suffered no casualties. Guard Captain Palace saw the situation and said with a complicated expression, "Our guards have received more training, but our performance in this battle was lost to a group of teenagers. When I return to Athens, I will tell the leader about this and ask the leader to let all the guards wear paper armor." After confirming the position with the navigation chart, Roy said to the guard Captain Palace, "Captain Palace, now we have more than 20 people injured. In order to let the injured people recuperate, I decided to go to the nearby island of Milosh. The injured were all guard soldiers, and guards Captain Palace would certainly not object to Roy's proposal. Master Priest, thank you for being considerate of my companion." After confirming that no new pirates appeared, Roy and others put the paper armor and war spear back into the cabin. Then the uninjured man sat in the sailor's seat and rowed the oars, causing the 10 cargo ships to sail quickly to Milosh. Chapter 36, Destroying the Pirate Village of Milosh Island. Milosh is a volcanic island in the Aegean Sea. The island covers an area of about 150 square kilometers. The eastern part of the island is a plain area suitable for habitation, and the western part of the island is a mountainous area with elevated terrain. The main peak, Mount Ibias, is 750 meters above sea level. Because of the production of rare minerals such as obsidian, Milosh has a very important commercial position in the Mediterranean trade. As the sun was about to set on the horizon, Roy's fleet arrived at the natural harbor in the west of Milosh. Roy's flagship took the lead into the port, and Ares suddenly pointed at several ships on the coast of the port and said, "Master Priest, look at those small boats. They are pirate ships that attacked us." After hearing Ares' words, Roy immediately observed carefully and found that several ships parked on the coast of the port did indeed look like the pirate ships he had just encountered. Did the pirates who attacked us escape to Milosh Island? Or are those pirates using Milosh Island as their base? Several people guarding the ships at the port saw Roy's fleet approaching the port coast and fled in panic to the distant village. Seeing this scene, Roy became more convinced that the pirates who attacked him were hiding in Milosh. After 10 cargo ships stopped, Roy ordered to the guard Captain Pallas. Captain Pallas, I suspect that the pirates who attacked us are hiding in the village ahead. Now I will take my sailors to destroy them. You and the guards must guard the ship. After saying that, Roy summoned 50 teenagers to prepare for battle. Roy and 50 teenagers put on paper armor, took their war spears, and led them towards the village in front. When they were about to arrive at the village, Ares suddenly asked, Master Priest, if we make a mistake and those pirates are not hiding in this village, will we arouse the hostility of the villagers if we rush into the village like this? Ares, even if the pirates are not hiding here, we will destroy this village. Seeing Ares' eyes widening in shock, Roy explained patiently, we are spending the night here. The best way to ensure that we will not be attacked by locals is to strike first. We cannot risk our own lives and bet that the locals here will not attack us. The village located at the foot of Mount Ibias is a small village. Roy led 50 teenagers to the outside of the village, and saw more than 100 men guarding the outside of the village, ready to fight Roy and others. Seeing that among the more than 100 men, many were pirates whose faces he remembered, Roy couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it is a pirate village. It seems that my decision to attack here is correct. Fellow companions, next, we will cooperate with each other and kill all the pirates here. After saying that, Roy took the lead and rushed towards the pirates. Although the pirates have a numerical advantage, their morale has been hit by the death of the pirate leader, and 1/3 of them have been wounded. 1/3 are old, weak, sick, and disabled, and only 1/3 a man is a true warrior. Roy's 50 young men rushed over in unison, overwhelming the pirates in terms of momentum. After the battle between the two sides began, a one-sided situation immediately emerged. The pirates' war spears pierced the paper armor and were unable to break the paper armor's defense. Roy and the boys wielded their war spears with both hands and stabbed the pirates. Even if the pirates were not injured or bleeding, their bodies would suffer severe painful internal injuries. The battle between the two sides lasted for a while. Seeing that the result was doomed to failure, some pirates turned and ran away. Some pirates put down their weapons and knelt on the ground and shouted, I am willing to surrender. Please let me live for the sake of the gods. After the first person to surrender appeared, more and more pirates surrendered, and more pirates turned around and fled. The dozens of pirates who chose to fight to the end were quickly killed by Roy and 50 teenagers. After the battle, the bodies of more than 40 pirates lay on the ground, and 30 more pirates were captured. Roy looked at the captive, a cowardly pirate who immediately begged, Merciful great man, I did not participate in the attack on you. Please forgive me mercifully. The gods will definitely bless you. Bang! Roy swung his bronze war spear and hit the pirate's head hard. After confirming that the pirate was killed, Roy said coldly, Although you did not participate in the attack on us, you are also a pirate with bloody hands. Then, Roy ordered to the 50 teenagers, Kill all these prisoners. Only dead pirates are harmless pirates. After hearing Roy's order, although the teenagers could not bear to kill the prisoners, they still faithfully carried out Roy's order. After the captured pirates turned into corpses and lay on the ground, Roy looked at the wooden houses in the village and said, Comrades, we have won a victory. And next we have to search for loot. We divide into groups of 5 to search each house. Find out all the food, bronze, and living people in these wooden houses and bring them to me. I will follow the instructions. The trophies will be distributed among you according to your merits. If anyone dares to hide the trophies, I will let him change from a companion to an undead in the underworld. After speaking, Roy walked towards the only wooden stone house in the village, which was made of wood and stone. Before entering the wooden and stone house, Roy saw firelight coming from the cracks in the wooden door of the wooden and stone house. Opening the door and walking in, Roy looked around at the interior of the wooden and stone house and saw firewood burning in the fireplace. There was a bronze tripod used for cooking and a bag of grain next to the fireplace. Strangely, there was no one in the house. Roy walked to the fireplace, took a burning log, and was about to leave when a child's cry suddenly rang out from under the wool blanket in the corner of the room. Roy immediately walked to the corner of the room, lifted up the wool blanket and threw it aside. A young and beautiful woman, and a little boy about 2 years old appeared in Roy's sight. Roy said with a smile when he saw that the woman was not only wearing a cotton robe, but also a pearl necklace and other accessories. If I guess correctly, the owner of this house is the pirate leader who was killed by me. And you are the pirate leader's wife. Now that this pirate village has been wiped out by me, if you don't want your son to be burned to death in this inside the house, go outside the house immediately. Now you are our prize and must obey our orders. The woman shed tears of sadness and walked out of the house with her child in her arms. Seemingly accepting her fate, Roy walked out of the wooden and stone house and saw more women being kicked out by his companions. Some of these women were accompanied by children. Some were pregnant with children. And some were alone, driven by the teenagers. More than 60 women and a dozen children gathered in the open space outside the wooden and stone house. At this time, night has enveloped the earth. Roy used burning firewood to light a pile of wood outside the wooden stone house. Let the firelight illuminate the clearing. And then spoke to the crying women. Most of the men in this pirate village have been killed by us. And some have escaped. Now, including you women, everything in this pirate village is our spoils. If you still want to live, accept the spoils. Your destiny. Accept all my arrangements for you. Chapter 37 Dividing the Spoils After Victory. The real pirates in the Mediterranean are usually Phoenicians who have both identities as maritime merchants and pirates. Their armed forces could not only rob ships at sea, but also launch plundering wars in many coastal areas of the Mediterranean. In addition to the big pirates with powerful armed forces, there are also some people from coastal areas who are pirates, fishermen or farmers at the same time. These small pirates were not armed enough to wage war and could only rob ships at sea. If there is no suitable target for robbery, the identity of these young pirates is that of peaceful fishermen or farmers. The pirate village that Roy wiped out on Milosh was obviously a small band of pirates. At this time in the pirate village, after the women and children were gathered, 50 young men moved out 5 bronze tripods, 30 bronze war spears and 5,000 kilograms of grain from each house. After all the belongings were placed in front of Roy, Roy said with a satisfied smile, "My companions, you have executed my orders very well. Now I will distribute the spoils to you. You can choose to have a woman. You can choose to have 100 caddies of grain. Or you can choose to have a bronze war weapon. Spear." After Roy finished speaking, the teenagers were as excited as if they had been injected with blood. "I want a woman. Master Priest. I want a woman as a reward. I killed 2 pirates. Please let me choose women first." Seeing that the teenagers all chose women as rewards, Roy couldn't help but say, "Although you are all young and energetic young men, none of you want food and weapons more." After complaining, Roy said loudly, "Since you all want women, then line up one by one and choose the woman you like." After Roy finished speaking, Ares was the first to walk up to Roy and asked cautiously, "Master Priest, can I choose any woman I want?" Roy nodded and said, "No matter which woman you choose, she will be your exclusive maid from now on. You can choose with confidence and boldness." "Then I want this woman." Ares extends his right hand and points to a young girl who is neither child nor pregnant. Roy said immediately, "She is yours now. And you'd better keep her with you and keep her safe. If this woman escapes, I won't assign you a second woman." Ares happily ran to the young girl and pulled her out from among the women. Seeing Ares carefully holding the girl's hand, Roy smiled and teased, "Do you think of her as your wife?" Ares led the girl to Roy and said with a simple smile, "Master Priest, for unmarried civilian men like us, it is better to have a young and beautiful maid than to have a wife. After all, the maid can do everything the wife can do. Cook, dress and have children. There is nothing the wife can't do. Even a maid can be completely submissive to her husband. And if you bully your wife, you are likely to be retaliated by your father-in-law or your wife's brothers. But if you bully a maid, you will not have any worries. If my life does not become rich, I will count on it in the future. This maid has been with me all her life." Roy reached out and patted Ares on the shoulder and said, "You will become my follower in the future. Although I can't guarantee that you will be rich and powerful, your wealth will definitely be enough for you to support 2 women. So in addition to this maid, you will marry an unmarried girl as your wife in the future, and enjoy being surrounded by women. A wonderful life to embrace." After Ares left with his maid, a boy about 18 years old came to Roy. stretched out his right hand and pointed at a girl who had no children and was not pregnant. Master Priest. I want this woman. It seems that you all want a childless and unpregnant woman. Now she is yours. Take her away quickly. Under Roy's assignment, more than 40 childless and pregnant women were quickly snatched up by teenagers. When it was the turn of the 47th boy, he could only choose a woman who was pregnant or raising a child. Seeing the frustrated look on the boy's face, Roy comforted him. If you don't want a woman, you can also choose to ask for 100 caddies of grain or a bronze war spear. The 47th boy hesitated for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and chose a young woman holding her daughter. The remaining 3 young men also followed the same example and chose women with daughters. What surprised Roy was that no boy chose the pirate leader's wife. Although the pirate leader's wife brought a son with her, she was also the most beautiful young woman among the spoils. I want to ask you a question. This woman is so beautiful. Why didn't any of you choose her? Is it because she has a son? After Roy directly asked his doubts, Ares immediately said, Master Priest. Just because this woman is the most beautiful, we think she is the best trophy. Of course, the best trophy should be distributed to the person with the highest status, that is you, Master Priest. It turns out you left this woman to me on purpose, Roy said with a wry smile when he learned that the pirate leader's wife was treated as his trophy. But I have no interest in this woman at all. And I don't want to be her son's stepfather. Hearing Roy's words, the pirate leader's wife held her child nervously and said, Don't hurt my child. If you kill my child, I will die with my child. As long as you don't hurt my child, I will obey any of your orders. I told you I'm not interested in you. After rolling his eyes at the pirate leader's wife, Roy said to the teenagers, Now that you have obtained the spoils of war, the remaining 5 bronze tripods, 30 bronze war spears and 5,000 kilograms of grain are all spoils of war for me alone. Do you have any objections to this? In this era, it is a default rule that the boss can get the best loot and the most loot. So none of the teenagers refuted Roy. Seeing that the teenagers all accepted his assignment, Roy said with satisfaction, Now everyone, take your women and work together to transport all the loot back to the ship. After hearing Roy's order, the teenagers immediately took action to carry food, bronze tripods and bronze war spears. Roy walked up to the remaining dozen women and looked at these women who were pregnant and carrying children and said, You can rest assured that because your situation is somewhat special, I will not distribute you as spoils of war. I will take you back to the Athenian tribe and let Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, temporarily accept you, and then distribute you to some people who don't mind you men with children. Hearing Roy's words, these women all breathed a sigh of relief and no longer had to worry about their children being harmed. Roy and 50 teenagers brought the women, children and all their belongings back to the port. After letting all the women and children enter the cabin, Roy gathered the teenagers and said, Now I give you the last order today. You go back to the pirate village. Throw all the pirates' bodies into the wooden houses, and then burn all the houses in the pirate village. Chapter 38 The trade fleet returned successfully. After the 50 teenagers left with Roy's order, Roy came to the guard Captain Pallas and said, Captain Pallas, although you did not participate in the battle to eliminate the pirate village, I killed the pirate leader with your help. So I plan to give you a share of the spoils. I want the pirate leader's wife to become your maid. Are you willing to accept it? The woman holding the child, thinking of the young and beautiful face of the pirate leader's wife, the guard Captain Pallas couldn't help but get entangled. As a powerful warrior with captain-level strength, 10 enemies, guard Captain Pallas naturally has no worries about not having a woman. If it were any other woman, guard Captain Pallas would definitely not be willing to accept a woman with children. But the pirate leader's wife is indeed a rare beauty. Normally, it would be difficult for guard Captain Pallas to have such a beauty, let alone let such a beauty become his maid. Seeing the expression of guard Captain Pallas, Roy teased with a joking smile. If you don't want to help that woman raise her son, sell that child to someone else as a slave. I'm asking you to accept that woman as a maid, not as a wife. After hearing Roy's words, guard Captain Pallas said with a relaxed smile, It would be too cruel to kill such a young child. Then I will accept that woman and sell her son to others as a slave. Captain Pallas, you are indeed a young and kind man. While praising Captain Pallas, Roy couldn't help but think of the Trojan War. After the destruction of the city of Troy, Andromache, The wife of the Trojan prince Hector not only lost her husband, but her son was also thrown from the tower to his death. Although Roy has no wise idea to eradicate the problem, in order to prevent the children left behind by the pirates from becoming the seeds of revenge. All these children will become slaves in the future and receive slave education and be trained to be loyal dogs to their masters. While Roy and others were recuperating on Milosh Island, under the same night, Acropolis, Pandion carried a lantern and came to the temple square with several personal guards. Just stay here. After letting the bodyguards stop at the periphery of the temple square, Pandion walked to the center of the temple square alone and stopped in front of the statue of the goddess Metis. Looking up at the statue of the goddess Metis, Pandion called out devoutly, "Great goddess Metis, I have something important to ask you." If someone else calls the goddess Metis, they will definitely not get a response from the goddess. But Pandion is the leader of the Athenian tribe. To Metis, Pandion is more important than Loe. Because Pandion was able to enshrine Metis as the patron saint of the Athenian tribe as the leader, he could also overthrow Metis' patron saint seat. As the Metis statue bloomed with a blue divine light invisible to human eyes, the Metis statue suddenly turned into the goddess Metis herself. The goddess Metis maintained a huge figure of about 10 meters tall, looking down at Pandion and said, "My beloved, what answer do you want to seek from the wise goddess? Great goddess, I want to know if I will be punished by you for killing priest Roy." Metis shook his head and said without hesitation, "I will not interfere with the fighting among the Athenian tribes for kingship and divine power, because the mother of the world has established rules to limit the gods." Metis' answer was obviously what Pandion expected. So Pandion did not show any surprise. Seeing Pandion's hesitant expression, Metis continued, "It seems that you can't decide whether you should kill Roy or continue to tolerate Roy's existence." Pandion nodded and said, "Because I know that the new things Roy invented can improve the strength of the Athenian tribe in the shortest time. If Roy is killed now, the Athenian tribe will probably lose hope of rising. The most important thing is that I am worried that without Roy, without help, the Athenian tribes were unable to defend themselves against invasion by the Mycenaeans or other foreign enemies." Metis smiled jokingly. "So how do you want me to help you with this?" After Metis saw what he was thinking, Pandion raised his head and met the goddess' eyes and said, "Great goddess Metis, in order to weaken the divine power held by Roy, please allow me to deify my family and make my child your adopted son." "Can," Metis said while keeping a smile, "although it is a bit unpleasant, I can tolerate your child becoming my nominal adopted son. But I am a pure virgin. If you want to tarnish my reputation, I will give you the cruelest punishment." After saying these words full of warning, the divine light blooming from Metis disappeared, and her body turned into a divine statue again. Pandion achieved his goal and said with a relaxed smile on his face, "How dare I blaspheme the great goddess, claim that I am the husband of the goddess, and declare that my child is the divine son of the goddess. I am satisfied if I can deify my child into the adopted son of the goddess and gain the power to suppress Roy. This is the only way to weaken the threat of Loe while allowing Loe to continue to use his wisdom to strengthen the Athenian tribe." At this time, Roy did not know that Pandion took great pains to weaken his threat and deified his child into the adopted son of the goddess Metis. Milosh. Roy's fleet rested here for the night. Early the next morning, Roy's fleet set sail and continued its return to Athens. After Roy's fleet left, the pirates who escaped last night returned to the pirate village and cried in despair as they looked at the pirate village that was burned to ruins by fire. Without houses, food and tools, the surviving pirates simply could not survive on Milosh. Now if they want to survive, they may have to go to the eastern part of Milosh Island and become obsidian diggers. Although I will be like a slave in the future, it is better than staying here and waiting to die. After leaving Milosh, Loe's fleet drifted at sea for a day and finally entered the waters of Athens the next morning. In the afternoon, Roy's fleet encountered several fishing boats of the Athenian tribe in the waters of Athens. After both parties confirmed each other's identities, Roy excitedly ordered the fishermen, "Fellow fishermen, your boats are faster than our cargo ships. Hurry back to the Athenian tribe and tell Chief Pandion and all the Athenians the good news that we have brought back food." After hearing Roy's order, the fishermen immediately turned around and rushed to Piraeus port. When the sun starts to set in the sky, when Roy's fleet sailed into the port of Piraeus, they saw thousands of people around the port witnessing the return of Roy and others. Pandion and Erechtheus stood at the dock with dozens of personal guards, all with unconcealable expressions of excitement on their faces. As soon as Roy's flagship docked at the dock, Roy jumped onto the shore, walked up to Pandion and said, "Chief Pandion, not only did I return safely with my fleet, but I also exchanged the olive oil for 5 times the amount of grain. Our distant sea trade was successful." Chapter 39 Pandion's Generous Rewards. Acropolis. Pandion's Stone Hall. More than a dozen candles were distributed in every corner of the hall, illuminating the spacious hall brightly. Roy, Pandion, Pandion's wife Zeuxippus, Erechtheus, Procne and Philomela sat around a stone table and told them about their experiences during this period. Chief Pandion. Originally, a round trip between Athens and the city of Knossos took at least 10 days. But I was able to use the night stars for sea navigation. So we arrived at the city of Knossos on the 4th day. In the city of Knossos, I used 2 cans of olive oil to hire the guide Charon, and met a big businessman named Etio. Originally, Etio wanted to exchange 40 pounds of grain for 10 pounds of olive oil. But I had learned from Charon, the guide, that 10 pounds of olive oil could be exchanged for 50 pounds of grain in the city of Knossos. So Etio and I finally reached a deal to exchange 10 pounds of olive oil for 50 pounds of grain. After listening to Roy's story, Pandion's wife Zeuxippos' eyes moved and she said with a pleased smile, "The Phoenicians came to Athens to trade with us, and we could only exchange 10 pounds of olive oil for 20 pounds of grain. Priest Roy, even if the deal you made with Etio was to exchange 10 pounds of olive oil for 40 pounds. Food is also a huge surprise for us. I didn't expect that you would fight hard for the interests of the Athenian tribe. I want to thank you on behalf of all Athenians. Madam, I am a priest of the Athenian tribe. The interests of the Athenian tribe are my interests. So I should safeguard the interests of the Athenian tribe." After responding to Zeuxippo, Roy continued, "On our way back to Athens, we were attacked by a group of pirates. With the help of Pallas, the captain of the personal guard, I used the power of the goddess Metis to kill the pirate leader and defeated the pirates. Later we went to Mi in Los Island. We were going to let the injured people rest for a night. But we happened to find that the pirates who attacked us were villagers from a pirate village in the west of Milos Island. So I led 50 teenagers to attack the pirate village and killed most of the men in the pirate village. Brought back women, children, food and belongings." After listening to Roy's words, Procne looked at Roy with worried eyes and asked, "Priest Roy, were you injured while fighting the pirates?" "I was wearing paper armor when I was fighting the pirates. So I wasn't injured at all." As soon as Roy finished speaking, Philomela said to Procne, "Sister, shouldn't you be concerned that Priest Roy stole a few women from the pirate village as his trophies?" After hearing Philomela's words, Roy took the initiative to explain. "Princess Philomela, I didn't take any of the women we captured in the pirate village. I gave them all to my companions. Even the most beautiful woman in the pirate village, the wife of the pirate leader, was assigned to me. Captain Pallas. The trophies I got from the pirate village are only 5 bronze tripods, 30 bronze war spears and 5,000 kilograms of grain." Erechtheus said in surprise. "A pirate village with a population of about 200 actually has so much wealth. If it were an ordinary village, a village with a population of 200 would certainly not have so much wealth. But they are a pirate village, and their wealth and even their women should have been robbed." After Roy finished explaining, Pandion looked at Roy with a smile and said, "Priest Roy, although you have grabbed a huge booty for yourself, I still want to reward you for your contribution. You have opened up a trade route for our Athenian tribe to trade with the city of Knossos. And I want to give you the identity of a little leader. Let you manage 1,500 people. Not only the status of a small leader. I will also give you a herd of cattle, a flock of sheep, and 20 bronze war spears." Father. Hearing Pandion's reward to Loe, Erechtheus couldn't help but stand up and said, "Of the 5,000 people in our Athenian tribe, 2,000 are managed by 2 small leaders. Do you want to give half of the 3,000 people in the Acropolis to Roy? Then you might as well make him your successor and inherit the leadership in the future." Exposition. Erectus. Sit down. Pandion glared at Erechtheus with a stern look. After Erechtheus sat down reluctantly, Pandion looked at Roy and said, "Priest Roy, those rewards I just mentioned, whether it is the population of 1,500 people you are asked to manage, or the herds and sheep that are to be distributed to you, will not be divided from the Athenian tribe. Can you get it from me? There are only 20 bronze war spears left. What does it mean?" Could it be that the reward to be given to me is a blank check? Looking at Roy's confused expression, Pandion continued. I am ready to launch a war against the Eleusis tribe. After we conquer the Eleusis tribe, I will hand over half of the population of the Eleusis tribe to your management. I will also take control of the Eleusis tribe. From you will be given a herd and a flock of sheep from the tribal leader's property. Well, it turned out that he wanted to be generous to others and reward himself with the spoils he grabbed from the Eleusis tribe. Roy complained silently in his heart and said with a smile on his face, Chief Pandion, can I take my followers to attack the Eleusis tribe, make more contributions to the Athenian tribe, and win more spoils for myself? Sure. Pandion nodded in agreement and then continued. Priest Roy, during the time you were away, the male servants and maids assigned to you have been assigned new jobs by me. Now that you have returned to the temple, there are no maids to take care of your life. So you will stay today. Rest in my guest room. Good. After Roy agreed to Pandion's arrangement, he looked at Procne and Philomela, showing expressions of hesitation. After enjoying dinner with Pandion and his family, Roy was taken to the guest room by the maid arranged by Pandion. The maid took Roy into the guest room with a lantern and lit a candle for Roy when she left. In the guest room illuminated by candlelight, Roy sat on the stone bed and recalled the night when he first came to the Athenian tribe. When I first stayed in the guest room of the Pandion family, I had to go to bed after dark because there were no candles. Now because I invented candles, the nightlife of the Pandion family has been changed by me. Just when Roy was about to blow out the candles and go to sleep, there was a sudden knock on the wooden door of the guest room. Roy said immediately, Come in. The next second, Procne and Philomela opened the door and walked in. Roy, who was lying on the stone bed, stood up in a hurry and said, Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, why do you come to me at night? Procne said with a gentle smile, Priest Roy, when we were together just now, you seemed to have something to say to us. So we came to find you. Father, Mother and Brother Erechtheus are not here. What exactly do you want to say to us? Explain. Actually, I wanted to tell you that I brought gifts for you. Roy picked up his package from the stone bed and said while opening it, If you don't mind it, I hope you can accept my gift. Chapter 40 Get the First Followers. Philomela's eyes immediately brightened when she saw the 2 bronze belts that Roy took out from the opened package. Is this a golden belt? This is a bronze belt only in color gold. Roy handed the 2 bronze belts to Procne and Philomela with both hands and said, Although I want to buy a gold belt for you, when I traded with Etio, my property was not enough to buy a gold belt. These 2 bronze belts were obtained by me in exchange for paper, pen and ink with Etio. Yes. Are you willing to accept it? Looking at the bronze belt in Roy's hand, Procne showed a hesitant expression on his face. In this era, a woman took off her belt for a man to signify her dedication of her body to him. Therefore, belts are special personal items for women. Men and women who are not related by blood obviously cannot give belts to each other. If a woman accepts a belt given by a man, it usually means that she is willing to accept his pursuit. Just when Procne was hesitating to accept the belt given by Roy, Philomela directly took the bronze belt with a buckle engraved with horns. Philomela, seeing her sister's actions, Procne said in panic, How could you take off your belt without permission? Why can't I accept it? Philomela looked at Procne in confusion and said, This is a gift from Priest Roy. I not only gave Priest Roy 50 wooden spears, but also gave him a bronze war spear. It is right for him to give me a gift in return. But we girls can't just accept belts given by men. Looking at Philomela, who looked confused, Procne explained helplessly, Priest Roy is not our brother, nor our relative. If you accept the belt he gave you, it will be considered that you are willing to accept his courtship and make him your husband. After hearing what Procne said, Philomela opened her eyes in shock and asked Roy, Priest Roy, you gave me the belt because you wanted to pursue me. Roy smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am giving the belt to you and Princess Procne at the same time. Does this mean that I am so crazy that I want to be the husband of both of your sisters at the same time? Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, I am just giving you a gift. Thank you for helping me. And I have absolutely no intention of pursuing your ideas. What are you talking about? Philomela said with a displeased expression on her face. My sister and I are the most beautiful girls in the Athenian tribe. Aren't our charms enough to make you fall in love with us and want to pursue us? Roy said in shock. Then I should say that I gave these 2 bronze belts to you because I want to pursue you, and want you to be my wife. Philomela nodded with satisfaction and said, My sister and I are so beautiful. It is understandable that you are conquered by our charm. Unfortunately, the husbands my father wants to arrange for us are the leaders of large tribes or the kings of city-states. So we cannot accept your love. Then I'm so sad. If I can't marry the beautiful Princess Procne and Princess Philomela, what's the point of living for me? Priest Roy, you are a good man. And there will definitely be a good woman by your side in the future. Philomela gave herself a good guy card. Roy couldn't help but laugh. The joke ends here. Princess Procne, you can accept this belt with confidence. I will never think that this means that you are willing to accept my pursuit. Then I'll accept it. Procne took the bronze belt engraved with 2 snakes from Roy's hand. Then lowered his head and warned Roy. Priest Roy, you must not think too much. I just accept your gift and have no other ideas. After saying that, Procne pulled Philomela out of the guest room, as if running away. After watching Procne and Philomela leave, Roy looked at the darkness outside the guest room door, and said with a complicated expression. On the first day I came to this world, I already had a girl I really wanted to pursue. The next morning, after Roy had breakfast with the Pandion family, Pandion arranged for dozens of male servants to bring the trophies Roy had obtained in the pirate village, 5 bronze tripods, 30 bronze war spears, 5,000 kilograms of grain, and the 20 bronze war spears awarded to Roy by Pandion were all transported to the Temple of Metis. Roy followed the male servants back to the temple, and saw several more wooden houses on the west side of the temple square. These houses were also surrounded by wooden fences. And there were soldiers patrolling back and forth around the fences. The male and female servants, who were originally assigned to Loie by Pandion, were currently busy making paper, making candles and other tasks in the courtyard within the fence. I didn't expect that when I left. Chief Pandion moved the nearby residents away, built a workshop here, and supervised these male and female workers. After the Pandion family's manservant put Roy's belongings in the wooden warehouse and left, Roy sat on the stone outside the altar and waited for a while. Then saw 50 teenagers coming to the temple square together. Master Priest. The teenagers came to Roy, and Ares took the lead. When we heard that the priest returned to the temple, we rushed over immediately. According to our previous agreement, please allow us to become your followers. Other teenagers also shouted. Master Priest, I will devote my life to following you. The enemy of the priest is my enemy. I want to follow the priest to gain more wealth. When the teenagers calmed down, Roy smiled and said, Comrades, I will take you on an 8-day-long sea voyage. And you will get 100 caddies of grain as reward. I will take you to destroy the pirate village. And you will get a young woman as a maid. You must think now. It is safe and simple to follow me to obtain wealth. But I must tell you, whether I take you to sail on the high seas, or I take you to fight the enemy, it may cost you your life. If you want to become my follower, you must be prepared to die. After Roy finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence. After a moment, Ares broke the silence and said, Master Priest, our destiny is arranged by the gods. If the gods do not arrange our death, the enemies on the battlefield cannot kill us. If the gods arrange our death, the disease can take us away without the enemy's weapons. No matter how the gods arrange my fate, I have already made up my mind to follow the priest to the death. Me too. I will follow the priest to the death. Please make me a follower of the Lord Priest. Roy stood up and said with a satisfied smile. Now that you are ready to wake up, I will accept you. From now on, you will be my followers. I will pay you every month. And you must obey all my orders. Now according to our original agreement, I will give you the remaining 50 kilograms of grain. In addition, I will also give each of you 50 kilograms of grain and a bronze war spear as your salary for February. Chapter 41. A time full of danger in the wilderness. Procne and Philomela came to the temple square with 6 maids, and saw Roy and 50 teenagers wielding bronze war spears and conducting combat training. Seeing Procne and Philomela, Roy stopped training, put the bronze war spear on his shoulder and walked over and said, Princess Procne, Princess Philomela, you really have to have a group of maids by your side all the time. Procne explained with a smile. Priest Roy, if we don't bring our maid to show our identity, someone might do something to offend us. Procne and Philomela not only have a beauty and figure close to that of a goddess, but also have a noble and elegant temperament. if they don't know the identity of their leader's noble daughter. There will indeed be men who are lost in their minds and do crazy things that offend them. Priest Roy. Philomela looked at the 50 teenagers in training and said, "You just finished your long sea voyage yesterday. Why don't you let them rest for a few days? By training them like this, aren't you afraid that they will complain about you? I train them for their own good. To give them a better chance of coming back alive from the battlefield." Seeing that Procne also had a curious expression, Roy explained to Procne and Philomela. "Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. In 3 days, the leader of Pandion will launch a war against the Eleusis tribe. I will take these companions who follow me to participate in this war. From Eleusis the tribe obtains the loot as our wealth. The Eleusis tribe is a large tribe with a population of 3,000. And their tribal warriors are definitely stronger than ordinary pirates. So I must step up training of my companions." Tribe of Eleusis. Procne said with a worried expression. The Eleusis tribe is not a weak tribe. It is too risky to go to war with the Eleusis tribe. Sister. Our great father is the hero of the Athenian tribe, 100 enemies. Brother Erechtheus also has the potential to grow into a hero, 100 enemies. So victory will definitely belong to the Athenian tribe. We don't need to worry about this at all. War. Philomela finished speaking confidently. Looked at Roy and said, "Priest Roy. Are you a captain, 10 enemies, or a hero, 100 enemies?" Well. Thinking of his brief fight with the pirate leader, Roy said with a guilty conscience, "I should have the strength of a captain, 10 enemy. You have the strength of the captain, 10 enemies. So you still have a good chance of surviving the battlefield." After hearing Philomela's words, Roy said with a smile, "Because I know that I am not strong enough, I will conduct combat training with my companions. In order for them and I to survive the battlefield, I will take them away from the Acropolis, and around the Acropolis he'll carry out long-distance running training to enhance physical fitness. In my opinion, only soldiers who are faster than others and have longer endurance than others can survive to the end on the battlefield." After a pause, Roy said to Procne and Philomela, "Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. Do you want to follow me out of the Acropolis, and go outside to watch our long-distance running training?" Procne and Philomela immediately shook their heads and said, "Priest Roy. Unless we are with father and brother Erechtheus, we must never leave the Acropolis. It's very dangerous outside. If we are attacked by a man outside, our life's happiness will be ruined." Roy certainly knew how dangerous the world outside the tribes and city-states was in this era. Not to mention ordinary women. Even the leader's noble daughter, or the city-state princess, may be attacked in the wild. Legend has it that Ortia, the daughter of King Erechtheus of Athens, was kidnapped by an unknown man when she was out in the wild with her maid. In order to prevent the incident of Ortia from becoming a shame to the royal family, the Athenian royal family fabricated the myth that Ortia was taken away by the gods and claimed that Ortia had become the wife of the gods. Legend has it that Antiope, the daughter of King Nicetheus of Thebes, was also attacked in the wild and gave birth to twin sons to an unknown man. Nicetheus regarded Antiope as a shame and committed suicide in shame. Antiope, who survived, was abused by her uncle and aunt. As for getting married, which leader of a large tribe or king of a city-state would let Antiope, who had a child before marriage, become their head wife? So Antiope never married. Later Antiope's 2 sons seized the throne of Thebes, and her story was embellished in mythology. In mythology, it was a god who attacked Antiope in the wild and caused her to give birth to the future king of Thebes. The mother of the legendary King Theseus of Athens was also a lifelong unmarried princess, because she was attacked by the drunken King Aegeus of Athens and gave birth to a son before she was married. Of course, no one of the leaders of large tribes or kings of city-states who had no shortage of women would be willing to humble themselves and marry a princess who gave birth to a child out of wedlock. Of course, a princess who has given birth to a child can also become the king's wife. A wife who betrays her husband can also be forgiven by her husband. For example, the legendary Mycenaean king Agamemnon married a second married princess who had given birth to children. However, Agamemnon would marry a second married princess because he killed that princess's husband. If he had not asked to marry that princess, the princess's 2 brothers would have killed Agamemnon to save the princess's husband and children. Revenge. The legendary king Menelaus of Sparta forgave his wife Helen, who had betrayed her husband, because Helen was the queen of Sparta, and Menelaus was just the son-in-law. If Menelaus did not forgive Helen, Menelaus would lose his throne as king of Sparta. Therefore, during the Trojan War, Menelaus always claimed that it was the Trojan prince Paris who abducted Helen, and never admitted that it was Helen who abandoned him. Because Menelaus admitted that his marriage to Helen was over, he was not qualified to occupy the throne of the king of Sparta. In short, a princess who lost her virginity before marriage could not marry a king with equal status. But she could still marry a husband whose status was inferior to hers. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. Although it is indeed dangerous outside, my companions and I will protect you and not let you come to any harm. After hearing Roy's words, Philomela said with a puffy face, Priest Roy, we are just worried about being hurt by you. If you attack us and directly turn us into your women, even if our father despises you, he can only hold his nose for the sake of our reputation and happiness. Make you our husband. Am I a man who would attack you in your eyes? Seeing that not only Philomela, but also Procne did not deny it, Roy put on an exaggerated expression and said, I'm so sad. Since you can't trust me, I will take the initiative to keep my distance from you. After saying that, Roy turned around and left, came to the 50 teenagers and said, Dear companions, now follow me outside for long-distance running training. Chapter 42 War Meeting Before the War. After Roy left with 50 teenagers, Philomela couldn't help but ask Procne, Sister, what I just said was too much. Procne shook her head and said, Since we accepted the belt given by Priest Roy yesterday, it is necessary for us to keep a distance from him to prevent him from having inappropriate thoughts. Philomela sighed and said, I really don't understand why my mother has to strictly restrain us and make us keep distance from men outside our family. We have heard so many stories of women being attacked in the wild. Do you really think those are false stories? Philomela, men are more dangerous than you think. If we were attacked, we would not be able to marry the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state. Will marrying the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state ensure happiness? I feel that my life is very happy now. So I want to always be with my father, mother, brother Erechtheus, and sister. At the foot of the Acropolis, Roy took 50 teenagers for running training around the Acropolis mountain, taking the lead in shouting slogans while running. Defend Athens. Defend the goddess. Defend Athens. Defend the goddess. Defend Athens. Defend the goddess. Although the teenagers didn't know the meaning of shouting slogans, when Roy shouted slogans, they could only shout along. After running around Acropolis mountain 3 times, Roy took the teenagers to a forest to rest. After the teenagers sat on the grass to rest, Roy walked alone to the hillside behind the woods and turned his head to look at the approximately 100 square kilometers of the Athenian tribe's territory. Not only did the Athenian tribes live on the Acropolis hill, but their territory was also surrounded by 4 mountains. The 4 mountains are Mount Imatos in the south, Mount Pendeli in the east, Mount Parnissa in the north, and Mount Aigaleo in the west. The area surrounded by these 4 mountains was the territory of the Athenian tribe. After observing the territory of the Athenian tribe, Roy returned to the woods at the foot of the hillside, rested with 50 teenagers for half an hour, and then continued to lead the teenagers for running training. On the 15th lap, Pandion, who was patrolling the territory, appeared in front of Roy and others with Erechtheus and a group of personal guards. Chief Pandion. Roy led the boys to Pandion and said, It's really hard for you to always patrol the territory yourself. My companions and I are training for physical fitness. You can give us the task of patrolling the territory, and let us patrol the territory while training physical fitness. Pandion smiled and shook his head. Priest Loe. Patrolling the territory is related to the safety of everyone in the Athenian tribe. Even if I don't patrol the territory personally, I will leave the task of patrolling the territory to my son Erechtheus. You and your companions will keep going. Running. What's the purpose of doing this? I want to use running to train my companions' physical fitness and increase their endurance, because doing so can increase our chances of surviving on the battlefield. Pandion nodded and said, You and your companions destroyed the pirates without anyone being injured. They have proven the role of paper armor in war. In the future, all soldiers of the Athenian tribe will wear paper armor to fight. If you train your companions' physical fitness and endurance, you can indeed increase their ability to fight in war. If you have any chance of surviving on the battlefield, I will make all the soldiers of the Athenian tribe train according to your methods in the future. Chief Pandion. Are you treating me and my companions as test subjects? If you want to use my method to train soldiers, then you must reward me with some property as compensation. Yes? If the Athenian soldiers train according to your method in the future, I will give you 10,000 catties of grain as your reward. After accepting Roy's request, Pandion said with a serious expression, Priest Roy, I'm already making preparations for the expedition. If you really want to take your companions with me on the expedition, come to my house on the third night to attend the expedition meeting. After saying this, Pandion left with Erechtheus and his bodyguards. After watching Pandion and others leave, Roy turned around and said to the teenagers, Dear companions, if you don't want to die on the battlefield, please intensify your training with me in the past few days. In a blink of an eye, the time has arrived on the third day. Roy and 50 teenagers practiced fighting skills in the temple square in the morning, and ran under the Acropolis mountain in the afternoon to increase their physical fitness and endurance. After nightfall, Roy came to Pandion's stone house with a lantern. Entering the brightly lit stone hall, Roy saw not only Pandion and Erechtheus sitting at the largest stone table in the hall, but also 2 minor leaders of the Athenian tribe. Perhaps because there were too many guests, the women of the Pandion family, Pandion's wife Zeuxippa, and his 2 daughters Procne and Philomela, did not appear in the hall. Seeing Roy walking in, Pandion said proactively, Priest Roy, come and sit down next to me. We will enjoy the wine and food while discussing tomorrow's war. Roy followed Pandion's arrangement. After sitting down next to Pandion, the maids immediately placed wine, barbecue, pastries and other food on the stone table. Led by Pandion, everyone drank and ate meat while discussing how to attack the Eleusis tribe. The Eleusinian tribe is located northwest of the Athenian tribe, about 40 miles away from the Acropolis. A small leader said first, Chief Pandion, the distance between us and the Eleusis tribe is only 40 miles. If we march quickly, we will set off at dawn tomorrow and reach the Eleusis tribe station in the afternoon. This is obviously a stupid suggestion. Roy frowned and said, If we march in a hurry, our soldiers will definitely be very tired when we reach the Eleusis tribe station. If the Eleusis tribe discovers us at this time and takes the initiative to attack us, we can use our weak soldiers to defeat the Eleusinian tribe. The little leader, who just made the proposal, was speechless, obviously already understanding how stupid his proposal was. Pandion looked at Roy and said, The Eleusis tribe can develop into a large tribe of 3,000 people, and their soldiers' combat power is not inferior to that of our Athenian tribe. If we attack the Eleusis tribe with exhausted soldiers, we will definitely lose. Priest Roy, how do you think we should fight this war? It's very simple. We should march normally so that the soldiers can maintain their combat effectiveness. Your advice is just to march normally. Roy shook his head and said, We not only have to march normally, but also march at night. By marching during the day and marching at night, we can arrive at the Eleusis tribe station unexpectedly and rest directly near the Eleusis tribe station. Wait until daybreak. Once it's light, we can launch a surprise attack on the newly awakened Eleusinian tribe. After Roy finished speaking, Pandion, Erechtheus and the 2 minor leaders all opened their eyes with shocked expressions. Chapter 43 Surprise Attack Plan for the Night March. In this era, due to the lack of night lighting tools and the difficulty of identifying directions at night, marching at night was completely unimaginable. Seeing the reactions of Pandion, Erechtheus and the 2 minor leaders, Roy continued, Chief Pandion, I know that there are 2 major problems in marching at night. One is that it is difficult to identify the direction at night, and the other is that there is no lighting tool at night. But I can solve both problems, since my floating compass can be used for night navigation. Of course it can be used to identify the direction when marching at night. If we make more lanterns, we can use lanterns as lighting tools for marching at night. After listening to Roy's words, Pandion nodded with a surprised expression. If we can solve these 2 problems, we can indeed march at night. The Acropolis of Athens is about 40 miles away from the Eleusis tribe. We can march 30 miles during the day and 10 miles at night to reach Eleusis quietly. The tribe of Eleusis was stationed there, and they attacked the tribe of Eleusis when they were defenseless. As a large tribe, the Eleusis tribe would definitely arrange for manpower to patrol the territory. If the Athenian tribe had marched 40 miles during the day, they would have been discovered by the Eleusinian tribe patrolling the territory before they reached the Eleusinian tribe. Then when they arrive at the Eleusis tribe, which is ready for battle, will wait and attack the Athenian tribe's army. The Athenian tribe could only march 30 miles during the day to avoid the Eleusinian tribesmen who patrolled the territory. and then approached the Eleusinian tribe's garrison under the cover of night. This kind of marching at night is an opportunity to catch the enemy off guard. It will definitely be used once and less. Because when other tribes are prepared, they will arrange people to patrol the territory at night. After Roy finished speaking, Pandion said in agreement. Not only other tribes, but also our Athenian tribe does not have the manpower to patrol the territory at night. It seems that we will arrange to patrol the territory at night in the future to prevent the enemy from marching at night and catching us by surprise. This time we attack the Eleusis tribe. We will according to Priest Roy's proposal. We will march 30 miles normally during the day, and then march at night to approach the Eleusis tribe's garrison. After the plan to attack the Eleusis tribe was finalized, Roy, Pandion, Erechtheus, and the two minor leaders began to enjoy fine wine and various foods. Fortunately, the alcohol content of wine in this era was not high. So Roy and others would not get drunk at all, which would affect their expedition the next day. After having enough wine and food, Roy and the two young leaders were arranged to rest in the guest room of Pandion's house. In the guest room with candles. Roy was about to extinguish the candles and go to bed when he suddenly heard the screams of a young woman coming from the guest room next to him. Roy immediately understood that Pandion arranged for a maid to serve the two little chiefs. And the two little chiefs did not refuse this kindness. I'm going to fight tomorrow, but I'm still wasting my precious energy on a woman. And I'm not afraid of dying on the battlefield. Being disturbed from sleeping, Roy frowned and said, no wonder Pandion didn't see these two little leaders as a threat. They are just two stupid pigs with no ambitions. After saying that, Roy stuffed his ears with two paper balls, then extinguished the candle and lay down on the bed. The next morning, Roy and the two small chiefs finished a simple breakfast at Pandion's house and hurried to gather their respective soldiers. When the sun fully rose in the east, Roy took 50 young men to the foot of the Acropolis and joined Pandion's large army. In order to attack the Eleusis tribe, Pandion summoned 300 personal guards. The two small leaders also summoned 100 soldiers each, plus Roy's 50 soldiers. The total strength of this army was 550 people. Although the Eleusis tribe has a population of more than 3,000. But not counting women, children, the old, weak, sick and disabled. The Eleusis tribe has only 1,000 young and strong men who can take up arms to fight. And even more well-trained soldiers. There won't be more than 300 people. The Athenian tribe attacked the Eleusinian tribe with 550 men. And the two sides were evenly matched in terms of military strength. If nothing unexpected happens, victory in this war will belong to the Athenian tribe. Before the army set off, Pandion stood on a hillside and shouted to all the soldiers. Soldiers, in order to make the Athenian tribe stronger, I will lead you to attack the Eleusis tribe. Now I promise all of you that after this war is over, both the living and the dead will be able to get a reward of 100 kilograms of grain. If this war is won, all of you will be able to receive additional loot as a reward. After Pandion finished speaking, the soldiers all shouted joyfully. Long live Chief Pandion! Long live Chief Pandion! Long live Chief Pandion! Looking at this scene, Roy complained in his heart. I'm afraid that all the rewards Pandion promised to the soldiers are in the warehouse of the Eleusis tribe. In other words, after this war is over, Pandion's wealth will not decrease, but will become more. Because Pandion uses the wealth of the tribe of Eleusis to reward us all. Ordinary soldiers only knew that it was Pandion who rewarded them. And of course they had no idea whether their rewards came from Pandion's private warehouse or the Eleusis tribe's warehouse. After boosting the soldiers' fighting morale with promised rewards, Pandion personally went in front and led the army to the Eleusis tribe. Unlike feudal dynasties, rulers stayed in the safety of their palaces and let generals go out to fight on their behalf. In this era, only the strongest people can become tribal leaders. As the most powerful warrior, the tribal leader must also personally go into battle to kill the enemy and show his strength. If the tribal leader does not have awe-inspiring force, the tribal leader's rule will be shaken or even replaced by others. Even in the city-state era, if the royal family that rules the city-state loses its awesome military power, it will be replaced by a more powerful family. Legend has it that after King Erechtheus of Athens died in the war to destroy the city of Eleusis, the kingdom of Athens was captured by another royal family. Therefore, the heroic god Theseus of the kingdom of Athens was not a descendant of the Pandion family. Roy walked with 50 teenagers at the rear of the army. feeling both expectation and fear of the upcoming war. After all, attacking the Eleusis tribe is different from attacking pirates. Because pirates are all unjust criminals, Roy can eliminate hundreds of pirates without any scruples. But the war launched by the Athenian tribes against the Eleusinian tribes was an unjust war. Now Roy still has some inner resistance to his participation in an unjust war. Seeing the excitement on the face of Ares beside him, Roy couldn't help but ask, Ares, we are going to attack the Eleusis tribe. Don't you feel guilty in your heart? Why feel guilty? Ares said with confusion. In order to survive better, we should annex other tribes. The Eleusis tribe has existed for so long, and they must have annexed other tribes. For survival, Roy said with a wry smile. With such a sacred reason, it seems that my entanglement is really meaningless. Chapter 44 I share the joys and sorrows with my companions. When night falls, Pandion led 550 soldiers from the Athenian tribe to a bay about 10 miles away from the Eleusis tribe. After a short rest, the army lit lanterns and continued on their way towards the Eleusis tribe. In fact, the Eleusinian tribe has many similarities with the Athenian tribe. The Athenian tribes lived on the Acropolis, a naturally formed fortress that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the Eleusinian tribes also lived on a hillside that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, compared with the Acropolis of Athens, which has only one road leading to the Acropolis hill, the hillside where the Eleusis tribe lives only has the advantage of being high up. The Athenian tribe was 4 kilometers away from the port of Piraeus. They could not only obtain meat through fishing, but also trade grain with maritime merchants. The Eleusinian tribes were also very close to the port. In the modern world more than 3,000 years later, the port of Piraeus in Athens is the largest port in Greece. And the port of Eleusis in Eleusis is the second largest port in Greece. It was late at night. The army of the Athenian tribe came to a forest only 500 meters away from the Eleusis tribe. After Pandion ordered to spend the night in this forest, Roy took 50 teenagers to a relatively dry grassland. While eating bread for dinner with the teenagers, he gave instructions to the teenagers. Everyone should go to bed early after eating the bread. As soon as it gets dark tomorrow, we will attack the Eleusis tribe in front. The teenagers nodded while eating bread. And Ares said to Roy gratefully, Master Priest, don't always worry about us. We can take care of ourselves. Loe patted Ares on the shoulder, then stood up and walked to the tent where Pandion and Erechtheus were. In a temporary tent, Roy walked into the tent and saw Pandion, Erechtheus and 2 minor leaders gathered here. Seeing Roy walking in, Pandion said while beckoning Roy to sit next to him, Priest Roy, you came just in time. We are discussing how to attack the Eleusis tribe tomorrow. Roy suggested directly after sitting down next to Pandion. Chief Pandion, I suggest that we attack the Eleusis tribe before the sun comes up when the dawn breaks through the night, so that the Eleusis tribe, which has just woken up, does not have enough time to react. Pandion nodded in agreement and continued. Tomorrow's war with the Eleusis tribe. I will personally lead the main force to fight against the main force of the Eleusis tribe. I plan to ask the guard captain Pallas to lead 50 guard soldiers to stop it with you. The Eleusins fled when the Athenian tribe fought with the Eleusinian tribe. After the Eleusinian tribe confirmed that they could not defeat the Athenian tribe, they could of course choose to escape. If the Athenian tribe could not prevent the Eleusinian tribe from escaping, the victory of this war would be greatly compromised. Because the purpose of the Athenian tribe in launching this war was not to defeat the Eleusinian tribe, but to annex the Eleusinian tribe. The 3,000 people of the Eleusis tribe were the spoils that the Athenian tribe most wanted to gain from launching this war. After hearing Pandion's arrangement, Roy glanced at the guard captain Pallas, who was standing behind Pandion, and said with a happy smile on his face, Captain Pallas and I are also acquaintances. As long as we cooperate well, no matter how many people escape from the Eleusis tribe, they will become our prisoners. Pandion nodded with satisfaction and said, Priest Roy, it's cold and foggy outside now. Please stay in the tent tonight and spend the night with us. Roy shook his head and said, Chief Pandion, since my companions are going to spend the night in the open air, of course I have to go with them. After saying that, Roy stood up and left the tent. After Roy left, a small leader couldn't help but said, It's easy to get sick if you spend the night in the open air on such a cold spring night. Priest Roy even ignored his own health in order to mix with civilian soldiers. He is really a strange person. After saying that, he saw Pandion showing a serious and scary expression. Chief Pandion. Did I say something I shouldn't have said? Pandion shook his head and said. Don't worry. My reaction just now was not because of you. Pandion's reaction just now was of course because of Roy. If Roy is greedy for enjoyment and incompetent, Pandion will treat Roy like two little leaders, and will not regard Roy as a threat. The more capable Roy showed, the more Pandion paid more attention to Roy and regarded Roy as a potential threat. This was the reason why Pandion did not arrange for Roy to participate in a head-on battle. In fact, Roy chose to share the joys and sorrows with his companions. Not to win people's hearts, but because the education he received was that everyone is equal. So when Roy felt that his companions were suffering, of course he couldn't hide in the tent with peace of mind. In a blink of an eye, the dawn broke through the dark night. Master Priest. Master Priest. A familiar call woke Roy up from his sleep. Roy opened his eyes and sat up, and saw that the soldiers around him had woken up. The person who woke Roy up was Ares. Ares. Roy rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, since everyone is awake, you should wake me up earlier. Then, Roy stood up, looked at the 50 teenagers and said, comrades, the mission given to us by Chief Pandion is not to participate in a frontal battle. Although our mission is not dangerous, everyone must still be vigilant. Now everyone is ready for battle and follow me to the Eleusis tribe. Our mission to prevent the Eleusinian tribesmen from escaping. When Roy led 50 young men and joined the 50 bodyguard soldiers led by the bodyguard captain Pallas, Pandion had already led 450 soldiers to rush towards the Eleusis tribe. The hillside where the Eleusis tribe lives is surrounded by walls made of wood and stone. And the two gates entering and exiting the tribe are also wooden gates. Pandion led 450 soldiers towards the largest wooden door. Although the Eleusinian soldiers guarding the door saw them, they had no time to summon their companions, because they were unprepared for such a sudden attack. No countermeasures were deployed. 450 soldiers rushed over like a torrent, directly knocking down the wooden door of the Eleusinian tribe, and then started killing the Eleusinian soldiers guarding the door. When the news that the enemy had invaded the Eleusis tribe reached the ears of the tribal leader, the leader of the Eleusis tribe asked angrily while summoning his soldiers. The people who inspected the territory yesterday reported to me that there were no enemies within 10 miles around. Why were we attacked by enemies early in the morning? Was it because the people who inspected the territory yesterday did not follow the orders seriously? Or was it because the enemies were marching at night to approach our Eleusis tribe? Although the leader of the Eleusis tribe guessed the correct answer, he thought in his heart that the people who inspected the territory yesterday did not strictly follow the orders, which led to the Eleusis tribe being suddenly attacked by the enemy. Chapter 45 Preventing the Eleusinians from Escaping. After Pandion led 450 soldiers into the Eleusis tribe's garrison, the entire Eleusis tribe immediately fell into chaos. The young and strong men gathered towards the highest point of the hillside, where the leader of the Eleusis tribe lived, preparing to defeat the invaders under the leadership of the leader. After all, the young men of the Eleusis tribe also understood that if they fought against the invaders alone, they would only die in vain. Women, children, and old, sick, and disabled men either hid in their cabins or fled in panic, trying to get away from the intruders. When Pandion led his soldiers to the highest point of the hillside, the leader of the Eleusinian tribe had gathered 300 soldiers, and more Eleusinian men were coming. Pandion, it was you who attacked our Eleusis tribe. After the Athenian soldiers faced off against the Eleusinian soldiers, the leader of the Eleusinian tribe stared at Pandion angrily and asked, our Eleusis tribe is 40 miles away from your Athenian tribe and poses no threat to you. Why do you want to attack our Eleusis tribe? Celius. Pandion called out the name of the leader of the Eleusis tribe and smiled. I want to increase the population of the Athenian tribe, and the fastest way is to annex the Eleusinian tribe. Is this a good enough reason? If you are willing to surrender, both of us can avoid casualties. And I swear to the gods that I will let you have a small the identity and status of the leader. You actually asked me to surrender to you. Stupid Pandion. Do you really think that you can conquer the Eleusis tribe with a population of 3,000 with only 450 soldiers? Calius, the leader of the Eleusis tribe, sneered. Now I will lead the warriors of the Eleusis tribe to defeat the invaders and drive you people out of our territory. What a pity. Since you are unwilling to surrender, then I can only kill you and make the soldiers of the Eleusis tribe give up resistance. After the verbal battle between the two leaders ended, Pandion took the initiative to brandish his bronze spear and attack Celius. After all, time is not on the side of the Athenians. The longer time passes, the more Eleusinians will gather around Cereos. Erechtheus and the two minor chieftains followed Pandion, and led the Athenian soldiers towards the Eleusinian soldiers. After Sirius wielded a bronze war spear in his right hand, and held an oxide shield in his left hand and fought with Pandion. Athenian soldiers and Eleusinian soldiers also fought together. At the beginning of the war between the two sides, the balance of victory tilted directly towards the Athenians. Because the Athenians all wore paper armor, they could wield their spears with both hands to attack the enemy with all their strength. The Eleusinian soldiers waved their spears in their right hand and held their shields in their left hand. Their spears could not break the defense of the paper armor, and their wooden shields could not block the full attack of the Athenian soldiers. Ordinary Athenian soldiers relied on their superior equipment to suppress the Eleusinian soldiers. Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, wore paper armor and also gained an advantage in the battle with Callias, the leader of the Eleusinian tribe. Boom, 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 boom. Pandion swung the bronze war spear like a violent storm, stabbing Celeus's body continuously. Sirius blocked the continuous attacks with an oxide shield and looked for opportunities to counterattack Pandion. Click. Finally, after blocking Pandion's continuous attacks, Celeus's cowhide shield was split in half by Pandion's full blow. Celeus threw the broken shield directly to the ground, then waved the spear with both hands to attack Pandion. The two leaders began to fight fiercely. Pandion's spear blade struck Sirius. The sharp spear blade would definitely tear Sirius's cotton clothes and leave a wound on his body. Chelios's spear blade pierced Pandion's body, unable to penetrate the paper armor at all, let alone hurt Pandion's body. As the number of wounds on the leader Chelios increased, everyone who saw the scene understood that the Eleusis tribe would definitely lose this war. Because the leader Callias is the most powerful warrior of the Eleusis tribe, even Callias cannot defeat Pandion now. And it is even less possible for the rest of the Eleusis tribe to defeat Pandion. When news spread that their leader Sirius had been defeated by Pandion in battle, the Eleusinian tribesmen began to flee. Because if they continue to stay in the tribe, the fate waiting for them will be to become prisoners of the enemy. Their wives, daughters, food and other wealth will become the spoils of war for the victors. Two gates of the Eleusinian tribe. Roy led 50 teenagers to guard the west gate. Guard Captain Pallas led 50 guardsmen to guard the east gate. Seeing hundreds of Eleusinians rushing towards Shimon, Roy immediately raised his bronze war spear in a fighting posture and shouted to the 50 teenagers behind him. If the Eleusinians want to rush out, they must be killed without mercy. Even if the other party is a woman or child. We cannot show mercy. Because if we don't use cruel means to scare them, we can't use 50. They stopped hundreds of Eleusinians trying to escape. Then, Roy blocked the door with his body and shouted at the hundreds of Eleusinians who rushed over. Go back. Go back all. Whoever dares to approach the gate will die. You all go back to your homes. We will not take away your wives and daughters. Nor will we take away your food and wealth. 50 teenagers stood with Roy and shouted. Go back. Go back everyone. Unfortunately, shouting alone cannot stop someone who wants to escape. So after the fastest Eleusinian approached the gate, Roy, although he was full of unbearability, still wielded his bronze war spear with all his strength and stabbed the Eleusinian closest to him. Foot. Poof. 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 The Eleusinian who ran at the front was stabbed in the body by Roy and 50 teenagers and fell to the ground. When the remaining Eleusinians saw this scene, they were so frightened that they stopped and did not dare to attack the gate with their lives. Seeing that all the Eleusinians who wanted to escape from the west gate calmed down, Roy just took a breath and heard the sound of gold and iron coming from the east gate. Roy turned to look at the east gate and saw the guard Captain Pallas locked in a bitter battle. The person fighting the personal guard Captain Pallas turned out to be an Eleusinian girl with her beautiful long snow-white hair tied into a single ponytail. White hair. Looking at the girl's long snow-white hair dancing when she moved her body, Roy's eyes widened in shock and he said, "The people of the Eleusis tribe all have black hair and black eyes. How come she has white hair? Could it be that her ancestors were white-haired Germans who migrated from the far north?" Of course Roy knew that on the continent of Europa, in addition to the black-haired and black-eyed southern Europeans, there were also blonde Caucasians and even silver-haired and blue-eyed Germanic people. In this era, blonde Caucasians could migrate from the Greater Caucasus to Greece in order to survive. Of course, the silver-haired and blue-eyed Germanic people could also migrate from northern Europe to southern Europe in order to survive. Chapter 46 Winter and Ice and Snow Goddess Kai 1. The Eastern Gate of the Eleusinian Tribe. Guard Captain Pallas was fighting one-on-one with a beautiful Eleusinian girl with long snow-white hair tied into a single ponytail. The girl was wearing a white cotton robe. And a silver belt was tied around her waist, highlighting the slenderness of her waist. Following the girl's fighting movements, she lifted up her dress, revealing that she was actually wearing white cotton trousers under her dress. The white-haired girl looked to be about 16 years old. Her delicate and beautiful little face showed a determined expression. She brandished a bronze war spear with both hands and launched a swift and violent attack on the guard Captain Pallas, causing the guard Captain Pallas to can only be on the defensive. When Roy saw this scene at the West Gate, he couldn't help but be surprised that the tall and slender body of the white-haired girl actually contained the amazing power that could suppress the personal guard Captain Pallas. Seeing that the guard Captain Pallas had shown signs of failure, Roy immediately ordered Ares. Ares, you lead them to guard the West Gate. Even if you have to kill people to scare the Eleusinians, you will never let the Eleusinians escape from the West Gate we are guarding. After saying that, Roy ran towards the East Gate. When Roy rushed to the East Gate, the white-haired girl raised her right foot and kicked guard Captain Pallas in the abdomen, causing guard Captain Pallas to lie on the ground in pain. Athenians, you lost. The victorious white-haired girl did not kill the guard Captain Pallas, but pointed at him with the blade of the bronze war spear in her hand. If you don't want to die, don't stop my people from leaving. You guys can't leave, Roy said loudly while walking towards the white-haired girl. All Eleusinians are our prisoners. So no Eleusinians, including you, can leave. Seeing Roy rushing over, the guard Captain Pallas, who was lying on the ground, reminded Roy, Priest Roy, you have to be careful about this woman. She is not a native like us, but a barbaric Thracian. Hearing the reminder from guard Captain Pallas, Roy couldn't help but rolled his eyes. It's terrible to be uneducated. The Athenians of this era, limited by their poor geographical knowledge, called the northern part of Thessaly, where the blonde barbarian Dorians lived, the Thracian region, and the nomads living in the Thracian region, as well as other the nomadic peoples from the north were all collectively known as Thracians. So they have no idea that the blonde-haired and blue-eyed nomads come from Eastern Europe, and the silver-haired and blue-eyed nomads come from Northern Europe. They don't even know that the blonde ones are Caucasian, and the silver-haired ones are Germanic. Although both barbarians are barbaric nomads, they cannot both be regarded as barbaric Thracians. Hateful Athenians, I will never let my people become your slaves. Seeing Roy trying to stop him, the white-haired girl held up the bronze war spear in both hands and threatened. If you try to stop my people from escaping, my spear blade will pierce your neck in a moment. After saying that, the white-haired girl attacked Roy. Looking at the white-haired girl attacking him, Roy didn't make any move and just murmured softly, Saline. The next moment, Roy's eyes bloomed with azure light, covering the white-haired girl's body. The white-haired girl's body immediately fell to the ground, and she said with an expression of incredible shock on her face, Why can't I feel my body? Don't worry. Roy walked up to the white-haired girl, pressed the blade of the bronze war spear against the white-haired girl's fair and beautiful neck, and smiled like a winner. I'm just temporarily salting your legs and letting you accept your defeat. Now you have been defeated and become my prisoner. So don't help the Eleusinians escape. Anyway, you are a Germanic from Northern Europe. A black-haired dark-eyed Orientals are more closely related to the Eleusinians than you are. How dare you say I'm not an Eleusinian? You bastard. Although life and death were now controlled by Roy, the white-haired girl showed no fear and stared at Roy with extremely angry eyes. Although my ancestors did come from the far north, we have become locals long ago. My parents and brothers and sisters are all Eleusinians with black hair and eyes. Of course I am also an Eleusinian. Are your family members all have black hair and black eyes? So are you atavistic? Roy turned his head and said to the Eleusinians gathered at the East Gate. Can any of you tell me whether this white-haired girl is a foreigner or an Eleusinian who has already integrated into the local area? The Eleusinians gathered at the East Gate looked at each other. And then an old man in his 40s stood up and pleaded with Roy in a humble manner. Great Athenians, please do not harm Princess Chiron. She is indeed an Eleusinian, the daughter of our leader Sirius, and is regarded by us as the incarnation of the goddess of winter and ice. Chiron, the goddess of winter and ice. After learning the name of the white-haired girl, Roy couldn't help but widened his eyes and was stunned. Although Roy lost some memories due to unknown reasons when he came to this world, Roy felt that he seemed to have seen the name of the white-haired girl. After suppressing the feeling of déjà vu in his heart, Roy joked with a smile. Because of this girl Keone's long snow-white hair, you regard her as the incarnation of the goddess of winter, ice and snow. Then am I capturing a goddess now, and committing the crime of blasphemy against the goddess? The old man of Eleusis just shut up immediately because he did not dare to say that Roy captured the goddess, let alone that he blasphemed the goddess. Athenians, don't humiliate me like this. Chiron, who was lying on the ground, said at this time, if you were still a man, kill me immediately. You are the princess of the Eleusis tribe, a prisoner who represents my merits, and the most valuable trophy. Of course I will not kill you. Roy withdrew his bronze war spear, then extended his left hand to Chiron and said, now grab my hand and let me pull you up from the ground. As a noble and beautiful princess, you cannot lie on the ground forever. Chiron glared at Roy angrily. Although she didn't want to accept Roy's kindness, she didn't want to escape reality. So she finally held Roy's left hand with her left hand. After the two of them held their hands together, Roy took back the power of salting Keone's legs, and then pulled Chiron up. After Chiron stood up, she looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, Athenians, since you are a priest with divine power, you must have a high status in the Athenian tribe. If you can allow my people to escape, I will willingly become your prisoner. Roy looked at Chiron expressionlessly and said, Princess Chiron, others regard you as the incarnation of the goddess of winter, ice and snow. Do you really regard yourself as a goddess? Your value alone cannot be greater than hundreds or thousands of people. So I will not agree to it. Request. I know that you are worried that your people will become slaves of the Athenians. I can assure you in the name of the goddess Metis whom I serve that the Eleusinians will not become slaves of the Athenians, but will become Metis. The people of the goddess Metis, the new Athenians who are protected by the goddess Metis. Chapter 47 promised to protect the Eleusinians. The Eleusinians wanted to flee from their tribe because in this era, the defeated party not only became prisoners, but also had their wives and daughters taken away by the victors. After the legendary Trojan War ended, the Greek coalition not only took away various properties from the city of Troy, but all the noble royal women and young and beautiful Trojan women in Troy were also taken away by the Greek coalition warships. Roy knew why the Eleusins did not want to be prisoners. So Roy gave a guarantee that would reassure the Eleusins. Hearing Roy's words, Chiron looked at Roy for a while with her big green eyes, and then shouted to the Eleusinians gathered at the east gate. Since this god-priest guarantees that we will not be harmed, everyone should go home first. Even if we escape, we will not be able to survive in the wild. In this era, it is very difficult to survive in the wild because there are various dangers in the wild. Even if the Eleusinians were lucky enough to escape to other tribes, they might become slaves in other tribes and have their wives and daughters taken away from them. After hearing Keone's persuasion, the Eleusinians who had gathered at the east gate left one after another. When Roy was about to take Chiron to the west gate so that Chiron could persuade the Eleusinians gathered at the west gate to leave, cheers suddenly came from the top of the Eleusis tribe station. Long live Chief Pandion! Long live Chief Pandion! We are victorious! We are victorious! The Eleusinians surrender quickly. You have already lost. Hearing the cheers of the Athenians, Roy said with a smile, it seems that Chief Pandion has killed the leader of the Eleusinian tribe. Father. Keone's legs softened and she knelt on the ground. Big tears kept sliding down her cheeks. Roy was about to comfort Chiron, but he saw Chiron raising her bronze spear and stabbing the blade into her beautiful neck. Are you crazy? Roy hurriedly grabbed Keone's bronze war spear to prevent her from committing suicide. Keone's hands firmly grasped the bronze war spear and said, don't stop me. Now that my father is dead, I must commit suicide according to the traditions of my ancestors to avoid being defiled by you Athenians. Hearing Circe's words, Roy couldn't help but think of the traditions of the ancient Germans. It is said that the ancient Germanic people followed the system of monogamy, and the most important thing between husband and wife was fidelity. Because Germanic women are as perseverant and strong as men, Germanic women usually go out with the army. Once their father, brother or husband is defeated, they will not hesitate to commit suicide to protect their chastity. Looking at Chiron who wanted to commit suicide, Roy frowned dissatisfied and said, suicide is a sign of cowardice and escaping the responsibilities you bear. As the princess of the Eleusis tribe, you should live now to protect your people from the conquerors. After hearing Roy's words, Chiron said shakenly, Am I supposed to live and protect my people? That's right. Roy brainwashed Kaiwan. Kaiwan. Maybe your ancestors are Germanic. But you are an Eleusinian and a future Athenian. So you don't need to follow the traditions of your ancestors at all. If you still want to abandon your people and commit suicide now, then go die. After saying that, Roy let go of Chioni's bronze war spear with his left hand and no longer stopped Kaiwan from committing suicide. Chioni's hands were holding the bronze war spear. Just when she was hesitating whether to continue committing suicide, the Eleusis tribe suddenly heard the cries of women and the supplications of men. Roy turned around and saw two small leaders and their soldiers driving the young women of the Eleusis tribe out of their homes. When Kaiwan saw this scene, she immediately stood up and asked Roy, "Didn't you say that the Athenians would not turn us into slaves? Did you just deceive me with your promise?" Roy shook his head and said, "I did not lie to you." "Then hurry up and stop the Athenians. Don't let them hurt my people," Kaiwan begged, grabbing Roy's arm. "You can do whatever you want with the people of the chief's family. But the ordinary Eleusinians are innocent." Roy hesitated for a moment, pushed Kaiwan aside, and ran towards the two little leaders. Before he could reach the two little leaders, Roy shouted, "Stop all of you. I am Loe, the priest of the goddess Metis. I order you to stop in the name of the goddess Metis. If you refuse my order, you are a major sinner who blasphemed the goddess Metis. I will not only kill you, will also let your family members be punished." The goddess Metis is the patron goddess of the Athenian tribe. Now that Roy was using the name of the goddess, the ordinary Athenian soldiers naturally did not want to be the major sinners who blasphemed the goddess. So they immediately released the young woman from the Eleusis tribe they had just captured. Roy can use the name of the goddess Metis to intimidate ordinary Athenian soldiers. But he cannot use the name of the goddess to intimidate the two small leaders. The two little leaders said dissatisfiedly, "Priest Roy, now that we have occupied the Eleusis tribe, taking property and women from the Eleusis tribe as trophies is something that the leader of Pandion has tacitly approved of. Does Priest Roy want to fight against the authority of Chief Pandion?" Roy smiled and shook his head. "Of course I don't want to fight against Chief Pandion. I just want you to stop your actions temporarily. Next, I will persuade Chief Pandion and let Chief Pandion order you not to harm the women of the Eleusis tribe." After saying that, Roy walked towards the high ground where Pandion was. The two little leaders looked at each other and said, "Roy has left. Should we continue?" "Just wait a moment. If he really convinces the leader, we can avoid making mistakes." The highlands where the chiefs of the Eleusinian tribes lived. When Roy came here, he saw that the leader of the Eleusis tribe also built a stone house to live in. The stone house was surrounded by rows of wooden houses used as warehouses. At this time, Pandion's personal guards were moving grain, olive oil and other property from the wooden warehouse. Pandion sat on a stone bench outside the stone house. Behind him stood Erechtheus. In front of him knelt a group of young and beautiful women. Among this group of women, those wearing white cotton clothes and jewelry seemed to be the family members of the leader of the Eleusis tribe, the sisters of Kaiwan. The women wearing linen clothes were maids serving the chief's family. Seeing Roy's figure, Pandion pointed at a corpse on the ground and said, "Priest Roy, thanks to your invention of paper armor, today I was able to easily defeat Callias, who is also a hero, 100 enemy with me. Today I want to give you an extra credit." Roy came to Pandion and said, "Chief Pandion, now the two small chiefs and their soldiers want to capture the young women of the Eleusis tribe as trophies. I hope you can issue an order prohibiting our soldiers from harming the women of the Eleusis tribe." Hearing Roy's words, Erechtheus said dissatisfied, "Priest Roy, the soldiers risked their lives and followed us to defeat the Eleusis tribe. Now it is appropriate for them to get women as trophies. I heard that after you eliminated a pirate village, you also divided the women of that pirate village to your soldiers. Are you the only one who can do this kind of thing?" Chapter 48 Kaiwan is my trophy. Although Erechtheus was the successor to the leader of the Athenian tribe, his identity was only the successor to the leader. As long as Pandion was alive, it was not Erechtheus's turn to decide what happened to the Athenian tribe. So Roy ignored Erechtheus and spoke directly to Pandion. "Chief Pandion, if our purpose is not to annex the Eleusis tribe, of course we can seize the property and women of the Eleusis tribe at will. But our purpose is to annex the Eleusis tribe and convert the Eleusis people became the population of the Athenian tribe. If we take away the wives and daughters of the Eleusinians, even if they dare not resist, their hearts will be full of resentment towards us. In the future, When the Athenian tribes fight against powerful enemies, the Eleusinians will people join us and fight side by side. I am afraid that not only will the Eleusinians not help us, but they may also help our enemies. After listening to Roy's words, Pandion said with a thoughtful expression, Priest Loe, if we don't take away the Eleusinians' wives and daughters, will the Eleusinians obey our rule like the Athenians? Of course, Roy said without hesitation. The interests of ordinary Eleusinians are different from the interests of the leaders of the Eleusis tribe. The leader of the Eleusis tribe will resist the leader of Pandion to the death, because he accepts the rule of the leader of Pandion. Eleusis, the leader of the tribe, will lose the identity, status, wealth and women owned by the leader. But for ordinary Eleusinians, whether the person who rules them is the leader of the Eleusis tribe or the leader of Pandion is acceptable to them. What ordinary Eleusinians really care about is whether the Pandion leader can protect their interests and make their lives better than before. As long as the Pandion leader protects the Eleusinians like the Athenians, Eleusis men will be as loyal to Pandion as the Athenians. What you said makes sense. Pandion nodded and ordered Erechtheus behind him. Erechtheus, go and convey my order now and forbid the Athenian soldiers to take away the property, wives and daughters of the Eleusinians. From now on, the Eleusinians will also be subjects of our rule. So we must protect Athens just as we do he protects the Eleusinians, as well as anyone else. Seeing that his father was persuaded by Roy, Erechtheus frowned and said, Father, how do we reward soldiers? I only want to protect ordinary Eleusinians. The chief families and small chief families of the Eleusis tribe are not the ones I want to protect. Because I want to reward the soldiers with their property and women as spoils of war. After Erechtheus left with the order, Pandion looked at Roy with a smile and said, Priest Roy, will you protect the Eleusis because half of the Eleusis will be managed by you? Roy nodded guiltily. Because Roy doesn't know whether he is protecting the Eleusis people now because of Kaiwan, the goddess of winter, ice and snow, or because he can better manage the Eleusis people. After a while, Erechtheus returned to Pandion with the two minor leaders, the captain of the bodyguard palace and Kaiwan. Seeing Kaiwan, a beautiful white-haired girl, Pandion took the initiative to speak to her. Are you Kaiwan, the daughter of Sirius? I heard that the Eleusinians regard you as the goddess of winter, ice and snow, but I didn't expect that you are indeed as beautiful as a goddess. You are not with your sisters. Where did you go? Kaiwan looked angrily at Pandion, the leader of the conquered Eleusis tribe, and said through gritted teeth, After my father was suppressed by you in the battle, I saw that my fellow tribesmen wanted to escape from the tribe. So I wanted to help them to prevent them from becoming prisoners. As a result, not only did I fail to help my fellow tribesmen, I myself also lost to Roy the priests become captives. Guard Captain Pallas lowered his head in shame and said, Chief, in order to help the Eleusis escape, Princess Kaiwan attacked me at the East Gate. As a result, I lost to Princess Kaiwan. Fortunately, the priest Roy defeated Princess Kaiwan, and we were able to stop the Eleusis. The people escaped from the East Gate. I failed to complete the leader's mission. Please punish me. Chioni's strength is actually more powerful than your captain, 10 enemies. Pandion looked at Kaiwan with a surprised expression and said, Kaiwan, it seems that you are the most valuable treasure among the trophies we obtained. Then, Pandion looked at Roy and said, Priest Roy, apart from me, you are the person who has contributed the most to this war. Now I give you the right to choose the spoils first. You can get anything from the Eleusis tribe as a reward. Hearing that Pandion asked him to give priority to picking the trophies, Roy originally wanted to refuse, because Roy didn't particularly want anything. But when he saw Chioni's beautiful figure, Roy couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. Before Roy could speak, Erechtheus spoke first. Father, I like Kaiwan. Please reward me with Kaiwan. After speaking, Erechtheus looked at Pandion expectantly. Because in Erechtheus' view, he was Pandion's son and heir, and Pandion would definitely satisfy his request. Pandion's eyes shifted from Loe to Erechtheus, and he said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, I can't give you Kaiwan. But I really like Kaiwan. It's just because you really like Kaiwan that I can't give her to you. Pandion explained patiently. Erechtheus, you are the successor to the leader of the Athenian tribe. Kaiwan is no longer the princess of the Eleusis tribe. So she is not worthy to be with you. As my son, you will be with the leader of the big tribe in the future. Marry your daughter, or the princess of the city-state. in order to make your future wife have a harmonious relationship with you. Not only Kaiwan, but any woman who can influence you cannot stay by your side. Father. Seeing that Erechtheus still wanted to argue, Roy took the initiative to speak. Chief Pandion. If you really want me to have priority in choosing the spoils, I hope you will give me Kaiwan. Hearing Roy's words, Erechtheus turned angrily and glared at Roy. Roy. Kaiwan is the woman I like. Do you really want to compete with me for Kaiwan? Roy ignored Erechtheus and looked at Pandion firmly. Pandion said, breaking the silence. It seems that unlike Erechtheus, you are not obsessed with Keone's beauty and figure. Roy nodded and said, I want to use Kaiwan to manage the Eleusinians and bring out her value as the princess of Eleusis. Pandion said with a satisfied smile. Since I said that you should give priority to choosing the spoils, of course I will not refuse your request. So from now on, Kaiwan will belong to you. And you can use Kaiwan as you want. Even if you kill Kaiwan, no one else will blame you. Skipping chapter 49 does not affect reading. Chapter 50 Erechtheus is really big-hearted. After rewarding Kaiwan to Roy, and seeing the unwilling expression on Erechtheus's face, Pandion pointed at Keone's two sisters and said, Erectus, although I can't let you get Kaiwan, I can reward you with the other two daughters of Sirius. Although they don't have Keone's white hair and blue eyes, they are as Kaiwan. Nai's sisters are very similar in appearance to Kaiwan. Erechtheus said, rolling his eyes. Father, what I want is Kaiwan herself, not Keone's substitute. This is my decision, and you have no right to refuse. Pandion said with a stern expression. Erechtheus, now I give you a task. There are 2 horses in the stable of Sirius. I want you to ride 1 horse back to Athens and let all the Athenian ships arrive at the port of Eleusis. We need to use ships to transport all the grain, olive oil and people of the Eleusinian tribe back to Athens. After Erechtheus left with a cold face, Pandion looked at Roy and the 2 little leaders and said, there are too many maids in our house. Please divide the maids in Celeus's house among the 3 of you. After Pandion finished speaking, before Roy could refuse, Kaiwan walked over and pulled 3 young and beautiful maids out from a group of maids. After returning to Roy with the 3 maids, Kaiwan explained to Roy, they are the maids who serve me. Since you can choose the maids, let them be with me. Then Kaiwan said to the 3 maids, sisters, in the past, I was the master you served. But now my status is the same as yours. From now on, you can call me by my name directly and treat me as your sister. The 3 maids bowed their heads obediently and said, yes, princess. After the 2 little leaders selected their favorite maid, Pandion looked at Roy and the 2 little leaders and said, now let's distribute the spoils of war. Both the living soldiers and the dead soldiers can be divided into 200 caddies of grain. What do you think? Roy and the 2 little leaders all nodded. After all, in this case, Pandion was obviously not really asking for advice, but just wanted support. If someone foolishly puts forward his own opinion on allocation, wouldn't it be a slap in Pandion's face and prove that there is something wrong with Pandion's allocation? Seeing that Roy and the 2 minor leaders agreed with his allocation, Pandion continued. Priest Roy, according to the promise I made to you before, I will hand over half of the population of the Eleusis tribe to you to manage, and make you the small leader of the Athenian tribe. In addition, you will also get a herd of cattle and a flock of sheep. In addition to these rewards, I will also give you 50,000 caddies of grain. Do you feel satisfied? Roy nodded immediately and said, I am very pleased with the assignment of chiefs. After hearing Roy's answer, Pandion looked at the 2 little leaders and said, you 2 followed me, and you worked hard without any credit. I will reward each of you with 20,000 caddies of grain. What do you think? The 2 little leaders looked at each other and then said at the same time, we are very pleased with the assignment of chiefs. The leader of the Eleusis tribe and his son were killed by the leader and Prince Erechtheus. We only have some trivial merit. Your reward for us is too generous. Pandion nodded and said, the greatest credit for this war really belongs to me and Erechtheus. So the remaining hundreds of thousands of gins of grain, the olive oil worth hundreds of thousands of gins of grain, and the 10 herds and 10 sheep of Sirius, all of them are my trophies. Do you have any objection? Compared with the trophies obtained by Pandion, the combined trophies obtained by Roy and the 2 small leaders are probably not even worth 1/10 of the trophies obtained by Pandion. Roy and the two little leaders immediately shook their heads to avoid being misunderstood by Pandion, as having dissatisfied thoughts. After the distribution of the spoils, Roy took Kaiwan and her 3 maids and walked towards the west gate of the Eleusis tribe. Roy was walking on the road and couldn't help, but said to Kaiwan, "Princess Kaiwan, Prince Erechtheus wants you to be his trophy. He is so cruel. His father, Pandion, killed your father." Before Roy could finish speaking, Kaiwan corrected him. "Not only my father, but also my brothers were killed by them." "That's it. Your father and brothers were killed by their father and son. Prince Erechtheus still wants you. Isn't he afraid of dying in your hands? After all, you are not a delicate and weak girl. It's a female warrior who is more powerful than the captain, 10 enemies. Leader Pandion doesn't want Prince Erechtheus to get you. I'm afraid the main purpose is not to let Prince Erechtheus die in your hands. Since you know how dangerous I am, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The enemy who killed your father and brother is not me. I believe Princess Kaiwan will not regard me as a revenge target. And I will serve as the small leader of the Athenian tribe and manage half of the population of the Eleusis tribe. Kaiwan the princess stays with me, not only to help me manage the Eleusinians, but also to fulfill my duties to take care of your people. Simon of the tribe of Eleusis. Roy came here with Kaiwan and 3 maids, and saw Pandion's personal guards taking over the west gate. The 50 teenagers who followed him gathered at the west gate, waiting for him eagerly. Seeing Roy's figure, Ares immediately rushed over with 50 teenagers to surround Roy. "Master Priest, Simon has been taken over by personal guards. Please give us a new mission." "Master Priest, I want to make more contributions." "Master Priest, can we steal a woman from the Eleusis tribe? I want to steal an unmarried girl to be my wife." "All of you, please be quiet." After all 50 teenagers fell silent, Roy said with a serious expression, "Now that the war is over, do you think that based on your merits, you can rob women at will?" Seeing that all 50 teenagers were silent, Roy said with a smile, "It seems that you all understand that the merits you have made are not enough for you to snatch women. But you don't have to be too disappointed. Chief Pandion has decided to reward all soldiers with 200 kilograms of grain. 200 kilograms of grain. In the food-scarce Attica region, this is undoubtedly a huge wealth for poor ordinary people." Seeing all 50 teenagers smiling happily, Roy continued, "Although you can no longer get battlefield credit, I plan to arrange a task for you. Chief Pandion will reward me with a herd of cattle and a flock of sheep. If you are willing to help me drive the herds of cattle and sheep back to Athens, I will reward you for each 100 catties of grain per person. 100 kilograms of grain. As long as the cattle and sheep are driven back to Athens, 100 pounds of grain will be rewarded." The teenagers said even more happily, "Master Priest, you are so kind to us. Even if there is no reward, we are willing to help you drive back the cattle and sheep." Chapter 51 Philomela presents the flower crown. It's close to noon. Erechtheus entered the port of Eleusis with 100 ships, large and small. At this time, the Athenians had already directed the men of the Eleusinian tribe to carry hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain and tens of thousands of kilograms of olive oil to the natural dock of the port. After the ship from Athens docked in the port, the Athenians immediately ordered the men of the Eleusinian tribe to carry grain and olive oil to the ship. After the grain and olive oil were loaded onto the ship, the Athenians ordered the Eleusinians to board the ship with their families. After 1/3 of the population of the Eleusis tribe boarded the ship, Pandion took Erechtheus, Loe and 2 small leaders to board a large ship. Because Pandion wanted to personally lead the fleet back to Athens to accept the blessings given to the victor. Pandion's personal soldiers will remain in the Eleusis tribe and manage the remaining 2,000 people of the Eleusis tribe. Afternoon. Pandion led the fleet into the port of Piraeus. Roy, Kaiwan and her 3 maids stood on the bow deck of the ship. From a distance, they saw thousands of Athenians gathered in Piraeus port. The leader's wife Zeuxippe and her 2 daughters Peulochne and Philomela, protected by 50 personal guards, stood in the crowd. After the flagship ship docked at the dock, Pandion led everyone off the ship. Zeuxippe immediately came over with Procne and Philomela to greet her. In her and Procne's hands, they also held hand-woven olive branches. Corolla. Pandion walked up to Zeuxippe, and they looked at each other and smiled. Pandion lowered his head in tacit agreement and asked his wife to put the olive branch wreath on his head. After Zeuxippus presented the wreath of olive branches to Pandion, Procne approached Erechtheus. Erechtheus bowed his head, and let Procne put the olive branch wreath on his head. Watching Pandion and Erechtheus accept the flower crowns offered by their wives and sisters, Loe couldn't help feeling a little envious and jealous. In this era, dedicating flower crowns to the victors was regarded as a reward and blessing to the victors. If you can get a flower crown presented by a noble woman, it is considered an honor. So in Greek mythology, the goddess of victory is a very busy goddess, because the goddess of victory will personally deliver flower crowns and other rewards to the victors. At this moment, Philomela, who had her hands behind her back, walked up to Roy and said, "Priest Roy, lower your head." "Why should I bow my head? Is it a custom among the Athenian tribes that a victorious man bows his head to a woman?" Although Roy was full of doubts, he still lowered his head obediently. The next moment, something was placed on Roy's head. Roy's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked up at Philomela in front of him in disbelief. "Don't think too much," Philomela said with blushing cheeks. "I saw my mother and sister making a flower crown, so I made one too. My mother and sister dedicated the flower crown to my father and brother. I couldn't find the person who presented the flower crown, so I gave it to you." After saying this, Philomela returned to Procne, as if running away. Then Roy discovered that Pandion and Zeuxippe were looking at him with complicated eyes, and Erechtheus was glaring at him with fire-breathing anger. After Pandion left in a hurry with his family, Chiron came to Roy and asked, "Priest Roy, is that girl just now your fiancée?" Roy immediately shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. She is Princess Philomela, the daughter of leader Pandion." Chiron said with confusion, "We unmarried girls usually only dedicate flower crowns to their fathers, brothers or future husbands. If she is not your fiancée, then why would she dedicate the flower crown to you?" After hearing Chioni's words, Roy finally understood why Pandion, Zeuxippe, and Erechtheus had reacted that way just now. Feeling that the flower crown on his head suddenly felt like a mountain pressing down on his head, Roy said with a helpless smile, "Princess Chiron, Princess Philomela is still an innocent little girl. She will dedicate her flower crown to me. Maybe she just wants to give it away just because she made it. I know very well that she is not in love with her. I don't even think of me as my future husband." After Pandion returned to the Acropolis with his family, surrounded by the Athenians, the two small chiefs began to direct their men to transfer the grain and olive oil brought by the fleet to the Acropolis. After the grain and olive oil were unloaded, the 1,000 Eleusinians who had been transported to Athens by the fleet disembarked with their families. These Eleusinians stood in a strange land, not knowing where to go. Roy had been waiting here with Chiron and 3 maids. When he saw 1,000 Eleusinians getting off the ship, Roy immediately came over with Chiron and 3 maids and said, "Dear Eleusinians, I am Loe, a priest of the Athenian tribe who serves the goddess Metis. Chief Pandion gave me half of the population of the Eleusis tribe to manage. Now I will take you to find a good place for you build a new home. Please trust me and obey all my commands." It was all because the Athenian tribe conquered the Eleusinian tribe that the Eleusinians were forced to leave their hometown and come to Athens, which was completely unfamiliar to them. Hearing Roy's words, most of the Eleusinians looked numb, and some looked at Roy, an Athenian, with hatred. "Fellow tribesmen, please believe what Priest Roy says." Chiron stood next to Roy and shouted, "Although Priest Loe is also an Athenian, he is not our enemy. I witnessed with my own eyes that when the Athenian soldiers wanted to take away your wives and daughters, it was Priest Loe who persuaded Pandion, the leader of the Athenians, to prohibit the Athenian soldiers from taking away your wives and daughters. Property, wife and daughter." Seeing the white-haired and blue-eyed Chiron, even the Eleusinians who have never seen Chiron can recognize her identity. "It's Princess Chiron, the daughter of the leader of Sirius. Can we trust Princess Chioni's words? Princess Chiron has always protected us like a warrior. I want to believe the princess." The Eleusinians looked at Chiron with hopeful eyes, feeling the burden they were carrying. Chiron said excitedly, "My fellow tribesmen, I will build a new home with you. If the Roy priests and the Athenians insult us, I will be the first to stand up and resist. I will risk my life to protect you and fulfill my mission as the leader of the tribe. Now please believe me. Believe Priest Roy. We will definitely find a way to take care of you." In this era, the chief families who ruled the tribes and the royal families who ruled the city-states, while receiving support from the tribes and city-states, also shouldered the mission of protecting the tribes and city-states. Legend has it that when the 7 heroes attacked the city of Thebes, in order to let the gods help Thebes, the smallest royal family of Thebes volunteered to be sacrifices to please the gods and let Thebes win the war. Before the Trojan War began, Iphigenia, the daughter of the general Agamemnon, volunteered to sacrifice to the gods so that the warships of the Greek coalition could leave the port smoothly. As the daughter of the leader, Chiron also has this spirit of self-sacrifice. Chapter 52 The New Home of the Eleusins. Without the help of Chiron, Loe, as the enemy of the Eleusins, the Athenians, would have been almost impossible to gain the trust of the Eleusins, and could only use violence to threaten the Eleusins to obey his orders. But with the help of Chiron, the Eleusinians spontaneously followed Roy to leave the port of Piraeus and go to the new homeland chosen by Roy for them. Walking on the road north of Acropolis Mountain, Roy couldn't help but said to Chiron, "Princess Chiron, I now understand that after foreign rulers conquer a place, they marry local princesses not only because of your beauty, but also because you are really helpful in ruling the local people." Chiron frowned and said with a dissatisfied expression, "I will help you. Not to flatter you and become your wife, but to help my people. I have no idea of marrying you. Now you are my maid slave, and you are already my property. There is no need for me to elevate your status to my wife." After saying that, Roy extended his left hand to the top of Chioni's head, preparing to kill the proud Chiron by touching her head. Chiron avoided Roy's left hand vigilantly, leaving Roy's left hand empty. 2 hours later, Roy led the Eleusinians to the northeast of the Acropolis, the junction of Mount Parnissa and Mount Pendele. This is also where the city center of Athens is located in the modern world 3,600 years later. Roy stopped on a piece of grass, turned around and shouted to the Eleusinians, "Men of Eleusin, this is where your new home will be. Next I will arrange work for you. The women will collect firewood to make fires and cook for us all. And the men will go to Parnissa and Pendela mountains to cut down trees. Build the wooden houses you live in. Because the tools for felling trees are limited, men without logging tools have to collect grass stems to weave mats to use as the roofs and walls of the wooden houses. You all must remember that you are not working for me, but build a house for yourself. The wooden house is just your temporary residence. Soon I will make cement and bricks to help you build a cement house that is stronger and more beautiful than the stone house." What is cement? The Eleusinians couldn't even understand Roy's words, so naturally they wouldn't believe the pie that Roy drew for them. But they came to a strange land and did need to build a house for themselves. So the Eleusinians all obeyed Roy's orders. The women gathered together to light a fire and cook, while the men either took lumber tools to the mountains or collected grass stems to weave straw mats. After Chiron and her 3 maids joined the women in their work, Roy also walked to the forest and brought back the chopped wood with the men. The Eleusinians all looked at Roy with surprise, wondering why Roy, as a conqueror and ruler, as a priest serving the gods, would work with them. Although the Eleusinians could not understand Roy's thoughts, Roy's behavior did increase the Eleusinians' favor and enhance their trust in Roy. Night fell in a blink of an eye. Roy and the men built 10 houses in a short period of time, with wood as the skeleton and straw mats as the roofs and walls. After finishing work, Roy and the men ate the big pot of rice cooked by the women and gnawed on the unpalatable black bread. After dinner, Roy stood up and said loudly, "Every man like me. It's the turn of winter and spring. It's not surprising that the temperature suddenly drops and snows at night. Do you have the heart to let women and children sleep in the open air tonight? I propose to let women and children sleep in the cabin tonight. Do you agree to spend the night with you outside by the warm fire?" An Eleusinian man said immediately, "It's okay to let our women and children spend the night in the cabin. But are you really spending the night outside with us? Who is questioning me?" Roy looked at the men around him dissatisfied and said, "I have already said that from now on I will be your little leader. And you are my people. So I will not lie to you. I will share the joys and sorrows with you. Letting you all live a good life is my goal. You can just believe the previous leaders believed in me." Acropolis. Pandion Stone House. While Roy was chewing the unpalatable black bread, a victory banquet was being held in the Candlelit Hall. In addition to the Pandion family, there were also 2 minor chiefs and their families in the hall. These members of the ruling class. The men sit together and drink and eat meat, and the women sit together and chat about women. The 2 petty chiefs raised their glasses to Pandion, and introduced to Pandion how brave and loyal their sons were, and that they would be able to help Erechtheus rule Athens like them in the future. Pandion always kept a smile on his face. When the two young leaders finished speaking, Pandion suddenly asked, "We are all gathered here to celebrate the victory. Why hasn't Priest Roy come over?" The two young leaders looked at each other and said, "Those who patrolled the territory saw the priests of Loy hanging out with the Eleusinians and working with the Eleusinian men to move wood and build wooden houses. Priest Roy did not come to celebrate the victory with us. Perhaps because he is still hanging out with the Eleusinians." After listening to the words of the two young leaders, Erechtheus said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, "A foreigner is a foreigner. Roy does not regard himself as a real Athenian at all. When he was with us, he would call himself an Athenian to gain our trust. I am afraid that he will also call himself Eleusin in front of the Eleusinians now." Eleusins. To gain the trust of the Eleusins. The son of a small leader also said, "Those Eleusinians originally regarded us as enemies. Now that the priests of Loy are mixed with the Eleusins, will those Eleusins be loyal to the leader Pandion, or the priests of Loy in the future?" "Don't worry." Pandion smiled confidently. "The food I rewarded Roy is only enough to feed 1,500 people for a month. If those Eleusinians want to have food to eat, they must understand who is their real leader." The other side of the hall separated by a curtain. The wives of the two minor chiefs were also introducing their sons and daughters to Pandion's wife, Zeuxip. They kept testing Zeuxippus in words, hoping that their sons would become the husbands of Procne or Philomela, and that their daughters would become the wives of Erechtheus, the chief heir. Zeuxippa was not angry because of their desire to climb high, and told them in euphemistic words that Erechtheus's future wife must be the noble daughter of the leader of a large tribe or the princess of a city-state. Procne and Philomela the husband must be the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state. Although the wives of the two young leaders were extremely disappointed, they always kept a smile on their faces. Chapter 53. Everyone is the incarnation of gods. Under night, the wood in the fire kept crackling and burning. Roy sat with a group of Eleusinian men, quietly waiting for the passage of time. After everyone around him fell asleep on the ground, Roy took off the olive branch crown from his head with both hands and looked at it carefully in the firelight. Although this flower crown was not carefully woven, Roy showed a relieved smile when he thought of Philomela's character. "When I return in triumph next time, will Philomela still present me with a wreath?" Just as Roy was thinking about this problem, Kaiwan walked up behind Roy with silent steps, looked at Roy's back expressionlessly and said, "Priest Roy, you don't really need to stay out overnight. Now we Eleusinians have trusted you very much, so you can go back to sleep in your warm and comfortable house on the Acropolis." Roy shook his head and said with his back to Kaiwan, "Princess Kaiwan, perhaps you don't know that I am not a real Athenian, but a foreigner who has just joined the Athenian tribe. After you Eleusinians came to Athens, you were just like me in the eyes of the Athenians, foreigners. So I want to mingle with you and make you my true companions. You are not an Athenian. So how did you become a priest of the Athenian tribe? Are you a relative of Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe?" "I am neither an Athenian nor a relative of the leader of Pandion. I can become a priest of the Athenian tribe because I am the first priest of the goddess Metis. After I convinced the leader of Pandion to respect the goddess Metis, I offered him promise not to use divine power to threaten the leader's royal power." After listening to Roy's explanation, Kaiwan frowned and said, "Do you want to use us Eleusinians to help you fight against Pandion?" "You misunderstood. I have neither the idea of confronting Chief Pandion nor the idea of competing with Chief Pandion for dominance. I want to gain the trust of you Eleusinians. The real reason is that I am very insecure now." "You said you didn't feel safe." Kiona's eyes widened in surprise at first, and then she suddenly said, "We are both foreigners in the land of Athens, and we are also insecure people. You and we Eleusinians can indeed use each other. But if you are not able to take good care of us and ensure that we have enough food and clothing, your tribe will definitely abandon you in order to survive." After saying that, Kaiwan turned and left. The next day arrived in a blink of an eye. As soon as the dawn broke through the night sky, the Eleusinians woke up from their sleep. The women gathered together to make breakfast for everyone, and the men carried wood to continue building the cabins. After everyone finished their big pot of breakfast, Roy did not work with the men, but came to Kaiwan and said, "Princess Kaiwan, the remaining 2,000 Eleusinians will also come to Athens by boat today. Let's go to the port to greet them together." Kaiwan, who was originally going to weave straw mats with the three maids, immediately stood up and said excitedly, "Then let's go to the port quickly." Get the remaining people here. And we Eleusinians will be reunited. After saying that, Kaiwan came to Roy and pulled Roy towards Piraeus port. After an hour, when Roy and Kaiwan arrived at the dock of Piraeus port, they saw that Procne and Philomela were also here. They were accompanied by 50 personal guards to protect their safety. Seeing the white-haired and blue-eyed Kaiwan next to Roy, Philomela took the initiative. Are you the princess of the Eleusis tribe? Kaiwan, the incarnation of the goddess of winter and ice. I heard that you are now the maid of Priest Roy. Priest Roy did not attend the celebration banquet held by his father last night. He could not be with you. Let's do shameless things together. Don't talk nonsense. Kaiwan immediately stared at Philomela in shame and said, I know that you are Princess Philomela, the daughter of Chief Pandion. I can tell you that my body is still that of an unmarried girl. Even if I become the maid of Priest Lowy, I will not let anyone go without a wedding. The Roy priests took my body. Philomela. Procne glared at Philomela reproachfully, and then said to Roy and Kaiwan, Priest Roy, Princess Kaiwan, Philomela is still a child who has not grown up. You don't need to pay attention to her words. Elder sister, Philomela said coquettishly. Kaiwan is a captive of our Athenian tribe and the maid-slave of Priest Loy. You no longer need to regard her as a princess with equal status to us, let alone the incarnation of the goddess. Because now we are also goddesses. After hearing Philomela's words, Roy asked curiously, Princess Procne, what do Princess Philomela mean? Priest Roy, don't you know yet? Procne glanced at Roy in surprise, and then explained to Roy, I heard that the rulers of the Eastern Mediterranean would deify their families. So my father also deified our family. My mother was originally a priest of the rain goddess, and now she has been deified into the rain goddess Zeuxip. Incarnation. Philomela and I, as well as my brother Erechtheus, are now deified as the adopted sons and daughters of the goddess Metis, and also as the incarnations of gods. I am the incarnation of the goddess of dew, and Philomela is the incarnation of the goddess Metis, the incarnation of the goddess of the fields. Brother Erechtheus is the incarnation of the god of harvest who bears the name of Poros harvest. So your current identities are Procne, the goddess of dew, and Philomela, the goddess of fields. Roy stared at Procne and Philomela with wide eyes, suddenly feeling a sense of déjà vu in his heart. The dew goddess and the field goddess seem to be two weak goddesses merged by the goddess who protects Athens. The identity of Prince Erechtheus is Poros, the god of harvest, the adopted son of the goddess Metis. Although the name Poros means harvest, I think the name Poros harvest seems more suitable and has nothing to do with it. God of opportunity and creation. Opportunity and creation, Philomela said with an excited smile. Priest Roy, if you want to deify yourself, the identity of the god of opportunity and creation should be very suitable for you. You came to the Athenian tribe and created many new things. Your creations provide development opportunities for the Athenian tribe. So you should deify yourself as Lowy, the god of opportunity and creation. Roy immediately shook his head and said, the identity of the god of opportunity is nothing more. The god of creation is a lofty godhead equivalent to the god of creation. Even a real god cannot carry such a lofty godhead as the god of creation. As a human being, how dare I put myself God transformed into a creator god? Then, Roy looked at Procne and Philomela and said, and in my opinion, no matter how much human beings deify themselves, they will never become true gods. If you are lucky enough, you will become a god after death like a heroic god, and become a maid and subordinate god of the goddess Metis. If you are not lucky enough, you will fall into the underworld like ordinary people after death, and your identities as the dew goddess and the field goddess will be absorbed by the goddess Metis. Chapter 54. If you don't have enough food, eat meat. Looking at Procne, who was deified as the dew goddess, and Philomela, who was deified as the field goddess, Roy suddenly realized a problem. Originally, Roy, as the priest of the goddess Metis, was the spokesperson of the goddess Metis and the person who truly held divine power. But now, Procne, Philomela, and Erechtheus have not only been deified as incarnations of gods, but have also become the adopted sons and daughters of the goddess Metis. After all, Roy's identity is only that of humans and the priest of the goddess Metis. Obviously, Procne, Philomela and Erechtheus are more qualified to hold divine power than Lowy. Chief Pandion deified his family in order to completely suppress me so that I can't use my divine power to challenge the leader's family. Although he guessed Pandion's intention, Roy didn't care. Because now Roy really has no idea of competing with Pandion for dominance. Princess Procne. Princess Philomela. You have been prohibited from leaving the Acropolis. Why did you come to the port today? We are waiting for the Eleusinians. Procne explained. Priest Roy. Half of the Eleusinians, who were conquered by our Athenian tribe, were handed over to you by my father to manage. The remaining half of the Eleusinians. My father decided to give it to me and Philomela to manage. My father said Philomela, and I will marry the leader of a large tribe, or the king of a city-state in the future. In order for us to help our husbands manage the people. My father decided to let us use half of the Eleusinians to practice the experience of managing the people. After hearing Procne's words, Kaiwan immediately opened her eyes angrily and said, Do you Athenians regard us Eleusinians as cattle and sheep? You two princesses are actually allowed to manage half of our Eleusinian population. If something goes wrong because of your incompetence, can you two little girls take the responsibility? Responsibility? Who are you calling a little girl? I think you are at least the same age as my sister. Philomela looked at Kaiwan with an arrogant expression and said, Although my sister and I have not managed the herds and flocks, we still have no problem managing you Eleusinians. As long as you Eleusinians obey my and my sister's orders, you will definitely have enough food and clothing. Kaiwan asked with a sneer. Then do you know how much food a person needs to eat every month? Philomela thought seriously. 5 kilograms. 10 kilograms at most. 10 pounds. If you ask us Eleusinians to eat 10 pounds of grain every month, we Eleusinians will all starve to death. How can people starve to death? I only eat 5 kilograms of grain every month, and I still don't starve to death. If 10 kilograms of grain is not enough, you Eleusinians should eat more meat and more vegetables. Eat more meat. Eat more vegetables. Kaiwan almost laughed angrily when she heard Philomela's words. Even Roy couldn't hold back the expression on his face and couldn't help but shake his head. In this era of food scarcity, it goes without saying that it is impossible for ordinary people to eat meat every day. In this season of winter and spring, it is impossible for ordinary people to dig wild vegetables and eat them as vegetables. As a noble daughter of the chief's family, Philomela could not only eat meat every day, but also vegetables every day in winter and spring. But this was a life that ordinary people could not even imagine. Even Procne couldn't stand Philomela's ignorance of ordinary people's lives, and said with a helpless expression, Philomela, the lives of ordinary people are different from ours. Their lives are not as good as those of our slaves. Although our slaves have a low status, they can have enough food and clothing. And they can also eat our leftovers and taste delicious food. Ah? Philomela said with her eyes widened in disbelief. Those ordinary people have a higher status than our slaves. But their lives are not as good as our slaves. Seeing that Philomela was refreshed by this astonishing fact, Kaiwan said to Procne, Princess Procne, your sister doesn't even know how much food a person needs to eat per month. I don't think you are much better than your sister. Let you two sisters manage half of our Eleusinian population. I'm worried. Many tribesmen will be killed by your incompetent management. After Procne was rendered speechless, Roy couldn't help but speak. Princess Kaiwan, I think your level is about the same as Princess Procne and Princess Philomela. You know how much food a person eats per month. Then do you know how to obtain food to feed them? I spent a long time trying to find a reasonable way to obtain food. Seeing that Kaiwan was also speechless by Roy's question, Philomela immediately mocked. It turns out that you can only raise questions but not solve them. So what qualifications do you have to question us? Philomela. Procne glared at her sister, and then said to Roy, Priest Roy, now half of the Eleusis tribe's 3,000 population is managed by you. And the other half is managed by Philomela and I, Philomela, and I really have no experience. You can help us manage Eleusis man. Would you like us to learn management experience from you? Sure. Roy said without hesitation. If you have no objection, I would like to build 2 villages with a population of 1,500 people for the Eleusinians. One village will be built at the foot of Mount Parnissa, which will be called Par from now on. The other village will be built at the foot of Mount Pendeli, will be called Pendela village from now on. Par village will be managed by me, and Pendela village will be managed by you two sisters. We can let these 2 villages help each other, and we can also manage them in the same way. Procne nodded in agreement. because she had no management experience at all. She could only accept Roy's proposal. I have a question, Philomela suddenly said at this time. Priest Roy. You have never been a leader. So how do you have management experience? Princess Philomela. I have no management experience. Roy explained with a smile. Although I have no management experience, I know how I can help the Eleusinians survive when they come to a strange land. As long as you can empathize with the problems encountered by the Eleusinians and be willing to help them solve them, then you can become qualified managers. Procne and Philomela looked at each other with troubled expressions on their delicate and beautiful faces. Because no matter how kind and gentle their hearts are, they cannot empathize with the Eleusinians. Seeing the reactions of Procne and Philomela, Kaiwan whispered, although I am a girl like them, I think men are more suitable to be managers than women. Pandion should not let his two daughters practice management experience with us Eleusinians at all. Perhaps he should use us Eleusinians to practice management experience. The 3,000 people of the Sith tribe will be given to you to manage. Roy shook his head and said, the Athenians that Chief Pandion directly manages only have a population of 3,000 in the Acropolis. How could he leave all 3,000 Eleusinians under my management? After Roy finished speaking, dozens of ships carrying the Eleusinians sailed into the port of Piraeus at just this moment. Chapter 55, Pandion. Who loves his daughter passionately. Inspecting territory, this is a very important job for both tribes and city-states. Only by patrolling the territory can we discover enemies invading the territory, and then be prepared to deal with them in advance. If the Athenian tribe attacked the Eleusinian tribe, and the Eleusinian tribe discovered the Athenian invasion by patrolling the territory, the Eleusinian tribe could summon all the young and strong men in advance to fight the Athenians by relying on the walls of the station. In addition, the Eleusis tribe had a commanding geographical advantage and numerical advantage. If the Athenians wanted to conquer the Eleusis tribe, they would have to pay a lot of sacrifices. If the goddess of fate did not favor the Athenians, even if the Athenians paid a lot of sacrifices, they might eventually lose the war against the Eleusis tribe. Precisely because the work of patrolling the territory is so important. Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, always patrols the territory with his personal guards. The sun begins to set in the western sky in the afternoon. Pandion took Erechtheus and a dozen soldiers to the northeast of the Acropolis mountain, and saw the foot of Mount Parnisa and the foot of Mount Pendeli. The Eleusinians were busy in full swing, and the men were chopping the imported trees built the skeletons of wooden houses. And the women covered the wooden houses with woven straw mats to become straw mat roofs and straw mat walls. Loe was currently with Procne and Philomela, teaching them how to manage the Eleusinians. Kaiwan came to Roy to remind him. And then Roy, Procne and Philomela discovered Pandion's arrival. Roy immediately came to Pandion with Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan. Chief Pandion, it seems that you are not here to see Princess Procne and Princess Philomela, but you are passing by here while patrolling the territory. Pandion looked at Procne and Philomela behind Roy, seeing Procne and Philomela wearing veils to hide their faces. Pandion said with a satisfied smile, Procne, Philomela, have you learned anything from your experience in managing the Eleusinians here? Procne nodded and said, Father, now I finally understand how difficult it is for you and your mother to manage an Athenian tribe with a population of 5,000. Philomela said coquettishly, Father, is it really useful for my sister and I to learn management? Silly girl. Pandion looked at Philomela with doting eyes and said, everything I do for you will be beneficial to you. In the future, you will marry the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state. Once your husband goes to the battlefield, the management of the tribe or city-state will fall on you. If you have no experience in managing your people, your tribe or city-state will definitely go into trouble, or even be taken away by others. Now you learn to manage your people, and in the future you can become a qualified leader's wife or city-state queen. Looking at Pandion, who loved his daughter so much, Roy couldn't help but curse in his heart. Could it be that Pandion is a daughter slave? The legendary King Pandion of Athens seems to have died of grief after learning of the unfortunate fate of his two daughters. Sensing Roy's gaze, Pandion turned to Roy and said, Priest Roy, I asked you, Procne, and Philomela to take charge of half of the Eleusinians respectively. Why didn't you separate the Eleusinians, but brought them together? Chief Pandion, we have separated the Eleusinians. Roy pointed with his left hand to the mountain road between Mount Parnisa and Mount Pendeli. We used this mountain road as a dividing line to divide the 3,000 Eleusinians into two villages. The village of Par at the foot of Mount Parnisa, and the village of Pendeli at the foot of Mount Pendeli. Each of the two villages has a population of 1,500. 100 Eleusinians. Pandion observed the Eleusinians carefully, and saw that the Eleusinians were indeed divided into two groups. Pandion nodded and said, "It is indeed good that you arranged the Eleusinians here. In the future, they can not only grow grain and olives around here, but also graze cattle and sheep on the slopes of Mount Parnisa and Mount Pendeli." After hearing Pandion's words, Kaiwan immediately frowned with dissatisfaction. Because Pandion obviously wanted the Eleusinians to become farmers or herders who cultivated the land and provided grain and meat for the Athenians. "Chief Pandion, do you remember the cement I said?" Roy couldn't help but said at this time. "After the Eleusinians have built the wooden houses they live in, a lot of manpower will be idle. I propose to use all the idle manpower of the Athenians and Eleusinians. Build a concrete wall of more than 5 meters in the area. Once this kind of cement wall is built, even if the number of enemies is 10 times more than our soldiers, it will be difficult to break through our fortress." Now Pandion no longer doubted Roy's inventive abilities. Knowing that the cement wall could defend 10 times more enemy troops, Pandion immediately nodded and said, "Priest Roy, if the cement wall you mentioned really has this effect, I will definitely give you a huge reward." "Chief Pandion, if you really want to reward me, then grant me a request. I hope you will not use your status as leader to order the Athenians and Eleusins, but make them workers. And you will give them every month 100 catties of grain as payment for their labor. I hope to use this method to increase their enthusiasm for participating in the work." Although Pandion couldn't understand what workers were and why they had to be paid every month, Roy's request was obviously not excessive. So Pandion hesitated for a moment and said, "If this method can really improve their motivation, then as you said, I will give them 100 catties of grain every month as a reward." Then, Pandion looked at Procne and Philomela and said, "Procne, Philomela, now I will continue to patrol the territory. You must return to the Acropolis before sunset. And you must always take the 50 personal guards with you to protect you." Hearing Pandion's words, Philomela smiled jokingly. "Father, are you afraid that the Eleusins will hurt us? Or are you afraid that the priests of Loi will hurt us?" Pandion glared at Philomela and turned away. Erechtheus did not follow his father's footsteps, but came to Roy, looked at Kaiwan affectionately and said, "Priest Roy, let's make a deal. I haven't touched Chioni's sisters yet. And now I'll trade Chioni's 2 sisters with you in exchange for Kaiwan." Erechtheus hadn't given up on Kaiwan yet. Roy rolled his eyes and complained, "Prince Erechtheus, are you dazzled by Chioni's beauty? Chioni's father and brothers were killed by you and the leader Pandion. If you want to get Kaiwan, aren't you afraid of Kaiwan? Nirvana will kill you for revenge. Kaiwan is not a delicate and weak girl. She is a female warrior stronger than the captain, 10 enemies. At first, Chief Pandion didn't want you to get Kaiwan, for my painstaking efforts in loving and protecting you." After saying that, Roy turned around and left with Kaiwan, leaving Erechtheus in a daze. Chapter 56. The followers are finally back. It's evening. Loi looked at Procne and Philomela returning to the Acropolis under the protection of 50 personal guards. And his heart was filled with disappointment. Because Roy once again faced 3,000 Eleusinians alone. This made Roy feel very insecure. At this moment, a group of sheep bleated and rushed towards Roy's location. Behind the sheep, there was also a slow-moving herd of cattle. That is, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and looked carefully, and saw 50 teenagers, including Ares, following the sheep and cattle. "You are finally here." Roy yelled with joy and ran towards Ares as fast as he could. "Master Priest." Seeing Roy's running figure, Ares quickened his pace and walked towards Roy. After arriving in front of Ares, Roy couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Ares, now that you are here with me, I can finally sleep peacefully." Ares asked doubtfully, "Master Priest, can't you sleep well now? Before you guys come, I have to face 3,000 Eleusinians alone. I will definitely not be able to sleep well. After all, I am also an Athenian and the enemy who conquered the Eleusinians." Roy reached out and patted Ares on the shoulder and said, "You are my followers and my true people. Now that you are by my side, I can leave the matter to you and return to the Acropolis to sleep peacefully." Seeing Roy's expression of fatigue, Ares blamed himself. Master Priest. It seems we should rush back early. Now Master Priest can leave everything to me. And you must have a good rest. After all, you are different from us. You are a priest who serves the goddess Metis, and is a member of the Athenian tribe. One of the important figures. Seeing the sheep and cattle grazing on the surrounding grass. And the teenagers having to run back and forth to prevent some of the sheep and cattle from escaping from the group. Loie turned around and said, Ares, you follow me first and drive the sheep and cattle to Pal village. Then we build a sheep pen and a cattle pen and drive the sheep and cattle into the pens. After saying that, Roy took the lead towards Pal village. Roy brought 50 teenagers, sheep and cattle to the village of Pal, and worked with the teenagers to build sheep pens and cattle pens out of wood. Because Roy's performance gained the trust and favor of the Eleusinians. The Eleusinian men from Pal village spontaneously came to help. With the efforts of everyone, the sheep pens and cattle pens were quickly built. And the sheep and cattle were driven into the pens. After Roy and the teenagers sat on the grass to rest, Kaiwan walked up to Roy and said expressionlessly, Those are my father's flocks and herds. Do you want to claim that you should inherit your father's property and want me to give you the cattle and the herds? I can give you the sheep and the cattle. But they will still be my property. Because now you are mine slave. Everything about you belongs to me. Kaiwan glared at Roy and said, I just want to tell you that since you get part of my father's property, you should be kind to us Eleusinians. After saying that, Kaiwan turned around and left with an angry expression. After there were no Eleusinians around, Roy lowered his voice and spoke to Ares. Actually, I deliberately angered Kaiwan away because I didn't want the Eleusinians to hear what I said to you next. Ares and other teenagers immediately came over and listened to Roy's next words with serious expressions. Comrades, I hope you can help me manage the 1500 Eleusinians in Pal village. This is not a very difficult task. Because most of the food of the Eleusis tribe has been robbed by us. If the Eleusinians want to survive, they can only submit to the management of the Athenians. If the Eleusins choose to escape, they can only survive by defecting to other tribes. But other tribes may not treat them better than we are better. So as long as we are nice to the Eleusinians, they will not be able to choose to escape. Because the Eleusinians stay here so that they can stay together with their kin. After listening to Roy's words, Ares said in agreement. What the priest said makes sense. The food that can keep the Eleusis alive is in the hands of us Athenians. As long as we treat the Eleusis better, the Eleusis really have no reason to escape. We will follow the instructions of the priest the request to govern the Eleusinians. Please return to the Acropolis as soon as possible. Priest. Not tonight. Roy shook his head and said, I will stay here tonight to take you on a night tour of Pal and Pendela villages. Many dangerous things will happen at night. And wild beasts from Parnissa and Pendela mountains may attack Pal and Pendela villages. Those Eleusinian men may also attack women under the cover of night. Tonight we will do a good job of patrolling. And tomorrow I will recruit 150 soldiers in the villages of Pal and Pendela. And let them go out during the day and patrol work is done at night. Master Priest. Are the Eleusinians in the villages of Pal and Pendela managed by you? After Ares asked with a confused look, Roy shook his head and said, I have just said that the only ones under my control are the 1,500 Eleusis in the village of Pal. The 1,500 Eleusis in the village of Pendela are led by Princess Procne, and Princess Philomela manages it. But the two sisters don't know how to manage it at all. So they completely follow my advice. Which means that the 3,000 Eleusinians are actually managed by me. The priest is so awesome. A young man couldn't help but widened his eyes and said, the population managed by Chief Pandion is actually only 3,000 people in the Acropolis of Athens. Now the priests manage as many people as Chief Pandion. Another boy followed. Now the priest already has 50 of our followers. Next, the priest will recruit 300 soldiers from the 3,000 Eleusinians. Then the priest will have 350 soldiers. Only 5 more than the Athenian tribe. 100 soldiers are 150 men short. How can you new recruits compare with the veterans of the Athenian tribe? Roy said with a smile. And the personal guards of leader Pandion are all elite soldiers who can fight to the death for him. The 300 Eleusinian soldiers I will recruit tomorrow will do well if they don't regard me as an enemy. Day and night alternated in the blink of an eye. And it was the next day. Procne and Philomela came to the village of Pendela under the protection of 50 personal guards. Roy immediately found the 2 men and proposed the idea of recruiting soldiers in the villages of Pal and Pendela. After listening to Roy's words, Procne said with a solemn expression. Priest Loe. We have just conquered the Eleusins. And now if we let them have their own soldiers, will they resist the rule of our Athenians? The food is in the hands of the Athenians. And the Eleusinians cannot resist at all. If you are worried that the Eleusinians will fight against the Athenians again, we cannot give weapons to the Eleusinian soldiers. Roy explained patiently. In order to protect the security and order of the villages of Par and Pendeli, recruiting soldiers is necessary. If we do not recruit Eleusinian soldiers, then we can only let Athenian soldiers protect the security and order of the villages of Par and Pendeli. Chapter 57 recruited 300 soldiers. Pandion was not a militaristic ruler. So the Athenian tribe had a population of 5,000. So Pandion recruited 500 soldiers, at a ratio of 10 to 1. These 500 Athenian soldiers could only barely protect the safety and order of the 5,000 people of the Athenian tribe. Of course, it was impossible to allocate a part to protect the Eleusinians. So Procne finally nodded and said, Priest Roy, in order to protect the Eleusinians, I agree to recruit 300 Eleusinian soldiers. But we must control them and make them loyal to the Athenian tribe and my father. Definitely, Roy said with a smile. From now on, the Eleusinian soldiers will eat the food given to them by Chief Pandion. And of course they will be loyal to Chief Pandion. Now that Procne was convinced, Roy immediately asked Ares to take his companions to the villages of Par and Pendeli to recruit soldiers. Of course, the Eleusinian men also wanted to protect themselves. When they learned that the Athenians were recruiting soldiers, all the Eleusinian men eagerly signed up. After a while, 50 young men led 300 Eleusinian men and came to Roy and others. After dividing the 300 Eleusinian men into 2 teams of 150 people, Roy walked among them and said loudly, Soldiers, although you already know this, I want to tell you again that you are not becoming soldiers for the sake of the Athenians, but to protect your wives and children. If you cannot obey all my orders as soldiers, you must do it now. You can leave. If you are ready to wake up, you must accept the training and tasks I have assigned to you in order to protect your wife and children, and to protect your fellow tribesmen in Pal village and Pendela village. After Roy finished speaking, Kaiwan walked up to Roy and said loudly, My fellow tribesmen, I am Kaiwan, the daughter of Sirius. In the past, I was the daughter of the chief who ruled you. And now I am an Eleusinian with equal status as you. I want to tell you as a fellow tribesman, Eleusin, the safety of the Lucians cannot be entrusted to the Athenians. So you must obey the orders of Priest Loy and become powerful elite soldiers through training as soon as possible. Procne and Philomela were watching this scene. And Philomela couldn't help but say, Sister, I always feel that these Eleusinian soldiers will not be under our control in the future. Philomela, you have to believe in the ability of Priest Roy. Procne said with a smile. Priest Roy has never failed. I believe he can control these Eleusinian soldiers. Philomela rolled her eyes helplessly because Procne misunderstood her meaning. What worries her is that the Eleusinian soldiers are completely controlled by Roy. Since Procne did not realize the hidden danger of Roy controlling the Eleusinian soldiers, Philomela said no more. Because in Philomela's heart, she didn't think Roy would become her father's enemy. After dividing the 50 teenagers into 2 groups to train the newly recruited 300 Eleusinian soldiers, Roy took Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan to inspect the villages of Par and Pendeli to check the condition of the 2 villages. Now simple wooden houses have been built in the villages of Par and Pendeli, and almost all the Eleusinians have temporary homes. After inspecting the 2 villages, Roy and others came to the mountain road between the 2 villages. Procne asked Roy curiously, Priest Roy, the Eleusinians will build the wooden houses tomorrow. What work should we arrange for them starting tomorrow? If they don't have work, we can't give them food for free. The territory of the Athenian tribes was an area where food was scarce. So under Pandion, only hard-working Athenians were able to get food to feed themselves and their families. The Eleusinians were outsiders who had just been conquered by the Athenians. If the Eleusinians did not work, even if they would starve to death, the Athenians could not give them free food. Princess Procne, tomorrow I will arrange for the Eleusinians to make cement and use cement to build walls to protect the villages of Par and Pendeli. Seeing Procne, Philomela, and Kaiwan all looking at him with wide eyes curiously, Roy explained to them. The cement I'm talking about is a building material. City walls built with cement can not only be as hard as stone, but can also be easily built to a height of more than 5 meters. Cement can not only build city walls, but can also be used to build houses. Built with cement, the house is not only airtight, but also completely waterproof. Compared with the cement house, even the stone house where the chief lives will become as simple as a wooden house. The cement Loie is talking about is certainly not the cement of the modern world. Because without the technology tree, there would be no equipment and raw materials to make cement in the modern world. The cement that Roy wants to make is the cement used by ancient people more than 2,000 years ago. Although this kind of cement is completely incomparable to the cement in the modern world. In this era 3,600 years ago, the ancient cement made by Roy was enough to carry out dimensionality reduction in this era. Procne and Philomela were already convinced of Loie's inventive abilities. Kaiwan had no idea about Roy's inventive ability. So after hearing Roy's words, Kaiwan immediately said suspiciously, "Is the cement you mentioned really that magical?" Before Roy could speak, Procne and Philomela spoke. "Princess Kaiwan, don't doubt Priest Roy. He is a priest who serves Metis, the goddess of wisdom. He has the wisdom bestowed by Metis, the goddess of wisdom. When you see the candles, paper, pens, lanterns and other things that Priest Roy invented, you will understand the greatness of Priest Roy." Unexpectedly, Procne and Philomela admired Roy's invention so much. Kaiwan said doubtfully, "Then I'll look forward to the inventions you mentioned." It's afternoon. Pandion took Erechtheus, the captain of the bodyguard palace, and 30 bodyguards to carry the bodies of the leader of the Eleusis tribe Sirios and his sons to the village of Par and Pendeli, an open space in the middle of the village. After the Eleusinians from the two villages were summoned, Pandion held a performed cremation ceremony for Celius and his sons in the presence of the Eleusinians. Pandion himself lit the pyre under the body of Sirios with a torch, then turned and shouted to all the Eleusinians, "Eleusis, I am Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe. And I will also be the leader of you Eleusis from now on. Although I killed your past leader Sirius, in order to express my respect for Sirius, I repaired the bodies of Sirius and his sons, and held a solemn cremation ceremony in your presence. I promise you in front of the body of Sirius that from now on I will protect you as I protected the Athenians. I hope you can be as loyal to me as the Athenians. From now on, you will no longer be Eleusinians, but Athenians like me. Together we will accept the protection of the goddess Metis. And I will make you have something better than before. Good life." After hearing Pandion's impassioned words, the Eleusinians had no reaction. After all, they would not really believe Pandion just because of his empty words. Chapter 58 Kaiwan without consciousness. When night falls, Loie left the management of the Eleusinians to Ares and returned to the Acropolis with Kaiwan and her 3 maids. Temple of Metis. Roy took Kaiwan and 3 maids to the statue of Metis in the center of the temple square, looked up at the statue and said, "Princess Kaiwan, this is Metis, the goddess of wisdom who protects the Athenian tribe. Unlike you who are a false goddess, a human being deified as the goddess of winter and ice and snow. Metis is a real god. I have seen the divine form of the goddess with my own eyes. In the future, the Eleusinians will also be protected by the goddess Metis. So you Eleusinians must also respect the goddess Metis." Looking up at the 10-meter-tall statue of Metis, Kaiwan said piously, "If the strength of the Athenian tribe is due to the goddess Metis, of course we must also respect the goddess Metis. Great goddess Metis, please protect us Eleusis just like you protect the Athenians. We Eleusis the Sith can also devoutly worship the goddess Metis and regard you as our patron saint." Keone's 3 maids also silently prayed to the statue of Metis. After taking Kaiwan and the 3 maids to the dark stone house, Roy picked up the lantern placed at the door and said, "Princess Kaiwan, now I'm going to borrow a fire from a neighbor's house nearby to light the candle. You guys will wait for me here." After saying that, Roy left directly. When Roy came back with a lantern, he saw Kaiwan and 3 maids standing outside the wooden warehouse. There were 5 clay pots filled with water on the ground in front of them. Seeing Roy, Kaiwan immediately complained dissatisfied. "Priest Roy, what's going on in your home? Although there is food and a bronze tripod for cooking, there is no meat or vegetables. And there is not even a drop of water in the clay pot. Without water, we can't even make oatmeal. I can't do anything. And I can't even boil water for bathing." After being scolded by Kaiwan, Roy explained awkwardly, "Princess Kaiwan, in fact, I used to eat from Chief Pandion's house. Princess Procne and Princess Philomela would bring me the food prepared by their families. Now I have you who truly belong to me. Of course. You can't continue to use the food of Chief Pandian's house as a maid slave. Now you take the clay pots and I will take you to the nearby river to get water. Athens in the city-state era had a population of hundreds of thousands at its peak. If this area of Athens had only well water and spring water, it would certainly not be possible to feed hundreds of thousands of people. In the Athens area, there is the Kephissos River, which flows westward from the Pendela Mountains into the Aegean Sea. It is a river that flows all year round. After hearing Roy's words, Kaiwan picked up a clay pot and walked up to Roy and said with a serious face, "Priest Roy, as a man, do you only want us women to serve you? Since you also need water, you should get water with us." Looking at Kaiwan who wanted him to work, Roy couldn't help but widened his eyes and said, "Princess Kaiwan, don't you have the consciousness of being a maid slave? You should serve me and take care of me. But you dare to let me take a clay pot to get water with you. I can hold a lantern to give you light. That's all very good. Is this the lantern you invented?" Kaiwan lowered her head and looked curiously at the ground illuminated by the lantern and the candle inside the lantern. "What is this white thing that is burning with flames? And what is this thin transparent thing that protects this flame from being blown out by the wind?" "The white thing you mentioned is the candle I invented. And the transparent thing protecting the candle is the paper I invented. The lantern is a night lighting tool I made by combining candles and paper." "Did you really invent this? No wonder Philomela said that you should be deified into the god of opportunity and creation. You do have incredible wisdom like a god. Now that you know my greatness, do you still want me to do the work myself?" Kaiwan didn't say anything, and directly put the clay pot in her hand into Roy's arms. Roy subconsciously hugged the clay pots with his left hand. Kaiwan immediately returned to the three maids. The four of them picked up the 4 clay pots on the ground and said, "Priest Roy, take us to get water now." "You?" Giving Kaiwan a dissatisfied look, Roy turned around and took them to get water and said, "Princess Kaiwan, it seems that I want you to deeply understand the master-slave relationship between us." Roy took Kaiwan and 3 maids and brought 5 pots of river water back to the temple. Kaiwan and the 3 maids were busy cooking oatmeal in a bronze 3-legged tripod, while Roy returned to the stone house with a candle lit. Half an hour later, Kaiwan, whose fair face was stained by soot, walked into the stone house holding a pottery bowl with half a bowl of oatmeal. Looking at Keone's appearance, Roy couldn't help but laugh. "Princess Kaiwan, are you afraid that I will be angry and deliberately tease me like this? Then I can only say that you succeeded. I am not angry anymore. Please wash your face quickly. This is my first time cooking. And for a man." Kaiwan placed the clay pot on the stone table, and then told Roy with a serious expression, "Priest Roy, we used another bronze tripod to boil the bath water. After dinner, we will take a bath in the wooden house next to it. You must not peek in, let alone break in and attack us. Do you have the consciousness of being a slave? As my slave, your body will only belong to me from now on. If I don't attack you, how will you give birth to children and be a mother in the future? After all, I am also the princess of the Eleusis tribe. I have my own pride and persistence." Kaiwan said with a blushing face, "I am very satisfied with the care you take of us Eleusinians now. I will consider marrying you when the lives of the people stabilize." After saying that, Kaiwan ran away shyly. Looking at Keone's leaving figure, Roy whispered, "You are my slave. Why do I want to get you and propose to you to become my wife?" After finishing the oatmeal in the earthenware bowl, Roy lay on the stone bed and listened to the sound of girls laughing and playing and splashing water on themselves from the wooden house next to him. A fire ignited in his heart. The beautiful goddess, with the head of a human and the body of a snake appeared in front of her eyes. It's a pity that she is a goddess that Roy can't reach. The figure of the goddess disappeared, and the beautiful figures of the gentle and innocent Procne and the innocent and lovely Philomela appeared in front of Roy's eyes at the same time. To say that Roy has no feelings or thoughts about them is of course false. It's a pity that even if Roy wanted to pursue them, he couldn't get past Pandion. In this era, girls' marriages are entirely decided by their fathers. Even if their fathers die, their marriages will still be decided by their brothers. Therefore, the only one who can decide to marry Roy is Kaiwan, whose father and brothers are both dead. Although I have not fallen in love with Kaiwan, I am also a young man with strong blood. In order to satisfy my physical instinct, should I pursue Kaiwan? But Kaiwan does not love me. She just takes care of me. Eleusinian Toolman. Chapter 59 Strangers from the Sea. Athens in late January. Although the lowest temperature at night is only 5 degrees, the highest temperature during the day can reach 20 degrees. Under the scorching sun at noon, the Eleusinian men in Par and Pendela villages were busy under the command of Roy. Some of these Eleusinian men are digging the foundation. Some are making cement with lime, gravel and pottery powder. And some are pouring the mixed cement between the foundation and 2 wooden boards to build a 5-meter-high and half-meter-thick building. Cement walls. When 5-meter-high concrete walls appeared outside the villages of Par and Pendeli, Pandion, the leader of the Athenian tribe, came here with more than a dozen personal guards to inspect them in person. Roy, who was originally with Procne, Philomela, and Chiron, immediately came to Pandion with the 3 beautiful girls. As a daughter slave, Pandion stood beside a cement wall with a serious expression, turning a blind eye to the arrival of his 2 daughters Procne and Philomela for the first time. When Pandion wanted to reach out and press the cement wall, Roy stopped him. Chief Pandion, the cement walls haven't dried yet. So these cement walls are as soft as soil. When the cement walls dry, they will be as hard as stone and waterproof. Even if they are exposed to wind and rain for more than 10 years, it won't collapse. Hearing Roy's words, Pandion retracted his outstretched hand, then turned to look at Roy and smiled. Priest Roy, then I will wait for your cement wall to dry. If the cement wall is really as hard as stone and difficult to knock down, I will build a circle of cement walls under the Acropolis mountain, and then put the Athenians moved to the foot of the Acropolis, where they lived within the safety of the city walls. Then, Pandion looked at the cement-making workers and frowned. As the inventor of cement, why do you always have no sense of confidentiality? Even if the effect of cement is not confirmed now, you should strictly supervise the workers who make cement, and not let the cement manufacturing method be leaked. Roy had no intention of monopolizing cement manufacturing technology, so Roy's sense of confidentiality was indeed not as good as Pandion's. Seeing Pandion staring unkindly at the workers making cement, Roy said immediately, Chief Pandion, I have put cement workers and their families under supervision to ensure that cement manufacturing technology will not be leaked. Pandion nodded with satisfaction and looked at Procne and Philomela. Procne, Philomela, according to your observations of the Eleusinians, have the Eleusinians accepted our rule now? Procne said with a thoughtful expression. Father, I see that the Eleusinians obey all the orders of the priests of Loi. They should have accepted our rule. Philomela smiled proudly. Now that the Eleusinians are surviving by eating the food we distribute to them, of course they must accept our rule. Chiron whispered expressionlessly. The food you gave us was originally the food you stole from the Eleusis tribe. After hearing the answers from his 2 daughters, Pandion glanced at Roy with a meaningful look. Apparently he had realized that the Athenian tribes could only use Loi to control the Eleusinians as a hidden danger. Just when Pandion wanted to solve this hidden danger, Chief! Chief! Suddenly a young soldier shouted and ran over. Seeing the young soldier running towards him desperately, Pandion immediately asked loudly with a solemn face. What happened? Strangers. There are strangers from the sea. After our fishermen discovered the strangers, those strangers were following the fishermen's boats into our port. Those strangers had 10 large ships, and each ship was full of soldiers. Procne said with a worried look on his face after hearing the news brought by the young soldier. Father, are there an army of pirates coming to attack us? Pirates' ships are usually small boats, and I'm afraid they are more troublesome enemies than pirates. Pandion said to Roy with a solemn expression. Priest Loi, I want the bodyguards to escort Procne and Philomela back to the Acropolis. Can you gather your followers and go with me to the port to defend against the foreigners? Seeing how cautiously Pandion treated the foreigners, Roy couldn't help but think of how he was hunted down by Pandion and jumped into the sea when he appeared as a foreigner. After coming back to his senses, Roy nodded and said, Ares and I are also Athenians. It is our bounden duty to defend against foreigners. I will summon them now. After a while, Roy and 50 teenagers gathered together holding bronze war spears and wearing paper armor. Seeing Procne and Philomela returning to the Acropolis under the escort of more than a dozen personal guards, Roy immediately said to Chiron, Chiron, I order you to return to the Acropolis with Princess Procne and Princess Philomela. Chiron shook her head and said, I want to be with my tribe. If outsiders are intruders, I can stand up and protect my tribe. War is our men's business. Women should stay at home and be protected by us. He didn't expect Kaiwan to ignore his orders and disobey his orders at this time. Roy said angrily. If neither I nor Chief Pandion can deal with the strangers, your death will be in vain. Kaiwan, if you dare to refuse the order, I will kill 500 Eleusinians as victims of your refusal. After making a cruel threat to Kaiwan, Roy immediately took 50 young men and followed Pandion to the port of Piraeus. Looking at Roy's leaving figure, Kaiwan asked with her eyes widened in shock. Are you really a human being? A priest who serves the gods? How can you be so cruel and even say that you want to kill 500 of my clansmen? Procne brought Philomela to Kaiwan and comforted her. Kaiwan. Priest Roy said what he just said because he cared about you. Philomela stared at Kaiwan with dissatisfaction and said, just follow us back to the Acropolis. Don't you really understand that staying here will only cause chaos and make the priests of Roy and the Eleusinians, who still regard you as a princess, worry about you? Kaiwan immediately retorted. I'm different from you. I'm a female warrior. I can protect myself and my tribe. If you are so powerful, why didn't you save the Eleusis tribe when our Athenian tribe conquered the Eleusis tribe? Seeing that Kaiwan was speechless, Philomela continued. Even I know not to cause trouble for men. But you are even more ignorant than me. I really don't understand why Brother Erechtheus is obsessed with a stupid woman like you. After saying that, Philomela took Procne and turned around to leave. Kaiwan murmured shakenly. Am I really causing trouble? As a woman, I can't protect my tribe like a man. No one answered Kaiwan. Finally, Kaiwan catches up with Procne and Philomela, who have left, and accepts her identity as a woman. Chapter 60. Cadmus the Phoenician. Port of Piraeus. After 10 foreign ships as big as cargo ships sailed into the port, the Athenians in the port fled in panic, because the decks of the foreign ships were filled with fully armed soldiers. They were obviously not merchant ships coming to trade with the Athenian tribes. When Roy and Pandion rushed to the port of Piraeus with 50 teenagers, soldiers from 10 foreign ships had already landed at the dock and assembled into a legion of 300 people. When this legion left the port of Piraeus and met Roy and others on the plain east of the port, Roy and Pandion were surprised to see that the leader of this legion turned out to be a young man about 20 years old. After the Outlander legion stopped advancing to confront Roy and others, Pandion took the initiative and spoke loudly to the young leader of the Outlander. Strangers, you have invaded the territory of the Athenian tribe. If you do not want to be attacked by the Athenian tribe as enemies, please explain your identity immediately. Pandion did not directly regard the foreigners as enemies because he recognized these black-haired and black-eyed foreigners as Phoenicians from the distant eastern Mediterranean coast. Because the Athenian tribe had trade relations with maritime merchants from the Phoenician region, Pandion did not regard the Phoenician legion in front of him as an enemy. The leader of the Phoenicians was a handsome young man with a handsome face and a tall figure. He wears pure white cotton robes, a bronze belt around his waist, and a gold necklace around his neck, showing his identity as the son of a noble and wealthy leader, or a prince of a city-state. The young leader looked at Roy and Pandion with wise eyes. Seeing that the 50 teenagers behind regarded Roy as their leader, the young leader suddenly rushed towards Roy as fast as a cheetah. Before Roy had time to react, the young leader quickly came to Roy and thrust the blade of the bronze spear in his hand into Roy's neck. Seeing that Roy was about to be killed by the young leader, there was a loud explosion. Pandion snatched the bronze war spear from Roy's hand, and then stabbed the young leader with the spear blade. The young leader blocked Pandion's attack with his own war spear. The blades of the two bronze war spears collided together, making a crisp sound of metal collision. After failing to kill Roy, the young leader immediately changed his target and launched a violent attack on Pandion with his war spear. Pandion blocked the young leader's attack with a solemn expression, unable to fight back. Roy watched the fierce confrontation between Pandion and the young leader with wide eyes, and whispered in disbelief. He is actually the same young hero as Chief Pandion, 100 enemies. And he seems to be stronger than Chief Pandion. Although Pandion and the young leader are both heroes, 100 enemies, Pandion is a middle-aged man in his 40s. And his body has begun to change from strength to failure, while the young leader is in the prime of his life. In the current battle between the two, Pandion can still rely on his combat experience to keep up. But if it drags on and the battle between the two turns into a war of attrition, the exhausted Pandion will definitely lose to the young leader. If even the hero Pandion, the enemy of 100, was defeated, who among the Athenian tribes could stand against the leader of the Phoenicians? Thinking of the consequences of Pandion's defeat, Roy activated the divine power in his body and prepared to use his assaultization power to help Pandion defeat the young leader. At this moment, the young leader seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly took the initiative to separate from Pandion. After putting some distance away from Pandion, the young leader looked at Roy with vigilant eyes and smiled. It turns out that you are a priest who serves the gods. No wonder you don't have the strength of a hero, 100 enemies. But you can become the leader of your group. Hearing that the young leader actually regarded himself as the leader, Roy suddenly realized. The young leader took the initiative to attack Loey because he mistook Loey and Pandion's identities and mistook Loey for the leader of the Athenian tribe. You are mistaken. Although I am a priest serving the gods, I am not the leader of the Athenian tribe. The leader of Pandion, who is fighting with you, is the leader of the Athenian tribe. After Roy explained his and Pandion's identities, the young leader looked at Pandion and said, "It turns out that you are the leader of the Athenian tribe. You are a hero with me 100 enemies. And you are worthy of my respect. Chief Pandion. Let me introduce to you. I am Cadmus from the Phoenician region. I brought my men here not to become your enemy, but to get a place to stay." Cadmus. Cadmus. Hearing the name of the young leader, Roy was immediately shocked. Because this is the name of the legendary king of Thebes and the founder of the city of Thebes. As the ancestral king, Cadmus is also a deified heroic god. In terms of personal achievements, Cadmus is not inferior to Perseus. Seeing Roy's reaction, the young leader, Cadmus, asked curiously, "Master Priest, have you heard of my name?" Roy immediately shook his head and said, "I just think your name seems familiar. Like the name of a great king." Hearing Roy's words, Pandion turned his head and looked at Roy with strange eyes. "Priest Roy, you seem to have said the same thing to me when I first introduced my name to you." "Well," Roy smiled awkwardly, then looked at Cadmus with a solemn face and said, "Chief Cadmus, you said you want a place to live. The entire Attica Peninsula is the territory of our Athenian tribe. If you want to get a place to live on the Attica Peninsula, then you are competing for territory with our Athenian tribe. Enemy." As Loey finished speaking, Erechtheus hurried over with 500 Athenian soldiers. Seeing that the Athenian tribe not only had the heroic leader Pandion, but also had far more soldiers than himself, Cadmus lowered his attitude and said, "Dear Chief Pandion, do you mind letting me be your guest and be entertained by your master? I will abide by the etiquette between guests and accept all your arrangements." Cadmus actually asked to be a guest and enjoy the treatment of a guest. Pandion thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Young Cadmus, since you are not an enemy of the Athenian tribe, of course you can become our guest and enjoy the treatment of a guest. Now I invite you to the Acropolis, and I will hold a banquet for you. But you can go to the Acropolis alone. Your soldiers are to stay here, and I will arrange food and water for them." Upon hearing Pandion's request, Cadmus said without hesitation, "Chief Pandion, since my master has requested it, I am willing to go to the Acropolis alone." Having said this, Cadmus left his soldiers and approached Pandion alone. Unexpectedly, Cadmus was so bold. Pandion looked at Cadmus with admiration and said, "Cadmus, we Athenians have always been hospitable, so you will not be harmed as a guest. Now we travel together. Let me take you to the Acropolis." Chapter 61 Cadmus proposes marriage. Cadmus dared to go to the Acropolis alone. Of course not because of the boldness of a skilled man, but because in this era, people will follow guest etiquette. Cadmus entered the Athenian tribe as a guest, and Pandion, as the host, not only could not harm Cadmus, but also protected Cadmus' safety. Acropolis. Pandion's stone house. Cadmus entered the hall surrounded by Roy, Pandion, and Erechtheus. After everyone sat on the ground around the stone table, Pandion immediately ordered the maid to bring wine, white bread, fruits and pastries, and asked the male servant to a calf is slaughtered and roasted. After the maids and footmen began to work, Pandion's wife Zeuxippus came to the hall with Procne and Philomela. Because Cadmus was a stranger they met for the first time. The three of them, mother and daughter, wore veils to hide their faces. Pandion prepared sumptuous food for himself and allowed his wife and daughter to meet him. He was indeed treating himself as an honored guest. Cadmus took the initiative to toast Pandion with a wine bowl. "Chief Pandion, we have wandered and sailed all the way from our hometown of Phoenicia. And this is the first time we have enjoyed this kind of hospitality. I want to pray to my goddess for blessings, so that your beloved daughter can increase her charm to attract men. Erechtheus, who was wary of Cadmus, said with a cold face. Foreigner. My sisters are originally beautiful and charming, second only to the goddess. They don't need the blessings of your gods at all. Cadmus seemed not to hear and ignored Erechtheus. Cadmus. Thank you for asking the gods to bless my daughter. Pandion said with a curious expression. Can you tell us why you and your soldiers came to the Attica Peninsula to get a place to live? Because our territory in our homeland has been taken away from us. Cadmus lowered his head and said with a sad expression. Chief Pandion. Do you Athenians know about the war in Egypt? Hearing Cadmus' question, Pandion looked confused. He didn't even know the situation in Crete. So how could he possibly know what was happening in Egypt? Which was more distant than Crete? Roy took the initiative and said at this time. Chief Cadmus. Is the war you are talking about a civil strife in the Egyptian Empire ruled by King Cephas of Egypt? Cadmus nodded and said. Since the pharaoh Chamos of the southern Egyptians succeeded to the throne, the Egyptian king Cepheus has been unable to suppress the southern Egyptians. Some Phoenician groups feel that the Egyptian king Cepheus will eventually lose to the pharaoh Chamos. He moved from Egypt back to Phoenicia. I was originally a prince of the Phoenician city-state. But the Phoenicians who migrated from Egypt took away my city-state and killed my parents and people. Drove me and my men out of the territory. In order to survive, my men and I took a boat across the sea to the Attica Peninsula, hoping to find a place to live here. After hearing what Cadmus said, Pandion frowned and said, Cadmus, although I sympathize with your situation, I cannot allow you to establish a foothold on the Attica Peninsula. Even the most generous host cannot share his territory with guests. If we are willing to merge with the Athenian tribe, will Chief Pandion accept us? Cadmus said with a serious expression. I myself am a hero, 100 enemy. And my 300 subordinates are all soldiers who have experienced fighting. Most importantly, I have advanced technology and civilization in the Near East. As long as Chief Pandion accepts us, I, the 300 soldiers, will become the fighting force of the Athenian tribe. The technology and civilization I bring can help the Athenian tribe develop from a tribe into a city-state and conquer more land and population. Cadmus actually proposed such an attractive condition. Pandion asked with a solemn expression. Cadmus, what price do I have to pay to integrate you and your 300 soldiers into the Athenian tribe? In order to convince me and my 300 soldiers that you will safeguard our interests and treat us equally with the Athenians. I hope you will marry your daughter to me and make me your son-in-law. Upon hearing Cadmus' words, Procne immediately widened her eyes in panic. Because if Pandion agrees to Cadmus' request, Procne, as the eldest daughter, will definitely be married to Cadmus. Seeing that Pandion's expression did not change, Cadmus continued. Chief Pandion, although I am now a down-and-out wanderer, I am of noble birth. I was originally a prince of the city-state and my father's heir to the throne. I am a young hero, 100 enemies. And I have 300 loyal followers who follow me. Soldier, I think based on my conditions, I should be qualified to become your son-in-law. Although Cadmus was not the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state, Roy had to admit that Cadmus was indeed qualified to be Pandion's son-in-law. Because with Cadmus' own strength and his 300 soldiers, he could conquer a large tribe and become the leader of a large tribe that met Pandion's requirements. Thinking that one of the sisters Procne and Philomela might be married to Cadmus, Roy had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Even if Roy doesn't fall in love with them, Roy doesn't want them to marry other men. Procne's gentle and sweet smile, Philomela's playful and cute smile. If it belonged to another man, it would make Roy feel like his things were taken away by others. Pandion was silent for a moment and finally spoke. Cadmus, I cannot marry my daughter to you. Because I once said that only leaders of large tribes or kings of city-states are qualified to marry my daughters. So you are not my son-in-law. If I am interested in my son-in-law, there are no such strict requirements for candidates. Having said this, Pandion looked at Roy. Priest Roy, who is as young as you and as good as you, has become my son-in-law a long time ago. Hearing Pandion's words, Procne immediately blushed. Because according to Pandion, if Pandion did not have strict requirements on the choice of son-in-law, Pandion would have married Roy's daughter long ago. And it would definitely be Procne, the eldest daughter. Only leaders of large tribes and kings of city-states can become your son-in-law. Cadmus smiled helplessly. Since I cannot be your son-in-law, my 300 soldiers and I cannot integrate into the Athenian tribe, And the advanced technology and civilization I have mastered cannot be dedicated to the Athenian tribe to help the Athenian tribe develop into the city-state of Athens. Our Athenian tribe is guarded by Metis, the goddess of wisdom. I believe that with the help of the priests of Loi, our Athenian tribe will soon have advanced technology and civilization that is not inferior to that of the Near East. Pandion finished speaking confidently and looked at Cadmus with a serious expression. Cadmus, although I am sorry for you, you will no longer be my guest tomorrow. I hope you can take your soldiers and leave the territory of the Athenian tribe. Chapter 62 Pandion wants me to be his adopted son. Pandion would reject Cadmus' proposal, which was completely expected by Loi. If Cadmus, the legendary founder of the city of Thebes, had the opportunity to establish a foothold on the Attica Peninsula, why would he go to the Thebes area to establish the city of Thebes? Pandion not only rejected his proposal, but also asked him to leave the territory of the Athenian tribe. Cadmus put away his humble posture and said with a proud and confident smile, Dear Chief Pandion, we are willing to leave the territory of the Athenian tribe, but we no longer have enough food. So I hope to make a deal with your Athenian tribe and exchange 10 of our large ships with you for 10,000 kilograms of grain. Before Pandion could speak, Erechtheus said coldly, Foreigners, the Athenian tribe does not have any extra food to trade with you. Upon hearing Erechtheus' words, Cadmus's expression became dangerous and his eyes became fierce. Roy said immediately, Cadmus, the Athenian tribe does not have any extra food, but I am willing to buy 10 of your ships for 5,000 kilograms of food. Are you willing to accept this deal? Cadmus wanted to exchange 10 large ships for 10,000 kilograms of grain, which was already selling his ships at a low price. Unexpectedly, Roy wanted to exchange 5,000 kilograms of grain for 10 large ships. Cadmus was silent for a moment, and finally said with a smile, Priest Roy, we have no choice now. So I agree to exchange 10 large ships with you for 5,000 kilograms of grain. At this time, the young and beautiful maid brought in the fragrant barbecue and placed it on the stone table. Cadmus said, looking down at the roast, What a delicious and rich food. But since I cannot be accepted by Chief Pandion, naturally I should not enjoy this kind of hospitality. Chief Pandion, now I want to leave the Acropolis and return to my soldiers. Pandion nodded and said, Cadmus, I hope you can leave with your subordinates tomorrow as promised. After Cadmus left, Philomela couldn't wait to take off the veil on her face, then abandoned her image of a princess and picked up a piece of barbecue to devour like a snack. The chief's wives, Zeuxippus and Procne, also took off their veils. Erechtheus looked at Roy dissatisfied and said, Priest Roy, why do you sell grain to outsiders? Prince Erechtheus, Roy explained helplessly, if I don't sell the food to Cadmus, Cadmus will have no choice but to lead his soldiers to fight and break out a war with our Athenian tribe. Now Cadmus has enough food for them to consume for half a month. They can then go elsewhere and find weaker targets than our Athenian tribe. After listening to Roy's words, Procne said with a gentle and sweet smile, Priest Loi's trade with Cadmus not only exchanged 5,000 kilograms of grain for 10 large ships, but also avoided a war for our Athenian tribe. Pandion also looked at Roy with meaningful eyes. At this moment, Zeuxippus suddenly asked Pandion, My dear, why did you refuse Cadmus's proposal? Although Cadmus is not the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state, his strength is not inferior to that of the leader of a large tribe. Seeing Cadmus, I feel like I'm seeing you when you were younger. Cadmus is indeed a fine young hero, Pandion said with a complicated expression. But his ambitions are too great. When Priest Loi and I met Cadmus, Cadmus directly wanted to kill Priest Loi because he regarded Priest Loi as the leader of the Athenian tribe. Obviously Cadmus from the beginning, Deimos wanted to conquer the Athenian tribe by force. If I accepted Cadmus's proposal and let him integrate into the Athenian tribe as my son-in-law, Cadmus would definitely compete with Erechtheus for the succession of the leader. Although Erechtheus also has the potential to grow into a hero, 100 enemies, Erechtheus is not yet a match for Cadmus. In order to prevent Cadmus from becoming a threat to Erechtheus, no matter how outstanding Cadmus is, I will not let my daughter marry him. Although Zeuxippa wanted her daughter to marry a good husband, the most important thing in her heart was still her son Erechtheus. Understanding that Cadmus became his son-in-law, he would compete with Erechtheus for the succession of the leader. Zeuxippa nodded and said, Since Cadmus has such great ambitions, he really cannot be our son-in-law. After the conversation with Zeuxippo ended, Pandion looked at Roy with a hesitant expression and asked. Priest Roy. Are you willing to be my adopted son? Roy was picking up a piece of barbecue. When he heard Pandion's question, Roy's whole body trembled and the barbecue in his hand fell to the ground. The maid next to her immediately knelt on the ground to pick up the barbecue and wiped the meat fat off the floor with a wet cloth. Roy turned to look at Pandion with disbelief and said, Chief Pandion. What did you just say? I want you to be my adopted son and become a member of our family. After confirming that he was not hallucinating. Not only Roy, but also Zeuxippor, Erechtheus, Procne and Philomela also widened their eyes and looked at Pandion with disbelief. Pandion did not pay attention to the looks of his family and continued. You came to our Athens from the far east. You must miss your family very much. I want you to become a member of our family and take care of you as my own son. When the population of the Athens tribe increases in the future, I will help you in other places. Build a city-state somewhere and make you the king of the city-state. Philomela, who came back to her senses, hugged Procne happily and said, Sister, Priest Roy has become our father's adopted son. So he is our brother. Should we change our name to Brother Roy in the future? Philomela, Priest Loie hasn't agreed to be his father's adopted son yet. After glaring at Philomela, Procne looked at Roy with complicated emotions. Faced with Pandion's request to become his adopted son, Roy was not happy at all. If Pandion really wanted to integrate himself into their family, then he should marry Procne or Philomela to him and make himself a member of their family as his son-in-law. But since he became Pandion's son-in-law, he was qualified to compete with Erechtheus for the succession of the leader. Pandion made himself an adopted son, obviously wanting to bind himself with family ties and not wanting to become a threat to Erechtheus. Because in this era, adopted children have no inheritance rights. Only when Pandion's biological son and biological daughter die can Roy become Pandion's heir as an adopted son. Although the adopted son has no inheritance rights, he is still bound by family ties. Since Roy became Pandion's adopted son, he could not do anything to harm Erechtheus. If Roy killed Erechtheus, he would be guilty of killing his own brother. Under Pandion's expectant gaze, Roy lowered his head and said, Chief Pandion, I can't make a decision now. I hope you can give me some time to think about it. Chapter 63 just wants me to be a tool. Although Roy did not agree to become an adopted son, he did not refuse either. Pandion said with a fatherly smile, You should really think about such an important matter carefully. Cadmus, the protagonist of the banquet, has left, but the banquet held in his honor continues. Roy and Pandion's family finished the banquet's staple food, barbecue, and took the initiative to speak to Pandion. Chief Pandion, thank you for your hospitality. Now it's time for me to return to the temple. Pandion nodded and said, I look forward to your answer tomorrow. After Roy got up and left, Philomela pulled Procne to get up and chased Roy out of the hall. The courtyard outside the stone house. Roy put on his strappy sandals and was about to leave when Philomela's clear and sweet voice suddenly called out behind Roy. Brother Roy. Roy, who almost awakened his sister-control soul, immediately turned around with a stiff smile, looked at Procne and Philomela, who were walking in front of him and said, Princess Philomela, I have not agreed to become the adopted son of Chief Pandion. Don't you want to be a family with us? Philomela said coquettishly, I am very willing to let you become our brother. Then Philomela looked at Procne. Sister, do you want Priest Roy to be our brother Roy? Philomela, this kind of thing cannot be forced. Procne first glanced at Philomela helplessly, then looked at Roy with complicated eyes and said, Priest Roy, you don't have to force yourself to accept father's request. Whether you are Priest Roy or become our brother Roy, my feelings for you are the same. Hearing Procne's words, Roy smiled helplessly. If he could really refuse Pandion's request at will, Roy would have refused just now. After all, Roy is not a fool. And of course he doesn't want to be used by Pandion as a tool named adopted son. But Roy knew very well that his rejection of the seemingly well-intentioned olive branch offered by Pandion would inevitably arouse Pandion's hostility. The problem is that Roy currently does not have enough strength to fight against Pandion. Mr. Procne. Philomela. In fact, even if I hadn't become the adopted son of Chief Pandion, I would have already treated you as a family member like my own sisters. I also have feelings in my heart about becoming your family. Expected. Hearing Roy's words, Philomela widened her eyes in surprise and said, You mean that you will agree to become my father's adopted son and our brother Roy? Roy kept a smile on his face, neither admitting nor denying. If Pandion had asked him to become the husband of Procne or Philomela and integrate into his family as a son-in-law, Lowy would have agreed to Pandion's request. But letting himself become Pandion's adopted son, Roy always had a strong resistance in his heart. Stonehouse Hall. After Erechtheus also stood up and left, Zeuxippor took the initiative to ask Pandion. My dear husband, what are you thinking about? Why do you suddenly propose that Roy be our adopted son? I'm old. Pandion looked up with a complicated expression on his face and said, Zeuxipp, today's battle with Cadmus made me realize that I am no longer young. My body is gradually weakening, making me unable to compete with the young heroes. If the Athenian tribe needs to face Cadmus in the future, a young hero as powerful as Mos, it would be difficult for Erechtheus and I to defeat a powerful enemy. I want Roy to be an adopted son. That is, I want to bind him with family ties so that he cannot harm Erechtheus' views, but also to become Erechtheus' helper. After listening to Pandion's explanation, Zeuxippor said with a solemn expression, Aren't you worried about Lowy competing with Erechtheus for inheritance? Pandion said with a smile. Lowy is different from Cadmus. He does not have as strong ambition as Cadmus. In this case, Zeuxippor asked doubtfully. Then why don't you consider making Roy our son-in-law? Although I also hope that Procne and Philomela will marry the leaders of large tribes or the kings of city-states, I also hope that they can always stay with me. Put pu if Lochne or Philomela marries Lowy. We can see our married daughter at any time. No. Pandion shook his head without hesitation and said, Lowy cannot be our son-in-law. Now Lowy has no ambitions because he is not qualified to compete with Erechtheus for inheritance rights. If Lowy becomes the husband of Procne or Philomela, he will have the opportunity to compete with Erechtheus. As Zeus competes for the right to inherit, he may develop ambitions he shouldn't have. Temple of Metis. Roy returned to the stone room of the temple and lay down on the stone bed like a puddle of soft mud, hearing the sound of Kaiwan and three maids laughing and playing from the wooden house next door. Roy patted the wall dissatisfied. The room next door immediately fell silent. A few seconds later, Kaiwan opened the door of the stone house and walked in. She looked at the listless Roy and asked, Do you have anything to tell us? No. I just want you to calm down and don't make me upset. Kaiwan came over curiously, sat on the stone bed and asked, Priest Roy, I heard that the foreigners from the sea not only did not fight with the Athenian tribe, but were also entertained by the leader of Pandion as guests. This means that those foreigners will not attack the Athenian tribe, nor will they attack us at Elias Sith. Roy said casually. If nothing else happens, Cadmus will leave the Attica Peninsula with his soldiers and go to the Thebes area to establish a foothold. But in order to confirm that Cadmus leaves the Attica Peninsula, we must send people to follow the surveillance card Dimos. Speaking of this, Roy couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. If I were to follow Cadmus, I could go away for a while without having to tell my answer. After saying that, Roy immediately happily hugged Kaiwan, who was sitting next to him, and asked Kaiwan to lie on the bed with him. Being held in Roy's arms, Kaiwan blushed with embarrassment and said to Roy while trying to push Roy away with both hands, Let me go. Let me go quickly. If you humiliate me, I will kill you after you fall asleep. You threaten me. Roy said jokingly. I have ordered Ares. If you dare to kill me, Ares will take his companions and kill 500 Eleusinians to bury me with him. If you think my life is worse than the lives of 500 of your tribe, more importantly, you can kill me at any time. If you think the lives of 500 clan members are more important, then just be my slave and stop resisting my master. How could you do this to me? Should I be like your licking dog Erechtheus? Even if you are a slave, I should cherish you as your beloved woman. It's a pity that I have no interest in being your licking dog. I just want to be your lover. Master, please obey all my orders. Seeing that Kaiwan had given up resistance in despair, Roy showed a devilish and evil smile and ordered. Kaiwan, from now on, you will call me Master. As you command. Master. Chapter 64 I want to follow Cadmus. In fact, Roy never said that if Kaiwan killed him, Ares and the others would kill 500 Eleusis and bury them with him. But in Chioni's heart, Roy obviously fit the image of a villain very well. So Kaiwan believed Roy's threat and chose to surrender to Roy, because Kaiwan did not dare to bet with the lives of 500 tribesmen. The next morning, Roy had a breakfast of white bread and oatmeal, served by Kaiwan and 3 maids, and then came to Pandion's house, the courtyard outside the stone house. Pandion, who was putting on his shoes under the service of the maid, saw Roy and asked proactively, "Loie, have you thought of an answer yet?" Roy shook his head and said, "Chief Pandion, I came to you for 2 things. Yesterday I bought 10 ships from Cadmus with 5,000 kilograms of grain. Now I want to borrow your male servants to carry the grain and complete the deal with Cadmus." Pandion nodded and said, "Cadmus is always a threat to us if he stays in the Attica Peninsula. I hope he will accept our food and leave the Attica Peninsula on his own initiative. If they refuse to leave, then we can only launch a war against them. Chief Pandion, the second thing I want to say is that I want to follow Cadmus and confirm their departure with my own eyes." "You want to follow Cadmus? This kind of thing should be left to only I can do this." Seeing Pandion's confused expression, Roy said solemnly, "Cadmus is not only a young hero, 100 enemies, but also the favorite of the gods. If you let others follow Cadmus, they will definitely be discovered by Cadmus if they follow too close. And if they follow too far, it is possible to lose track of him. Only I, who have been given divine power and blessing by the goddess Metis, can follow Cadmus safely." Pandion thought for a moment and said, "The matter of Cadmus is so important. I even want to track Cadmus personally. Unfortunately, as the leader, I cannot leave the territory of the Athenian tribe easily. Roy, in order to reward you for your contribution, you and Cadmus let me provide the 5,000 kilograms of grain that Moss trades." Roy nodded, not rejecting Pandion's kindness. Half an hour later, Roy left the Acropolis with 50 male servants and carried 5,000 kilograms of grain to the garrison where Cadmus and his 300 soldiers were. After hearing the news, Cadmus immediately came out of a tent to greet Roy. After the two stood face to face, Cadmus said with a reluctant expression, "Priest Roy, since you have brought the food, my 10 ships are now yours." Seeing Cadmus' reluctance, Roy asked curiously, "Cadmus, since you are reluctant to part with these ships, why do you want to trade with me? So what if I don't want to give up? Now I have no way out." Cadmus said, looking at his soldiers, "My men are tired of wandering on the sea. So I must abandon these ships and take them to find a foothold on land as soon as possible." After speaking, Cadmus looked at Roy. "Priest Roy, you are not the child or relative of Chief Pandion, but you occupy an important position as a priest. You should know how dangerous your situation is. We are all young heroes. Do you want to follow me to find a foothold, as long as the two of us cooperate? We can conquer one tribe after another in this civilized and backward land, and establish a great city-state kingdom, or even a great empire with a vast territory like the Egyptian Empire. When we achieve hegemony, I am willing to share the throne with you and govern our kingdom together." Cadmus actually persuaded himself to leave the Athenian tribe and follow him to establish the so-called hegemony. Roy couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all, Pandion is already an old lion, but Cadmus is a lion in his prime. Roy would rather believe that Pandion would share the throne with him than Cadmus would share the throne with him. "Cadmus, I have no ambition to become the leader of a large tribe or the king of a city-state. So I will not leave the Athenian tribe." "Do you really have no ambition?" Cadmus said with a teasing smile. "Priest Roy, I can see that you are of the same type as me. So you must have ambitions that are not inferior to mine. Now you say you have no ambitions, just because you dare not show your ambitions. Or your ambitions haven't awakened yet. Since you said this, there is no need for us to communicate." After Roy finished speaking expressionlessly, he turned around and left Acropolis. When Roy returned to the temple, he asked Kaiwan and 3 maids to make white bread for him, and put a bag of boiled water in a sheepskin bag. Kaiwan and 3 maids prepared white bread and sheepskin water bags. Roy packed the sheepskin water bags and 10 white breads in a cloth package, then took the bronze war spear and left the Acropolis with the cloth package on his back. Began to follow Cadmus and his 300 soldiers. After Cadmus and his 300 soldiers left the Athenian tribe, they headed northwest in a straight line. Roy followed Cadmus and others from a distance, until nightfall. Cadmus and others did not leave the Attica Peninsula. The darkness of night covers the land. After Cadmus's men used drilled wood to make fire and lit the bonfire, some of the soldiers began to cook with bronze tripods, And some of the soldiers began to build tents. Roy hid in the woods on a hill, and could only eat stiff white bread and drink cold water for dinner. Day and night alternate in the blink of an eye. After the dawn broke through the darkness, Cadmus's soldiers began to cook breakfast busily. In the woods on the hills, Roy, who was lying in the grass, was awakened by the sound coming from the distance. He cheered up and ate a breakfast of white bread and cold water. After breakfast, Cadmus and others continued on their way. Because Cadmus and others have not yet left the Attica Peninsula, Roy can only continue to follow them. In the afternoon, Cadmus and others swam across a large river and entered the plain on the north bank of the river. Roy stopped on the south bank of the river, because this big river is the dividing line between Attica and Thebes. The north bank of the river does not belong to the Attica Peninsula, but is a fertile plain belonging to the Thebes region. Roy stood on the south bank of the river and looked into the distance. He saw what seemed to be a large tribe with a population of several thousand people on a high ground in the plain on the north bank of the river. An ominous premonition immediately arose in Roy's heart. Now Cadmus and others are like wandering lions in dire straits. The large tribe on the highlands was likely to be attacked by Cadmus and others. If that large tribe did not have the strength to defeat Cadmus and others, Cadmus and others would conquer that large tribe and build a city belonging to Cadmus on that highland. Should I now return to the Athenian tribe, or prevent Cadmus from establishing himself in the Thebes region? Thinking of the legendary kingdom of Thebes, which was supported by the fertile plains of Thebes and was a powerful city-state that could threaten the city of Athens for hundreds of years, Roy immediately made a decision in his mind. Chapter 65 Aphrodite, Queen of the Gods. The Asopus River not only irrigates the plains on both sides, but is also the natural dividing line between the Attica Peninsula and the Thebes region. Roy swam to the north bank of the Asopus River with a piece of wood in his arms, and immediately chased Cadmus and others in the woods to the south of an oval plateau. As soon as Roy walked into the woods, he heard fierce shouts of killing coming from ahead. Following the killing cry to the center of the woods, Roy's eyes widened in shock when he saw Cadmus and his 300 soldiers being surrounded by about 600 people using wooden spear weapons. These people who use wooden spear weapons are obviously local tribesmen. Not only did they use wooden spears as weapons, but they also wore ordinary coarse cloth robes instead of armor. They looked like a group of ordinary people who were temporarily recruited. Although the tribesmen had a numerical advantage, Cadmus's soldiers cooperated tacitly and were not afraid of death. So they were not at a disadvantage in the battle. As a hero, an enemy of 100, Cadmus was also fighting with the leader of the tribesmen at this time. What surprised Roy was that the leader of the tribesmen not only had the same strength as Cadmus, but was also a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. The leader of this group of tribesmen is actually a girl. And she is also a hero, 100 enemies. The beautiful blonde girl, who was fighting Cadmus at this time, had her dazzling golden hair tied into a single ponytail with a black hairband. She was wearing a white cotton robe, and her small feet were wearing black strappy sandals made of animal skin. Her weapon was a bronze war spear. As she fought fiercely with Cadmus, a solemn expression gradually appeared on the delicate, doll-like face of the beautiful blonde girl. Because although the beautiful blonde girl and Cadmus are both heroes, 100 enemies, she is still a girl, and her physical strength is naturally weaker than that of Cadmus, who is a man. Cadmus was obviously aware of this, and he teased the blonde girl while fighting with ease. You really look like the daughter of the goddess Aphrodite. If you don't want to be harmed, surrender to me. Become my wife, and dedicate your tribe to me. Outlander, I haven't lost to you yet. The beautiful blonde girl gritted her teeth and stared at Cadmus. This land is protected by the great Earth Goddess. I will defeat you invaders with the help of the Earth Goddess, the great goddess who has been protecting the Thebes area. Please lend me your power. Bang 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 bang. As the blonde girl prayed, a roar like a dragon or a snake came from the distant Mount Helicon. Roy turned to look at the top of Mount Helicon and saw a huge black snake flying over from the top of Mount Helicon. When this giant black snake, which was 100 meters long, flew over the woods, her body instantly transformed into a black-haired goddess about 10 meters tall. Wearing a black dress, the goddess's long black hair hanging down around her waist was tied together with a golden hairband. A golden belt was tied around her waist, and she wore golden strappy sandals on her beautiful ankles. Seeing the black-haired goddess's face that was too beautiful to be described in words, Roy held his breath for a moment and his mind went blank. As if aware of Roy's gaze, the black-haired goddess glanced at where Roy was, and then looked at the blonde girl with a pair of golden eyes. Invisible divine power was released from the eyes of the black-haired goddess and poured into the body of the beautiful blonde girl. With the help of the black-haired goddess, the blonde beauty immediately increased her combat power, and in turn suppressed Cadmus. Although Cadmus could not see the black-haired goddess descending over the battlefield, he also knew that the blonde girl's great power must have been aided by the earth goddess. Great goddess Aphrodite, queen of the gods of the eastern Mediterranean, please lend me your power. If I can win, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you, and let the land I conquer become yours. New territory. As Cadmus prayed loudly, a golden stream of light flew from the distant eastern Mediterranean to the Thebes area, and landed over the woods where the fair-haired girl and Cadmus were fighting. After the golden streamer disappeared, a goddess with brilliant blonde hair appeared above the woods, confronting the black-haired goddess. The goddess Aphrodite has a pair of white divine wings on her back. She wears golden armor, and holds a golden divine spear in her right hand. She is obviously a powerful female war goddess. Seeing the posture of the goddess Aphrodite, Roy immediately understood why Cadmus said that the beautiful blonde girl looked like the daughter of the goddess Aphrodite. Because the beautiful blonde girl not only has blonde hair like the goddess Aphrodite, but she is also a strong female warrior. The goddess Aphrodite looked down at the battle between the blonde girl and Cadmus with her beautiful blue eyes. Cadmus immediately received her divine assistance, and instantly reversed the battle situation suppressed by the blonde girl. After assisting Cadmus, the goddess Aphrodite looked at the black-haired goddess and said, "Are you the local god?" "I am Aphrodite from the eastern Mediterranean, the great queen of the gods." People from different regions and nationalities have different pronunciations. Some call me Anot, while others call me Anot. I am called Astarte. Astarte. Astaroth. I am the invincible goddess of war, Venus, love, beauty, thunder, revenge, healing, the protector of navigation. In addition to these gods, I have many gods. Even if I don't name them one by one, you can understand my greatness. I am Mnemosyne, the earth goddess from the Thebes region. The black-haired goddess looked at Aphrodite expressionlessly and said, "I can see that your essence is the goddess of war with the sky attribute. You must have absorbed your numerous gods from other gods. My birthplace is the Phoenician region, and the east of my territory is the Mesopotamian plain. So I absorbed some godhead from Ishtar, the queen of the gods who declined in the Mesopotamia. He also absorbed some godhood from me. So Ishtar and I became sister gods with similar natures. Some stupid humans who don't understand gods confuse me with Ishtar, and even regard us as the same god. Later, I conquered the Egyptian region with another Phoenician god, and absorbed many gods from the lion goddess in the Egyptian region. Now I am the lord who rules the Phoenician region and the Egyptian region, above all the gods. The queen. Then you are indeed amazing," Mnemosyne said with a calm expression. "But this is the Thebes area far away from Phoenicia and Egypt. Your authority as the queen of the gods has no influence here. If you don't want your beloved human Cadmus to die here, take him with you. Get out of my territory. This is not okay," Aphrodite said with an excited smile full of fighting spirit. Cadmus has lost his territory in his hometown, so he wants to seize a new territory here. I also want to conquer this land and turn your territory into mine. If you surrender to me now, great Aphrodite can allow you to continue to exist on this land as my subordinate god. Chapter 66 Earth Goddess Mnemosyne. After hearing the declaration of war from the goddess Aphrodite, the goddess Mnemosyne sighed and said, "For gods who ascend the guardian throne, the more territory we have, the greater the divine power we can draw from the throne. But after leaving the territory, the farther we are from the territory, the less divine power we can draw from the throne. You are now here in my territory, which is thousands of miles away from your territory. Is the divine power you can draw from the throne 1% or 1,000th? Even if the divine power I can draw from the throne is only 1/10,000th, it is still enough to defeat you." After the goddess Aphrodite finished speaking confidently, she brandished the golden divine spear and stabbed Mnemosyne. The goddess Mnemosyne retreated to avoid the attack of the goddess Aphrodite, and then stretched out her right hand to summon a black war spear. "Aphrodite, just because I want to avoid fighting doesn't mean that I don't have the confidence to defeat you. I just feel that the battlefield is my territory, and this battle is very unfair to you, because I can draw all the divine power from the throne. Fight with you? How arrogant. You are just the patron saint worshipped by the natives of the tribal civilization, and I protect the city-state that has entered the bronze civilization. There is a gap in civilization level between you and me. Am I the arrogant one or you? There was a loud explosion. Mnemosyne struck back at Aphrodite. And their spears clashed with each other with a thunderous sound. Roy watched the confrontation between the two goddesses intently. And his heartbeat seemed to slow down. Although both goddesses were confident of victory. After the battle, they ended up in a neck-and-neck situation. As the goddess of war, Aphrodite seems to have richer combat experience. Mnemosyne, fighting in her own territory, showed a power slightly superior to that of the goddess Aphrodite. Watching the two goddesses fighting at a speed that could not be tracked by the human eye, Roy murmured with wide eyes. I can barely see the fighting figures of the two goddesses now. Is it because I am now using my divine power to activate my eyes? The battle between the two goddesses seems to be indistinguishable. But if this battle drags on, it will obviously have a negative impact on other goddess Aphrodite was even more unfavorable. Just like Cadmus could not conquer the tens of thousands of the bands in the Thebes area with only 300 soldiers. The legendary king of Thebes, Cadmus, could rule the Thebes area because he did not assimilate the Thebes and let the city of Thebes worship the goddess he brought. Rather, it was because Cadmus assimilated with the Thebes and worshipped them together with the Thebes, a local goddess from the Thebes region. Clang clang clang. Mnemosyne teased as she fought Aphrodite. Aphrodite, do you really want to become a Greek god? Then you need a new name. Because foreign gods integrate into Greece, they must take a Hellenistic name. For example, my neighbor to the north, the god Hieron, worshipped by the Dorians, a nomadic people in the Sali area, was regarded by the Dorians as a god with foresight, Prometheus. So Hieron would be integrated into Greece, and he would have a Hellenistic god. The name is Prometheus, foresight. Since you are the goddess of vengeance representing justice and judgment, you can have a Hellenistic name like the Miss Law. The Miss Law. Aphrodite teased with a smile. This Greek god name that belongs to me sounds pretty good. Mnemosyne, since you are the goddess of the earth, should you also have the Hellenistic name of Gaia, Earth? Gaia, Earth, is indeed my past name. Mnemosyne smiled bitterly. But the Thebans who worshipped me made up the myth of the creation of the Earth Mother Goddess for me, and regarded Gaia as the incarnation of the entire Earth. I am just the Earth Goddess in this area of Thebes. And I don't dare to claim to be the symbol of the entire Earth. Goddess. So now Gaia, the Earth, has nothing to do with me and has become the name of a god that symbolizes the entire Earth. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Mnemosyne's words, Aphrodite couldn't help laughing. Tiny human beings are so stupid and ignorant that they actually made up a creation myth for a little Thebes goddess. But this also reflects how high your status is in the hearts of the Thebans. If you can understand that you can't defeat me, then accept your defeat quickly. No victory in this war belongs to me. Aphrodite took the initiative to retreat and distance herself from Mnemosyne, looking down at the battle between the blonde girl and Cadmus, and said, although I will lose to you if our battle drags on, the human war is about to be decided. As long as my beloved Cadmus defeats your priestess, this war will be my victory. Hearing Aphrodite's words, Roy lowered his head and saw the beautiful blonde girl struggling to hold on under Cadmus' attack, and might lose to Cadmus at any time. Mnemosyne saw this scene with an anxious expression on her face, and injected more divine power into the body of the beautiful blonde girl. It's useless, Aphrodite said with a winner's smile. The human body can hold limited divine power. Cadmus and your priestess have the same qualifications, and the total amount of divine power their bodies can hold is also the same. In this case, what can determine their victory or defeat is their own strength. Obviously, your priestess, as a woman, cannot defeat Cadmus, who is a man. If nothing else happens, Cadmus will defeat your priestess, and then conquer the priestess, control the tribe of the priestess, and build a city-state in the Thebes area that belongs to Cadmus, and more importantly to me. Looking at the beautiful blonde girl fighting Cadmus with her silver teeth clenched, Roy couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. When Roy came back to his senses, he found that his body was running fast, rushing towards the place where the beautiful blonde girl and Cadmus were fighting. There was a loud explosion. The blonde girl's war spear collided with Cadmus's war spear. The blonde girl could no longer hold on, after her body fell down due to the force of the shock. Roy shouted while urging the energy in his body. Divine power. Cadmus, saltization. Hearing Roy's voice, he felt the fluctuation of divine power behind him. Cadmus immediately turned around and looked at Roy with surprise and confusion. Roy's eyes bloomed with azure divine light and enveloped Cadmus, And Cadmus instinctively used Aphrodite's divine power to fight. Although Roy's magical power failed to salt Cadmus, it also made Cadmus' body unable to move. The beautiful blonde girl seized this opportunity, used her last strength, and thrust her spear into Cadmus' back. Poof! The blade of the bronze war spear pierced Cadmus' heart from behind. Cadmus's eyes widened and he looked in disbelief at Loie, who had joined forces with the beautiful blonde girl to kill him. Why Priest Loie? Why? Roy really didn't know how to answer Cadmus. In order to let Cadmus die in peace, Roy could only say, Cadmus, you are an alien invader. Do I need a reason to kill you? Chapter 67 Priestess Harmonia. No need for a reason to kill me. Cadmus, ask myself that I have not offended you and asked you to exchange 5,000 kilograms of grain for 10 of my ships. Cadmus looked at Roy with unwillingness, and finally fell forward weakly to the ground. After Cadmus turned into a corpse and fell, Roy looked at the beautiful blonde girl squatting on the ground. The beautiful blonde girl looked at Roy with a wary expression, and raised the war spear with her left hand to question Roy. Who are you? Don't get me wrong. I'm not your enemy. Seeing that the beautiful blonde girl's right arm was injured and bleeding, Roy hurriedly walked towards her and said, Your right arm is injured and the bleeding must be stopped quickly. Don't come over. Although Roy showed no hostility, the blonde beauty was still wary of Roy. Unfortunately, her body was very weak at this time, and the spear in her left hand was shaking. Roy ignored the warning of the blonde girl and walked to her. Just when Roy was about to pick up the blonde girl in a princess hug, a group of tribesmen rushed over with wooden spears and surrounded Roy and said, Don't come near our leader. Get away from the Harmonian priests quickly. Put down your weapons. Roy turned his head and saw that with the death of Cadmus, all his soldiers gave up fighting and chose to surrender. In order to protect the priestess Harmonia, more and more tribesmen rushed over to surround Roy. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 tribesmen surrounded Roy. Just when Roy didn't know how to eliminate the hostility of these tribesmen, the beautiful blonde girl priestess Harmonia suddenly lost consciousness and passed out on the ground. Roy immediately picked up Harmonia in a princess hug, and then shouted to the surrounding tribesmen with an anxious expression. Your priestess lost too much blood and fainted. If she can't get timely treatment, she may bleed to death. If you don't want to watch her die, take me back to your tribe quickly. I have a way to help. The priestess heals. In fact, Harmonia's injuries were certainly not as serious as Roy said. Harmonia will pass out simply because her body enters the post-battle state of weakness. But the tribesmen who surrounded Roy obviously did not dare to take the risk of killing Harmonia. They all said with panicked expressions, Our tribe is in the highlands to the north. Hurry up and bring the Harmonian priest back to the tribe. Our tribe has herbs to stop bleeding. If our leader dies, you will be buried with her. Roy ignored the threat from the tribesmen and ran towards the tribes on the northern highlands with Harmonia in his arms. The tribesmen surrounding Roy, although they had just experienced a fight, gritted their teeth and ran towards their tribe with Roy. Over the woods, Aphrodite looked down at Roy with cold eyes and said, I thought this human would be hiding forever. I didn't expect that this human not only had the courage to intervene in this war, but he was also a priest serving the gods. Mnemosyne also looked down at Roy's figure and said with a faint smile, What a pity. Without the intervention of this human being, the victory of this war will indeed belong to your favorite Cadmus. If Cadmus successfully establishes a foothold in the Thebes area, you, as the patron saint of Cadmus, he will also compete with me for the ownership of the Thebes area under the name of the Greek god Themis Law. Hearing Mnemosyne's teasing, Aphrodite stared at Roy with a playful sneer and said, I have always been a very generous goddess. If this human kills my beloved son Cadmus, I will let him enjoy the treatment of Cadmus and give him my blessing. After saying that, Aphrodite pointed her left index finger at Roy, and a golden divine power immediately flew out from Aphrodite's index finger and entered Roy's body. Seeing this scene, Mnemosyne frowned and said, You are not giving him a blessing. You are clearly giving him a curse that can kill him. If he is killed by my blessing, it only means that he is too incompetent. After saying that, Aphrodite's body turned into a golden stream of light and flew towards the distant eastern Mediterranean, the highlands where the tribe of priestess Harmonia resides. Roy carried Harmonia and rushed into this tribe with a population of more than 5,000. The tribesmen who followed Roy immediately said, The big stone house in the center of our tribe is the palace where the leader lives. Hearing this, Roy held Harmonia and ran towards the big stone house in the center of the tribe. Palace of Harmonia. Roy carried Harmonia and ran to the courtyard outside the big stone house. When the maids in the courtyard saw the unconscious Harmonia, they all surrounded Roy in panic and asked, "What happened to the princess?" "The priestess's arm is injured. Get the herbs to stop the bleeding quickly." Seeing that the maids around him were about to burst into tears, Roy shouted to them, "Get out of the way quickly. I want to carry the priestess into the house." The maids moved out of the way, and Roy carried Harmonia into the stone house covered with wool carpets. In a spacious stone house, Roy knelt and laid Harmonia's body on the wool carpet. When Roy turned his head, he saw that the tribesmen who had been following him were all standing outside, and they did not even dare to step into the palace courtyard of Harmonia. A maid ran into the stone house in a panic, holding a pottery bowl and kneeling next to Harmonia. Seeing that the pottery bowl was half filled with green herbal juice, Roy began to apply the herbal juice to the wound on Harmonia's right arm while ordering the maids, "Hurry up and get a cloth strip as wide as your palm. I will use it to bandage her wound." Although the maids did not know Roy's identity, Roy wanted to treat Harmonia's injuries, so the maids did not refuse Roy's order. When Roy applied herbal juice on the wound on Harmonia's right arm, a maid knelt beside Roy and handed Roy a strip of white cotton that had just been cut with a sharp blade. After Roy quickly bandaged the wound, he realized that his hands were grasping Harmonia's right arm. The porcelain white arm skin made Roy feel inexplicably flustered. Just when Roy was about to take back his hands, Harmonia opened her eyes and woke up. Roy and Harmonia looked at each other. Harmonia, who was originally wary of Roy, shyly avoided Roy's gaze, and her delicate and beautiful cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment. Looking at Harmonia, who was completely different from the previous one, Roy took the initiative to speak. "Please don't misunderstand me. Cadmus who attacked you is not my companion. Your maids can all testify for me that I brought you back from unconsciousness and treated your wounds." "You misunderstood," Harmonia said shyly. "It was not those outsiders who attacked us. It was us who took the initiative to attack those outsiders." "Well," Roy said with his eyes widened in surprise. "In other words, you are the bad guys and villains." After saying that, Roy thought of the legendary Cadmus who brought his men to the Thebes area. It was indeed after being attacked by a poisonous dragon that he fought back and killed the poisonous dragon. It was not Cadmus who led his men take the initiative to attack the poisonous dragon. Chapter 68 Anomalies in Harmonia. Cadmus turned out to be the victim of the attack. Knowing this fact, Roy did not feel guilty about Cadmus' death. After all, Cadmus' identity is a foreign invader. If Harmonia had not taken the initiative to attack Cadmus, it would have been Cadmus's tribe that took the initiative to attack Harmonia. As a qualified tribal leader, Harmonia made the right decision to attack Cadmus preemptively. It's a pity that Harmonia underestimated Cadmus' strength and overestimated her own strength. Without Loe's intervention, Harmonia would have lost to Cadmus and become his prisoner and trophy. Cadmus, who became the victor, would also use Harmonia to control her tribe. Roy came back to his senses and looked at Harmonia again. Harmonia said with a blushing face, "Please help me up." Roy immediately hugged Harmonia with his left hand and helped Harmonia stand up. "You?" Harmonia said with wide eyes shyly. "I asked you to help me up, not you to hold me up." Roy immediately retracted his hands and said, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to help you up. I didn't mean to offend you." Harmonia turned her head to the other side and said, "When I was about to lose to the foreigner, you helped me kill the foreigner. Not only did you save me, but you also saved the band tribe. Even if you deliberately offended me, I am willing to forgive you." After hearing what Harmonia said, Roy said with confusion, "Why has your attitude towards me changed so much? You were very wary of me before you fell into coma. Now you dash. I don't know what's going on." Harmonia said with her back to Roy. "When I woke up and saw your face, I had an inexplicable feeling in my heart, which made me feel like I was no longer myself." After explaining her situation, Harmonia turned around, looked at Roy with a red face and said, "You are the benefactor who saved me and the Thebes tribe. I cannot turn my back to you rudely. Foreigner, now let me formally introduce to you. You are now the Thebes tribe, the largest tribe in the Thebes area. I am Harmonia, the priestess and leader of the tribe of Thebes. I am 17 years old and an unmarried girl. You said you were only 17. Roy's eyes widened in shock, and he stared at the big and vicious thing under Harmonia's beautiful neck. I thought you were at least 18 years old. If I didn't look at your face, I would have thought you were at least 20 years old. Don't keep staring at me. I can be shy too. Harmonia said to Roy with a shy and proud smile. Foreigner. Tell me your situation. I'm not a foreigner. Seeing Harmonia's confused expression, Roy continued. Priest Harmonia. I am actually your neighbor. I come from the Athenian tribe on the Attica Peninsula. Like you, I am a priest who serves the gods. The foreigners you attacked are Phoenicians. And their leader, his name is Cadmus. Cadmus and his soldiers first landed on the Attica Peninsula and came into contact with our Athenian tribe. And then came to your Thebes area. Are you a priest of the Athenian tribe? Harmonia looked at Roy suspiciously and said. Although you have black hair and black eyes, your skin is not as white as the locals. You should be a foreigner from the east. It is true that I am a stranger from the far east. But I am also a priest of the Athenian tribe. Roy said while looking at Harmonia's long golden hair. Priest of Harmonia. If I am a foreigner and cannot become a priest of the Athenian tribe, then you are also a blonde girl and should not be able to become the priest and leader of the black-haired and dark-eyed Thebans. Although I am not black-haired and black-eyed, I am a true Theban. Harmonia said while holding her blonde hair in her right hand. My father was the previous leader of the Theban tribe. I have blonde hair and blue eyes because my mother is a Dorian woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. I am a mixed-race child born to my father and a Dorian woman. This is Thebes. Everyone in the Psi tribe knows this. So everyone can accept me as a priest and leader. To the north of the Thebes region is the Thessaly region where the blonde and blue-eyed nomads, the Dorians, live as the neighbors of the Dorians. The Thebans did have the opportunity to intermarry with the Dorians and give birth to mixed-race children. Chief of Harmonia. I would like to formally introduce you. I am Loe, the priest of the Athenian tribe. I am 20 years old and an unmarried man. I come from the very far east. And the god I serve is the goddess Metis. This is not a blind date. So why should I introduce my age and marital status? But Harmonia had already introduced her age and marital status. And Roy could only introduce his own situation in equal measure. You're not married yet. Harmonia said with her eyes widened in surprise. When a man reaches adulthood at the age of 16, he must prepare for marriage. I thought you were already married and even had several women. I didn't expect that you were also unmarried. Then, Harmonia said with a joyful smile. Priest Roy. You are the benefactor who saved me and the Thebes tribe. Now I will deal with the tribe's affairs. And then I will hold a grand banquet for you to welcome you to our Thebes tribe. After saying that, Harmonia left the stone house as if running away. Looking at Harmonia's back, Roy murmured suspiciously. Did Harmonia fall in love with me at first sight because I saved her? Night fell in a blink of an eye. In the open space outside Harmonia's palace, a huge bonfire was lit to illuminate the surrounding space. Thousands of the bands gathered around the bonfire to celebrate the victory over the foreign invaders. It was indeed a grand party. But the protagonist of this banquet is not Roy, but the patron saint of the Thebans, the earth goddess Mnemosyne. The joyful Thebans sang and danced around the bonfire, thanking the goddess Mnemosyne for her blessings and for helping them defeat the invaders. Roy stood with Harmonia, feeling as if his credit had been taken away by the goddess Mnemosyne. After all, if he hadn't intervened, today's winners would be Cadmus and the goddess Aphrodite. Harmonia seemed to be aware of Roy's thoughts and said with a bright and sweet smile. Priest Roy. You are also a priest who serves the gods. You should understand that the gods should be the most important protagonist in the form. When the ceremony dedicated to the goddess Mnemosyne is over, I will introduce you to the tribe, so that you become the real protagonist. Chapter 69, Stopping the Human Sacrifice Ceremony. To hold a grand sacrificial ceremony for the gods, not only hundreds or thousands of people must be mobilized to participate, but cattle, sheep and other livestock must also be offered as sacrifices to the gods. In this era of scarcity, sacrificial ceremonies for gods would only be held during important festivals or when wars were won. If sacrificial rituals were held for the gods every now and then, it would not take long before all the cattle, sheep and other livestock of the tribe or city-state would be killed as sacrifices. The Theban tribe. After the song and dance performance dedicated to the earth goddess Mnemosyne, a group of maids led cattle, sheep, chickens, pigs and other livestock to Harmonia. Harmonia walked up to these sacrifices with a bronze sword. Under everyone's silent gaze, She swung the bronze sword to kill all the sacrifices, letting the blood of the sacrifices flow into the earth. After beheading the sacrifice, Harmonia looked at the bands around her and said, "My dear people, the great earth goddess nourishes all things. All life comes from the earth goddess. So we must also use our lives as sacrifices to sacrifice to the earth goddess. Today, stupid foreigners invade our territory. We are on the earth. Defeat the invaders with the help of the goddess. So we should sacrifice the highest grade sacrifice to the earth goddess." Hearing Harmonia's words, the surrounding the bands shouted, "Kill the strangers! Kill the strangers! Sacrifice the strangers! We want to inject the blood of foreigners into the earth." Amid the shouts of the bands, a group of the band men brought 12 Phoenician captives before Harmonia. Seeing that Harmonia was about to sacrifice the Phoenicians to the goddess Mnemosyne as if they were slaughtering animals, Roy hesitated for a moment, and finally couldn't help but speak loudly. "Priest Harmonia, I am opposed to the use of human sacrifices as sacrifices." Hearing Roy's words, Harmonia turned her head and looked at Roy in surprise. The surrounding the bands all glared at Roy. If Harmonia had not been present, Roy believed that the bands around him would have swarmed and killed him. After all, Roy's blocking of the sacrificial ceremony was undoubtedly a blasphemy against the earth goddess Mnemosyne. Under the gaze of everyone, Roy plucked up the courage to walk to Harmonia and said to the bands around him, "Dear the bands, let me introduce to you. I am Loe, the priest of the Athenian tribe. The god I serve is Metis, the goddess of wisdom and ocean from the sea. The goddess Metis is not only related to the earth goddess Mnemosyne is both a goddess. And the goddess Metis and the goddess Mnemosyne are both the goddess of snakes. Because I am a priest serving the goddess Metis, I know that the goddess has no requirements for human sacrifices. Even if the benevolent goddess won't mind if there is no sacrifice." After Roy finished speaking, in order to prove Roy's identity, Harmonia followed up. "People, Priest Roy is not only a priest who serves the gods with me, but he is also the benefactor who saved me and our tribe of Thebes. It was precisely because of the help of Priest Roy that I was able to kill the invaders, the leader. So I ask you to respect Priest Roy as you respect me." After hearing Harmonia's words, the bands all stopped looking at Roy with hostility. Roy looked at Harmonia with a grateful look, and then said to the bands around him, "Dear the bands, I believe you all think like me that the great Mnemosyne is a goddess who is as loving as a mother. So think about it carefully. What would the loving goddess Mnemosyne hope? Do you sacrifice your own kind as sacrifices? In fact, sacrificing captives as sacrifices is a tradition created by priests and leaders in the past. Priests and leaders want to turn captives into sacrifices because there's not enough food to feed their own people. Not enough. Of course there is no extra food to feed the captives. So the captives are killed as sacrifices to prevent the captives from consuming their own food. The reason Roy mentioned is indeed one of the reasons for allowing human beings to be used as sacrifices. But those were ancient times when food was scarce, and priests and chiefs had reason to sacrifice captives. Now that the bands were sincere in offering human sacrifices, if they lost a war with their enemies, the bands would even sacrifice the leader's family as sacrifices. Legend has it that during the reign of King Creon of Thebes, the city of Thebes was besieged by 7 heroes. The youngest son of King Creon of Thebes served as a sacrifice, sacrificing his life to the gods in exchange for the gods helping the bands defeat the invasion. Why? Because the bands now sincerely regard living people as sacrifices. Roy's reasons did not convince the bands. We can sacrifice animals. And of course we can sacrifice captives. Could it be that we use our own people as sacrifices because we don't have enough food? Human beings are the highest level of sacrifices. Don't hinder our sacrificial ceremony. Even Harmonia couldn't help but say to Roy, "Priest Roy, why do you have to offend all the bands for a group of captives? Because human sacrifice is a cruel ritual that must be abolished." After responding to Harmonia, Roy turned to look at the top of Mount Helicon and shouted, "Great goddess Mnemosyne, if you do not agree with the bands sacrificing human beings to you, then send a miracle to show your will." Mount Helicon. Snow-capped peaks. There was obviously no creature here. But a beautiful female voice suddenly spoke. "What a bold human being. If I don't respond now, I will definitely be regarded as a god who desires human life as a sacrifice." The band tribe. After Roy finished speaking, he realized that his use of words to force the goddess Mnemosyne to perform miracles was undoubtedly an offense and blasphemy to the goddess Mnemosyne. seeing Harmonia next to him looking at him with disappointed eyes. Roy couldn't help but feel a little regretful. At this time, 2 golden divine lights bloomed from the peak of Mount Helicon in the distance, shining on Roy and Harmonia respectively. Miracle. This is obviously a miracle of the goddess Mnemosyne, Roy said happily immediately. People of Thebes, you have all seen that the goddess Mnemosyne used miracles to show her will. She does not want living people to be her sacrifices. Harmonia looked at Roy's side face in surprise. She did not expect that the goddess Mnemosyne would respond to Roy. The surrounding the bands even knelt down to worship the divine light descended by the goddess Mnemosyne. Fellow tribesmen. After recovering from her surprise, Harmonia said to the surrounding the bands, the great goddess Mnemosyne regards us as her children. So the goddess Mnemosyne does not want us to cruelly use living people as sacrifices. Now I want to follow the will of the goddess Mnemosyne and abolish the tradition of sacrificing human beings as sacrifices. The goddess Mnemosyne has demonstrated her will with miracles. And of course no, the bands would be foolish enough to oppose Harmonia at this time. The 12 Phoenicians who were originally sacrificed were lucky enough to survive. Chapter 70. I neither accept nor reject. The Theban people's sacrificial ceremony was to inject the blood of the sacrifices' cattle, sheep and other livestock into the earth, which symbolizes feeding the earth back with the life raised by the earth. This is a very clever sacrificial ritual, because after the blood of the sacrifices was drained, the Thebans could make the sacrifices into roasted meat and share them. Harmonia's maid made the sacrifices into roasted meat next to the huge bonfire, and the first piece of roasted meat was brought to Harmonia. Harmonia tore the roasted meat into 2 parts with her hands, and after giving one portion of the roasted meat to Roy, Harmonia ate the roasted meat and then ordered to the maids, give the rest of the barbecue to everyone. Each person can only get 1 piece. There are thousands of the bands around, and if you want everyone to get a piece of roast meat, you can only give them finger-sized pieces of meat. After the maids went to carry out Harmonia's order, they saw that Roy had eaten the barbecue. Harmonia pulled Roy towards her palace. Returned to the stone house hall in Harmonia. Harmonia pulled Roy to sit down at a stone table. And then Harmonia's maid brought sumptuous barbecue, white bread, fruits, vegetables, wine and other foods. Roy couldn't help but said while looking at the roasted meat filled into a clay bowl, Priest Harmonia, people outside can only eat a piece of barbecue, but we have to have a big meal here. What's wrong with this? Harmonia said with confusion. I have been eating the same food as them outside. Now that I am back at home, of course I have to eat normally. Seeing Roy's speechless reaction, Harmonia couldn't help but laugh. Priest Roy, do you think we should eat the same food as them? I have more than a dozen cattle, sheep and other livestock inherited from my father. I became the priest and leader of the Thebes tribe, and also accumulated my own wealth. With wealth, I deserve to enjoy the life I have now. Roy silently picked up a piece of barbecue and tasted it. Harmonia's dinner roast is very delicious because of the many condiments added. It smells so good. After praising the taste of the barbecue, Roy said to Harmonia, Priest Harmonia, although I am a priest of the Athenian tribe, I don't have much wealth of my own. So I am indeed so poor that I can only eat the same food as the maids who serve me. In this case, Harmonia said with blushing cheeks, do you want to leave the Athenian tribe and stay with our Theban tribe? I am willing to share my wealth with you. From now on, you can enjoy the kind of life I enjoy. In this era, if a man says he wants to share his wealth with you, it means that the man wants you to hand over your life to him and become a companion who is willing to risk your life for him. If a woman says she wants to share her wealth with you, Roy looked at Harmonia's little face with wide eyes and said, Priest Harmonia, are you in love with me? I have no idea. Harmonia lowered her head shyly and said, according to my rational thinking, it is impossible for me to fall in love with you, because you are just a stranger I just met. But my feelings seem to be out of control. Maybe because you saved me and our Thebes tribe. I really can't help but fall in love with you. Harmonia raised her head and looked at Roy with gentle eyes. Priest Roy, if I really fall in love with you, will you stay in the Thebes tribe and become my husband? I will share all my wealth and power with you and make you the leader of the Thebes tribe. This is not normal. The Harmonia in front of me was so abnormal. After waking up from the coma, Harmonia, who was originally wary of Roy, seemed to be a completely different person. Although Harmonia's condition was a bit abnormal, her words moved Roy very much. The Theban tribe was a large tribe with a population of 5,000. As long as Roy marries Harmonia, he can become the leader of the Thebes tribe. Because Pandion had the authority to rule the Athenian tribe for 20 years. It was difficult for Roy to challenge Pandion in the Athenian tribe. But in the Thebes tribe, Harmonia is a priestess and leader who holds both divine and royal power. As long as she becomes Harmonia's husband, Lowy can control the Thebes tribe and use manpower and material resources at will. Come up with various inventions to strengthen the tribe of Thebes. And build Roy's own kingdom step by step. Do you want to eat such fragrant soft rice? Thinking that he had betrayed the Athenian tribe, and would no longer be able to eat the soft rice of Procne and Philomela, Roy felt strongly shaken in his heart. The most important thing is that Roy's betrayal of the Athenian tribe is equivalent to betraying the goddess Metis, who protects the Athenian tribe. Although Roy didn't say it out loud, Roy had always had the idea of pursuing Metis in his heart. Roy hesitated for a moment, then finally shook his head and said, "Priest Harmonia, your current situation is obviously abnormal. I cannot marry you in this situation. Because after you return to normal, you will probably regret your choice to marry me." If Lowy betrayed the Athenian tribe and betrayed the goddess Metis, and Harmonia suddenly returned to normal and gave up the idea of marrying Lowy, Lowy would be left with nothing. Of course Lowy would not be foolish enough to take such a huge risk. Unexpectedly, Roy would refuse to marry her. Harmonia's eyes widened and she was stunned for a moment. Then she said with a gentle and sweet smile, "Priest Roy, I know what you are worried about. In order for you to marry me without any worries, I will take you to the temple of the goddess Mnemosyne tomorrow. We will make a marriage contract under the witness of the goddess Mnemosyne. Come on. I am the priest of the goddess Mnemosyne. No matter what happens in the future, I will not break the marriage contract witnessed by the goddess Mnemosyne." After hearing what Harmonia said, although Roy wanted to refuse, he couldn't say the words of refusal. Early the next morning, Roy wakes up in Harmonia's palace guest room. After getting dressed, Roy walked out of the guest room and came to the courtyard, where he saw Harmonia sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard. Seeing Roy walking out of the guest room, Harmonia immediately stood up and said, "Priest Roy, let's go to the temple of the goddess Mnemosyne now." Hearing Harmonia's invitation, Roy hesitated again. If he didn't refuse now, once the marriage contract was concluded with the witness of the gods and the goddess Mnemosyne, Roy would never have the chance to refuse. Seeing Roy standing there blankly, Harmonia walked up to Roy gracefully, then took Roy's hand and walked towards a forest outside the Thebes tribe. Roy remained silent and kept saying silently in his heart, "Although I didn't refuse, I didn't accept either. It was Harmonia who wanted to bring me to the temple. As long as I don't accept or refuse, it will be Harmonia who wants to marry me unilaterally in the end. If you don't accept or reject, you're not a scumbag. It's just to find a high-sounding reason for yourself." Chapter 71. It's me who's abnormal. Below the oval plateau where the Theban tribe is located, there is a forest spreading from Mount Helicon. After Harmonia and Roy left the Thebes tribe, they walked straight down the high ground and into the woods with sprouting green leaves. Roy followed closely behind Harmonia, admiring Harmonia's beautiful back figure while comparing the blonde beauty Harmonia with the white-haired beauty Kaiwan. Although Harmonia and Kaiwan are equally beautiful in appearance, Harmonia's force can crush Kaiwan. Because as a priest of the earth goddess, Harmonia has the power of the earth goddess. The divine power given to her strengthens her body. If Kaiwan becomes a priestess serving the gods in the future, and receives the divine power from the gods to strengthen her body, perhaps Keone's martial arts can grow to the same level as Harmonia. Wow! 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 When Roy followed Harmonia to the center of the woods, a pond-sized spring appeared in front of them. The sound of rushing water that Roy heard was the sound of spring water originating from the forest of Mount Helicon, flowing through layers of shrubs and flowing into the spring. To the east of this spring, there is an altar made of stones. There are 2 wooden spears stuck on both sides of the altar, as if to warn people who want to approach the altar. "Here we are." Harmonia led Roy towards the altar and said, "This is the open-air temple of the goddess Mnemosyne." After hearing what Harmonia said, Roy couldn't help but say, "Priest Harmonia, this altar is facing the water spring in front. This is not like an altar dedicated to the earth goddess, but more like an altar dedicated to the water spring goddess. Priest Roy, do you think that the goddess Mnemosyne's deity is only the goddess of the earth?" Harmonia walked to the altar and turned around, looking at Roy with a smile and said, "The earth goddess is the most important deity of the goddess Mnemosyne. In addition to the deity of the earth goddess, the goddess Mnemosyne is also the goddess of water springs that provides water of life for us the Bans, and the goddess of animal husbandry, who protects shepherds in the mountains and forests. The goddess of memory, who is in charge of memory. The goddess of time, who predicts the future. And the muse, who is good at singing and dancing. In addition to these, there are many gods belonging to the goddess Mnemosyne, and I will not name them one by one. Roy said with his eyes widened in surprise. Earth and water are two completely different substances. How can the goddess Mnemosyne be the goddess of the earth and the goddess of water springs at the same time? She has annexed the goddess of water springs, not only the goddess of water springs, but also the many gods you just mentioned. The goddess Mnemosyne must have annexed them from other gods. The goddess Mnemosyne has been protecting us the Bans for thousands of years. Of course, the other gods in the Thebes area have long been annexed by the goddess Mnemosyne. Could it be that the goddess Metis you serve has not have you ever annexed other gods? The goddess Metis is still a new god. But in the future, the goddess Metis will also annex all other gods in the Attica Peninsula. After speaking, Roy thought of the Jew goddess Procne and the field goddess Philomela, who were deified into goddesses. If there are no accidents, not only the Jew goddess and the field goddess will become the gods annexed by the goddess Metis, but even the names of Procne and Philomela will be annexed by the goddess Metis and become the goddess Metis. One of many names to have. Priest Roy. Now we worship devoutly and pray for the goddess Mnemosyne to come. After Harmonia turned around and knelt down facing the altar, Roy's legs were as stiff as stones and he had no intention of kneeling down. When she noticed that Roy didn't kneel down to worship, Harmonia showed a worried expression. Because Roy's disrespectful behavior towards the gods is likely to anger the goddess Mnemosyne, causing the goddess Mnemosyne to be unwilling to come. Priest Roy. Even if you are a priest of other gods, you should respect the goddess Mnemosyne. But I didn't kneel down in front of the goddess Metis. Just when Roy was hesitating whether to let his knees soften a little, a huge figure about 10 meters tall came over from Mount Helicon. It was the black-haired goddess Roy saw yesterday, the guardian of Thebes. The regional earth goddess Mnemosyne. The body of the goddess Mnemosyne seemed to be able to walk directly through the woods. She walked down from Mount Helicon with silent steps and soon came to the spring. Under Roy's dull gaze, the goddess Mnemosyne walked up to Harmonia and sat on the highest stone of the altar. Although Harmonia is the priestess of the goddess Mnemosyne, she seems to be unable to see the figure of the goddess Mnemosyne and turns a blind eye to the goddess Mnemosyne sitting in front of her. It was not until the black divine light bloomed from the goddess Mnemosyne that Harmonia saw the goddess Mnemosyne sitting on the altar in front of her, worshipping with an expression of surprise and joy on her face. Great Earth Goddess Mnemosyne, thank you for coming in response to my prayers. I seem to have fallen in love with Priest Lowy. So I hope that you will serve as a witness and let me and Priest Lowy enter into a sacred marriage contract in front of you. Poor Harmonia. Even I didn't expect that the first victim would be you. The goddess Mnemosyne, who was sitting on the altar, said with a faint smile. You are my darling. Of course I can't let you be bewitched by Aphrodite's curse. So I want to help you return to normal. After speaking, Mnemosyne stretched out her right index finger and pressed Harmonia's forehead between her eyebrows. As a black divine power was injected into Harmonia's eyebrows, Harmonia's eyes widened as if she had just woken up from a dream. And she murmured with a puzzled expression on her face. What's wrong with me? I shamelessly proposed marriage to a man. Seeing that Harmonia had returned to normal, Mnemosyne looked at Roy and said, without my intervention, Harmonia would have married you and given her all to you. Now if I ruin your good deeds, will you resent me? Roy immediately shook his head and said, I also don't want to marry the Harmonian priest when she is abnormal. Goddess Mnemosyne. Why did the Harmonian priest become abnormal? That's not right. Mnemosyne said with a joking smile. You're mistaken. It's not Harmonia that's abnormal. It's you. Am I the one who's abnormal? Seeing Roy's expression of disbelief, Mnemosyne said with a dissatisfied expression. What a slow guy. Haven't you noticed yet? Yesterday you interfered in the battle between Harmonia and Cadmus, which not only changed the outcome of Harmonia and Cadmus, but also changed the outcome of R&I, Aphrodite's victory or defeat. In order to get revenge on you, Aphrodite gave you a blessing. It is precisely because you have Aphrodite's blessing that Harmonia can't help but fall in love with you, and even offered to marry you. Chapter 72 Aphrodite's Blessing. After hearing the words of the goddess Mnemosyne, Roy immediately felt it and found that there was indeed a divine power in his body that was beyond his control. As Roy's consciousness came into contact with this uncontrollable divine power, a stream of information flooded into Roy's mind. Roy. Age, 20 years old. Blessed by gods, Metis blessing, wisdom improvement. Aphrodite's blessing, charm improvement. Strength level, hero, 100 enemies. Aphrodite's blessing, charm increased. Roy murmured with a dumbfounded expression. Is this why Harmonia suddenly fell in love with me? After hearing Loe's soliloquy, Harmonia asked Mnemosyne. Goddess Mnemosyne. What on earth is going on? The Cadmus who fought you yesterday was the favorite of another goddess. Aphrodite. Mnemosyne looked at Roy and said. Although Aphrodite is essentially a goddess of war with sky attributes, she obtained the godhead of love from other goddesses. Roy's interference not only allowed you to turn defeat into victory and kill Cadmus, but also allowed Aphrodite you completely lost to me. In order to take revenge on Roy, Aphrodite gave Roy the blessing of the goddess of love, making it easier for girls like you who have a crush on Roy to fall in love with him. Do I have a crush on Priest Roy? Yesterday, he saved you when you were in the most danger, and changed the fate of the Thebes tribe being conquered by the invaders. Isn't it normal that you have a good impression of him? Harmonia nodded shyly and said. I suddenly fell in love with Priest Roy. It seems that it was really because I was grateful for his kindness in saving me and the Thebes tribe. And I had a good impression of him. Then, Harmonia turned to look at Roy and said. Priest Roy. Although I have returned to normal now, I am still willing to keep my promise. Are you willing to propose to me in the presence of the goddess Mnemosyne? Before Harmonia returned to normal, she actively wanted to marry Roy. Now that Harmonia has returned to normal, her attitude has changed to wanting Roy to propose to her. Roy came back to his senses, shook his head at Harmonia and said, Priest Harmonia, since you fell in love with me and proposed the marriage agreement to me because of Aphrodite's blessing, now that you have returned to normal, our marriage agreement will naturally be invalidated. You don't want to marry me. She didn't expect Roy to give up the opportunity to marry her. Harmonia said in surprise. To be honest, I am very confident in my beauty and figure. And I am also the priest and leader of the Thebes tribe. As long as you marry me, you can become the leader of the strongest tribe in Thebes. Priest Roy, are you giving up the chance to marry me because you already have a girl you like? Roy shook his head. Because what he loves is not a human girl, but a goddess with the same identity as Mnemosyne. Mnemosyne then stood up from the altar and said, Now that your matters have been resolved, it's time for me to go back. After saying this, Mnemosyne turned and walked towards the peak of Mount Helicon. Seeing Mnemosyne ascending the mountain road and Harmonia still looking in the direction Mnemosyne left, Roy understood that Harmonia could no longer see Mnemosyne. I am indeed different from others. Harmonia is the priest of the goddess Mnemosyne, and no one can see the figure of the goddess Mnemosyne after she is far away from her. And I could see Mnemosyne until she left my sight. When the figure of the goddess Mnemosyne disappeared from the snow-capped peak of Mount Helicon, and seeing Harmonia still looking at the direction in which Mnemosyne left, Roy took the initiative to remind her. The Harmonian priest. The goddess Mnemosyne has returned to the summit of Mount Helicon. Harmonia looked at Roy with wide eyes in shock and said, Priest Roy, can you see the form of the god? Could it be that other priests can see the form of the god? But I am the only one who cannot see the form of the god because I have only been a priest for a year. I guessed based on my feeling. Roy explained in a panic. I can no longer feel the divine power fluctuations of the goddess Mnemosyne nearby. So I guess that the goddess Mnemosyne has returned to the peak of Mount Helicon. Can we human priests sense the fluctuations of the god's power? Just when Roy's lie was about to be exposed, Harmonia took the initiative to change the subject. Priest Roy, let's go back to the Thebes tribe and let me entertain you again. Good. Roy hurriedly agreed and followed Harmonia back to the Thebes tribe. The Ban tribe. Palace of Harmonia. In the spacious and bright stone hall, Roy and Harmonia sat opposite each other at a stone table. And the maids quickly brought sumptuous food and wine to the stone table. Harmonia smiled shyly while pouring wine for Roy. Priest Roy. Actually, when I was with you yesterday, all I could think about was how to marry you. Now I want to solemnly treat you as the benefactor who saved me and our Thebes tribe. Roy and Harmonia looked at each other. And seeing Harmonia's eyes filled with gratitude to him, Roy couldn't help but say, Priest Harmonia, would your Thebes tribe be willing to become a helping ally with our Athenian tribe? I can teach you various advanced technologies to the Thebes tribe and help the Thebes tribe enter the city-state civilization. To prove my ability, I can now teach you how to make candles. A lighting tool for the night. Seeing Roy's eager expression, Harmonia said with a smile. I'm very interested in the candles you mentioned. How to make candles? The candles I'm talking about are made of animal fat as the main material. Roy told Harmonia the specific method of making candles. And then Harmonia ordered her maid to make candles according to Roy's method. Harmonia asked curiously after the maids went to make candles. Priest Roy. There is nothing unearned in the world. What do you want to get from the band tribe? I want food. Copper and iron. The land of the Attica Peninsula, where the Athenian tribe was located, was poor and the food produced was not enough to feed the population. Although the Attica Peninsula has many mountains, except for one silver mine, the Attica Peninsula has neither copper nor iron mines. Unlike the Attica Peninsula, which has barren land and no copper or ore, the Thebes region has fertile plains irrigated by lakes and rivers. Mount Helicon is a fertile mountain range suitable for grazing cattle and sheep. And there are iron ore deposits in the north of the Thebes region. The eastern part of the Thebes region, the island of Euboea where Thebes immigrants live, has both copper and iron mines. Priest of Harmonia. The Thebes area has fertile plains and metal mines that can be used to smelt weapons. I hope that the band tribe can sell the excess food to the Athenian tribe and join hands with the Athenian tribe to mining for metals. Chapter 73. There are both copper mines and iron mines. What is iron? After listening to Roy's words, Harmonia blinked her beautiful big blue eyes and said curiously, I know that copper is bronze. The band tribe has some bronze weapons and bronze tripods for cooking. But this is the first time I have heard of iron. Well, forgetting that in this era, except for the Hittite Empire on the Asia Minor Peninsula, which mastered the technology of smelting iron, people in other regions not only had not seen iron, but had not even heard of iron. Roy explained with some embarrassment. Priest of Harmonia. Iron is also called black iron. It is a metal with the same properties as bronze. Bronze can be made into weapons, as well as bronze tripods for cooking and other bronze objects. Black iron can also be made into weapons and iron tools such as iron pots for cooking and iron plows for plowing. Moreover, weapons made of black iron are sharper and stronger than bronze weapons. And iron pots made of black iron are also more useful than bronze tripods. The iron plow, a farm tool made of black iron, can double the grain harvest. Not only can black iron be used to make iron weapons that are sharper and stronger than bronze weapons, but it can also be made into agricultural tools to increase food harvests. Harmonia's eyes widened in surprise and she looked at Roy in disbelief. Priest Roy. Is the black iron you mentioned really so magical? And there are iron ore for making black iron in the territory of our Thebes tribe. In this era, abundant food harvests represented the ability to feed a larger population. And powerful weapons represented the ability to use force to protect the safety of tribes. Seeing Harmonia's reaction, Roy nodded and said, Priest Harmonia. My description of black iron is true. And there are indeed iron ores in the territory of the Thebes tribe. But I don't have the technology to smelt iron now. So I can only help the Thebes tribe first, mining copper ores to smelt bronze. The Thebes tribe has treasure such as iron ore but cannot mine and use it. Harmonia first showed a disappointed expression, and then said with a smile again, Priest Roy. The bronze weapons and bronze tripods of our Thebes tribe are now obtained with a lot of grain. If you can help us mine copper ore and smelt bronze, let our Thebes tribe be able to make valuable products on our own. I am already very satisfied with the expensive bronze utensils. But I have a question for you. Even with the bands don't know where there are copper ore and iron ores in Thebes. They come from the Far East. Foreigner. Why do you know where there are copper and iron mines in Thebes? Because I have the blessing from Metis, the goddess of wisdom. Faced with unanswerable questions, Roy could only use the goddess Metis as a shield. The blessing of the goddess Metis has given me wisdom beyond human beings. So I know many things that current humans don't know. Seeing that Harmonia did not doubt her answer, Roy then changed the subject. Priest of Harmonia. If you want to mine copper and smelt bronze, I hope you can hand over Cadmus men, the Phoenician prisoners, to me. In fact, I have no skills in smelting black iron. And there is no technology to smelt bronze. If we want to smelt bronze, we must rely on those Phoenician captives. Those Phoenician captives had the technology to smelt bronze. The Phoenician region has entered a bronze civilization. Among the more than 200 captives we captured, at least 1 or 2 people will be able to smelt bronze. As long as we let the Phoenicians teach the bands the technology of smelting bronze. You can mine a large amount of copper, and make a large number of bronze weapons and various bronze utensils. After Roy finished speaking, Harmonia stood up impatiently and said, Priest Roy, let's go see those Phoenician captives now, and let those who master bronze technology among them become our craftsmen. Although they are invaders and captives, I will treat the craftsmen as my own people, and even provide them with houses and women. Roy followed Harmonia to the place where the captives were kept, and saw about 250 Phoenician captives being held by the Thebans in 5 smelly sheepfolds. There was so little space in the sheepfold that the Phoenician prisoners could not even lie down on the ground to sleep. So they all looked listless. Seeing the miserable conditions of the Phoenician prisoners, Roy had no doubt that if they were imprisoned for a long time, many of them would be tortured to death by the harsh environment. Seeing Loie and Harmonia, some of the Phoenician captives showed hatred in their eyes. Most of the Phoenician captives had numb expressions and dull eyes, as if they were ready to die. Phoenicians, Harmonia said loudly in as gentle a voice as possible. You are enemies who have invaded the territory of our Thebes tribe. Now you have become prisoners. Do you know what your fate will be? Although we will not kill you, we will sell you as slaves. Now I wanted to give you a chance to save yourselves. Are there any craftsmen among you who can smelt bronze? After Harmonia finished speaking, the Phoenician captives acted as if they had not heard her. No one responded to Harmonia. The opportunity to survive was right in front of them. But these Phoenicians were unwilling to seize it. Seeing Harmonia frowning, Roy took the initiative and said, Priest Harmonia, why don't you let me convince these Phoenicians? But I hope you can leave for a while and let me communicate with these Phoenicians alone. Can. After Harmonia nodded in agreement, she turned and walked towards a big tree 100 meters away. After Harmonia left, Loie climbed over a wooden fence into a smelly sheepfold, and then spoke to the Phoenicians in the sheepfold. Dear Phoenicians, I sympathize with your plight. You left your hometown and came to the Thebes area, just wanting a new home. But the goddess of fate did not favor you and made you become the local Thebes captive. Why do you pretend to sympathize with us? A Phoenician immediately said dissatisfied. If you hadn't helped the Thebans kill our leader Cadmus, we would never have lost the war, let alone become prisoners of the Thebans. The Phoenicians were no fools. Of course they knew they were being held captive. And Roy was at least half to blame. Even Roy felt like he was pretending to be compassionate while a cat cried. I admit that I helped the Thebans. But I don't think my behavior was wrong. Our Athenian tribe is the neighbor of the Theban tribe. And you Phoenicians are foreign invaders. The Thebans and I share the same enemy. What's wrong? The fact that you became prisoners cannot be changed. And now I really want to help you, Roy said with a serious expression. As long as you are willing to obey my arrangements, I can help all of you get rid of your status as captives and give you a new home. If any of you are willing to become my followers, I can guarantee that those who follow me can have your own fields, houses, women and children. I can't guarantee that you will be rich and wealthy, but I can guarantee that you will have enough food and clothing. Chapter 74 Conquering the Phoenician Prisoners. After Roy finished speaking, the Phoenicians all looked at each other. Although Roy was not the Theban who turned these Phoenicians into prisoners, these Phoenicians could not easily believe Roy. Just when Roy felt that these Phoenicians would not be subdued by him, a Phoenician suddenly walked up to Roy and said, Do you remember me? I was one of the 12 captives who were to be sacrificed by the Thebans yesterday. Seeing that you are willing to risk your life to save us Phoenicians, I am willing to believe you and become a followers. With the Phoenician in front of Roy taking the lead, the other 11 Phoenicians, who were used as sacrifices, also stood up and spoke. Since you saved my life, I am also willing to be your follower. Comrades, in order to save us. He did not hesitate to offend all the bands and offend the gods of the bands. I must repay his kindness. He is a great priest who serves the gods, and I believe he will not deceive us. After the 12 Phoenicians who were sacrificed were saved by Roy, they already told other Phoenicians about Roy's rescue of them. Therefore, all the Phoenicians knew that in order to save their companions, Roy took a huge risk of offending all the bands and offending the Theban gods. Now the 12 Phoenicians who were saved by Roy wanted to become Roy's followers, and other Phoenicians were shaken in their hearts. Roy keenly noticed the wavering of these Phoenicians and immediately spoke loudly. Fear Phoenicians. I am neither an Athenian nor a Theban. I am a stranger from the Far East just like you. Now you have lost your leader Cadmus who can lead you and protect you. And I need to be worthy trusted companions and followers. I promise you once again that as long as you become my followers, I will treat you with all my heart and let you have fields, houses and women. You can trust me, just as I can trust you, because we are all foreigners in this land. The Phoenician standing in front of Roy immediately knelt down on one knee and said, Great priest of Roy, I am willing to become your follower and fight for you at the risk of my life. After someone took the lead, other Phoenicians also knelt down. The last 5 Phoenician prisoners in the sheepfold all knelt down to Lowy. Success. Because he saved the 12 Phoenicians who were sacrificed, he successfully gained the trust of the Phoenicians and made 250 Phoenicians new followers. Roy suppressed the excitement in his heart, looked down at the first Phoenician who knelt down to him and asked, My dear companions, I promise you in the name of the goddess Metis that I serve that I will never break my promise to you. Now can you tell me, what is your name? Priest Roy. I don't have my own name. My companions all call me after my father's name. An adult man over 16 years old does not have his own name, indicating that his identity is just an ordinary civilian. Since you don't have a name of your own, let me give you a name. Roy stretched out his hands and said while lifting the Phoenician in front of him, Your body looks as strong as an ox. From now on, your name will be Taurus. I hope you can become a great hero, and even become a hero after death. And let your name become one of the constellations in the night sky. Name? Taurus. After getting his own name, the Phoenician Taurus in front of Roy said with excitement as his body trembled, Priest Roy, thank you for giving me my name. I am a commoner of low blood. How dare I expect to become a great hero, or even a heroic god who will be worshipped after my death? Under a big tree about 100 meters away, when Harmonia saw all the Phoenician prisoners kneeling to Lowy, as if their followers were swearing allegiance to their leader, Harmonia immediately walked over curiously. Priest Roy. What happened? Harmonia's voice sounded from behind, and Roy turned around and explained to Harmonia. Priest Harmonia. I have conquered the Phoenicians and made them my companions and followers. Now please release all my companions and stop treating them as prisoners. As soon as people like him became Roy's followers, Roy fought for everyone's freedom. At this time, all the Phoenicians looked at Roy with grateful eyes. Even the Phoenicians who originally had some resentment towards Roy also had the idea of being loyal to Roy. After hearing Roy's request, Harmonia frowned and said with a dissatisfied expression, Priest Roy, these Phoenicians are enemies who invaded our the Band territory. During the war between our the Bands and the Phoenicians, dozens of the Bands were killed by the Phoenicians. Death. With hundreds of the Bands injured and bleeding. I cannot possibly treat this as if it never happened. It is normal for both sides to suffer casualties during a war. The Phoenicians originally had 300 soldiers. But in the war with you the Bands, the Phoenicians not only killed their leader Cadmus, but also 50 companions also died. So now they only have 250 people left. Seeing Harmonia's troubled expression, Roy continued. Priest of Harmonia, if you need a reasonable reason to free my companions, then sell them to me as slaves. After hearing Roy's suggestion, Harmonia thought for a while and said, Priest Roy, I can sell these Phoenicians to you as slaves. But after you give them freedom, they cannot continue to stay in the Band tribe. Now that the Bands had a blood feud with the Phoenicians, if the Phoenicians regain their freedom and move around freely among the Band tribes, the Bands will definitely be very dissatisfied. Regardless of whether the target of the Thebans' dissatisfaction is Roy or Harmonia herself. This is not the result that Harmonia wants to see. Roy nodded and said, Priest Harmonia, your request is very reasonable. I will ask my Phoenician companions to station themselves in the woods outside the Band tribe. Then have you found any craftsmen who smelted bronze among the Phoenicians? After hearing Harmonia's question, Roy looked at the 250 Phoenicians in the 5 sheepfolds and asked, Comrades, are any of you craftsmen who smelt bronze? A dozen Phoenicians stood up and said, I am a bronze craftsman in my hometown. I learned to smelt bronze from my father. But I wasn't a real craftsman yet. I built a blast furnace for smelting bronze. I wonder if you need me. Roy couldn't help laughing when he saw that there were more bronze craftsmen among the Phoenicians than expected. Whether it is a bronze craftsman, an apprentice craftsman, or someone who builds a blast furnace, they are all the craftsmen I need. In addition to the bronze craftsmen, are there any shipbuilders among you who can build large ships? Dear companions, become the craftsmen I need, and priority will be given to you with fields, houses and women. Chapter 75 Euboea Island is uniquely endowed with natural resources. In this era, the Phoenicians not only mastered the most advanced navigation technology, but also mastered the most advanced shipbuilding technology. This was the foundation for the Phoenicians to dominate maritime trade and even establish colonies along the coast of the backward civilized Western Mediterranean. As soon as Roy finished speaking, more than 30 Phoenicians stood up and spoke. Priest Roy, I am a craftsman who can build large ships. I was involved in building large commercial ships. I was involved in building large warships that held 30 sailors. Seeing that there were 50 bronze craftsmen and shipbuilders in total, Roy nodded and said, You are all the craftsmen I need. And I will definitely take good care of you. Others can rest assured that you are also my important companions. So I will not let any of you starve or freeze. Now follow me and leave here. It's a dirty, smelly, and small sheep pen. I am going to take you to another place to station. After saying that, Roy took the lead and jumped out of the sheepfold. After the Phoenicians followed Roy and jumped out of the sheepfold, the Theban soldiers guarding the Phoenician prisoners immediately surrounded the Phoenicians with wooden spears. Harmonia took the initiative and spoke loudly. You all retreat. I have sold the Phoenician captives to Priest Roy. Now Priest Roy is taking these Phoenicians away from our tribe. After hearing Harmonia's order, the surrounding Theban soldiers withdrew their wooden spears. Roy looked at Harmonia with grateful eyes and said, Priest Harmonia, now I am taking my companions to the woods where the open-air temple of the goddess Mnemosyne is located. Do you want to come with me? Of course. After all, I still have a lot to say to you. Roy led Harmonia and 250 Phoenicians away from the Oval Highlands where the Theban tribe was located, and soon entered the nearby woods. Arriving at the spring in the center of the forest, Roy turned and said to all the Phoenicians, Comrades, you will be stationed here for the time being. You can get water from this spring for cooking. Seeing the clear and clean spring water, the hungry and thirsty Phoenicians immediately ran to the spring and lay down on the ground to drink. Seeing someone trying to take off their clothes and jump into the spring, Harmonia immediately shouted angrily, Stop now. This ancient spring of Dirk is one of the holy springs symbolizing the goddess Mnemosyne. You can drink the spring water here, but you must not pollute the holy spring with your dirty bodies. If anyone dares to if he bathes in the spring, we the Thebans will surely kill him. Hearing Harmonia's angry warning, not only the Phoenicians who wanted to take a bath, but also the Phoenicians who were drinking water, stayed away from the ancient spring of Dirk in fear. Seeing the Phoenicians' reaction, Harmonia sighed and said, I came here just because I was worried that these Phoenicians would pollute the holy spring. Roy reassured the Phoenician, Comrades, the Harmonian priests only forbid us from bathing in the ancient spring of Dirk. But they have not prohibited us from using the water from the ancient spring of Dirk. You can drink the spring water normally, or you can use clay pots to get water and wash it elsewhere. Body? Then, Roy said to Harmonia, Priest of Harmonia, after my companions became prisoners, their food and daily necessities have become your trophies. Now can you return the food and daily necessities to them? Priest Roy, the loot is the property of our Theban tribe, and we cannot return it to the Phoenicians. I can provide food and daily necessities for the Phoenicians, but you have to give me the bronze craftsmen. There's no way I could hand over my followers to you. Roy shook his head and said, Now these bronze craftsmen are my followers, and I am the only one who knows where there are copper mines. If the Harmonian priests still want to mine copper mines and smelt various bronze utensils with me, they must accept my arrangement. Looking at Roy's tough expression, Harmonia frowned and said, Priest Roy, if you are not the one who saves me and the Thebes tribe, I will never compromise with you. Now can you tell me, what are your plans? Roy hesitated and expressed his thoughts. Priest Harmonia, my Phoenician followers have a blood feud with your Theban tribe, so I can't place them in the Thebes area. But I can't bring them back to the Athenian tribe. I plan to place my Phoenician followers on the island of Euboea. For the copper mines I speak of are on the island of Euboea. I want the bronze craftsmen to smelt bronze utensils on the island of Euboea, and the shipbuilders on the island of Euboea build large merchant ships and large warships, while the remaining 200 Phoenicians serve as soldiers to keep them safe. Euboea is an island in the eastern part of Thebes. This island is the second largest island in the Aegean Sea after Crete. The Thebes region and the island of Euboea are separated by the Gulf of Euboea. At the narrowest point of the Gulf of Euboea, the land of Thebes is only about 40 meters away from the land of Euboea Island, and the depth of the water is only 6 meters. Even without a boat, The Thebans could hold a piece of wood and swim across the 40-meter sea from the Thebes area to Euboea Island. Therefore, the residents of Euboea Island are basically Thebans and their descendants. Priest Roy. The copper mine you mentioned is on Euboea Island. Harmonia showed a surprised expression when she learned that the copper mine was on Euboea Island. Although the residents of Euboea now call themselves Euboea, they still worship the earth goddess Mnemosyne and maintain close ties with the Thebans in the Thebes area. The copper mine is located on the island of Euboea, which is no different from the copper mine located in Thebes. Euboea Island not only has copper, but also iron ore. Roy said with a solemn expression. Priest Harmonia. The iron ore in Thebes is located at the junction of Thebes and Thessaly. If we mine iron ore, it is likely to attract the Dorians from Thessaly. So even in the future we have the technology to smelt iron. And we also want to mine iron ore on Euboea Island. Not only copper mines, but also iron ore must be mined on Euboea Island. It seems that I must control Euboea Island and turn Euboea Island into my territory. Hearing Harmonia's muttering, Roy couldn't help but feel nervous. The island is not inferior to the Attica Peninsula in area. It not only has copper and iron mines, but also fertile land suitable for growing crops and mountain forests suitable for grazing cattle and sheep. Most importantly, Euboea has a small population, consisting of only a few thousand descendants of the Theban immigrants. Roy wanted to place his Phoenician followers on Euboea Island because Roy also had the idea of occupying Euboea Island and developing his own city-state. If Roy joined the Theban tribe, who worshipped the goddess Mnemosyne, it would be tantamount to betraying the Athenian tribe and the goddess Metis at the same time. Lowy develops a city-state on Euboea Island, and can have his city-state worship the goddess Metis. In this way, Roy only betrayed the Athenian tribe and did not betray the goddess Metis. The goddess Metis would not take away the divine power given to Roy. Unexpectedly, Harmonia learned about the importance of Euboea Island and had the idea of controlling Euboea Island.